Rebuilding the Immortal Cultivation family. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1251 Difference. Although the demonic energy is very subtle, and its existence cannot be detected without careful observation, it cannot be ignored. Because the demonic energy is extremely aggressive and infectious, and it is not a rootless duckweed, and it cannot be dispersed by a large amount of spiritual energy. If ignored, the demonic energy will continue to grow, and eventually pollute the entire spiritual vein, and it will no longer produce spiritual energy. The demonic energy produced will continue to expand the scope of pollution and completely change the surrounding environment. Success. The wisdom and essence of countless powerful demons have been gathered, and now it has finally been verified. The demon cultivator who presided over this matter laughed wildly and excitedly, and immediately sent the news back to Zizhao through the formation. After doing all this, he left the underground palace at the fastest speed and flew towards Zizhao. Since the mission has been completed, he naturally does not want to stay here and wait for death. And the changes here have not yet been known and discovered by the cultivators. Perhaps it can only be seen when it causes a catastrophe and cannot be ignored. But in other parts of Dongzhou, the cultivators had an absolute advantage, killing the demon cultivators so badly that they could only flee in fear, hoping to save their lives. In order to kill all the demon cultivators and return Dongzhou to peaceful and pure land, the immortals even sent out several great celestial beings. With their strength, they can easily wipe out a large number of demon cultivators with just a little effort. After all, the demons are not so arrogant as to let the celestial beings do such a thing. Moreover, the various forces of the immortals have also offered a reward for the heads of demon cultivators. The higher the cultivation level, the more valuable the head is. As a result, those scattered cultivators have become extremely excited and tried all kinds of ways to kill more demon cultivators. The threat of demon cultivators facing the Li family now is much smaller, because they have discovered an underground palace before, and Li Zhirui killed all the demon cultivators by himself. This move scared the demon cultivators in another underground palace and moved out of Shanhaizhou as quickly as possible. Although many demon cultivators returned to Shanhaizhou later, their number has decreased a lot. In addition, the Li family has developed very well in recent years and is quite powerful. Naturally, there is no threat from the demon cultivators. The demon cultivators are no match at all. They can only run away all the way, hoping to survive. They also hope that the cultivators will give up chasing them because of the long journey. But they really underestimated the determination of the cultivators, especially the determination of the scattered cultivators to get their heads and exchange them for rewards from the major forces. After a lot of killing, the number of demon cultivators in Dongzhou, which once reached millions, is probably less than 1%. And these demon cultivators can escape from the hands of the cultivators, but it does not mean that they can survive. Because they are still in Dongzhou, they can avoid the pursuit of the cultivators. Most of them have fled to the territory of the human forces, such as the Great Zhou dynasty and the Great Jin dynasty. No cultivator likes to be suppressed by the human law network. In addition, there are contradictions and conflicts between the immortal way and the human way, so they did not chase them in. Anyway, humanity will not spare these demon cultivators. After all, demon cultivators are synonymous with chaos and disaster. If demon cultivators are allowed to do evil in the territory, the fortune of the dynasty will be greatly affected. Therefore, those demon cultivators who finally escape death have not breathed a sigh of relief before they have to face the attack of the dynasty again. Among them, the Great Zhou dynasty handed this matter over to the Great Zhou Mountain sect and the Demon Suppression Division. It is not difficult to see from the name that the Demon Suppression Division is a government force specifically used to suppress demon cultivators. In addition, there are also the Spirit Suppression Division, the Demon Suppression Division, and the Ghost Suppression Division, which are specifically aimed at various camps. However, because there are few demon cultivators in Dongzhou, the Demon Suppression Division has the least number of people and is relatively average in strength. In order to ensure that there is no risk, the Great Zhou Mountain sect was added. Li Zhirui, who had been staying in the mountains, also followed the action this time, going out to take a breath and see the situation. But he needed to hide from the people of the Demon Suppression Division. After all, he was an outsider cultivator, But he was mixed with the Great Zhou Mountain sect. If it was spread out, it might bring trouble to himself and the Great Zhou Mountain sect. He could have just walked away, but the Dazhou Sham cult was not so carefree. I don't know what happened in the outside world that caused so many cultivators to flee to Dazhou. Li Zhirui hid in the spirit ship, thinking secretly in his heart, watching the group of human cultivators fighting with the demon cultivators with empty eyes. No, it should be said that they were slaughtered. The demon cultivators had already been running all the way to escape, and their strength was greatly reduced. Coupled with the suppression of the human law network, it is unknown whether their strength is still 10%. In this situation, they have no ability to struggle and resist. You can even see a scene where several human cultivators in the scattered fairyland unite to defeat the human immortal demon cultivators. Despair appeared on the faces of the demon cultivators. They originally thought that they had escaped the pursuit of the cultivators. As long as they were careful in Dazhou, they would have a chance to return to Zizhou. But who would have thought that they would be besieged shortly after entering Dazhou, and they had no power to resist. However, the people of the Demon Suppression Division did not kill all the demon cultivators, but left half of them for interrogation to understand the situation in other parts of Dongzhou. Li Zhirui was also very curious, but all the demon cultivators were taken away by the Demon Suppression Division, and the Great Zhou Mountain sect did not leave anyone behind, so he could not learn from the demon cultivators what was happening in the outside world. From this point, it can be seen that the Great Zhou Mountain sect has strength but no power. He also observed that the Demon Suppression Division treated them very badly, looking down on them from a high position. And looked down on them. If you have to describe it, it is the superior looking at the subordinate. I didn't expect your situation to be so bad, no wonder you want to break away from the Great Zhou. When they returned to the spirit ship, Li Zhirui couldn't help but sigh. Yes, because of the war between Dazhou and Dongyuan sect for many years, every family has relatives and friends who died at the hands of cultivators. As a result, the people transferred this hatred to us. Zhao Honglin's expression was very complicated, with bitterness, unwillingness, and anger. He said, everyone knows that it was the Dazhou court behind this, and the people were also misled by them. In fact, this group of human cultivators has also made great contributions to the prosperity of Dazhou, but they have always been feared and suppressed by the court. Finally, they could no longer bear it and planned to rebel against Dazhou. Li Zhirui just listened silently without expressing any opinions. The reason why he joined them was, first, for the earth immortal spiritual objects, and second, to increase his knowledge and help himself break through the late stage of human immortals. He would not say anything about other things casually. Not long after, everyone returned to Dazhou Mountain. It was also at this time that Li Zhirui was surprised to find that they had returned 2 demon cultivators. How did you do it? Li Zhirui asked curiously. Although his strength was suppressed, his eyesight was still there, but he did not notice their little movements at all. It's just an illusion. Zhao Honglin didn't say much, but explained the current action. The human law network is everywhere in the Great Zhou, and it is very sensitive to the breath of alien forces such as demon cultivators. So they were discovered by the Demon Suppression Department as soon as they came in, but in the Great Zhou Mountain, they can deceive the perception of the human law network. This is why they didn't release the 2 demon cultivators until now. The next interrogation was handed over to a special person, and Li Zhirui and others watched from the side. What is the situation in various parts of Dongzhou now? The interrogator's words carried a special power that seemed to make people unconsciously reveal the truth. The demon cultivators in various places were killed, and the cultivators won a great victory, but our experiment was successful. Ha 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 ha! The demon cultivator laughed wildly, staring at Li Zhirui with a very uncomfortable look, and said grimly, the 4 kinds of monsters cultivated can really pollute the spirit veins and make them produce demonic energy, thereby changing the environment of the entire Dongzhou. All immortal cultivators, your doomsday is coming. As soon as these words came out, everyone present was shocked. Polluting the spirit veins, producing demonic energy. If he is not lying, the demons will probably vigorously cultivate these monsters next, thus changing the land of Dongzhou and the entire Yuanling world. But Li Zhirui was quite calm and didn't think it was a big deal. After all, he had solved the problem of the demons polluting the CI, and in terms of grade, the spirit veins were far inferior to the CI, so what was there for him to worry about? If there was any trouble, it might be that there were many spirit veins scattered in all directions, unlike the CI, which could not be solved all at once. So he thought about whether he could use this matter to help the humane monks of the Dazhou mountain sect get rid of the control of the Dazhou and gain the greatest benefit from it. Do you have any ideas? After the interrogation was over, Li Zhirui was still in a state of contemplation, which naturally attracted more attention, so a certain immortal asked. Well, listening to what the demon cultivator said, it is not difficult to guess that those demons are highly polluting and infectious. Indeed, then can we use these demons to pollute the dragon energy, and you can find opportunities to overthrow the Great Zhou. Speaking of which, this idea was also inspired by Yu Hong's use of demons to establish Gixu. This, Li Zhirui's wild idea made everyone dumbfounded, and they didn't know what to say for a while. If you do this, will it endanger the entire dynasty? Especially those people, Zhao Honglin said hesitantly. Although the people don't like them, it's not too bad. If so many mortals suffer because of this, they may feel uneasy and unstable in the future. Although their cultivation methods are different from those of immortal cultivators, they also attach great importance to issues such as state of mind. Mortals will not be affected by demonic energy, but if the dynasty is in chaos, the people will definitely suffer. Li Zhirui saw them frowning, and he knew in his heart that they would not agree with his idea. After all, he is kind-hearted because of his humanity. Unlike these immortal cultivators, as their cultivation level increases, their hearts become more and more indifferent. As long as they are not contaminated by cause and effect and karma, no matter how many lives are killed or injured, as long as it is beneficial to themselves, they will do it. You want to overthrow the Great Zhou dynasty and get out of their control, then you must make the dragon energy of the Great Zhou fluctuate. Once the dragon energy moves, disasters will arise. But if this matter is controlled by you, it may be possible to reduce the power of the disaster, the scope of the disaster, and save more mortal lives. Li Zhirui said this rather coldly. He also has compassion, but that is when it does not involve his own interests and safety. For example, at the beginning of the establishment of the Great Zhou, he risked his life to rescue all mortals from the Red Water state occupied by the demon clan, and he was moved with compassion. But now, these mortals have hindered him from obtaining spiritual objects, so naturally he will not be soft-hearted anymore. Think about it yourself. After that, Li Zhirui got up and left, leaving them room to think and discuss. After a long while, someone spoke up and said, just like he said, as long as we want to overthrow the Great Zhou, a war will inevitably break out between us, and many mortals will surely suffer as a result. This is unavoidable, so it is better to make a decisive decision. If we miss this great opportunity, we may not meet it again in the future. Yes, some cultivators agreed, perhaps they took the lives of mortals too seriously. Although some other cultivators did not speak out, it is not difficult to see that their attitude is more repulsive. These are also the two major factions within the Great Zhou mountain sect. One side is more inclined to the immortal way and has an indifferent mind. The other side is more inclined to the human way and attaches importance to mortals. However, because they come from the Great Zhou dynasty, the human faction has more say. But have you ever thought that if you do this, will the people still trust us in the future? Zhao Honglin frowned and said, don't forget that we are human cultivators. The cultivation of skills and the improvement of realms are inseparable from the human luck. And how does the human luck come from? It is a combination of the luck, faith, and belief of countless mortals. Now they are disregarding the lives of mortals for their own strength. When the time comes, mortals will let them know what is the anger of ordinary people, and it is the anger of tens of millions of ordinary people. We can completely switch to become immortal cultivators. We are of the same origin, and we don't need the luck of humanity, so there is no need to care about the views and opinions of those mortals. No. Our goal is to build a human country, not a sect of immortals. That's right. This is the real purpose of the Great Zhou mountain sect, to overthrow the current royal family, let them take charge of the Great Zhou and lead the development of the Great Zhou. Moreover, it is so easy to switch to cultivation. The first step to switch to cultivation is to abolish the talismans in the body and leave the human way from then on. If this step is not careful, it will cause damage to the Danshan, and then the road of cultivation will be completely ruined. Of course, the reason why they want to establish a human country instead of an immortal sect is not so simple. They just want to use the power of humanity to ascend to heaven in one step. After all, immortal cultivators still need to slowly practice and polish themselves before they can have the chance of breakthrough. But as long as the human world has enough dragon energy and luck, it can launch a celestial being in an extremely short time. Even if this newly born celestial being is limited to the territory of the human world, it can become powerful through continuous mastery in the future. Chapter 1252 Action. Don't forget that the humane power of the Great Zhou dynasty is located between the two great immortal forces of the Dongyan sect and the human He family. Once the Great Zhou dynasty is in chaos and its strength drops sharply, they will never miss this great opportunity to invade the Great Zhou territory. Even if the Great Zhou mountain sect replaces the Great Zhou dynasty in the end, the two immortal forces will not be able to show their noble hands and let it go. After all, they only look like cultivators, but fundamentally, they already belong to two camps. Therefore, if the Great Zhou mountain sect wants to keep the current territory of the Great Zhou, it must have a great immortal sitting in charge. At the same time, it also restricts many of their means. Especially those means that are not good for mortals. They are not very convenient to use, otherwise once it is leaked, even if the Great Zhou dynasty is overthrown in the end, it will be difficult for them to directly launch a human country. At this time, Li Zhirui, who had returned to the cave, waited for a while, and saw that no one came to him, so he knew that they did not adopt his proposal. Sometimes being soft-hearted is not a good thing. Li Zhirui did not take this to heart, but just sighed and put it behind him. However, he silently set a deadline. If the Great Zhou mountain sect did not take any action within 30 years, he would withdraw from their organization and continue his journey of training. Although Li Zhirui has a long life, he can't waste time here all the time, not to mention that he has his own things to deal with. But now, of course, he continues to breathe in and out spiritual energy and increase his magic power. Even if Li Zhirui's realm is stagnant and his cultivation cannot be improved, he will not stop practicing as long as there are conditions. This unremitting belief may also be the key to his growth to this day. The sun rises and the moon sets, and time flies. More than 10 years have passed in a flash. On this day, the capital of the Great Zhou was very lively. There was nothing strange about the carriages driving into the capital, but the one in the front was led by a great eunuch, and there was a strong smell of flowers and rouge when passing by. All these characteristics indicate that the visitor is extraordinary. What happened? It's so lively. I can tell you're a foreigner who just came to the capital. You don't even know this. The mortal first said something contemptuously, and then explained, the 6th prince, the 7th prince, and the 13th prince have reached the age to marry, and His Majesty also intends to take this opportunity to manage the party well, so it's so lively today. I see, the man suddenly realized. And he is Li Zhirui, who has been in the territory of the Great Zhou for more than 10 years. The reason why he came to the capital is also very simple, that is, to find an opportunity to see if there is an opportunity or possibility to overthrow. And the reason why he took the initiative to do it is naturally because the Great Zhou mountain sect gave a lot of benefits, and it was fulfilled on the spot. Li Zhirui was willing to come to the capital of the Great Zhou, the place with the most stringent human law network and the strongest suppression. The prince is getting married. Li Zhirui looked at the carriages with an empty face. And various thoughts emerged in his mind to see if they could be matched with this action. Not long after, he turned around and left the crowd and came to a place that had been agreed upon before. If Li Zhirui has any ideas or needs, he can come to this place, and the Dazhou Shan cult will secretly come forward or provide help. He himself is the one who provides ideas, and is not responsible for how to execute them. Do you have any ideas? Well, I just happened to see 3 princes getting married outside. Maybe I can start from this matter and cultivate a next generation of princes who are close to the Dazhou Shan cult. Li Zhirui expressed his ideas. In fact, it is very simple, just start burying the thread many years in advance, and start it when needed. If it has never been used, just treat it as if it does not exist. I'm afraid this method can't be done. The royal family will conduct strict inspections on a woman who marries into the royal family, and the younger generation will not give them the opportunity to contact them. It's impossible for them to marry only one wife, so there must be many concubines. We can start from this aspect. After all, who doesn't want their children to have the hope of sitting on the throne one day? Is this useful? I don't know, but we have to give it a try. Anyway, it won't consume many resources. Why not do it? You are right, we can give it a try. Li Zhirui did not leave immediately, but proposed another idea, saying, what hobbies does your majesty have now? He is very alert and has a hidden consciousness, so no one knows what his hobbies are. In this way, others naturally cannot target him from this point. Heroes are hard to resist the temptation of beauty, And as far as I know, this person does like beautiful things very much. Li Zhirui naturally did not have any inside information, but just extracted it from the information given to him by the Dazhou Shan cult. Although the Dazhou Shan cult has no power, it is at least a major force in the Dazhou territory, and it is intertwined with various forces. It always knows a lot of inside information that outsiders do not know. Moreover, there is the strange man Lingxi Patriarch sitting in charge to give instructions. No matter what, we should not underestimate their abilities. I have a kind of elixir for beauty and nourishment. It is cheap. You can secretly let some palace maids or unfavored concubines take it. Maybe you can drag them into the deep sea of desire and make them slack off in government affairs. In fact, Li Zhirui himself knew that the possibility of realizing this proposal was very low, but refining a large furnace of elixir would take no more than an hour at most, and the investment was very small. It didn't matter if he tried it. Okay, he couldn't think of any other way, so he could only take it one step at a time. It's just that the Dazhou Shan sect tied its own hands and feet and was timid in doing things. Li Zhirui didn't think they could succeed. But what does success have to do with him? He just used spiritual objects to do things. It must be said that the Dazhou Shan sect does not show its mountains and waters on the surface, but its sphere of influence is very wide. It took only a few days for them to complete the two suggestions proposed by Li Zhirui. Of course, they did not use the name of the Dazhou Shan sect, but used other people to block in front. In this way, even if they are exposed, they will not be implicated. One night, the emperor of the current dynasty was strolling in the imperial garden to relax, and suddenly saw a fairy-like woman in white, drinking alone under the moon with a sad look. The cold and arrogant temperament immediately attracted his eyes, and he couldn't look away. Fu Hai, who is she? Why is she here? However, the suspicion that invaded the emperor's flesh and blood made him doubt that this person might be spying on the emperor and deliberately waiting for him here. Thinking of this, the eyes that were originally appreciative and fond of her suddenly took a sharp turn and turned cold. Reporting to your majesty, this is your concubine, Chen Changzhe, who lives in the back hall of Chongchun Palace. She comes to the imperial garden to drink alone every full moon, probably to remember and pay tribute to her parents who died last year. The eunuch who can follow the emperor must have extraordinary qualities. This Fu Hai has a photographic memory. He remembers the origins, and deeds of all the concubines in the huge palace, and even some palace maids and eunuchs with names. He remembers them clearly. What he didn't say is that this Chen Changzhe's appearance is several times more beautiful than before. Fu Hai certainly can't spoil his interest at this time. Oh? I didn't expect that there is such a goddess in my palace. Why haven't I seen it before? It's a sin. The emperor eliminated his doubts and said, Fu Hai, let's go. The next night, Chen Changzhe was favored, and the next morning, she was named Yu Giran. After that, she was favored for several days in a row, and her favors continued. In just half a month, concubine Yu was diagnosed to be pregnant. After the emperor knew about it, a rare bright smile appeared on his face, which was always expressionless. Although it was fleeting, it still shocked Fu Hai and other people who served him. They secretly remembered that concubine Yu had a place in the emperor's heart, at least for now. Promote concubine Yu to concubine Chen and move to the main hall of Chongchun Palace. When the news came out, countless women in the palace crushed many handkerchiefs, but no one dared to do anything to concubine Chen, because there were so many eyes hidden in the palace that it was almost impossible to hide it. After concubine Chen became pregnant, several concubines who had been forgotten for a long time stood out. Although concubine Chen was not affected, she was still doted on as before. On the contrary, the emperor lingered among the flowers all day, worked every night, and woke up every morning with a little lack of energy. Your Majesty, why don't you have a good rest these few nights, Alice? It's the most difficult to enjoy the favor of a beauty. I don't know if he had been suppressing it for too long before, and once it burst out, he couldn't control it. Fu Hai and others didn't dare to speak again, and could only follow the emperor's footsteps. Li Zhirui also received the latest news. The emperor was indeed obsessed with beauty, but he hadn't neglected his government affairs yet. But according to the current trend of Zhejian, it might not take long. Li Zhirui was also happy at first, but the more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong, as if something was wrong. To be on the safe side, he immediately asked the people of Dazhou Shan sect to hide and not take action again in a short time. This person is making a fuss too much? He should take advantage of the victory to pursue the enemy, a disciple of Dazhou Shan sect complained privately. Yes, but who let the ancestors trust him and listen to him in everything? Some disciples who knew about it complained privately, but did not change Li Zhirui's will. How? Find out which forces are secretly doing this, the emperor asked coldly. Your Majesty, there are the Fu family, the Zhang family. Fu Hai's voice became softer and softer, because this list included almost 1/3 of the forces in Dazhou. Good. I didn't expect that there would be so many people dissatisfied with me under my rule. In fact, the emperor and his men didn't notice anything strange at first, but later there were more and more beautiful concubines, and even the palace maids began to become as beautiful as fairies. How could such an obvious change not arouse suspicion? What's more, he was the emperor who was suspicious of the end. The result is like this now. If nothing unexpected happens, those forces will suffer. At the same time, the layout of Dazhou Shemjiao is hidden deeper and more concealed. And those disciples who originally criticized Li Zhirui in their hearts are now very embarrassed, but he himself doesn't care about these, just want to complete the task as soon as possible. 2 flowers bloom, each showing its own branch. To the north of Shanhai's Hao, in the Changli Mountains. On this day, a sudden black cloud of disaster suddenly appeared, bringing the thunder disaster of the human immortal to Asan. That's right, after a long period of suppression and concealment, the ancestor of the earthly immortal finally failed. Therefore, the thunder disaster quickly formed, and the first thunder of disaster fell with great momentum, but it did not cause any harm to Asan. To be more precise, it should be the power of the thunder of disaster, which is not as scary as it looks, but a kind of flower shelf. And Asan was able to suppress his own breakthrough, and the thunder of disaster should be strengthened, but the power of the thunder of disaster became so weak, all thanks to his identity and merits. Therefore, the thunder of disaster did not cause any harm to Asan, and he easily and simply survived the thunder of disaster that others heard of. When the people from Wangsan Mountain came, Asan had returned to the cave to consolidate his realm. Amu didn't like to entertain others, so in the end it was a mortal demon spirit who came forward to receive those tribesmen. It seems that the nobles have developed very well in recent years, thanks to the care of the ancestor. If it weren't for his dedicated cultivation, there wouldn't be so many people in the clan. The current demon spirit clan is no longer just 2 or 3 big cats and small cats, but has hundreds of people. Although only Asan has broken through the fairyland among these demon spirits, the cultivation speed of other demon spirits is also very fast. Perhaps it won't be long before a new fairyland will be born. After the two sides exchanged some ideas, the Li family returned to Wangsan Mountain. Although they were unable to observe Asan's tribulation this time, they had a better understanding of the earth immortal way through the exchange with the demon spirits, which helped some of the clan members to practice. Speaking of which, the Li family is now divided into 4 factions based on different cultivation methods. The first is the clan members who practice Earth Spirit Deo record. The number of this type of clan members is not large. After all, there are certain requirements for qualifications, and they also need higher grade space spirit seeds. Unless you don't plan to practice the improved method, there are no requirements for the attributes of the spirit seeds. The second is the clan members who practice the Wanling Sutra. The number of clan members who practice this method is the largest, because not only there is no qualification requirement, but also for clan members with poor qualifications, there is a certain improvement effect after contracting the spirit beast. And there are also benefits such as the improvement of the spirit beast's cultivation level, which will feed back the magic power, etc. Most clan members in all families choose to practice this method. However, there are also many clan members who choose to practice the Wanling Sutra in the early stage, and then change to the Diling Daolu after breaking through to a certain realm. The remaining 2 categories are the clan members who practice the Dixon Deo and other exercises. These 2 types not only have the least number of people, but also the inheritance is not complete enough, and they need to deduce and improve themselves, which is a big disadvantage. But it is not without benefits. For example, the Taiyi Zunfang Daojing practiced by Li Xiangxin is much faster than other exercises because it fits his own physique. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1253 Civil Strife. Although the Li family seems to have many inherited skills, there is still a certain gap compared with the real big forces. For example, those forces that have been inherited for many years have at least 3 different inherited skills, and they are still intact. The reason for this is mainly to prevent outsiders from discovering the flaws of the skills, so as to specifically target them and lead to their own destruction. This situation has happened more than once in the long history of the Yuanling realm. The most famous one is that a certain Xiangxin sect was attacked from its weakness because of its intensive practice of a skill, and was completely destroyed by another Xiangxin force. Since then, forces with a little foundation and strength in the Yuanling realm will try to get new inherited skills to avoid a situation of family destruction. However, after Asan achieved the status of a human immortal, his vision improved with a breakthrough of his realm, and he also had a deeper understanding and knowledge of the Earth Immortal Way. After a period of seclusion, he sorted out the most complete Earth Immortal Way skills at present, and made some changes to his own blessed land and cave. Comparing before and after, you will find that not only the space has become larger, but also the spiritual energy has become more and more rich, as if you have completed a promotion. At the same time, Asan's body, as the foundation of the cave, also received feedback in this process, which consolidated its foundation. I'm afraid many people can't imagine that the Earth Immortal Dao, which is widely spread in the outside world and practiced by countless creatures, has only recently broken through the human immortal realm. But from another perspective, it can be seen that Asan is good or bad, but the scattered immortal realm has created a new way of cultivation, and it is also sought after by a large number of creatures. The growth of the Li family naturally cannot be hidden from the nearby forces. But after knowing that it was Asan, they didn't pay much attention to it, because the restrictions on human immortals in the Earth Immortal Dao were too great. If he was in the Blessed Land and Cave, his strength might be able to defeat the late human immortals, but once he left, his strength would decrease instead of increase. Is there any need to pay attention to this kind of human immortal? Of course, only the disciples of the Donggate school have this idea. Other forces near Wangsan Mountain don't have the confidence and courage to look down on a human immortal cultivator. Moreover, the Li family has developed for so many years and has become a small overlord in the vicinity. Except for a small number of forces, all others have become vassals of the Li family, so how dare they say anything wrong? Time flies, and more than 10 years have passed in a blink of an eye. There are a group of teenagers in the palace of the Great Zhou dynasty, running around and playing. They are the children born by the concubines back then. The emperor of the current dynasty has also entered the old age stage, and his hair has begun to turn pale, but the whole person is still straight and proud, like a tough green bamboo. What have my stupid sons done during this period? The emperor said to Fu Hai, the eunuch who had compensated him for decades. Your Majesty, the princes didn't make much noise, humph. At this time, you are still hiding it for them. The emperor shook his head and said nothing, because he knew that the other party was indeed not easy to answer this question, and he also knew what was going on. I haven't died yet, but they have started to recruit soldiers and wave flags, and can't wait to sit in this position. It really deserves to be my child. At the end, he didn't know what tone to use to express his feelings about this matter. Father, at this time, Zhou Mao Cheng, the 13th son of the emperor and concubine Chen, came to greet him like a little adult, bringing his younger brothers and sisters. Changer, cough cough, the emperor looked at the offspring in front of him, who combined all the advantages of him and concubine Chen, and a trace of pride emerged in his heart. Father, the weather is getting colder, you must take care of your health. When Changer grows up, he will definitely honor you. Zhou Mao Cheng, who pretended to be an adult, panicked all of a sudden and said hurriedly, Don't worry, I'm fine. The emperor looked at Zhou Mao Cheng, and an idea suddenly emerged in his mind. But the next moment, he shattered it on the spot and pretended that nothing had happened. The emperor, who was about to say a few words of greeting, was interrupted by the eunuch who suddenly came. He only heard him shouting breathlessly, Your Majesty, it's not good. Something big happened, speak. The emperor's face was cold. The third prince and the fifth prince fought directly in the street for a woman. The third prince almost lost his life because of a mistake. Fortunately, the resigned imperial physician was nearby, otherwise, before he finished speaking, the temperature around him dropped a lot. Good, 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 the emperor laughed in anger and scolded, a bunch of trash. Bastards. They killed each other for a woman. And they almost killed their own brothers. Come here, immediately ordered to deprive the third prince and the fifth prince of their inheritance rights and confine them to house arrest for 3 years. During this period, they are not allowed to step out of the door. After saying that, he waved his sleeves and turned away. As for the fifth prince's injury, he didn't even ask a question. Zhou Maochang took several brothers and sisters away from this place. After sending them back, he finally couldn't help laughing in the cave. Not only did he lose 2 strong competitors, but it would also serve as a warning to other brothers. If he restrained himself for a few more years, he would be able to participate in the competition for the throne even if he grew up. Before he came of age, he only needed to maintain a brotherly and respectful personality, and respect his elders, especially the emperor, and not be negligent. Zhou Maochang also completed it very well, becoming a good man in the hearts of all his brothers and sisters. The most important thing is that he got the recognition and praise of his father. And the person who taught Zhou Maochang to do this and had behind him was Li Zhirui. Although he felt that the progress was still a little too slow, there was no other way. After all, he could not speed up the passage of time and could only wait quietly for him to grow up. Of course, he only came up with some ideas and thoughts, and the ones who really did it were the disciples of Dazhao Mountain. After all, as a cultivator of the immortal way, Li Zhirui was restricted everywhere in the territory of Dazhao and could not exert his true strength at all. If it were not for those earthly immortal spiritual objects, and this was also a special experience, he vaguely felt that it would help his own cultivation. He would not stay in Dazhao to waste time. Especially his cultivation that he had not been able to break through for many years. Under the suppression of the human law network, there was a slight fluctuation, although it was very weak, but it still made Li Zhirui excited. Spring goes and autumn comes, and several years have passed. Zhou Maochang, who was highly expected by the great Zhou Mountain sect, finally came of age this year. After several years of suppression by the emperor, the fight between the princes became more and more intense. There was no other reason, just to seize the supreme power and the extremely powerful strength. It was worth their bloodshed. And until then, the emperor realized that he had lost control of the situation. He was still high above, but in the court, the officials belonging to him were no longer the majority, and the power began to lose. There was only one reason for this, that is, he was old and had only a few years to live, and those ministers were unwilling to continue to be tied to his giant tree that was about to wither and decay. Whether they were for their own advancement in the court or for the continuation of the family, they needed to rely on a younger, next emperor. Good, good, good. You are really my good son. You can do this without knowing it, the emperor sneered, but felt a chill in his heart. The hall was silent, with only 2 princes in python robes standing at the front on both sides, with their heads bowed, without any movement. Some officials were originally royalists, but when they saw this scene, their mouths moved slightly, but they still didn't dare to say anything in the end. Cough, cough, cough. A violent cough sounded throughout the hall, and the emperor felt as if a huge stone was pressed on his chest, unable to breathe. He nodded with difficulty to Fu Hai, who had been with him for decades. Dismiss the court. As soon as the court was dismissed, the emperor's extremely poor physical condition spread quickly throughout the capital, as if it had wings, and was still spreading rapidly. It's not good. The eldest prince and the 4th prince wanted to force the emperor to abdicate during the court, and the emperor was so angry that he almost fainted, but now he is bedridden. The disciples of Dazhao Mountain immediately told Li Zhirui this important news, hoping that he could give a response. Otherwise, everything they have done for more than 10 years will be in vain. Now it depends on whether Zhou Maochang's respect for the emperor is real or fake, Li Zhirui murmured. What? The disciple thought he had heard wrong. Could it be that they would do nothing and put their hopes on the emperor's conscience? Send someone to tell Zhou Maochang immediately that if the emperor asks him if he wants to take that position, he must not refuse. If not, just serve as a normal patient as usual. Li Zhirui said seriously, this is a great opportunity for you to enter the palace and gain power. Okay, the disciple left instantly. The emperor was not a fool. He must have noticed that Zhou Maochang had the support of the great Zhou Mountain sect behind him. It depends on whether he knows the ambition of the great Zhou Mountain sect. If he knew, then even if he had to choose between the eldest prince and the 4th prince who made him so angry that he was bedridden, he would not choose Zhou Maochang. But if he didn't know, then the possibility of choosing Zhou Maochang was very high. Because he was the most arrogant, and was forced into such an embarrassing situation by his 2 sons. If there were no other choices, he would never choose them. On the other side, the emperor sent someone to summon Zhou Meiocheng to serve the sick. Please wait a moment, let me change clothes, please hurry up, your highness. Got it. Zhou Meiocheng changed his clothes while waiting for news. But no one came for a long time. Fortunately, when he was about to leave the room, he heard a secret signal, which made him relieved. Your highness, if his majesty summons you this time and asks you if you want to be the emperor, you must nod your head, but don't show too much anxiety. If he doesn't ask, then you should honestly serve the sick, don't do anything else, and don't ask, the disciple said quickly. Remember it, I know it, your highness, please hurry up. The eunuch over there saw that Zhou Meiocheng had not shown up yet, and couldn't help urging him. Here we go. The disciple looked through the screen window at the backs of the group leaving, and murmured, I hope it will succeed. Changer, are you willing to bear the life and death of all people and hold the supreme power? As soon as the emperor saw Zhou Meiocheng, he said bluntly, unless it is absolutely necessary, I will never pass the throne to those two rebellious sons. Besides, the power held by the two men is similar. If it is passed to one, the other will certainly not be convinced. At that time, the great Zhou may have a huge internal fight. But if it is passed to Zhou Meiocheng, there will be no so many concerns. First of all, the ministers who have not yet surrendered to the two will definitely move closer to Zhou Meiocheng. After all, if they join now, their status will be much higher than joining the camp of the other two princes. In addition, the imperial guards who defend the capital and a series of absolutely loyal border army generals in the hands of the emperor will also be handed over to Zhou Meiocheng. With them, even if there is chaos in the Great Zhou, the core hinterland can be protected to prevent external forces from intervening. Finally, there is Zhou Meiocheng's own power, the Great Zhou Mountain sect. The emperor knew that the Great Zhou Mountain sect was secretly supporting him. He didn't care much before, but now it has become an important force that may change the Great Zhou. Father, I am willing, but I am still young and need your guidance. Your health is more important to me. Zhou Meiocheng hesitated for a while before speaking. Changer is thoughtful, but father is too old and it's time for him to die. The emperor knew clearly that he would not live long. Father, Zhou Meiocheng wailed, tears kept flowing, and soon wet the bed. But before I die, father will help you clear some obstacles. This is the last thing father can do for you. You can only solve the rest by yourself. No. Father, I want you to live well. It is said that the royal family has no family affection, but Zhou Meiocheng has been loved since he was born. How could there be no affection after more than 10 years of getting along? Let father clear the obstacles for you. The emperor closed his eyes, and the next moment, a terrifying power burst out from his body. Although it was the setting sun, it still exuded a scorching heat that made people unable to approach. The ancestors of the Great Zhou dynasty are here. The 37th emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty, Zhou Honghu, confers the title of crown prince to his 13th son, Zhou Meiocheng. The normal ceremony of conferring the title is of course not so simple, but there is no other way now, so it has to be this way. Boom, a roar that resounded through the heavens and the earth, and the dragon energy of the dynasty appeared, and suddenly a wisp flew out and sank into Zhou Meiocheng's body. And he also rapidly improved from the mortal realm, but in the blink of an eye, his body exuded the aura of the earthly immortal realm. The crown prince of the Great Zhou dynasty is the earthly immortal. So far, Zhou Meiocheng has become the crown prince of the Great Zhou dynasty. Once Zhou Honghu dies, he will be the legitimate heir. This sudden change was beyond everyone's expectations. No one thought that before Zhou Honghu died, he would actually confer a crown prince. Chapter 1254, A Tragic Victory. The Great Zhou will probably be in chaos for a while, but I don't know who will repair the mountains and rivers in the end. The movement of the human dragon energy was so great that any cultivator who practiced a human method could see it from any corner of the Great Zhou. Therefore, many knowledgeable people could see what would happen to the Great Zhou in the future. At the same time, there were also many ambitious people who planned to come out and take advantage of this great opportunity to show their strengths or to get some cultivation resources for themselves. Zhou Meiocheng became the crown prince, and the first and fourth princes were like being hit hard by a heavy hammer. They were dizzy and couldn't recover for a while. The old man is dying and he's not at peace. Now he's still thinking about causing trouble for me. The first prince couldn't help but curse. His opponent was originally only the fourth prince, but now there is one more. And after becoming the crown prince, Zhou Meiocheng is much more difficult to deal with than the fourth prince. There is no other reason, it's justified. Especially in the eyes of a group of old stubborn Confucians, nothing is more important than justified. Because of their age and rich experience, this group of old stubborn people have taught countless disciples and grandchildren. It can be said that their students are all over the world. Once they stand up to support Zhou Meocheng, then the situation that he originally had no power, or even no one, will be reversed instantly. In addition, the army in the hands of the Emperor Zhou Honghu will also be handed over to him, the prince, and his strength will immediately surpass the eldest prince and the fourth prince. In other words, the two of them don't know that the Dazhou Shan sect also supports Zhou Meocheng, otherwise they will definitely be more desperate. However, at this point, they are just short of raising the anti-flag and fighting each other, so there is no situation of admitting defeat and surrendering. They can only fight their way out and seize the throne of the 9-5 Supreme to survive. I didn't expect that this emperor really made such a decision. It seems that he really hates the two princes. After hearing that declaration, Li Zhirui was also shocked. The situation is like this, and he still wants to trip up the two. But this is a good thing for Zhou Meocheng, the Dazhou Shan sect, and himself. Zhou Meocheng became the crown prince. The next step was to ascend the throne and become at least the supreme emperor of the great Zhou dynasty. His cultivation could directly ascend to become the eldest brother of the celestial immortal. For the great Zhou mountain sect, having an emperor who is close to them and who needed to rely on their own strength in the process of ascending to the throne, and who could master power, was one step closer to the grand goal of becoming a human country. Li Zhirui had nothing to say. He hoped to leave earlier without delaying for too long, and he could get a few more earthly immortal spiritual objects, which would be great. Changer, your father can still hold on for a while. You must seize the time, master power and strength, defeat your two bastard brothers, and sit firmly on the throne, Zhou Honghu warned him and said. At the same time, you also need to learn from me how to be an emperor, handle various affairs, and develop the great Zhou dynasty. It can be seen that his few fatherly feelings were all used on Zhou Meocheng, and other heirs could not touch them at all. Father, I will do my best to complete what you have asked me to do. So, in the following days, Zhou Meocheng always accompanied Zhou Honghu, quickly absorbing and learning all kinds of useful knowledge, and learning to handle various affairs. At the same time, he also summoned and tested the ministers who wanted to join his army, and got in touch with the border soldiers to gain their support. And he did not forget to get in touch with the Dazhou Shan sect and gain their support. In fact, with things going to this point, the Dazhou Shan sect could not say goodbye and withdraw. Otherwise, wouldn't all the investment over the years have gone down the drain? And these things have little to do with Li Zhirui, a Taoist monk, so he stayed in the mansion in the capital, waiting for the outbreak of the war. During the critical period of the exchange between the old and the new, the fortune of the great Zhou dynasty, which was originally thriving, stagnated and even decreased. Spring and autumn, Zhou Honghu finally came to the day when he was exhausted and about to die. Compared with the high-spirited him half a year ago, he is completely different now. Anyone can see that this person will not live long. After I die, your two brothers will definitely take action. Maybe they will temporarily join forces to deal with you, so you must be more careful and don't fall into their trap, Zhou Honghu said with great effort, but he still said these words. Father, I have remembered everything you taught me, but is there really no other way? Zhou Meocheng said with a sad expression and tears in his eyes. Ho ha, idiot, don't act like a little girl here, get ready to ascend the throne. The emperor of humanity is usually immune to all poisons and has almost no chance of getting sick, but once his lifespan ends, even the gods cannot save him. Zhou Honghu is in this situation now. He can clearly feel that the vitality in his body is constantly fading, and perhaps in another hour and a half, the vitality will dissipate completely. In the last moments of his life, he is still teaching his most beloved son, hoping that he can become an emperor praised by everyone in the future and lead the great Zhou dynasty to further expand. Soon, the time has come. Changer, take care. As if knowing the exact moment of his death, Zhou Honghu stopped teaching and said goodbye to Zhou Meocheng in a very formal way. As soon as he finished speaking, he lost his breath and lay peacefully on the bed, motionless. The emperor has passed away, Fu Hai, who had been standing by the bed, shouted loudly, holding back tears. The eunuch who had accompanied Zhou Honghu for decades wished she could go with him, but he wanted to watch him being buried in person, and no one was allowed to be negligent during the whole process. Ding ding ding, the funeral bell that had been prepared long ago was struck hard, and the low bell sound spread towards the distance. Soon, a series of bell sounds rang inside the capital, allowing all the people to hear clearly. "This is, the emperor has passed away." After many mortals reacted, their expressions showed a trace of sadness, and some even cried loudly. This shows that Zhou Honghu, the emperor, was still very successful, at least among the people. He had considerable prestige and reputation. But his two sons did not feel sad at all. Instead, they felt excited, nervous, and a little scared. Excited because they could finally fight for the throne, nervous because Zhou Maocheng's existence added a little more ups and downs to them. Fear was thinking about what kind of fate they would face after failure. It should be very miserable, right? After all, in a sense, the two of them had a lot to do with Zhou Honghu's death. And Zhou Maocheng, as the one who inherited his will, would definitely avenge him. "Follow me to kill all the people in the palace. Whether you can seek wealth and honor in the future depends on this battle today." The eldest prince raised the sword in his hand and roared. "Kill." The fourth prince seemed quite cold, but he exuded a murderous aura that made it difficult for people to approach him. Tens of thousands of troops moved together, causing a lot of turmoil in the capital. The people hid in their homes and waited nervously for the end of the war. Li Zhirui stood on the attic and looked at the two armies moving. After a moment, he couldn't help shaking his head. "Your Excellency, are you not optimistic about the actions of these two?" Bailang asked curiously. "You can get a glimpse of them by watching them march. They should not have received too much training, let alone personally fought on the battlefield. How can such new recruits compete with the Imperial Guards guarding the capital? You know, the Imperial Guards of the capital are drawn from the border every year, and they train every day to maintain a strong combat power in order to suppress unexpected changes. These two princes are not ordinary people. Since they dare to do this, they must have their own trump cards." Li Zhirui nodded in agreement. "Indeed, if there is no hope, wouldn't it be like going to die? However, what means do they have to shake your ideas?" Bailang smiled slightly and uttered two words, inside response. "You didn't remind Zhou Maocheng." Bailang smiled but said nothing. Li Zhirui immediately understood that the great Zhou mountain sect wanted to use the hands of these two princes to weaken the power left by Zhou Honghu. In this way, Zhou Maocheng would have to rely on them more in the future. As for the risk of information exposure, he did not mention it. After all, it had nothing to do with him. Li Zhirui just needed to get the Earth Immortal spiritual object. Why bother himself? "Do you want to see this battle? If you can project a battlefield here, I welcome it." But if he was asked to go to the battlefield to watch in person, Li Zhirui would never go to join in the fun. The reason was that his strength was suppressed by the human law network, and he was not strong enough. "The battlefield is full of dangers, and I don't want to get involved in danger." As he said that, Bailang's hand flashed with spiritual light, and a huge water mirror appeared in front of the two. At this time, the joint army of the eldest prince and the fourth prince had arrived outside the palace wall. "Stop. Violators will be shot directly." The voice was like thunder, rolling out, and it was the black-armored general standing on the wall who spoke. He was as strong as a bear, holding two golden hammers in both hands, and a fierce and brutal aura came to his face. "General Shuang, long time no see. I didn't expect that we would become enemies when we meet again." General Shuang said nothing, but stared at their army's every move with his eyes. Once there was any movement, a rain of arrows would pour out. "Kill." The fourth prince was too lazy to say more nonsense. With a command, countless soldiers rushed out in an instant and rushed towards the city gate. But the road leading to the city gate was full of traps. Before they even touched the city wall, half of the people had been killed or injured. "Shoot!" When they entered the range, General Shuang gave an order, and countless feather arrows shot out, piercing into the bodies of soldiers one after another. In just a moment, a layer of corpses was laid in front of the city wall. "Kill!" There was another round of shouting and killing, but the source of the sound was no longer in front, but inside the palace. "Damn it!" General Shuang cursed angrily, and could only divide the troops into two to guard the city gate and prevent it from being captured by the enemy. However, with the enemy's numbers and strength being superior, and being attacked from both inside and outside, it didn't take long for the city gate to be broken. The two princes did not waste time here. They directly destroyed the city gate with tomb oil and fire, and continued to move towards the depths of the palace. They have only broken through the first city gate so far. There are still 3 major city walls and several small city walls behind. However, These city walls are not as good as the first outermost city wall. After sacrificing a large number of soldiers, the city gates were breached one by one, and the two had come to the second to last city wall. Are you not going to take action yet? Li Zhirui asked curiously. The two princes suffered heavy casualties, and Zhou Maocheng's side was almost the same. We must force this prince, otherwise, after he ascends the throne, there will be no such good opportunity, Bailang said meaningfully. Li Zhirui didn't say anything, but he couldn't help shaking his head in his heart. He did too much? Why should the great Zhoushan sect be in a hurry? Obviously, there is a lot of time to slowly promote and improve its own status, but it is thinking of using suffering to get it right in one step. Maybe it will succeed in the end, but it will also put a thorn in the other party's heart, and it is unknown when it will fester and swell, and finally erupt. But it had nothing to do with Li Zhirui, so he didn't bother to say more. Especially, many times, even if he said something, the other party might not appreciate it. On the other side, the battlefield was full of blood and flesh, and soldiers were falling all the time, but just when the two princes were about to win this victory, the Great Zhou Mountain sect finally took action. This largest immortal cultivation force in the Great Zhou territory, as soon as it took action, brought a violent shock to everyone. The gap in combat power between the two sides was really too big. Especially on their side, they were still exhausted after many battles, and their combat power was greatly reduced. The Great Zhou Mountain sect, the eldest prince looked at the human cultivators flying in the air in disbelief, and said, "Why? Why did you choose to join him?" Naturally, no one answered his question, and those human cultivators were all suppressing the soldiers. We lost. Looking at the scene in front of him, the eldest prince became decadent and completely lost hope of life, and fell to the ground like a puddle of mud. The fourth prince was even more determined. After seeing that all the soldiers were suppressed and completely lost the hope of a comeback, he directly committed suicide with a blood-stained sword in his hand. Alice, Zhou Maocheng slowly appeared, looking at his two brothers who were one stupid and one dead. He couldn't help but sigh and said, "For the throne, is it worth it? Ha 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 ha, you easily got what we have been thinking about, and now you come to say such disgusting words." The eldest prince laughed wildly, his voice full of unwillingness and anger. But, the eldest prince looked at the disciples of the Great Zhou Mountain sect with a sharp eye, and said coldly, "You brought them into the capital today, will you still be the master of the capital in the future?" He was talking about the capital, but he actually referred to the entire Great Zhou. Before he died, the eldest prince saw the ambition of the Great Zhou Mountain sect hidden under the deep water. The next moment, the whole person vomited black blood and died. Chapter 1255 Ignore. The eldest prince committed suicide by taking poison, and the fourth prince committed suicide. Without these two leaders who were qualified to challenge and inherit the throne, the originally turbulent situation calmed down at once. However, due to the calculations of the Great Zhou Mountain sect, Zhou Maocheng's power has been weakened a lot, especially the death of those imperial guards, which has made him even unable to control the situation in the capital. Fortunately, at this time, those astute civil officials saw his weakness and defected to him in order to save their lives. Zhou Maocheng also planted the seeds of doubt in his heart because of the words of the eldest prince before his death. In order not to be controlled by the Great Zhou Mountain sect, he became a puppet and recognized these civil officials. At the same time, he also urgently sent a message to the generals on the border, asking them to draw some soldiers to supplement the imperial guards without affecting the situation. In this way, the situation in the capital has become a situation of mutual restraint among all parties, and Zhou Maocheng himself barely sat on the throne. As for whether he can control the entire Great Zhou dynasty next, it depends on his ability. I didn't expect that this prince was the most hidden, and his scheming, and calculations were all extraordinary, Li Zhirui said with emotion. Zhou Maocheng's series of actions were not behind people's backs, and they were all open and above board. But this made people feel open-minded and looked up to him. Yes, we all thought that we had exerted a profound influence on him, but now it seems that all his previous behaviors were pretended for us to see. Bailang's heart was very complicated. The investment of the Great Zhou Mountain sect this time was successful, but it also failed. It successfully pushed Zhou Maocheng to the throne, and they could also enter the court and hold power. But the ultimate plan to transform the Great Zhou into a human country was probably impossible to achieve. The new emperor who was about to ascend the throne would never watch the Great Zhou Mountain sects move to lay eggs without stopping it. If the Great Zhou Mountain sect went too far, there might be a war at that time. But these had little to do with Li Zhirui. For me, this matter is over, and it's time to say goodbye, he told his next plan. He didn't want to waste decades of time in the Great Zhou. There was almost no benefit for him. The humane law network suppressed him all the time. Even though Li Zhirui had been there for so many years, he still couldn't adapt. Or, it could be said that this was not the place he should stay. Since you have made up your mind, we will naturally not obstruct you. At the same time, you have made a lot of contributions over the years. According to the previous agreement, you should be given 2 more Earth Immortal spiritual objects. Obviously, Bailang had received instructions from above and was waiting for Li Zhirui to take the initiative. After saying that, he took out 2 sealed jade boxes. Li Zhirui opened the jade box in front of him without hesitation, checked it, and confirmed that it was indeed an Earth Immortal spiritual object before accepting it. We meet in the mountains and rivers, and we will meet again in the future. I also wish your sect can get what it wants and achieve its wishes. After saying that, Li Zhirui got up and left without hesitation, walking towards the outside of the capital. At this time, the capital city still maintained a certain degree of martial law, and only allowed to leave but not enter. However, due to his identity, he was not allowed to go out until he was questioned for a while. However, due to the chaos caused by the 2 princes, the people in the capital city still did not dare to go out for a long time. Therefore, this city, which was originally the most prosperous in the Great Zhou dynasty, became quite deserted. Brother Bai, are you really going to give him those 2 earthly immortal level spiritual objects? He hasn't done anything in these years, why should you give him such a generous reward? A junior brother next to him said unwillingly. Do you want to disobey the order of the Lingxi Patriarch? Bailang glared at him and warned, although his strength is suppressed by the human law network and is only 1/10 of what it is, he is definitely not someone you can provoke. Be honest, otherwise even if you die in his hands, the sect will not help you avenge. The disciples suppressed their anxious and unwilling hearts. On the other side, Li Zhirui, who had already walked out of the capital, did not find anyone following him, but he still used means to hide his whereabouts to avoid being tracked, and finally turned into a battle. He really didn't want to fight in the Great Zhou, because here, he had to exert 100% of his strength, but in the end he only exerted 50%, or even less. It was too disadvantageous for him, so he avoided it if he could. It's not that Li Zhirui was afraid and felt that he was not an opponent, but more that he didn't want to cause trouble. After all, there is no benefit in winning, but losing will cost a lot. After leaving the capital, he found that the power of the humanitarian law network was weakened a lot, probably because of the succession of the throne, and Zhou Maocheng has not yet officially ascended the throne. This is a very complicated, cumbersome, and extremely rigorous ceremony, and it is not something that can be held casually. Therefore, it must be chosen on an auspicious day and time, and thousands of tributes and sacrifices must be prepared, and every step and procedure cannot have the slightest mistake. The Great Zhou dynasty had once seen an imperial succession. Because there was no good time, the throne was vacant for several years, and the crown prince could only supervise the country. However, the more such times, the more severe and harsh the Great Zhou became. Any unfavorable things, as long as there was a little sign, would be directly extinguished. So Li Zhirui also became more cautious and didn't want to cause trouble. Maybe he was lucky. He had a smooth journey all the way. He walked out of the Great Zhou without any twists and turns and came to Yumen's house of the Yumen he family. After staying in the Great Zhou for a long time, Li Zhirui was not used to seeing so many cultivators at once. Especially without the suppression of the human law network, he was relieved and felt much more relaxed. Do you need a guide, Senior? I know every place in Shaoyu City like the back of my hand. I can definitely meet your needs, and my commission is very cheap, a child who was only a teenager said respectfully. Lead the way. Li Zhirui didn't care about the commission, but he was just too lazy to find other people. Senior, please follow me. The smile on the child's face became brighter and brighter, and in his heart he hoped that this senior, whose cultivation level was unknown, could give him more rewards. It would be even better if he could buy one more Huangaya pill. The life of a casual cultivator is not easy, and the life of a casual cultivator at the lowest level like this child is even more difficult. They can rarely afford a whole bottle of the most basic and cheapest cultivation elixir like Huangaya pill, and can only buy it separately. This is a hardship that Li Zhirui has never experienced, because he has been a genius since he was a child. Even though the Li family was very weak at that time and resources were very scarce, they never lacked his cultivation resources. Speaking of which, I wonder what the senior needs, the child asked respectfully. The little tour guides are best at reading people's faces. If they meet a cold cultivator, they will never speak to him without authorization. I need a detailed map of Yumen's Hao, a shop selling local spiritual objects, and an inn with rich spiritual energy, Li Zhirui said. Senior, please follow me. The child led the way and introduced. The most famous unique spiritual objects in Yumen's Hao are various peculiar jades and various spiritual objects developed from jade, for example, jade pills, magic tools, jade talismans, etc. The He family is famous for jade spiritual objects, and many spiritual objects can only be made by the He family, so if you want to buy local unique spiritual objects, the best and most complete one is the He family store. In addition, there is the black market, but I have never been there. I just heard some seniors say that there are many spiritual objects in the black market that are rare and not available in the outside world. Li Zhirui interrupted and said, after buying the map and booking an inn, take me to the black market. Okay, the child was even happier. In this way, he would definitely earn more spiritual stones. Along the way, he said a lot of things, some of which were hearsay, and some were seen with his own eyes. Li Zhirui was not impatient, so he listened quietly and had a clearer understanding of Yumen's Hao and the He family. After all, before this, his knowledge of the He family was all from the jade slips, which inevitably contained some beautification. In the mouths of children, the He family was not a kind-hearted immortal family. Instead, they were very harsh to these casual cultivators and vassal forces, and they had to take a large number of spirit stones from them every year. Take himself as an example. He had to pay 100 spirit stones every year to continue to stay in the immortal city, otherwise he would be driven out. For Li Zhirui and others, 100 spirit stones was a small number that could not be any smaller, but for these casual cultivators, it was a very large fortune. He had seen many partners who were driven out of the city because they could not afford the spirit stones, and they disappeared not long after. Moreover, all the mineral veins in Yumen's Hao belonged to the He family, even if they were mineral veins that they had not discovered at all, so they could not mine the ore privately. Once discovered, they would be caught and treated as mining slaves, and they would not be able to escape for the rest of their lives. In these aspects, the Li family is much more moderate. Although they also need to pay a sum of spiritual stones. It will be divided according to the level of cultivation. If they really can't pay, they can also live in the shanty town outside the city wall. Unlike the He family, there is no shanty town outside the city. Once they are driven out, they can only live in the dangerous wild. The child was very careful when he said this, for fear of being heard by others, but he didn't know that Li Zhirui couldn't hear their voices at all. Senior, this is a shop that specializes in selling maps. It is the best of its kind in the city. The child stood in front of a shop and introduced. Li Zhirui nodded and walked in. I need a most detailed map of Yumen's Hao. If there is a map of the surrounding forces, it would be even better. No wonder there was a magpie chirping on the branch this morning. It turns out that a distinguished guest has come to visit. This big deal was received by the shopkeeper in person. I'm in a hurry, so I won't chat too much. Shopkeeper, just take out the map. The distinguished guest is generous. The shopkeeper naturally likes such guests. He doesn't waste time and is generous. Thinking of this, the smile on his face was so tight that his eyes could not see. This is a detailed map of Yumen's Hao and Xiaxian's Hao. It records every spiritual vein and resource mountain range, as well as the location of the secret realm. The shopkeeper introduced it incessantly. In his words, this map covers almost every territory of the two states. Okay, it's not like I haven't bought maps before. Don't I know how many tricks there are? Li Zhirui interrupted the shopkeeper's introduction impatiently. What kind of small forces are the He family in Xiaxian's sect? How could they spread all these things? At most, they would expose some of them to attract casual cultivators, and then harvest from them. And I don't know how many years ago this map is. 100,000 spiritual stones. Will you sell it? The price on the counter was 250,000, and Li Zhirui directly discounted it by 40%. This price is a little low. Li Zhirui pretended not to hear and turned away. They had sold this map for so many years, and they didn't know how many copies they had made. He thought 100,000 spirit stones were too much, but he was still not satisfied. Okay, Okay, I'll sell it to you for 100,000 spirit stones. Facing Li Zhirui, who knew the inside story and couldn't see through his cultivation, the shopkeeper had to give in. Although 100,000 spirit stones made a little less profit, at least there was still profit. Let's go. After the money and goods were paid, he left with a child. At the same time, in front of Li Zhirui, the shopkeeper gave him a kickback, but it was just a few bottles of ordinary huogayadan, worth only 100 spirit stones, but it made the child's cheeks flushed with excitement. Li Zhirui did not come forward to do good deeds or uphold justice, saying that the kickback was too little, because he could now help the child get better treatment, but if he did so, he would completely lose this barely subsistence job. Thank you, senior, this is the reward you deserve. No need to thank me. Not long after, the two arrived at the black market. Li Zhirui did not hide his appearance, but cast an illusion so that people could not recognize the child's identity. The black market was located underground, with a very large area and a lot of people coming and going. Various spiritual objects were placed on the stalls. Even though he was knowledgeable, he saw many spiritual objects he had never seen before, especially the local jade spiritual objects, which were rarely seen outside. Li Zhirui, who had no shortage of spiritual stones, naturally bought a lot of them. As long as he was interested, he would buy them all. Especially the jade spiritual pill recipe, he bought a lot of them, thinking whether he could learn something new from them and improve his alchemy. His unscrupulous behavior naturally attracted the attention of many cultivators, and many people's eyes flashed with ferocious light. Senior, the sensitive and careful child noticed it at the first time, and reminded him in a low voice. It doesn't matter, they are just a bunch of earth-shattering dogs, not worth mentioning. Li Zhirui didn't take them seriously at all. There were only a few people in the entire black market who could threaten him. Chapter 1256 Demonic Vein. The few monks who could threaten Li Zhirui did not necessarily defeat him. At most, they could injure him and then leave the fairy city. Therefore, Li Zhirui continued to do his own thing and did not change his behavior. He continued to buy various spiritual objects in the black market. During this period, many monks used various means to leave marks on him for easy tracking. Li Zhirui saw everything, but he did not care. He let them do whatever they wanted. After he plundered all the spiritual objects he was interested in, he took the little monk away. When they walked out of the black market, many monks followed them. As a result, the originally crowded black market suddenly became a little empty. That monk is so arrogant, I'm afraid he will be unlucky, a monk said gloatingly. Since you think so, why don't you follow? Maybe you can get a share of the pie, the companions around him asked curiously. With so many people, how much can we get even if we capture him? And there might be a dangerous chaos at that time. There is no need to take such a risk. I think that the cultivator will be safe and sound, and someone else will be unlucky, the companion analyzed. His cultivation is definitely not low, and he has an extraordinary background, otherwise he would not be able to take out so many spirit stones, and he must have discovered the marks on his body, but he didn't care at all. Obviously he has enough strength to deal with these cultivators. Now it depends on whether that person will leave the fairy city. If he goes out, there will definitely be many people in the group of cultivators who will follow him out, and I don't know how many people will come back alive. How can it be as pessimistic as you think? No matter how powerful he is, it is impossible for so many people to die. The companion shrugged and didn't say anything more. This was just his feeling. He didn't know what would happen specifically, but after Li Zhirui took the young cultivator away from the black market, he didn't let him lead the way, but ended the tour guide mission ahead of time. Okay, let's just leave it here. As he said that, he took out a few bottles of low-level elixirs that he had made while browsing the black market. With Li Zhirui's current ability to make elixirs, he didn't need to put in much effort to make these first and second level elixirs. If he wanted, as long as the materials for making elixirs were sufficient, it wouldn't be a big deal to make thousands of them in an hour. It wasn't that he was stingy, but if he gave the young monk high-level elixirs, not only would he not be able to take or refine them, but holding them in his hands might also bring disaster. The most precious of all to the young monk were the 3 top-grade foundation-building elixirs. With these 3 foundation-building elixirs, as long as his aptitude was not so bad as to defy the heavens, he would definitely be able to successfully break through. Senior, these elixirs are too expensive, I can't accept them. The young monk was stunned by Li Zhirui's generous offer, and when he came to his senses, he immediately refused. To me, These elixirs are nothing, and I can make them at will. Li Zhirui smiled and said, practice hard. When you have a higher level of cultivation, maybe I will need your help in the future. This is actually an almost impossible situation. One is already a human immortal, and the other is just a minor key cultivator. The difference between the two is so great that it is hard to describe it as heaven and earth. Moreover, he used a disguised appearance, so even if he met him again in the future, he would not recognize him. It was originally just a joke, but the young cultivator remembered it firmly in his heart, and promised solemnly, as long as the senior needs it, the junior will go through fire and water without hesitation. Li Zhirui smiled and waved his hand, cast a layer of illusion on him, making people unable to see his figure, and then turned and left. At this time, the smile on his face had completely disappeared, his expression became indifferent and cold, and he walked straight out of the city. Hurry, hurry, he's going out of the city, hurry up. The cultivators who were following were excited, as if they had seen a large number of spiritual objects and spiritual stones piled in front of them. Greed devoured their reason. No cultivator thought that it was so strange that someone like Li Zhirui, who bought a large number of spiritual objects without any cover, would not hide them carefully, but would go directly out of the city. This group of cultivators called their friends and made a gesture that they were determined to take down Li Zhirui. He controlled his speed and slowly followed the group of cultivators behind him to avoid being too far away and causing them to fall behind. Not long after leaving the immortal city, he stopped and turned to the cultivators who followed him and said, "Come out, let me see your strength." "What a big tone, how dare you look down on us like this?" a cultivator shouted, unconvinced. More and more cultivators showed up, and in the end there were almost 200 cultivators who came to besiege Li Zhirui. "I can tell from one glance that you are not virtuous enough, and your reason is blinded by greed. Now you can leave me and pretend that nothing has happened, otherwise don't blame me for being cruel." Ha 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 ha. Facing Li Zhirui's warning, the cultivators responded with laughter. Alice, with a sigh, Li Zhirui's pressure completely exploded. The terrifying momentum made the people who were laughing non-stop stop suddenly, as if they were suddenly strangled by the neck. At this time, they realized what kind of existence they had provoked. The great power of the fairyland, run away. The monks who originally thought that there were nearly 200 people on their side and were full of confidence suddenly became extremely terrified, and their fighting spirit completely dissipated. They only wanted to escape everywhere. Unfortunately, an invisible water curtain stopped them and they had no way to escape. "Senior, I know I was wrong, please forgive me, I will never dare to do it again. I am a descendant of the He family of human. You dare to kill me? I am a direct descendant of the Zhao family of Changxi. If the senior is willing to let me go, the Zhao family will definitely give me a generous gift." Seeing that they could not escape, one by one, they either begged for mercy or threatened and lured them, hoping that Li Zhirui would be merciful and let them go. Unfortunately, he may have good intentions, but he will never let go of any creature who wants to attack him. "I warned you before, but you don't know how precious it is. Now you want to beg for mercy? It's too late." Before the voice fell, all kinds of weapons flew out of the water curtain and attacked them overwhelmingly. In the narrow space, they didn't even have room to dodge, and could only use defensive magic to resist, but in the face of absolute strength, their defensive means were no different from thin paper, and were easily shattered. However, in just half a quarter of an hour, these nearly 200 monks all lost their breath. A spiritual fire burned away, and the breeze blew away the ashes, leaving no trace, and those monks were as if they had never appeared. Li Zhirui did not look back at Yuxin City, but his rumors spread throughout the city. After all, 200 monks were annihilated, and no one escaped. In the eyes of many people, it was very exaggerated, even impossible. The result happened next to them. How could they not be shocked? Everyone speculated that he must be a hidden fairyland power, otherwise he would not have such a strong strength. There are also many monks who are very lucky that they did not follow him at that time, otherwise they would have lost their lives. Li Zhirui, who was being talked about by everyone, was walking on the land of Yumen's Hao at this time. Unlike Shanhai's Hao and Dongyuan's Hao, there are no plains in Yumen's Hao. There are hills and mountains everywhere, ups and downs. Perhaps it is because of this geographical environment that the mineral resources here are extremely rich, and it also affects the temperament of the monks. After all, under the explicit ban of the He family, mining and selling ore requires the courage to be fearless. After all, Yumen's Hao is so large and the mineral veins are spread all over the place. How can the He family monitor every corner? Theft of ore is a very common situation. Therefore, the local monks are tough and prefer to speak with strength and fists, which also leads to frequent interceptions and killings of people on the way in Yumen's Hao. Li Zhirui had only been walking for a few days when he encountered several waves of monks ambushing and killing him. Although he was not harmed, he inevitably felt irritated, and finally had to stop hiding his cultivation. Once he became a human immortal, those annoying flies finally disappeared, allowing him to enjoy the scenery without being disturbed. Li Zhirui didn't know how to solve the problems he encountered in his cultivation, so he could only go with the flow. Maybe he would gain some insights from appreciating the scenery and take that step? So he is now completely relaxed, no longer anxious to find a way to break through, and let everything take its course. Two flowers bloom, each with its own beauty. Feng is Hao, Mingzhangshan, and Dongzhao Xiandao are the top three forces. Finally, we have made some progress. We can try to modify the 8 directions heavenly pillars array and embed the modified lotus planting method into it. If everything goes as we wish, we won't have to worry about the demon Dao sneaking into Dongzhao again, polluting the spiritual veins and demonizing the world, gathering the power of the entire Dongzhao immortal Dao. They finally completed the last link proposed by Qing Lao. They delayed for so long not because of their lack of ability, just like the improved lotus planting method, which had been completed a long time ago. However, since the Heavenly Pillars array is an extremely complex and sophisticated array, they now want to add 2 new functions without affecting its original functions, which is naturally very difficult. These 2 functions are the evil-seeking method and the lotus planting method. The former is responsible for monitoring and searching, and the latter is dedicated to complex purification. Once successful, if there are evil things in the future, the array will not only react immediately, reminding the nearby forces, saving a lot of time and power for the immortal Dao, but also purifying them. What are the results of the previous experiment? Everything is perfect, without any mistakes. In that case, then notify other forces of the immortal way and tell them the method. Of course, this is not provided for free. After all, they have also paid a lot in the process of deduction. If there is no gain, who would be willing to do such a thankless task in the future? Yes, but after everything is ready, the Xiansu Great Array is activated again. It may have rarely appeared once in hundreds of years before, but now it has happened twice in less than 50 years. This time, everyone did not waste words and waited for the cultivator of Mingzhang Mountain to speak. There is only one purpose for summoning all Taoist friends this time, that is, after many rounds of testing, Mingzhang Mountain, have successfully integrated 2 methods into the model of the Xiansu Great Array, and the effect is good, the head of the sect said. For this matter, Mingzhang Mountain paid a lot of money, so if you Taoist friends need it, please report the transaction items. Some things are not convenient for the high-ranking Xiangxin to say, so naturally they fall into the hands of the head of the sect and they tell them. It should be, everyone can understand, as expected of Chen Mingshan, the deduction of the method and magical power is the best. Everyone spoke up and expressed their understanding. If it were them, they would definitely do the same. Most forces chose to buy from Chen Mingshan, with only a few exceptions. They either invested a lot of effort in the method and were on the verge of success and were unwilling to give up, or they were short of money and did not have enough financial resources. Chen Mingshan also has some sense of responsibility as a top force, and the price will be a little lower for those small and medium-sized forces. However, there is an exception, that is the Li family. He is not any of the above 2, just because he does not need it. The Li family has already had a similar arrangement, so there is no need to spend a sum of spirit stones to buy it. Moreover, as a family that is likely to be the only creature in the Yuanling realm who has comprehended the law of purification, with Li Zhirui around, there is no need to worry about these things. After the transaction was completed, the Xiansu Great Array was also closed, and no force was willing to activate this gold-eating beast for a long time. After obtaining the method, the first thing that the various immortal forces had to do was to embed it into the Xiansu Great Array. Ming Chenshin is a very good seller. Not only is the method very detailed, but he also explained how to embed it. It can be said that he taught it step by step. Under their guidance, forces like Donggyun sect and Human He family succeeded quickly. Those with slightly weaker strength also completed the embedding after a few days. Then Donggyun sect was surprised to find that a place with extremely strong yin and evil energy appeared in its territory, and the area was very large. What's going on? The head and elders of Dongyun sect were surprised. It was obvious that the place was not caused in a short time. It was very likely related to the previous elimination of demon cultivators. Their first reaction was naturally to activate part of the Shiansu formation and send disciples to perform the lotus planting method to purify the strong yin and evil energy in the local area. But the result disappointed Dongyun sect. There is an effect of two-pronged approach, but it can only curb the expansion of yin and evil energy, not completely eliminate it. The reason is simple. The evil spirits here have been lingering for too long, accumulating and settling. Most importantly, they are not rootless duckweed, but have a polluted spiritual vein that can continuously produce evil spirits. In this case, they can still curb the expansion. The two methods are already very powerful. Chapter 1257 Arrival. The Dongyun sect was disappointed at first, but after understanding the situation, they knew that it was not the fault of the lotus planting method and the heavenly pillar formation. However, the two most effective methods for dealing with a yin evil spirit can only curb the spread of the evil spirit. The Dongyun sect was helpless for a while and did not know how to solve it. What should we do now? Containing the spread of the evil spirit is only temporary. Because of the existence of the magic vein, the evil spirit is no longer rootless and can continue to accumulate, a certain Earth Immortal Elder said anxiously. When the day comes when it can no longer be contained, the evil spirit will probably erupt completely. At that time, the area within 1,000 miles, or even the entire Dongyun state, will suffer. Can't we ask those uncles to help solve this problem? Another elder asked with a hint of expectation. No. The laws mastered by the uncles have no restraining effect on the evil spirit. The head of the sect shook his head regretfully. As soon as he found the problem, he went to ask several elders through voice transmission, but the results were all disappointing answers. Is there no solution? We can't just watch the demonic energy continue to spread and pollute the world. Everyone understood this truth. But the problem was that they were powerless to solve the problem that even the great celestial beings could not solve. Thunder and fire, such extremely strong and masculine laws, have a restraining effect on demonic energy. Why not try to summon all the disciples in the sect who have learned these two kinds of magical powers, or comprehend the relevant laws, to see if they can solve the demonic veins? The other elders could not think of any other way, so they could only try their best. With the power of the Dongyun sect, they could naturally summon a large number of disciples, not to mention that they also recruited a large number of casual cultivators for the sake of insurance. So when they acted, the momentum was extremely huge. Some drove magic tools, some flew in the air, and some rode spirit beasts. The spiritual light they emitted covered the sky and the sun. Wherever they passed, all spirits bowed their heads. Listen to my orders. Use your magical powers. Several earthly immortals presided over the overall situation, and their voices were like rolling thunder, clearly reaching the ears of every cultivator. Release. With a command, countless magical powers poured out, and various colors of thunder and flames intertwined in the air, setting off a gorgeous sky. But this torrent, like the water pouring out of the sky, contains deadly dangers. Everything melted instantly wherever it passed, and even the space was shaking, and finally smashed into the magic energy that was restrained in a ball. Crackling, it was like pouring a basin of cold water into a boiling oil pan, and it exploded and splashed instantly. Under the impact and suppression of countless magical powers, the magic energy melted rapidly. After about half an hour, it completely disappeared, leaving only a piece of land that was destroyed and shattered. Success. A terrestrial immortal's consciousness probed towards the center, his face suddenly froze, and he said with great disappointment, the magic vein is still producing magic energy continuously. All they did was just to purify the existing magic energy in the outside world. And there was no change in essence. What should we do? The head of the sect seemed to have thought it through long ago, and blurted out, first, use the formation and the lotus planting method to suppress the demon veins, so as to prevent too much demonic energy from being generated and polluting the surrounding heaven and earth again. He never thought that this method would succeed from the beginning. The best result is now. After all, as long as the problem of the demon veins is not solved, it will be useless to clean up the demonic energy no matter how many times. The disciples of the Dongyun sect stepped forward and acted according to the instructions of the head of the sect. In just a moment, countless white lotuses were born, growing on and around the demon veins. Let's go back and discuss countermeasures, the head of the sect said, and took away all the earthly immortal elders. The remaining cultivators had to go back by themselves. At Banyan Mountain, after the head of the sect and a group of elders sat down, he said very directly, "The only way now is to ask the Li family for help." Li family, some elders were confused. What can a mere human immortal family do? And the head of the sect used the word please. But some elders seemed to have thought of something and said, "The headmaster wants to ask the Li family cultivator who practices the law of purification to help? But can he solve the problem?" Not long ago, the sect's secret agents heard a piece of news that the CI of the Sea clan also had a similar situation, and the cultivator who solved the problem of the CI being polluted by the devil's energy was from the Li family, named Li Zhirui. The headmaster gave his reasons. Since he could solve even the higher-end CI, then a mere spiritual vein was no problem at all. In that case, why don't you go to the Li family quickly and ask Li Zhirui to come and help solve it? Solve it as soon as possible to avoid more trouble. Since the headmaster knew it, how could he not do it, but waste time here? Could it be that he wanted to see all the cultivators who made such a big noise just to clean up the devil's energy? But the problem now is that Li Zhirui is not at the Li family, but is traveling outside to find a breakthrough opportunity. Could it be that the Li family and that Li Zhirui are deliberately concealing it and are unwilling to help us? They just want to watch us continue to decline. Some elders speculated about others with the greatest malice. He is really not in Shanghai's How, and we don't know where he is, so the plan to rely on Li Zhirui to solve the demon vein ended before it even started, and they could only find a way to solve it themselves. We still have to seek help from outside to see if other forces have any way to solve it. There is also the Shinto Heavenly Court. In order to protect the world, they should not refuse to unite with the sect. Everyone brainstormed and came up with a lot of solutions, but whether they are effective or not, we have to take action to know. The Banyan sect began to contact various immortal forces, hoping that they could also come up with a solution. On the other hand, the Shinto also received the news from them. "What do you think about the Banyan sect?" Shiandi Zui asked. "This is a struggle between the immortals and the demons, and we don't need to get involved." Immediately, a god objected. They didn't need to help an immortal force at all. But this matter is about the world. If we leave it alone, the demonic energy will continue to expand outward and affect the entire Yuanling realm. By then, it will be too late to deal with it. In order to help or not, the gods actually split into two factions and quarreled. Li Changsheng and Li Changshu sat aside, with no intention of speaking. But in the end, the heavenly court still sent some gods to help. In the face of the great events of heaven and earth, the previous grievances are irrelevant, not to mention that there is no deep hatred between the Shinto and Banyan sect. In addition to the Shinto, other immortal forces also sent a lot of cultivators to help, all hoping to successfully solve the magic veins and prevent the spread of demonic energy and pollute the entire Dongzhou. This also includes the Li family, but because Li Zhirui was not there, not many clansmen were sent, but they were still highly valued. Because they brought high-grade white lotus seeds, they can suppress the magic veins more effectively. Although other forces have worked hard to cultivate white lotus seeds in recent years, especially after the magic way has come up with a lot of strange secrets and methods, they pay more attention to white lotus seeds. But how can the urgently cultivated white lotus seeds be better than the Li family? You know, the Li family is not only the first force to have the purification of white lotus, but Li Zhirui also has the space to accelerate the growth of spiritual objects, and he himself has mastered the law of purification. Therefore, at the scene, many forces came to try to get close to the Li family, wanting to trade a few high-grade lotus seeds with them. However, the Li family did not bring much, and gave them all to the Banyan sect, so they could only go to the Wangsan mountain to discuss the matter. With the help of various forces, the demon veins were temporarily suppressed, but that was all, and the demon veins could not be purified at all. However, if the source of the demon veins was not removed, the threat of Dongzhou would never subside. In such a large Dongzhou, can't we find a second cultivator who masters the law of purification? A certain elder of the Banyan sect said angrily and regretfully. Who would have thought that this law, which has no blessing on combat power, would become so important? Not only him, but other forces also had similar ideas, and made up their minds that they would discuss with others after returning to cultivate a disciple or junior who masters the law of purification. Otherwise, if they encountered a situation like the Banyan sect in the future, they would not be able to find a cultivator to solve it. Is there no god related to purification in the Shinto? Unable to find anyone among the cultivators, he turned his attention to the Shinto. The Taiyin Star Lord is slightly involved, but she has already sent a bottle of Tian Jadu. You have also seen how effective it is, a certain god replied. The effect of Tian Jadu is not much different from that of the purifying white lotus. Then we can only issue the bounty order in various places in Dongzhou. I hope Li Zhirui can see it earlier and come in time. The head of the Dongyun sect sighed helplessly. He felt distressed when he thought that the Dongyun sect would bleed heavily for this. If you want to issue the bounty in various places in Dongzhou, you must discuss with the local forces and let them come forward to post it instead, otherwise it will take a long time just to rush. And if you want the local forces to pay more attention, the Dongyun sect must give some benefits, otherwise why would others spend more energy on this matter? But what he is most afraid of now is that Li Zhirui has entered a secret realm, or has already gained some insights and is practicing in seclusion somewhere. Because if the delay is too long, things will become troublesome again. Two flowers bloom, each showing its own beauty. Li Zhirui, who was training in Yumen Prefecture at this time, had no idea that Dongyun sect was looking for him like crazy. He did not think of stimulating his bottleneck through fighting, but planned to use enlightenment to promote the improvement of his realm. However, there is no accurate and clear formula for this approach, so everything depends on Li Zhirui's own slow exploration. As for the result, no one knows yet. On this day, when Li Zhirui entered the immortal city from the wilderness, he heard many cultivators whispering and talking. Those damned demon cultivators, I didn't expect them to leave such vicious means in Dongzhou before leaving. Yeah, but fortunately in Dongyun sect, it's still far away from us, and it won't affect here in a short time, but the news coming out now is that those great powers are helpless about this. After a long time, this place may not be able to escape the pollution of demonic energy. Didn't Dongyun sect spend a lot of money to issue bounties in various parts of Dongzhou, hoping that people with lofty ideals can go to Dongyuanzhou to help solve the demon veins? There are hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the immortal way, maybe there are hidden masters. Li Zhirui listened to their communication, a little confused, but for some reason, his heart was vaguely touched. Could this be my chance? Thinking of this, he went to find the bounty order and took a closer look at what was written on it. Demon veins? They need to be purified. As long as they succeed, they will be given very generous rewards. Li Zhirui quickly read the bounty order and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. It was not that he was narcissistic, but simply felt that this matter was related to him. It is very likely that the Dongyun sect is looking for him, but they just didn't say it openly. Moreover, as the two cultivators said before, there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the immortal way. Who knows if there are other masters? If there are, there is no need to pin hopes on Li Zhirui alone. If not, at least there is Li Zhirui as a backup. He also suspected that the Dongyun sect knew something and used this method to lure him into the trap. However, it was soon denied by Li Zhirui himself. He was very careful in doing everything, and all traces were erased. It was impossible to expose it, and naturally it was impossible for the Dongyun sect to know it. In addition, his spiritual perception was beating more and more obviously. Maybe this time it was really his opportunity. So Li Zhirui immediately left the immortal city and turned to fly towards the Dongyun state behind him. Originally, he had to pass through the Great Zhou dynasty on the way. In order to avoid trouble and reach his destination as soon as possible, he took a detour from the East China Sea to enter Dongyun province. The reason for avoiding the Great Zhou was that there was a suppression of the human law network, and the flight speed would be much lower, and there was also the possibility of being intercepted and questioned for various information. After galloping all the way, it took several days to finally arrive at Dongyun province, where the demon vein was located. Ruizu, why are you here? Perhaps it was fate. As soon as Li Zhirui stopped, he was seen by Li Zhangxin. He was stunned and hurried to greet him. Dongyun sect is so generous, and the bounty orders are posted everywhere. How could I miss this opportunity? Hearing this, Li Zhangxin nodded seriously and said, that's right. This matter may not be solved for us, but for you, Ruizu, it will definitely be easy to purify the demon vein. You can't say it so absolutely. Li Zhirui shook his head and said, let's go to the demon vein to see the situation first. Not long after, the two appeared in front of the demon vein. During this short journey, many eyes were focused on the two of them. It seemed that they had guessed Li Zhirui's identity. After all, they had already investigated the Li family's situation clearly in recent days and knew that there were not many human immortal cultivators in the Li family. And the only one who matched what they saw was Li Zhirui. Therefore, Many cultivators wanted to see what Li Zhirui was capable of, and came to the vicinity of the magic vein to see what he could say. Chapter 1258 Become Famous. Li Zhirui ignored their scrutinizing eyes and only focused on checking the situation of the demon vein. At the first glance, he couldn't help but frown. Ruizu, is the situation very bad? Li Zhirui couldn't help asking when he saw this. Well, the spirit vein has been polluted for too long. I'm afraid it has completely turned into a demon vein. As he spoke, he released his spiritual sense to explore the inside of the demon vein, and very carefully wrapped it with purifying spiritual light to avoid being polluted by demonic energy. When the purifying spiritual light and demonic energy came into contact, it was like water and fire colliding, both wanting to destroy each other. The demonic energy rolled and boiled wildly, trying to pollute and devour the purifying spiritual light, but the spiritual light was like a magic needle that stabilized the sea, motionless in the stormy waves, protecting the spiritual sense and continuously going deeper into the demon vein. The onlookers didn't speak, but couldn't help showing a trace of surprise on their faces, because before this, there were also many cultivators who wanted to explore the specific situation of the demon vein, but they were blocked outside by the thick demonic energy. Some cultivators might be able to force their way in, but they were worried that they would be contaminated by the demonic energy, and it would be very troublesome to remove it at that time, so they did not dare to force their way in. However, seeing Li Zhirui's current performance, many cultivators were aroused with curiosity. If they had not seen that he was concentrating and could not be distracted, they would have asked questions. Now they could only watch silently. After a while, Li Zhirui withdrew his consciousness, and a trace of obvious fatigue appeared on his face, but he looked relieved. He said, "Fortunately, it is not the worst situation. The core of the spirit vein has not been completely contaminated and demonized. Fortunately, the Dongyuan sect discovered it not too late, and acted very decisively, which left a glimmer of hope for the spirit vein." From the tone of Dao Yao, "Do you have a way to solve this matter and purify this demonic vein?" a certain immortal cultivator suddenly asked. Li Zhirui glanced at him and said calmly, "Having a way does not mean that it will succeed. After all, my cultivation is still too low." In fact, he was very confident that he could purify this spiritual vein. After all, compared with the CI, the spiritual vein was still too low in grade. If his cultivation was insufficient, he could also use a large number of purification spiritual objects to forcibly gather a large number of purification laws for his use in a short period of time. He said that just to wait for the Dongyuan sect to come forward and offer more generous and more specific conditions. You know, the bounty order that was spread all over Dongzhou did not specify what rewards would be given. It only said that spiritual objects of different grades and quantities would be given depending on the degree of resolution. Li Zhirui would not accept such a vague bounty casually. If the other party was shameless and casually took out some spiritual objects as a bounty, wouldn't the time and energy he had spent before be in vain? "I wonder how confident you are, young friend." The next moment, a Dongyuan sect Earth Immortal stood up and asked in a friendly manner. Obviously, he saw the implication that Li Zhirui wanted to negotiate the conditions before taking action. 70%. If you can add a large number of purification spiritual objects, the success rate can be further improved. At least there is a 70% chance. The Earth Immortal heard this and no longer hesitated, saying, "Okay. As long as you can completely purify this spiritual vein, Dongyuan sect can let you enter the treasure house to select 3 spiritual objects." I don't know if this is what the top forces have discussed. It is exactly the same as the conditions offered by the Dragon Clan at the beginning. But I have to admit that this condition is very tempting. For the big forces, they don't have to think too much, and sometimes, the value of the spiritual objects picked up is not too great. Of course, as long as your eyesight is good enough, you can definitely pick out the precious treasures in the treasure house that will make them feel extremely heartbroken and painful. I wonder if you are satisfied with this condition. Of course I am satisfied, Li Zhirui nodded and said, "But your sect still needs to prepare a large number of purification spiritual objects, because my cultivation is not enough, and I need external objects to help me get through it more confidently." "Okay, you have worked hard all the way. Have a good rest tonight. I will trouble you to make a move tomorrow." Okay, of course he would not refuse such a good condition. He left with Li Zhirui and gathered with all the clansmen. "Uncle Master, do you think that Li Zhirui can really solve the magic veins that so many people are helpless against?" a certain immortal cultivator asked curiously. He said so, So he must be very confident that he can do it, otherwise wouldn't he have deceived the Dongyun sect? It is not a good thing to deceive a great celestial immortal force. But he is just a human immortal, and he is from a small family. How can he beat so many of us? The immortal cultivator said, somewhat unconvinced. Although his cultivation is not as good as Li Zhirui's, his excellent background can make him superior. Perhaps in their eyes, the human immortal realm is nothing, and they will be able to break through sooner or later. Compared to him, you are far behind. His uncle did not give him any face and said bluntly. Li Zhirui's background is indeed not good, but he can lead a small mortal family to grow to the current level in just a few thousand years. Looking at the entire Dongzhou immortal Dao, there are almost no cultivators of the same generation who can do it. The monk's cheeks flushed when he heard this. He had never thought that his uncle would be so disrespectful to him, and he could not help but feel resentful. However, the target was not his uncle, but Li Zhirui. Even though Li Zhirui did not know him at all, let alone talk to him, the resentment came so inexplicably. On the other side, the Li family's garrison. Because only Li Xiangxin and Li Yunren led a few clansmen to support before, the location of the garrison was relatively remote and the area was small. But even so, it was still because the Li family gave a lot of high-level lotus seeds for free, otherwise their garrison situation would be even worse. Ruizu, are you really that sure? Li Xiangxin endured all the way, and after returning to the garrison, he finally couldn't help asking. He was worried that if something went wrong in the end, the Dongyun sect would blame the disappointment on the Li family. Although the Li family has grown a lot over the years, it is still a world of difference compared to top-level celestial power. Li Zhirui nodded easily and said, yes, everyone has their own expertise. That polluted spiritual vein may not be easy for many cultivators to deal with, but it is not a problem for me, so relax, don't be so nervous and worried, go back and have a good rest. We will need your help tomorrow, okay? Don't worry, Ruzu, we will definitely do our best to help you. Li Zhirui was amused by these words. How could it be so serious? They were just asked to help crush and purify the spiritual objects. Got it, go and rest and recover. Nothing was said that night. Early the next morning, Li Zhirui brought his clansmen to the demon vein and waited for the arrival of the Dongyun sect cultivators. However, before they arrived, other cultivators who came to join in the fun surrounded the place in 3 layers. About an hour later, the Dongyun sect arrived in a spiritual ship. A group of cultivators got off the ship one after another and stopped all the others outside to ensure that no one would disturb Li Zhirui's purification of the demon vein. Although the monks who were driven back were somewhat dissatisfied, no one stood up to openly oppose it. They had to give face to the Dongyun sect in this way. Only the Li family and the Dongyun sect were left near the magic vein. The reason why the Dongyun sect went to such great lengths was that it was impossible to crack it through violent means, such as directly destroying the magic vein. Once this happened, the magic vein would explode. By then, the demonic energy would spread everywhere, and the world within a radius of nearly 1,000 miles would probably be polluted. It would be even more troublesome to clean up at that time. And it would take a long time to recover. It would be better to continue to suppress the magic vein. At least the affected area is relatively small. Speaking of which, are these purification spiritual objects enough? The leading Dongyun sect elder sent a storage magic weapon to Li Zhirui. His spiritual sense swept over it, but he was shocked by their generosity. Not only was it enough, it even exceeded his expectations. Then let's start. Seeing Li Zhirui nod, the elder asked impatiently. Okay, Li Zhirui cast a spell while saying to the others, get ready to purify the spiritual objects. When I tell you to crush them, do it without hesitation. I need sufficient and rich purification laws to help me purify the magic veins and remove the evil spirits in them. As for the fact that the spiritual objects brought by Dongyun sect exceeded his expectations, he certainly wouldn't say it. Anyway, it wasn't the Li family's resources that were spent, so Li Zhirui wouldn't feel bad. What's more, the more spiritual objects there are, the richer the purification laws will be, and the higher the success rate of his purification of the magic veins will be. This is a great thing for him. Li Zhirui pinched his hands together, and the purification laws nearby responded to the call and rushed to form a pure white dazzling ball of light in front of him, and then threw in a few white lotus seeds. He was not stingy, and the white lotus seeds he used were all of the highest grade, and then slowly sent the light ball to the magic veins. In this way, the white lotus seeds and the magic veins were in contact and adapted, and there was a gradual process, so that the white lotus seeds would not be suddenly stimulated and die. Under Li Zhirui's careful control, the white lotus seeds sprouted smoothly and began to absorb the evil spirits, using them as nutrients to speed up their growth. Such an abnormal scene was naturally seen by everyone. Many quick-thinking monks looked at the newly born white lotuses with fiery eyes. The white lotuses they had seen before were all used to purify and dispel evil spirits. It took a lot of white lotuses to purify a polluted land. But if they could get this kind of high-grade evil purifying lotus seeds, the cost would be much lower if they encountered such a thing in the future. Therefore, many monks made up their minds that after this matter was over, they must trade with the Li family and get the evil purifying lotus seeds. Although everything seemed to be going well, Li Zhirui did not relax, nor did he cast a spell to make the white lotus seeds grow quickly, but just slightly accelerated it. However, as the white lotus grew and grew stronger, it absorbed more and more evil spirits, and the growth rate became faster and faster. In the end, he harvested a large handful of lotus seeds, about 100 seeds. Continuing the same method, more than 100 white lotuses bloomed, and the originally dense and foggy demonic energy seemed to become a little thinner. Seeing the obvious effect so quickly, all the Donggyun sect monks were very happy, thinking that they had found the right person this time. A large number of white lotuses began to absorb the demonic energy and reproduce more lotus seeds. However, this time, Li Zhirui could not give birth to so many white lotuses by himself. At this time, the purification spiritual objects prepared by the Donggyun sect came in handy. Get ready, Li Zhirui took the opportunity to swallow a soul-returning elixir while talking, and shouted, "Do it!" Crack! The sounds of various spiritual objects breaking rang out one after another, and an extremely rich and pure purification law appeared, but just as it was about to spread outward, it was gathered by Li Zhirui, forming a pool of pure white water, soaking all the lotus seeds in it. The lotus seeds instantly broke the shell and sprouted, growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just half a quarter of an hour, they grew into large white lotuses, and their roots penetrated into the demon veins through the purified water. The demonic energy quickly dissipated, and the originally dark demon vein began to restore its original crystal-clear appearance. But this was far from enough. Therefore, Li Zhirui changed his spell. Half of the white lotus shattered into the purification law and merged into the lake water, while the other half dropped a large number of lotus seeds and continued to absorb the demonic energy. This process requires extremely high control of the spiritual consciousness and requires huge pressure support, otherwise ordinary people cannot complete it at all. Fortunately, Li Zhirui met these two conditions. After repeated casting, the surface of the demon vein restored its original crystal-clear appearance. But inside it, the demonic energy still took root. And this time, he changed his spell again, and all the white lotus and lotus seeds turned into pure purification laws and merged into the lake water. The lake water suddenly fell and sank into the demon vein. In a place that outsiders could not see, it turned into lotus seeds again and began to continue to absorb demonic energy to grow. After several hours, the entire demon vein was completely purified and the demonic energy was completely dispelled. Fortunately, I have fulfilled my mission, Li Zhirui said in a trembling voice. The uninterrupted use of magical powers and divine consciousness for several hours has consumed so much that it is immeasurable. If it were not for the supplement of his life magic weapon and the small world, he would not have been able to hold on. However, outsiders do not know that he has these two secret weapons. They simply think that Li Zhirui's magic power is huge, which is completely unlike what a human immortal cultivator can have. In the eyes of many cultivators, this is more important than his purification of this magic vein. Even if the laws mastered by Li Zhirui have no effect on combat power, with a huge amount of magic power, he will never fall into disadvantage in battle. After this incident, Li Zhirui's reputation has spread completely. You know, the cultivators who came to support the Donggyun sect came from all over Dongzhou, and the top celestial immortal forces all sent disciples to help. With them around, even if the surrounding forces did not come, they would know sooner or later. However, Li Zhirui was not only not happy because of his rising fame, but also not worried about being targeted by the magic. He now only wanted to go back to his clan to retreat and seize the time to break through the late stage of the human immortal. Chapter 1259 Breakthrough. Li Zhirui had not expected that he would quietly cross the threshold while purifying his demon veins. Although he was touched when he saw the bounty order and felt that this was his chance, he did not expect it to be so smooth. so he could not wait to return to his clan. However, before returning to Wangsan Mountain for retreat and impacting the late stage of human immortal, Li Zhirui had to go to the treasure house of Dongyuan sect to select 3 treasures from it. Xiangxin, Yunrun, you take the tribesmen back first, I will be there later, pay attention to safety. The 2 nodded and said, Ruizu, don't worry, we will definitely bring the tribesmen back safely. The Dongyuan sect earth immortal next to him heard the deep meaning of the words and said, since you are free now, why not follow us back to Dongyuan mountain to redeem the bounty, then I'll trouble you, senior. Li Zhirui agreed directly without any tricks of modesty. It's okay, let's go. After saying that, he left some disciples to wait and check the follow-up situation of the spiritual vein, while the others followed him on the spiritual boat and returned to the sect. Those onlookers, not knowing what kind of plans they had, actually followed him one after another. Li Zhirui had some guesses. They should all be coming for the evil purifying lotus seeds in his hand. It's not that he didn't have the idea of monopolizing, but his own strength was not enough. If he really dared to monopolize, the Li family would probably have a hard time in the future. However, he couldn't easily hand over the lotus seeds. He would never sell them at a low price without giving him satisfactory conditions. You know, these evil purifying white lotuses are special spiritual objects that can absorb evil and filth and strengthen themselves. And the huge Yuanling realm is only owned by Li Zhirui and the Sea clan. But when the major immortal forces saw the evil purifying white lotus for the first time, they knew that the Sea clan hid it very well and had not leaked any information so far. Since the current situation is that he has it exclusively, is there any problem with him asking for a higher price? Besides, the grade of the evil purifying white lotus is the human immortal grade. Li Zhirui started to set the price of the evil purifying white lotus while driving the spirit boat behind the Dongyuan sect monks. Those forces were also thinking about what conditions or prices they should offer to get the evil purifying lotus seeds. At most, they could exchange for a few more. There was no conversation along the way. A large number of monks stopped outside Dongyuan mountain. All the visitors were guests, and they were all monks who had helped Dongyuan sect. They should not be neglected in any way, so they were all welcomed into the reception hall at the mountain gate. Only Li Zhirui was different. He came to the treasure house under the leadership of a certain earthly immortal elder. Along the way, he was very cautious and did not dare to look around, showing an attitude that he would never spy on the situation inside the Dongyuan sect mountain gate. This attitude made the earthly immortal elders who secretly observed Li Zhirui quite satisfied. This is the treasure house of Dongyuan sect that has been accumulated for many years and piled with countless spiritual objects. Among them are very rare high-level spiritual objects, as well as peculiar low-level spiritual objects. It all depends on your eyesight and luck. Thank you for your advice, senior. Although Li Zhirui did not need it, it was just a matter of words. Unlike the treasure house of the Sea clan, the treasure house of Dongyuan sect is a tall tower, which is also a very high-grade magic weapon. Go, choose 3 spiritual objects and come out. Don't stay inside the treasure house. Li Zhirui nodded and walked towards the treasure house. His eyes quickly swept over the treasures emitting spiritual light. He planned to find spiritual objects that were useful for his own cultivation or beneficial to the small world. Compared with the treasure house of the Sea clan he had visited before, the treasure house of Dongyuan sect was a little worse in both quantity and quality. It was not known whether they were like this or if they had hidden some truly precious spiritual objects. He was too lazy to waste his mind to guess the specific situation. Under this specific selection condition, Li Zhirui quickly eliminated a large number of spiritual objects and then chose from the remaining ones. After some comparison and consideration, he finally chose an innate yin-yang gem, a hongling fairy root seed, and a jade slip containing the insights of the master of earthly immortal alchemy, which also contained several earthly immortal level pale recipes. The 3 treasures perfectly met Li Zhirui's requirements. The innate yin-yang gem can be placed in the small world to promote the further improvement of the yin-yang law. The hongling fairy fruit produced by the hongling fairy root contains a large amount of pure spiritual energy and can be used as the main material for alchemy. The alchemy jade slip is a preparation made in advance to break through the earthly immortal realm. In short, Li Zhirui has a long-term vision and is practical. After leaving the treasury with these 3 treasures and leaving a file for the elder, Li Zhirui said goodbye and left. I didn't expect that he was quite confident in himself, and even the earthly immortal level pill recipes and spiritual objects were prepared in advance, an elder said. With a long-term vision, a strong heart, and a clear and accurate plan for his own development. No wonder he was able to lead the Li family to grow into a powerful human immortal family in just a few thousand years. Yes, looking around, there are few disciples who are carefully trained in the sect who can compare with him. Alice, as he spoke, he inevitably talked about his younger generation. However, compared with the ambitious Li Zhirui, his younger generation seemed a little inferior. On the other side, Li Zhirui, led by a special person, came to the outskirts of Dongyuan sect. He did not enter the reception hall again, but planned to leave directly. After all, this was on the territory of Dongyuan sect, and it was not very convenient to talk about his affairs. However, his idea did not succeed. He was discovered on the way and stopped, and finally went to the hall. Little friend Li, I wonder how many of those special white lotus seeds you have in your hand. A certain earth immortal was too lazy to beat around the bush and asked bluntly. Are you talking about the evil purifying lotus seeds? As he spoke, Li Zhirui had an extra white lotus seed surrounded by silky golden patterns in his hand. Seeing the other party nod, he continued, I'm afraid I'll disappoint you and everyone else. I got this kind of lotus seed by accident. It's very difficult to cultivate it, so I only have 15 left. He lied only in the last sentence. The evil purification lotus seed was indeed an unexpected harvest, and it was very difficult to cultivate it, but Li Zhirui, who had a space to rely on, didn't need to bother to cultivate it, so there were still dozens of them. It's just that things are rare and valuable. Since he wanted to sell them at a high price, he naturally couldn't take them all out. As for ordinary white lotus seeds, I still have hundreds of them, and there are also many stored in the family treasury, and the grade is not low. When everyone heard this, they didn't suspect that he was lying. After all, in the cognition of most cultivators, the more special the spiritual object, the more difficult it is to cultivate. But in this way, the competition between them became more and more intense. As for the abundant white lotus seeds, only those forces with slightly weaker strength were interested, because they knew that they could not compete with those big forces, so they might as well settle for the second best. How do you plan to trade the evil purifying lotus seeds? It was the earth immortal who spoke first. I need red magnolia roots, long water willow catkins, deep rainbow grass. As soon as Li Zhirui opened his mouth, he reported the names of dozens of spiritual objects, and the source of these names was the jade slip he had just received. Taking advantage of the fact that most of the fairyland forces in Dongzhou gathered here, he certainly wanted to try and see if he could take the opportunity to get one or two spiritual objects. At that time, whether he rededuces the pill formula or uses it in other places, it will be a good choice. After all, no matter what, the grade is there. Except for the 3 earth immortal spiritual objects, the other spiritual objects you mentioned can be taken out by my Dongyuan sect. Why don't you just trade all the 15 evil purifying lotus seeds to us? The earth immortal of the Dongyuan sect said with a smile. Of course, Li Zhirui couldn't agree. He also thought that through this transaction, he could have a little friendship with the major forces. If he sold all of them to the Dongyuan sect, although it would be very convenient, wouldn't his idea fail? However, he didn't need to personally refuse such a thing. Other forces would naturally not agree. If all the purifying evil lotus seeds fell into the hands of the Dongyuan sect, they would have to pay a huge price to get them. Why do you want so many lotus seeds? It's hard to manage if there are too many. Yes, and the Dongyuan sect is so close to the Li family. Unlike us, it's at least tens of thousands of miles away. It's not too late to trade with the Li family after the new batch of purifying evil lotus seeds mature. Why not withdraw this time or wait for the next time? Yes. Facing the siege of many forces, the earth immortals of the Dongyuan sect remained calm and didn't take those words to heart at all. What about waiting for the next time? Who knows how long the next time will be? And one step slower. Since it's a transaction, then naturally the one with the highest price wins. Having said that, the Dongyuan sect couldn't really do that, because if it really did, it would offend all the major forces. It's impossible to make such a stupid decision. Li Zhirui didn't interrupt. He was obviously the protagonist. But he just sat aside and watched silently, as if it had nothing to do with him. After some debate, Li Zhirui sold all the 15 evil purifying lotus seeds in his hand, including the hundreds of white lotus seeds, at a very good price, and obtained a large number of spiritual objects. Of course, many cultivators of many forces did not have the spiritual objects in their hands, and they needed to return to the sect and family to bring them to truly complete the transaction. In other words, it was just a reservation now. After the matter was settled, Li Zhirui took the lead to leave, and he could not delay his retreat any longer. He rushed all the way and returned to the family in just 2 or 3 hours. After he returned to Wangxin Mountain, the first thing he did was to hand over the evil purifying lotus seeds and the list of forces that had reserved the lotus seeds to Zhaoking. After explaining it, he entered the cave and began to practice in seclusion, launching an attack towards the late stage of human immortals. Wow, Zhaoking couldn't help but exclaimed when she saw the forces and spiritual objects in the jade slip. A small lotus seed was so valuable that so many forces scrambled for it, and some even reserved the next batch of evil purifying lotus seeds. Unfortunately, the business of evil purifying lotus seeds cannot last long, it's all a one-time deal. Then, Zhaoking shook his head regretfully. After all, what they sold were spiritual seeds, which they could cultivate by themselves. Once they had results, they would not be able to buy them from the Li family at a high price. Fortunately, when Li Zhirui was selling them, he also made them swear that after the pure evil white lotus was cultivated, it was only allowed to be used by their family and not to be sold to the outside world. But there are ways to circumvent this oath, such as taking the pure evil white lotus to help, thereby obtaining a large number of resources. In this regard, Li Zhirui and the Li family were helpless and could not stop it, so they could only pretend not to know. Brother Jiu came out of seclusion this time, and he is in the late stage of human immortal, right? Zhaoking muttered with envy. It is said that the cultivation of Shinto gods is very fast, but Brother Jiu is not slow either. He has only broken through the human immortal realm not long ago, and there is still a long way to go with Li Zhirui. That's right. During the years that Li Zhirui was traveling outside, Zhaoking successfully broke through and became a human immortal god. In addition to him, there are Xiaokang and Amu. Up to now, of the 5 spirit beasts that Li Zhirui had contracted before, only Deking was still slowly improving his cultivation in the Sanxin realm. And he had just broken through to the late Sanxin realm not long ago. Li Zhirui, who was in the quiet room of the cave, sat on the futon with a calm expression, calming his restless state of mind, and at the same time adjusting his own state to restore it to perfect level. This series of preparations took a few days. Then he began to practice the exercises and absorb the pure and rich spiritual energy in the clan land. The 5 elements of spiritual energy went through a round of selection outside the body, and only the water and wood spiritual energy could enter Li Zhirui's body. Then, under the control of the divine consciousness, it flowed through a large number of meridians, was constantly beaten and refined, and turned into more refined mana, and merged into the Danshan Fa. The Danshan Fa, which had already reached its limit, slowly rose and improved, and he also felt a bloating pain in his abdomen. But this was not enough for Li Zhirui to break through, and he still needed a continuous injection of mana. This seemingly simple action was repeated over and over again for several years. He seized the opportunity to break through. With one go, he broke through the invisible barrier. Whoosh whoosh, a gust of wind suddenly blew up from the outside world, and a storm quickly formed around the cave, sweeping the nearby spiritual energy in, forming a huge spiritual energy vortex, providing a large amount of spiritual energy for Li Zhirui's breakthrough. Such a huge and powerful phenomenon naturally attracted the attention of all the tribesmen, who put down their affairs and flew towards the center of the storm. Not long after, a circle of tribesmen surrounded him. It's been so long, why haven't you stopped yet? Could it be? A tribe member on the side interrupted him and said, Ruizu will definitely break through. Ruizu is breaking through to the late stage of the human immortal, not to the small realm of the mortal realm like us. It won't be easy to end it in a short time. Many tribesmen were worried, but overall, everyone still had great confidence in Li Zhirui's breakthrough and didn't think he would fail. And the fact is indeed so. Not long after, a powerful pressure spread in all directions, shattering the spiritual energy vortex and turning it into points of spiritual light that dissipated between heaven and earth. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1260 Secret. Successful breakthrough, a tribe member said to himself in a daze. They were just discussing when Ruizu would be able to break through to the late stage of human immortal, but they didn't expect that before they could come up with an answer, there was a result over there. Li Zhirui was able to break through so quickly, mainly because he had accumulated a lot of knowledge long ago, but was stuck outside the door for some unknown reason. Once that layer of obstacles was cleared, it would be no problem for him to break through. Okay, Ruizu has successfully broken through, everyone stop gathering here, go do your own things. Li Guangji and a group of elders began to disperse the crowd. It was just a breakthrough of a small realm, so of course there would be no grand ceremony, and preaching and teaching were even more impossible. Everyone also understood this truth, so there was no entanglement, and they left in an orderly manner. In fact, Li Zhirui was also quite surprised, because this time the retreat took less than half a month. Such a short breakthrough time has only appeared when he was still a minor cultivator of key training. Moreover, after the breakthrough, the mana in his body was not like the one that had just broken through, which saved a lot of time for future cultivation. It's time to attack the earthly immortal realm, Li Zhirui muttered to himself. The cultivation of the late stage of human immortals is indeed not low, but if you want to have a say in the Yuanling realm, you must at least be an earthly immortal. The Li family has developed more rapidly and steadily than other immortal forces, largely with the help of the power of Li Chengsheng and Li Chengshuo. Before they broke through the earthly immortal realm, they borrowed the power of the Big Dipper system. At the beginning, they made a deal with Zhirui to protect the family from the attack of the Ghost Clan. As a result, the other party directly arranged for Gu Chen, the direct descendant of the Big Dipper, to come forward. Immediately, outsiders who were not aware of the situation thought that the Li family had surrendered to the Big Dipper system. Without special circumstances, they naturally did not want to take action against the Li family. In this process, there were also many actions of the Li family to go with the flow and deliberately publicize. Otherwise, how would others know this? Of course, it was also because Li Chengsheng and Li Chengshuo became star gods and were on good terms with Zhirui that left a preliminary impression on other forces. Speaking of which, strictly speaking, the Li family does not have a single earthly immortal cultivator. Although Li Chengsheng and Li Chengshuo have not left the family, as gods, they are not suitable for close contact with the family. Moreover, the two of them are very busy, and they need to fulfill many of their duties, and it is impossible for them to stay in the family for a long time. Li Zhirui now wants to practice hard, break through as soon as possible, and make the Li family a real earthly immortal family. So after his realm was consolidated, he did not leave the quiet room, but continued to practice in seclusion. During Li Zhirui's seclusion, the transactions that had been discussed with other forces also came one after another. In addition to the Dongyan sect, which had already completed the transaction at its own mountain gate, the fastest ones to come were the Yumanhe family and the Xiaxan sect, as well as some other immortal forces. Your family is really amazing. You actually arranged a large formation covering thousands of miles outside the clan land. Such a big hand is really enviable. The earthly immortal elder of the Xiaxan sect was quite knowledgeable about the formation, and it didn't take long for him to see the mystery of this place. Li Guangji smiled modestly and said, "Senior, you are joking. Actually, I was just trying it out at the beginning to train the formation master of the family, but I didn't expect that I was lucky enough to succeed." The elder looked at him meaningfully and stopped talking about the formation. How can there be so many coincidences in the formation? A rough look at the arrangement of this formation shows that the formation master who led the arrangement is not only highly skilled, but also has an enviable talent. When he came to Wangxin Mountain and saw that this formation condensed countless efforts of Zhang Fengwu and could even be called her current peak work, the amazement and admiration in his eyes could no longer be suppressed. It's a pity that most of the formation was covered up, and he couldn't see the entire mountain protection formation. Patriarch Li, I wonder who is the cultivator who arranged this formation? Can you let him come out to communicate and discuss with me? The elder asked excitedly. Li Guangji said embarrassedly, I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint you, senior. The one who arranged the mountain protection formation was the ancestor Zhang Fengwu, who was Ruzu's Taoist partner. However, she went out to travel a few years ago, and I don't know when she will come back. Zhang Fengwu finally figured it out. As a formation master, it is very undesirable to work behind closed doors. It is not very good for one's own practice and formation. Instead, one should learn natural formation patterns and formations in the natural world. So after she broke through the human immortal and improved the two-layer mountain protection formation, She took the bluebird and left the family. No one knew where she went to practice. Alice, it's a pity that I didn't get to meet this formation master and discuss the formation with him. The elder's disappointment was beyond words. It can be seen that this is a great earth immortal who is full of sincerity and true feelings for the formation, but maybe his talent for formation is average? The earth immortal of the He family of human remained silent all the way, but looked around from time to time, as if observing something. Not long after, under the personal leadership of Li Guangji, the monks of the two celestial forces came to the reception hall and began the formal transaction. It was called a transaction, but in fact, it was just a transaction of money and goods, and then it was completed. Why didn't I see Li Zhirui? Did he dislike us? He didn't want to show up to see us, the He family earth immortal suddenly said. I was about to apologize to the two seniors. After Ruzu came back, he had some insights in his heart, so he went back to the cave to retreat. Until now, there has been no movement. It was not intentional to neglect you, Li Guangji apologized on his behalf. Is that so? Did he have any instructions before he retreated? Another earth immortal also asked. The two celestial forces, after coming all the way from afar, certainly didn't want to take back two evil purifying lotus seeds and hundreds of scattered fairyland white lotus seeds. Especially after confirming that their two families were the first forces to arrive, the idea in their hearts became stronger, that is, to exchange more evil purifying lotus seeds from the Li family. They didn't believe the lie that Li Zhirui had said before that there were only a dozen evil purifying lotus seeds. I also know that he said that just to further raise the value of the lotus seeds, so that they can be sold at a high price. Unexpectedly, Li Zhirui went into seclusion after he came back. Now we can only hope that he had informed the Li family before he went into seclusion, or that the evil purification lotus seeds are in the hands of the Li family. If you two elders have any ideas, just ask. Of course, they may not necessarily agree. I wonder how many evil purification lotus seeds your family has? We will take as many as you have. As for the price, you can rest assured that it will definitely not be lower than the previous transaction price. Obviously, the two families are ready to bleed heavily in order to get more evil purification lotus seeds. Two seniors, now that Dongzhou is peaceful and the demons have completely disappeared, as long as we cultivate those two lotus seeds well, we will be able to harvest in less than 100 years, Li Guangji kindly suggested. If you are in a hurry, you can also use the lotus planting method to promote birth. You will soon get dozens or hundreds of lotus seeds. There is no need to buy them at a high price, unless there is a special opportunity, such as absorbing a large amount of merit and evil filth. The induced evil purifying lotus seeds will never surpass the parents. The Li family has even conducted many experiments. After 9 generations of continuous births, the 10th generation of lotus seeds will begin to degenerate. Patriarch Li, there is no need to test it. We all know the drawbacks of the lotus planting method. The He family earth immortal directly exposed this suggestion and continued, you just said that it only takes 100 years to get new lotus seeds. This time is actually not long, and it can even be said to be very short, but it seemed that he was a little hesitant and did not say it out loud, as if it involved some secrets. Don't forget that the Li family has 2 star gods. If you don't tell them now, they will know it in the future, another earthly immortal reminded. That's right, the earthly immortal of the He family nodded and said, Patriarch Li may not know that the Lady of the Big Dipper Galaxy has discovered an extraterritorial world, and it is very likely to be the Great Thousand World. An extraterritorial world of the same grade as the Yuanling realm will not be much worse no matter how weak it is. We are now buying a large number of evil purifying lotus seeds to facilitate the exploration of this extraterritorial world in the future. Huh? Zhao King, Li Guangji and others were shocked. They didn't expect that they would know such a secret. But they soon realized what the connection was between exploring the extraterritorial world and the evil purifying lotus seeds. I guess Li Zhirui also told you that after using the purification law, you can reduce the suppression from the extraterritorial heavenly way, and you may even be favored. This was actually a matter that a certain earthly immortal of the Xiaxan sect suddenly remembered hundreds of years ago. At the beginning, a Taixu illusion suddenly fell into the Yuanling realm and fell between the 3 forces of the Li family, the Dongyuan school and the Sierra. As a result, the weakest Li family gained the most, even more than the sum of the other 2 families. Then they went to the human He family and told them the guess of their own earthly immortal. The reason why they told the human He family instead of enjoying it alone was because they needed to verify whether it was accurate. But it was extremely difficult to find an experimental site in the void chaos, that is, the outer world. It happened that the human He family had previously discovered a world that was about to be destroyed and fell into the abyss, and tried to pull it to their own territory. The Xiaxin sect had no choice but to cooperate with them. In the end, both sides sent a celestial immortal with all their white lotus seeds to try that outer world and determine the secret hidden in the purification law. Zhaoqing nodded when she heard this. Indeed, in the previous battle for the Textile illusion, the Li family could get the most and greatest benefits, relying on Li Zhirui's purification law. It was just unexpected that the two families not only thought of it, but also most likely confirmed it, otherwise they would not rush here in such a hurry. I see, Li Guangji and others suddenly realized. So now you can sell the extra evil purifying lotus seeds to us. Zhaoqing thought about it and shook her head and said, to be honest, there are not many mature evil purifying lotus seeds in the family now, only less than 100, and it will take at least 50 or 60 years for the next batch to mature. Our two families are not greedy, 30 seeds each, and the price of each seed is 10% higher than before. How about it? You two are really generous. Zhaoqing did not refuse again. They had already given in to this point, and they had to give face to the two heavenly immortal forces. Okay, the two earthly immortals looked at each other, and their tense bodies could finally relax a little. We will give you another message. In 1,000 years at most, the gods will lead the various camps and major forces of the Yuanling realm to go to the outer world. The face of the He family Earth Immortal became very solemn, and said, this is a very dangerous world war, but it also contains countless opportunities. Once it starts, it will only end when one world is swallowed by the other world. If the Yuanling realm loses, then all the creatures in this world, including the heavenly Dao, will be used as nutrients or slaves. Vice versa. If it is so dangerous, why start this war? Li Guangji asked, puzzled. That lady wants to transcend, but it is extremely difficult for gods to transcend. They need to repay a huge cause and effect. It is several times more difficult than for cultivators like us, but discovering a world outside the domain and taking it down is enough for her to repay the cause and effect. Li Guangji and a group of elders fell into silence. In the eyes of that lady, the lives of billions of creatures in the Yuanling realm are far less important than her own transcendence. I think it's more than that. You made so many preparations, aren't you also trying to gain huge benefits in the war? Zhaoqing looked calm. And even exposed their true thoughts? Indeed, the Xiaxin sect Earth Immortal nodded and admitted, saying bluntly, which of the major forces that are standing now and have grown to this point is not taking great risks? Crisis is both a danger and an opportunity. If the Li family can gain something from this crisis, maybe one day it can also be among the ranks of the celestial immortal families. Zhaoqing stopped talking after hearing this, and only signaled Li Guangji and other elders to complete the next transaction. The two families had already prepared all the spiritual objects, and the Li family only needed to count them, so the transaction was completed quickly. The last reminder, in the 1,000 years before the outbreak of the World War, you still have to seize the time and do everything you can to improve your cultivation and strength, otherwise even if you have the protection of the two Star Kings, you will not have real safety. In short, relying on others is unreliable, even if that person is your own elder. Thank you for the reminder, Senior. Zhaoqing, Li Guangji and others thanked sincerely. After the cultivators from the two celestial forces left, the hall fell into silence. Qingpeng's spirit ancestor, how should the family deal with this crisis? Li Guangji couldn't help asking. Improve strength? Zhaoqing's eyes were like the bottomless abyss, dark and deep, and he said, call all the senior members of the family to discuss how to improve the cultivation and strength of the clan members. I'll go and call Brother Jiu out of retreat. After saying that, he turned into a ray of spiritual light and disappeared. Knock knock knock. Li Zhirui, who had just been in retreat for a while, suddenly heard a dull bell sound in his ears, slowly ended his retreat, and opened his eyes. Chapter 1261 Misunderstanding. After a moment, Li Zhirui looked at Zhaoqing, who came in hurriedly, and asked, but what happened? 9 brothers, when the human He family and the Xiaxin sect came to the family to buy the evil purifying lotus seeds, they revealed a secret that has not yet been spread to the family. After a pause, Zhaoqing continued, the Lady of the Beidao Galaxy discovered an extraterritorial world that is suspected to be the Great Thousand Worlds, and in order to be able to transcend the Yuanling realm, she has made up her mind to go out and attack the extraterritorial world and take it down. According to their two families, the conquest will begin in less than 1,000 years. So we plan to take advantage of the time and improve the cultivation and strength of the clan members as much as possible. After the war breaks out, the family will have enough confidence to gain benefits from it. 1,000 years? It's a bit early, Li Zhirui suddenly sighed. He was not very sure that he could break through the earthly immortal realm within 1,000 years. If the wartime could be extended for a few hundred years, then he would have a 70% to 80% chance of becoming an earthly immortal. 9 brothers, what do you think? Zhao Qing's voice pulled Li Zhirui back from his thoughts. Of course, if the Bidao faction starts a world war, Shenzhe and Shu'er will definitely join it, and the family will not miss it. Only with stronger strength can we reap more benefits from it. Crisis. Crisis. For the family, is this a danger of extinction or an opportunity to move forward? It all depends on our own strength. Li Zhirui would of course not refuse, but he was also busy with his retreat and cultivation, so these complicated matters could only be discussed and handled by Li Guangji and others. Zhao Qing had long known that this would be the result, and had no objection. After all, the stronger he was, the safer the family would be in the world war and the more they would gain. Therefore, after receiving his handwritten letter, he immediately got up and left, not to delay his cultivation. The incident happened suddenly. I'm afraid I have to modify the original arrangement of retreat and cultivation. Before, there was no threat of a world war, so there was naturally no sense of urgency, so Li Zhirui did not spend all his time on improving his magic power and comprehending the laws. He also set aside a lot of time every day to comprehend the pill formula and comprehend the pill classics, and make some preparations in advance for the cultivation resources after breaking through the Earth Fairyland. But now that the war is approaching, he must hurry up and do his best to improve his strength and cultivation. To this end, Li Zhirui intends to use the trump card he has accumulated for many years to speed up his own cultivation. And this trump card is the merit that he has never used in all these years. Merit not only has the ability to improve the efficiency of comprehending the laws, but can also be used to reduce the power of thunder tribulation. Li Zhirui's original plan was to consume merit to weaken the power of thunder tribulation when he broke through the celestial immortal, to ensure that he could survive the catastrophe safely and achieve the celestial immortal. But the war across the two worlds suddenly broke out, and he had to choose to use it in advance. However, if he can get enough rich harvests from this war, he can also make up for his consumption this time. And if Li Zhirui can make actions and moves that are beneficial to the Yuanling realm in the war, the Heavenly Dao will never be stingy in giving merit. You know, the Yuanling realm ushered in the opportunity to upgrade many years ago, but it has not been successful until now. Once this world war is won, there will be no problem with the world's upgrade. In this process, any creature that has made a contribution and put in effort will definitely be granted merit. Of course, the price of losing the war is also very tragic, such as the destruction of the world, and the creatures like them will either become slaves or become nutrients. After making up his mind, Li Zhirui no longer hesitated. After calming down, he began to ignite merit and improve his understanding. His understanding, which was originally far beyond that of ordinary people, has reached an extremely high level after the blessing of merit. Some things that were unclear before suddenly appeared clearly in front of him, allowing him to comprehend. His mastery of the law of purification has gradually increased, and his realm is constantly improving. The price of all this is that the merit that Li Zhirui has accumulated for many years is being consumed quickly. At the current rate, all merit will be consumed in less than 10 years. However, he needs to keep half of the merit in advance. If he encounters a bottleneck, he can try to consume a huge amount of merit at one time to break through the bottleneck. 2 flowers bloom, each showing its own beauty. After Zhao Qing left, he did not rush back to the family hall, but went to the Changli Mountains to tell Asan and Amud about the world war. Then, with a serious face, he said to Akan, I know that your wish is to strengthen and revitalize the Demon Spirit clan, so you consume the luck and merits gathered in the Earth Immortal way, and feed them back to the Demon Spirit clan, hoping to cultivate more demon spirits, but the world war is extremely dangerous. Even the great immortals are not sure to survive safely. With your current cultivation and strength, how sure can you be? And once you fall and die, the Demon Spirit clan will probably completely cut off the hope of rising again. Think about these things yourself. After saying that, without waiting for Akan to answer, Xiao Qing turned and flew away. Li Zhirui and others have always known about Akan's behavior, but they just didn't say anything or intervene. But now the situation is different, and naturally they can't just leave it alone. As for wanting to escape and not participate in the war, do you think you can be safe? Once the world war starts, it will really be a critical moment of fierce struggle and life and death. All the creatures in the Yuanling world cannot escape the fate of going to the battlefield. After Xiaoqing left, Aachen sat cross-legged in the same place without saying a word. Chan, Xiaoqing is right, you can't go on like this. Amu on the side also persuaded, just like he said, if you die on the battlefield, can the weak demon spirit clan really survive in the Yuanling realm? Especially in the next Yuanling realm, the living environment will be even worse. You know, the main reason why the demon spirit clan is in such a miserable situation, even worse than some ancient remnants, is that every demon spirit is an excellent top-level spiritual creature. The demon spirits born from spiritual creatures like Chan contain rich and pure spiritual energy, which can be directly transformed into magic power without refining. And demon spirits born from some strange stones, wind and clouds, fog and rain are even more excellent spiritual creatures for refining top-grade magic tools. How can other creatures suppress their inner greed for such good things? After Chan broke through the human immortal, he still hid in the Changli Mountains with the hundreds of demon spirits he cultivated, and did not contact the outside world. Isn't it because he was worried that it would bring big trouble to himself and those demon spirits? I understand. For the next 1,000 years, I will concentrate on cultivation and improve my strength and cultivation. After a long time, Asan exhaled a breath of turbid air and changed his decision. That's right. Let's work hard together and support each other. We will definitely survive the war to the end. Amu also became excited and said excitedly. Okay. Everyone must survive to the end. Wangxin Mountain, the family hall. After several days of discussion, Li Guangji and a group of elders finally came up with a plan to improve the strength of all clan members. The first is to increase the monthly salary of each clan member, at least 10% and at most 50% according to the level of cultivation. For this expenditure alone, the family will have to pay millions or tens of millions of spirit stones every month. In addition, the rewards for various tasks have also increased, and the rewards for realm breakthroughs have been increased. The others are not direct material rewards, but means such as increasing the number of sermons each month and encouraging clan members to go out for training. After the Li family announced this series of measures, it immediately caused an uproar within the family. Clan leader, elders, what happened? What danger did the family encounter? Otherwise, why would so many new decisions be suddenly issued? A clan member asked loudly. Don't think too much, it's just that after so many years of development, especially in the last few hundred years, there has not been such a large expenditure as the promotion of spiritual veins. Therefore, the family's annual income far exceeds the expenditure, and the spiritual objects are stored for too long. Even if the sealing method is more sophisticated, the spiritual energy will be lost. So after discussing with the ancestors, instead of putting the spiritual objects in the treasure house to eat dust, it is better to take them out to improve everyone's welfare. Li Guangji smiled and joked, this is a great thing. What? If you don't want to, we can cancel it at any time, and it's only temporarily implemented now. If there are problems with income and expenditure, or if there are new spiritual veins that need to be promoted, it is possible to cancel it at any time. The news of the World War cannot be made public yet. At least it should not be spread from the Li family. So they didn't tell the real reason to the clan members, but used these reasons to cover it up. With a legitimate reason, even if some of the clan members still have doubts, most of them no longer bother about it. After all, the improvement of various benefits and rewards is beneficial to their cultivation. And the clan leader also said that it is only temporarily implemented. If there are any problems, it may be cancelled at any time. So they are anxious to leave one by one and go to the miscellaneous affairs hall to see if there are any tasks suitable for them. In the next period of time, everyone should also seize the time to practice and improve their strength, Li Guangji said to the elders. We know, Da Qing, Xiao Qing, Li Xiangxin and other Fairyland clan members who did not show up on the side looked at each other and left. They had said what they should say. Now the most important thing is to race against time and improve their cultivation as much as possible. And the series of measures of the Li family soon spread to the outside world and were known by a group of casual cultivators and cultivators of small forces. What do you think? Did the Li family discover something in advance? Feeling that danger is coming, so they will greatly increase the treatment of their family members without any signs, a casual cultivator said his guess. That must be the case. Those reasons are just excuses. Unfortunately, we are from the casual cultivation family, and it is impossible for us to know the inside story in advance. How abominable. When the danger comes, we will be recruited to be cannon fodder again, Alice. The Li family is still a kind and powerful force. At least the treatment is good and there are few forced recruitments. Unlike other powerful forces, everyone talked about it, and no one believed Li Guangji's last words. So for a while, the prices of various elixirs for restoring mana, various talismans and other strategic materials on the market soared rapidly. The Li family did not reduce the spiritual objects, but increased the input. With this opportunity, the Li family made a lot of money. However, these cultivators were not stupid. After discovering that the spiritual objects on the market have been sufficient, they knew that they really misunderstood the Li family. It turned out that they did not discover any crisis in advance, but really gave benefits to their family members. Ah! How could this happen? I have accumulated spiritual stones for so many years. For a while, in the market in Fairy City all over Shanghai's Hao, the wailing of cultivators could be heard from time to time. But they couldn't blame the Li family, because they had already explained the reason. Everything was caused by their own cleverness, self-willedness and self-righteousness. While the Li family was practicing and improving their cultivation, the major forces that had agreed to trade the pure evil lotus seeds came to Wangsun Mountain one after another and successfully completed the transaction. However, they may not have discovered that the pure evil lotus seeds also have the effect of alleviating the suppression of the outer heavenly way, so they just tentatively asked if there were any extra lotus seeds, and they were not in urgent need like the Human He family and the Xiaxin sect. Since they didn't know, the Li family naturally wouldn't say anything. After quickly completing the transaction, Wangsun Mountain returned to peace again. They did hear about the recent abnormal actions in Shanghai's Hao, but they didn't care too much. Instead, they despised the Li family's behavior and came up with this method to harvest scattered cultivators. However, despite their contempt, after knowing that the effect was very good, they all had the idea of going back to try it. After all, it's easy to harvest a lot of spirit stones. Who wouldn't be tempted? Only when the news reached the He family of Yuman and the Xiaxin sect did they know the real reason for all this. Li Zhirui, who had been away from Wangsun Mountain for many years, had been traveling outside, improving her cultivation through fighting, and tempering her Tao heart with the help of the mortal world. After countless battles, she is now in the late stage of human immortal, not far from the earthly immortal realm. But she has no chance of breaking through to the earthly immortal realm, and she doesn't even have the slightest clue. Could it be that I have to challenge a higher level, like Meng Zihan, who used his low-level body to fight against the earthly immortal demon cultivator who is one level higher? Li Zhirui murmured to herself. But the problem is that the two people's situations are very different. At the beginning, Meng Zihan was a scattered immortal, and the demon cultivator he fought against was a human immortal, and his own Tao body and the cultivation method had a great restraining effect on the demon cultivator, and Li Zhirui was on the side. If she did this, she would have to face a earthly immortal demon cultivator, and there was no restraint, and there was no cultivator to help her. Although Li Zhirui is a fanatical fighter, he is definitely not a crazy fighter. If he really does this, it is not challenging the limit, but going to die. Chapter 1262 Meeting. Although in addition to the extreme training of life and death battles, there are other methods such as comprehending the laws and sudden enlightenment, and the former is indeed extremely dangerous. But other methods are too illusory and unpredictable. If you are lucky, you may succeed in the next moment, but if you are unlucky, you may stagnate for hundreds, thousands of years, or even longer. What should I do? Just when Li Zhirui was worried about how to break through the earthly immortal, someone was thinking about the same problem somewhere in Dongzhou. And this person is Meng Zihan, whom she thought of not long ago. That's right. These two cultivators, who are thousands of miles apart and have only met once, tacitly came up with the same plan. They don't want to be trapped by the bottleneck for too long and delay their own cultivation. If those creatures who have been trapped by the bottleneck for countless years and have been unable to break through, know that these two people have come up with such a bold idea, I don't know what they will think. The only thing that can help me break through the bottleneck quickly now is the training of great pressure between life and death. But I can't be the opponent of the earth immortal demon cultivator by myself. I need someone to help me, Meng Zihan whispered to himself, my fellow disciples, or those seniors in the sect, but soon, he gave up the idea. Although they know each other better, and there are powerful disciples, There are no disciples like him who are willing to risk their lives and have the courage to burn their boats. Alice. If I can meet that fellow Taoist Su Qian, maybe I can join forces with her to fight against a high-level demon cultivator again, and maybe I can break through in one fell swoop. Thinking of the secret that the master told him when he returned to the sect not long ago, Meng Zhihan couldn't help but sigh. It was precisely because of knowing that thing that he was so eager to break through the earth immortal realm, buy more time, and continue to improve his strength. However, it is probably more difficult to find a cultivator among the hundreds of millions of cultivators in the vast land of Dongzhou than to find a needle in a haystack. I can only try this method. After thinking for a moment, Meng Zhihan decided to take out most of his savings and post notices in several states near the immortal demon battlefield where he was, hoping that fellow Taoist Su Qian would see him looking for her when he passed by. Perhaps it was really a coincidence of fate. After thinking about it, Li Zhirui actually went in the direction of the immortal demon battlefield. She actually didn't know that the person she was thinking about was there, but if she said that the land of Dongzhou was the most suitable place for her to experience and improve her strength, it must be the immortal demon battlefield. So when she couldn't make up her mind, she subconsciously thought of this place. After more than a year of running around, Li Zhirui returned to this dangerous land shrouded by war. At first, she didn't know that Meng Zhihan was looking for her until a chance opportunity. That day, Li Zhirui was flying back to the immortal city from the battlefield, but found that there was an immortal demon cultivator not far away who was abusing and teasing several cultivators. Although she was not a kind-hearted knight, she was still willing to help with such a small matter. In just a moment, the arrogant demon cultivator became a dead soul under Li Zhirui's sword. The speed was so fast that the desperate cultivators did not react. After collecting the spoils, she ignored the group of cultivators and planned to continue on her way. "Senior, please wait a moment." At this moment, one of them suddenly shouted. "What's the matter?" Li Zhirui glanced at him coldly. If he wanted her to escort him back, he had to take out a spiritual object or price that made her excited. "Senior, may I ask if your name is Su Qian?" "Huh?" Li Zhirui was slightly stunned. This was indeed one of her common aliases, but she had not been to the battlefield of immortals and demons for a long time. In this area with frequent personnel turnover, there were still people who remembered her. "Senior Su, about 2 years ago, a senior named Meng Zhihan had an urgent matter to find you, and he spent a lot of money to post notices everywhere, and it has not been removed until now. However, the scope of the notice has been reduced a lot, only in a few nearby mortal cities. After all, even if he was born extraordinary, he did not have such a large financial resource to maintain a notice distributed in several nearby states for 2 years. It was precisely because of this that Li Zhirui had been in the immortal demon battlefield for several months, but she still did not find Meng Zhihan looking for her. "What urgent matter does he have to find me?" Suddenly, a thought emerged in her mind. Could it be that he was also trying to break through the bottleneck? After all, Meng Zhihan's talent, qualifications, background and other aspects are better than hers. She has encountered a bottleneck now, and she wants to find her way to break through it as soon as possible, let alone him. Where is the notice? Thinking of this, Li Zhirui couldn't hold back her excitement and asked the injured monk. "It's in Xianshu Immortal City where we are. You just need to follow the address on the notice and you should be able to find Senior Meng Zhihan. The cause and effect between you and me has been eliminated." After saying that, he turned into a swordlight and sped away, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Because of her excitement, Li Zhirui increased her speed to the limit and soon arrived at Xianshu Immortal City. She also saw the information looking for her on the notice board outside the city wall. Xianshuan, cave number 9B, with just one glance, she got the address she wanted and walked towards her destination with big strides. Soon, Li Zhirui appeared outside the cave door. "Knock knock knock, is anyone there?" "Su Qian is here to visit." Meng Zhihan, who was about to start her daily practice today and slowly wear down her bottleneck, heard a name she had been thinking about for many years, suddenly opened her eyes, and rushed out like a fly. "Su Dao Ao. I finally waited for you. After many years, you are more charming." This tone, as if this was not their second meeting, but an old friend who had known each other for many years. "Fellow Taoist Meng paid a huge price to find me. What's the urgent matter?" Li Zhirui calmed down and kept some distance. "Let's go in first and talk in detail." The two sat opposite each other. Meng Zhihan poured a pot of high-level spiritual tea and began to talk about her purpose. Sure enough, it was exactly as she thought. To be honest, I am also facing a bottleneck now, and I am trying to find a way to break through. Li Zhirui did not hide it and directly told her current situation. Meng Zhihan seemed to have misunderstood something, and said with a look of sudden realization, "Oh, I almost forgot that fellow Taoist Su has an extraordinary background. I think he also knows the secret news, so he's as anxious as me, right, huh? I haven't been back for many years and don't know what happened. I just don't want to delay too long in the late stage of human immortal, with fellow Taoist's background, he must know it, so I'll tell you now." Then, Meng Zhihan told her the news that Dao Mu Yuanjin discovered the world outside the domain and was about to start a world war. If not, he would not be so anxious to use such a risky method to break through the bottleneck. World war. After Li Zhirui knew about it, she was not worried, but excited. For her who practiced a sort of killing, this kind of war without the burden of karma, as long as she controlled her heart, she could kill as much as she wanted, is her favorite. It's a pity that it is rare in the Yuanling realm. Yes, if you can make a greater contribution in the world war, the heaven will definitely give you a generous reward. Maybe you can save a lot of time and further improve your realm. This is also the reason why Meng Zhihan wants to break through the Earth Immortal as soon as possible. If he really does it, maybe he can soar from the early stage of Earth Immortal to the late stage of Earth Immortal within 1,000 years. I don't know how much time I can save and how much faster I can be. Although every creature will have a greatly extended lifespan after breaking through the fairyland, even to the level of longevity and immortality, this does not mean that every creature in the fairyland can really live as long as the heaven and earth. Because during this period, there will be various disasters, such as wars between hostile camps and forces, a catastrophe that occurs once every 10,000 years, etc. After all, if the number of creatures in the fairyland continues to grow like this, even if the Yuanling realm is a vast world, it will not be able to bear such a terrible burden. Therefore, if you want to live longer, you need to constantly enhance your own realm. Speaking of which, the world war is still too far away. Let's discuss how to break through the bottleneck and achieve Earth Immortals. Li Zhirui spoke and brought the topic back. Meng Zhihan said his original idea, "My plan is to defeat an Earth Immortal demon cultivator, but this time, we need both of us to go all out together, so that we can kill a wounded Earth Immortal demon cultivator. But where can we find wounded Earth Immortal cultivators? This is the first problem they have to solve, because Earth Immortals rarely appear on the battlefield of Immortals and demons, unless a war breaks out between the two sides. We can only wait. In another 50 years, a war will break out. Only then, we may have a chance to complete it. In fact, there is another way, that is to kill enough fairyland demon cultivators to attract the attention of the demons. However, this method is too dangerous, because such a demon cultivator of earthly immortals will not be injured, but will be in good condition. They can't be opponents at all. Then in the next 50 years, please give me more advice, fellow Taoist Su." Meng Zhihan stood up and stretched out his hand solemnly. "Please give me more advice, let's make progress together." Li Zhirui stood up and shook his hand. In order to be able to kill a demon cultivator of earthly immortals on the battlefield 50 years later, they need to understand and get familiar with each other as much as possible, so that they can exert the combat power of 1 + 1 greater than 2. Time passed in a flash, and it was 50 years later. In these 50 years, after Li Zhirui and Meng Zhihan joined forces, I don't know how many demon cultivators died in their hands. Roughly estimated, there are at least thousands of them. Because there were too many demon cultivators killed, they also attracted the demon cultivators of earthly immortals. If they were not careful enough, I don't know what the outcome would be. During this period, they also encountered other dangers, such as being surrounded by a large number of demon cultivators, breaking into traps, etc. But fortunately, the two were strong and finally broke out. At the same time, their reputations had spread to all the nearby states, and countless cultivators knew of their existence and regarded them as learning objects. The war is about to begin, and the demonic path has begun to mobilize a large number of demonic cultivators. In the next half-month, you should take good care of your breathing, recover, and conserve your energy to strive for success in one go. Okay, what Meng Zhihan said made sense, and Li Zhirui would naturally not deny it. Then I'll go back first. Wait, Meng Zhihan suddenly called her, and said with a hint of expectation in the depths of his eyes, "Several of my seniors have also arrived. Why don't you come with me to visit them?" Fellow Taoist Su, no, there have been too many killings recently, and I have to seize the time to consolidate my Dao heart, but unexpectedly, Li Zhirui refused without hesitation and turned around to leave. The elders who had been in the cave for a long time frowned when they saw this situation. This kid seems to be moved. Don't break the bottleneck and encounter the love tribulation again. It will be even more troublesome then. Love tribulation is the most unpredictable, ruleless, and most difficult tribulation to overcome. Although not everyone can encounter it, it is very rare to overcome it successfully. But the female cultivator's heart is unwavering and she is not moved at all. Don't worry too much. The female cultivator should have noticed it and will keep a distance from this kid. Once this is done, they will hardly see each other again in the future, and the little bit of affection will slowly fade away. Yeah, they can't intervene casually. After all, Meng Ziheng's breakthrough opportunity is closely related to Li Zhirui. This is an opportunity for both of them. The most important thing is that Meng Ziheng is still in a confused stage. If they take action at this time, it may cause the love tribulation to worsen. Dong dong dong, the huge bronze bell that has been silent in the center of the fairy city for many years automatically rang at this moment, making a series of low sounds. The battle has begun. Li Zhirui slowly finished his training, looked up at the battlefield, and murmured, I hope everything goes well and I can successfully break through the earthly immortal realm. He took a few deep breaths, suppressed his excitement, and walked towards the meeting point that the two had agreed on earlier. When the two arrived at the battlefield, the fighting had already begun. The shouts and cries that resounded through the heavens and the earth filled every corner of the battlefield. Countless cultivators and demon cultivators were trying their best to attack each other and kill their opponents. Li Zhirui and Meng Ziheng did not immediately join the battlefield, but looked for targets. Of course, they could not snatch the enemy from a certain earthly immortal cultivator for no reason. In this case, they would need a familiar earthly immortal to help them injure the demon cultivator first, and then give up their position for the two of them to take over. You two. What time is it? You are actually enjoying the scenery here? Hurry up and join the battlefield. Not far away, a cultivator misunderstood the two and angrily scolded. I see Uncle Zhang and Uncle Chen. Come with me, okay? During the conversation, the two quickly left the temporary camp and rushed towards the battlefield of earthly immortals. Come back quickly. That's not where you should go. The monks saw the direction the two were heading and shouted loudly. Chapter 1263 Dangerous. But now that he was facing a powerful enemy, he could not care about the two cultivators who were rushing to their deaths. He could only sigh and concentrate on dealing with the demon cultivators who were rushing towards him not far away. Li Zhirui and Meng Ziheng were certainly not rushing to their deaths, but they had seen that his master had not only consumed a lot of the magic power of the earthly immortal demon cultivator, but also left many injuries on the demon cultivator, and his strength had declined. In this way, they had a chance to win, instead of being in a situation where they would die. Although it was possible to let Meng Ziheng's master increase the injuries of the demon cultivator and continue to weaken his strength, the effect of their training might not be so good, and the final result might not be satisfactory. Thank you, Master Lu. The next battle will be left to me and fellow Taoist Su. Be careful in everything, don't take risks. Master Lu had thousands of words to say in his heart, but in the battle, he could only quickly say these 8 short words, and then he flashed away, leaving the battlefield to Li Zhirui and Meng Ziheng. How? You two brats are so bold that you dare to use me as a stepping stone. Today, I will kill you two and turn your 1,000 years of practice into ashes. The earthly immortal demon cultivator named Zhang Luo saw their plan at the first time and was extremely angry. 2 little human immortal cultivators actually tried to ask him to help them break through the bottleneck and break through the earthly immortal. They really didn't take him seriously. Stop talking nonsense. Today, I will let you experience our methods and see if we can take down you, the old demon. Meng Ziheng shouted coldly, and he rushed up without hesitation. He used his magical power and turned into a giant several feet tall, surrounded by thunder, holding 2 hammers, with his eyes wide open, like the god of thunder. The 2 hammers danced fiercely, roaring continuously, and rushed straight to Zhang Luo to kill. Just in time, Zhang Luo sneered, not taking Meng Ziheng's magical power seriously at all, and casually threw out several black whips and hid him in the air. It was just a casual attack by the earthly immortal, but the space had cracks, which showed how powerful it was. Bang, 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 but when it collided with the double hammers, it was still blown to ashes. At this point, Zhang Luo put away his contempt and took Meng Zihan, the enemy, seriously. Just when he was distracted, a sword light of red and black intertwined pierced the sky and stabbed straight at his back. Just as it was about to stab, a fierce ghost suddenly appeared and helped Zhang Luo block the attack. But before he could catch his breath, Li Zhirui held the black sword and used a killing move again. At the same time, Meng Zihan also pressed forward with 2 hammers. Get out of the way, the black air around Zhang Luo burst out, turning into a thick shield to protect him. Clang. The killing moves of the two were like encountering an extremely hard stone, unable to break it at all, but bounced back and flew out. Under the joint efforts of Li Zhirui and Meng Zihan, this earthly immortal demon cultivator actually looked a little embarrassed. This scene caught the eyes of many people, and they couldn't help but be shocked. Although this was due to Zhang Luo's contempt for the two, it was also because the two were quite powerful. If they were other immortal cultivators, they would probably have become a dead soul now. Okay. I underestimated you. No wonder you dared to attack me. It seems that you still have some strength. If Zhang Luo's realm was not higher and his strength was not weak, if you were a human immortal demon cultivator, he would probably be a corpse on the ground now. Old demon, today is your death. Meng Zihan was surrounded by thunder and his expression was firm and resolute. Li Zhirui on the other end said nothing, but stared at the demon cultivator in front of him with cold eyes, as if constantly looking for his weakness. How? Zhang Luo's mouth curled up a hint of sneer, and his eyes seemed to be filled with endless anger. He waved his hands, and the nearby demonic energy surged out like a tide, turning into layers of huge waves, as if he wanted to swallow the two. At the same time, waves of shrill wails came from the demonic energy, piercing directly into the two people's sea of consciousness, interfering with their minds and wills. Just you two ants? Die? The huge waves suddenly turned into countless ghosts and fierce ghosts, fearlessly killing Li Zhirui and Meng Zihan. Li Zhirui moved his right hand, and the black sword swept across his chest. A red sword energy spanned several miles and shot into the ghost tide. Countless fierce ghosts were cut in half, turning into yin energy and ghost energy, and appeared in the ghost tide again the next moment. On the other hand, Meng Zihan's side was not only powerful, with all kinds of roars, but also very lethal. Wherever he passed, the rich ghost energy dissipated. However, this also consumed a lot of his energy. The originally dazzling thunder had dimmed a little at this time. Seeing this, Li Zhirui no longer set his target on these difficult ghosts, but directly targeted Zhang Luo. His figure flashed, and in the blink of an eye he appeared behind the old demon. The black sword flashed red, and the killing law was brewing quickly. The sword moves were as fast as lightning, stabbing at the vital points one after another. Zhang Luo's heart trembled, and he decisively summoned a few scapegoats to help him block this killing move. A thunder body and a killing sword, I think they are not simple little characters. If I kill you, I think the forces behind you will be very distressed, right? The old demon smiled cruelly and said, it just so happens that there are many vacancies in my 10,000 ghosts banner, just right for you to serve as ghost generals. Serve for me. If it weren't for the battlefield of immortals and demons, he would never let the two die so easily. He would definitely torture them and make them want to live but not to die, and then he would reap their lives and turn their souls into evil spirits. Zhang Luo's mana rolled out, and he made hand gestures with his hands. Countless evil spirits howled and devoured each other, and finally turned into two evil spirits, one big and one small. One was dozens of feet tall, like a small mountain, the other was no different from an ordinary person, but with a lively look, as if he had intelligence. The former dealt with Meng Zihan, the latter dealt with Li Zhirui, and the old demon himself helped to raid the formation. Boom boom, the ground shook as the troll walked, but the speed was not slow. It instantly appeared in front of Meng Zihan and stretched out its giant palm to smash him. Meng Zihan naturally didn't want to resist, but when he wanted to dodge, he suddenly found himself as if he was pressed by a mountain and couldn't move. Break it for me, there was no way. At the critical moment of life and death, he had to do his best to protect himself. The mana in his body was running fast, and his body continued to rise. The mana flowed into the double hammers and smashed the troll fiercely. Crack! The pressure was instantly broken, and at the same time, one of the troll's arms was also smashed, temporarily suspending its action. Li Zhirui, who practiced a sort of killing, could be called the most powerful among the human immortals, especially the sword energy containing murderous intent. Even Zhang Luo did not dare to resist it. The battle between Li Zhirui, Meng Ziheng and Zhang Luo was quite noisy and attracted a lot of people's attention. Everyone was very surprised to see this scene. Two immortals were actually fighting with Earth immortals, and it seemed that they were fighting back and forth. I don't know whether to say that the strength of the Earth immortal demon cultivator is too weak, or that the two immortal cultivators are too strong. Li's Hexuan swordsmanship is sharp and unstoppable. Meng Ziheng's thunder method restrains the yin qi and suppresses people with force, which is extremely fierce. Moreover, after decades of working together to kill demons, the two have already had a tacit understanding. They don't need to speak or look at each other. Just look at each other's movements and you will know how to cooperate. It's unknown how long the battle between the three lasted. Zhang Luo didn't know when a lot of wounds appeared on his body. His clothes were tattered and his hair was messy, which made him look particularly embarrassed. Li Zhirui and Meng Ziheng, who were at a lower level, were in an even more miserable state. They were covered in blood and their breath fell. If they continued to fight, they would really become the dead souls in each other's hands. The teachers who were watching closely were very anxious and tried to persuade them, hoping that the two could give up temporarily and save themselves. There would definitely be other opportunities in the future. Humph. You come when you want and leave when you want. You really don't take me seriously. Zhang Luo was very dissatisfied and was even more determined to kill the two. You know, these two people really made him lose face today. He was a great demon of Earth immortal, but he fought with two ants for so long. Not only did he not crush them to death easily, but he was embarrassed. If this news spread, his name, Zhang Luo, would probably be ridiculed by all spirits for many years. Maybe it would continue to spread, and he would be completely nailed to the pillar of shame in history and laughed at by others. Friend Su, can you still fight? Even though Li Zhirui had little mana left and was seriously injured, he still stood up straight and said with great determination, of course. If this battle fails, I will die. Well said, Meng Ziheng praised and echoed, if this battle fails, I will die. Kill. The two of them once again mobilized their mana and rushed towards Zhang Luo. You don't know whether to live or die. Since you are looking for death, I will fulfill your wish. The sword energy was like a rainbow, with an unstoppable momentum, and stabbed directly at the vital point of the old demon. Zhang Luo didn't dare to underestimate the two people now, and used his defensive magic to try to block it. Crack! Unexpectedly, this defense failed to stop the sword energy. At the moment of the collision between the two, a very strong shock wave swept around, and the ground was cut off by half a foot. Bang! At this moment, Zhang Luo was hit by a double hammer, and the whole person flew out and fell heavily on the ground. But Meng Ziheng had been ready to go, and at the same time, he used all his strength to smash the old demon at the moment when the defense was broken. Unfortunately, even if the old demon had never practiced physical training, after practicing to the earthly immortal realm, his physical body naturally could not be weak, so his attack only aggravated the old demon's injuries. At the same time, it further angered Zhang Luo. Okay. For many years, no one has been able to force me to this point. Now not only do I have it, but it is also thanks to two immortal ants. There was no anger in his tone, but the more it showed that the anger in his heart had reached an extremely terrifying level. Sure enough, in the following battle, Li Zhirui and Meng Ziheng were beaten to a breathless state, their injuries became more serious, and their combat power was seriously weakened. This time, the battle lasted only 1 hour, and Li Zhirui and Meng Ziheng could not hold on. The reason is simple. The two had very little mana left. The last blow, the two looked at each other, shouted in unison, and bit the elixir that had been in their mouths for a long time. This elixir was like a volcanic eruption, and the rolling and majestic spiritual energy rushed into the danshan. In the blink of an eye, it raised the almost dried up Fahei to half its height. But these magic powers only existed for a moment, and were fully mobilized. Li Zhirui was wrapped in red light, and with the blood flowing from the wound, he was like the legendary heir. The black sword was placed on his wrist, and a large amount of blood was absorbed by the black sword. Instantly, the black sword in his hand burst out with unprecedented sword energy, carrying endless murderous intent and murderous spirit, and slashed at the old demon. Meng Ziheng was even more ruthless. He actually forcibly pulled the thunder summoned by other cultivators on the nearby battlefield, and then suddenly opened his mouth to swallow it. There was a burst of explosions from his body, and his body suddenly swelled. In a breath, he became a giant hundreds of feet tall. He stirred the double hammers in his hands towards the horizon, pulling the thunder clouds to attach to it. Rumble, a huge hammer like a mountain smashed towards Zhang Luo, erupting with a thunderous roar. The space was deformed, and the world seemed to tremble. Damn it, the old demon's face changed drastically. He didn't expect that the two would be so determined and cruel, and even planned to sacrifice their own lives to kill him. But now he had no time to think about it, and could only use all his strength to block the two attacks. I must kill you, he swore in his heart, otherwise he would be a presumptuous earth immortal. Puff. After the two used their last ultimate killing moves, the whole person was like a piece of paper, and was blown away by the shock wave, and fell heavily to the ground. With blood flowing from their mouths, their breath was weak, and their faces were like golden paper, as if a gust of wind could take their lives. Pop! At the same time, there was a sound of a bottle cork being pulled up, which sounded in their sea of consciousness. But after experiencing this deadly battle, both of them successfully achieved their goals and broke through the bottleneck. As for whether the old demon Zhang Luo was dead or alive, it was actually not important. However, he still managed to save his life under the killing moves of the two. Although he was seriously injured, he could easily take the lives of two people who had already fainted. Good boy. At this moment, a spiritual light fell beside Meng Zihong. If he was awake, he would recognize that this was his teacher. He waved two spiritual lights and drilled into the mouths of Li Zhirui and Meng Zihong respectively, and then stretched out his hand and took the two away from the battlefield. It was only a moment, and his teacher did not pay attention to Zhang Luo at all, let alone let him take action personally. The cause and effect here is naturally to wait for Meng Zihong to break through the earth immortal and then settle it himself. I don't know how long it has been. Li Zhirui finally opened her eyes. Survived. She is still very weak now, mainly because of the last killing move. The violent spirit fairy pill destroyed her meridians, the black sword absorbed a lot of her blood, and the law of killing overdrew her consciousness. It can be said that the three essences of spirit and spirit are all depleted. If it weren't for the care of Meng Zihong's King Ho sect at all costs, even if Li Zhirui had managed to survive the hands of the evil cultivator, she would have become a useless person. Chapter 1264 Stranger. Creaking, not long after, a female cultivator in green clothes came in. Seeing that Li Zhirui had woken up, she said directly, I'm glad that Senior Su is fine. Since you have woken up, I will not bother you too much and will take my leave first. She was a scattered immortal after all, but she was ordered by the sect to take care of a female cultivator whose background she did not know. It was inevitable that she felt a little resentful and dissatisfied. Thank you, Li Zhirui said in a hoarse voice. I will remember the great kindness of the King Ho sect and will repay you in the future. She knew that she was able to survive because of the careful care of others. Otherwise, even if she did not die, she would be seriously injured like a disabled person. This cave will expire in more than a year, so you can live here without worry. The female cultivator did not respond to those words. She reminded her, left the J token for entering and exiting the cave, and turned around and left. Li Zhirui was not angry because of the other party's attitude. She just lay quietly on the bed, slowly practicing the exercises, absorbing spiritual energy, and nourishing the meridians and Danshan. In her current state, she didn't even dare to absorb too much spiritual energy, otherwise her fragile meridians would feel pain. After several days, she recovered some of her spirit and could mobilize a trace of spiritual consciousness, open her own storage magic weapon, take out the top-grade healing elixir that Li Zhirui had refined for her, and slowly refine it in her mouth. During these years of training outside, Li Zhirui was very cautious in using these top-grade elixirs, and would use the lower-grade ones if possible. Because she knew that the top-grade elixir was used to save her life. Moreover, she had been away for many years and had never returned to Wangxin Mountain. If she used one, she would have one less, and she could not replenish it at all. I have to admit that the top-grade elixir refined by Li Zhirui was really effective. It only took a few months for Li Zhirui's injuries to get better. When the cave expired, her injuries were not healed, but she looked no different from an ordinary person. I risked my life to defeat the demon cultivators of the earthly immortals this time. Fortunately, I had the help of my ninth brother, fellow Taoist Meng, and the King Ho sect. Otherwise, I would never have succeeded. Thinking of this, Li Zhirui planned to thank Meng Zihong and the King Ho sect, and then slowly return to Wangxin Mountain to retreat and heal her wounds and impact the earthly immortal realm. After asking around, she brought a few spiritual objects to visit and express her gratitude. Fellow Taoist Su, there is no need to do this. Since you are on good terms with senior brother Meng and have made great help in his breakthrough to the earthly immortal realm, our King Ho sect naturally wants to express gratitude. Please take back these spiritual objects. The one who came out to receive Li Zhirui was also a human immortal cultivator named Zhang Heng, who resolutely refused to accept the gift she brought. Since he was unwilling, she did not force him too much, but just kept this kindness in mind, and then asked, I wonder how fellow Taoist Meng is doing now. Senior brother Meng is fine now, and he should be in retreat at the mountain gate now. That's good. Li Zhirui said nothing more and left immediately. After she left the King Ho sect, she walked straight towards the city gate, not intending to stay any longer. The flowers have intentions, but the water is ruthless. This fellow Taoist Su is really devoted to the Dao, and cannot tolerate any sentimental feelings. No wonder the teachers and elders are only worried about Brother Meng. After saving his life, they took him back directly and prevented the two from seeing each other again. Zhang Heng shook his head and closed the gate. Although Li Zhirui was seriously injured and could not exert 50% of his strength, ordinary cultivators could not see it, and naturally no one would provoke a human immortal cultivator innocently. Therefore, her journey back to Wangsan Mountain was calm and she did not encounter any twists and turns. It just took a little longer on the road, which took 4 or 5 years. Moreover, when Li Zhirui came back, she did not retreat immediately, but met with the clan leader Li Guangji and told him about the world war that Meng Zihan told her. The family has already known about it, but Zuanzu is training outside. How did he know? Could it be that this matter is no longer a secret in other places? Li Guangji said with a look of surprise. Did Cheng Sheng and Cheng Shuo tell the family? The clan leader shook his head, and used this secret as a condition for the He family of Yuman and Xiaxan sect to purify the evil lotus seeds. Of course, they also had their own little thoughts, that is, they wanted the Li family to offer a higher price to the forces that came later to buy the lotus seeds. However, Li Zhirui didn't want to care about these. After knowing that the family knew about this, he got up and left, returning to the cave he had not stayed in for many years. At the same time, Li Zhirui, who was practicing in seclusion in another cave in Wangsan Mountain, had previously planned to consume half of his merits to speed up his own practice. The effect of this method is indeed extraordinary, but merits are rare, and ordinary creatures are not willing to use such an expensive method. However, the results are also very good. Li Zhirui has been practicing in seclusion for many years, and his realm has been perfected in the realm of human immortals. He only needs the last step to cross the threshold of the earthly immortal realm. Of course, this is not so easy to do. According to what those two said, there are still 800 or 900 years before the war begins. It seems that there is plenty of time, but cultivation cannot be calculated in this way, so Li Zhirui did not relax at all, and still maintained a diligent and hard-working attitude. What Li Zhirui is considering now is whether to consume the remaining half of the merits to see if he can cross this threshold in one fell swoop and achieve the realm of earthly immortals. After thinking for a long time, he finally decided to give up and wait until he has made a foolproof plan before lighting this last fire. After making up his mind, he cleared these complicated thoughts and continued to practice quietly. Li Zhirui didn't know that Li Zhirui had returned and successfully broke through the bottleneck, one step ahead of him. Above the 9 heavens, the mysterious place that has existed since ancient times, countless stars dotted it, like a dazzling ribbon, floating in the dark starry sky. In the starry sky, in the most noble beat-out galaxy. Mother, my second brother Gu Chen, and several other brothers, it will take some time to break through. It is better to postpone the start of the war a little bit, and then our strength will be stronger, Zhuyi suggested. The current beat-out galaxy is not only the master of countless stars, but also occupies a large number of important positions in the heavenly court, such as the Emperor of Heaven, the 6 great emperors, and the gods of all parties. It is precisely with these forces and divine positions that the beat-out galaxy has gathered so much luck and merit, and the path of cultivation is naturally smooth. The current Gu Chen has already reached the perfection of the earthly immortal and is attacking the heavenly immortal. If this news spreads, it will definitely shock all spirits. You know, there are currently only 2 heavenly immortals in the star god lineage, and they are all from the Beidao system, namely Dao Mu Yuanjun and Zhui. If Gu Chen also breaks through, it will be a 3-day immortal. If nothing unexpected happens, the star god lineage will no longer have the possibility of transferring power. The time set cannot be changed. I paid a huge price and personally deduced the best time to attack. Dao Mu Yuanjin refused without hesitation and said, if Gu Chen has not broken through by then, don't let him go to the battlefield. Continue to retreat and attack the heavenly immortal realm. Anyway, a war between two great worlds involves the life and death of the two worlds and countless creatures. The war will definitely not end in a short time. Zirui stopped insisting after hearing this and turned to say, Mother, can we tell some Shinto masters about this now so that they can prepare in advance? Yes, but we still have to keep it secret. It can't be made known to everyone for the time being. It's not the right time yet. Now there are nearly 1,000 years before the war. If it is directly made public and let countless creatures know, it may cause turmoil and disasters. It is better to proceed step by step. Yes, I will do it now. After everything was discussed, Zirui did not stay any longer. After all, he was still the Emperor of Heaven and had many affairs to deal with. Ding ding ding, a series of bells rang in the heavenly palace, notifying all the gods of the earthly immortal realm to come to the Lingxiao palace as soon as possible. Zirui has something important to say. Brother, the heavenly palace has been peaceful and developed rapidly in recent years. Why did the Emperor of Heaven suddenly summon all the great gods? Li Chengshuo's clone opened his eyes, frowned slightly, and guessed what Zirui was going to say. You'll know when you get there. Li Chengsheng was too lazy to speculate. Anyway, he would know it soon, but he thought it should not be a trivial matter, otherwise it would not cause such a big commotion. Not long after, all the great gods of the earthly immortal realm arrived, waiting for Zirui to speak. What I'm going to say next is a very important secret, and it must not be leaked at all. Don't worry, Your Majesty. We will definitely keep it a secret and not let outsiders know. Since there are outsiders, there must be insiders, such as teachers, fellow disciples, and relatives of the same clan. Mother discovered an extraterritorial world many years ago. Therefore, 900 years later, a war will break out. You should all be prepared for the war. After Zirui finished speaking, the scene was silent. As if they were shocked by the news and did not react. Extraterritorial world, world war? What a big deal, the Dragon Clan Emperor said in a sarcastic tone. After all, no matter what, this was all because of Dao Mu Yuanjin's selfishness, but the whole heaven and countless gods had to participate in it. Facing the world war with the highest mortality rate, he, who was born in the Dragon Clan, naturally knew a lot more. However, Dao Mu was a celestial being after all, and in front of Zirui, he could not say some things directly. There are still a few hundred years left. Everyone should hurry up to improve their cultivation and strength. From today on, the stars will lean towards the heaven, further improve the spiritual energy of the heaven, and create good conditions for everyone to practice. I really have to thank the Emperor for his mercy. After saying that, he hastily bowed and turned away quickly, going to tell the Sea clan about this big event. Everyone, go back to your own business. Seeing this, Zirui did not say much. After all, it was indeed their fault. They had calculated against other forces. Shouldn't they allow them to vent their dissatisfaction? Li Chengsheng and Li Chengshuo looked at each other, and the master immediately set off in the divine realm and headed straight for Wongsun Mountain. The two ancestors hurried back. But are you going to tell them about the world war? Li Guangji saw their expressions and knew what they were going to do, so he immediately opened his mouth to explain it clearly. Purifying evil lotus seeds, Li Chengshuo said in surprise. The purifying evil lotus seeds cultivated by Daddy actually have such an effect. Yes, so in addition to encouraging the clan members to practice hard and improve their cultivation as soon as possible over the years, the family has also spent a lot of energy on cultivating lotus seeds. If the century war breaks out at that time, as invaders, they will definitely enter the outside world. With the purifying evil lotus seeds in hand, they can also reduce the suppression of the other world's heavenly way on them and restore some of their combat power. If the two ancestors need it, the family can provide 100 lotus seeds, and the ancestors will need to cultivate more by themselves, Li Guangji said. After all, with so many clansmen, the distribution is indeed very tight. There is still some time, so the two can cultivate it by themselves. Thank you, clan leader, such a good thing. The two naturally would not refuse. Especially as gods, they must be suppressed more than other cultivators and demon cultivators when they go to the outer world. The lotus seeds are of great importance. Please don't leak them out casually, so as not to bring disaster to the family. Don't worry, clan leader, we know the importance. There are all kinds of people in the heaven, and all camps have representatives in them. How can they reveal them casually? But can we make a deal with the beat-out system? The lotus seeds are so beneficial to the world war that they will definitely not be able to refuse. They will definitely buy them at a high price. If the family lacks anything, they can take this opportunity to get it. Li Changshuo expressed his thoughts. Li Guangji heard this and immediately calculated in his heart. The family has now hoarded a lot of evil purifying lotus seeds. It is not impossible to take out some of them for trading. But it requires the beat-out system to show sincerity. Please wait for a moment, both ancestors. I will discuss with the elders to see how to trade. The clan leader will go by himself. We will walk around the clan. The two had not been back for many years. Now that they finally had some time, they wanted to see how the family had developed over the years. Father and Zhuanggu are both in seclusion, but when did a clan member who is about to break through to the earthly immortal appear in the family? It was also a coincidence that Li Changsheng and Li Changshuo had just walked to Yu Hong's cave, and he broke through. His key connected with a heavenly Dao, and the calamity clouds gathered in an instant, forming a thick canopy cloud layer in an instant. When the thunder calamity was brewing, the two flashed out of the range and helped to protect the law. Although they did not know who was about to break through, those who could stay in Wangsun Mountain were definitely not outsiders. Whose cave is this? I have no impression of it. Not to mention you, I have never seen a family with such an ancestor who is about to break through to the earthly immortal. Seeing the clan members swarming in the thunder tribulation, they couldn't help but be stunned after seeing the person who is crossing the tribulation, and they all started to talk. At this time, Li Guangji and others hurried over. Clan leader, do you know who this is? Li Guangji nodded and explained, this is a weapon spirit that Ruzu signed when he was training outside. Because he is about to break through to the earthly immortal, this cave was specially built for him. Weapon spirit. Li Changsheng and Li Changshuo looked at it with some surprise. They didn't even realize that this person was not a human before. Even now, with a reminder of the clan leader, they didn't see any clues. Chapter 1265 Breakthrough. The most important thing is that the cultivation of this weapon spirit is higher than that of Li Zhirui. This made Li Changsheng and Li Changshuo feel a little worried. What if he relied on his higher realm and used the contract to control Li Zhirui? To ancestors, this weapon spirit has a different identity, and the contract with Ruzu is very solid, so don't worry. Li Guangji secretly transmitted the voice. When Li Zhirui went out and left Yu Hong in the family, he specially reminded him. Well, the brother and sister responded. Since their father said so, they can be a little relieved, restrain their minds, and help protect the law. But the next moment, the faces of everyone present suddenly changed. There is no other reason. The power of the thunder tribulation is too terrifying. Especially in the eyes of Li Changsheng and Li Changshuo, this is several times more powerful than the thunder tribulation they broke through that year. You know, even if they are gods with great merits and great luck, the power of the thunder tribulation is still relatively strong, but in front of this thunder tribulation, it is nothing and cannot be compared at all. Boom boom, a deafening roar exploded in everyone's ears, and everyone was dizzy and uncomfortable. The thunderbolt as thick as a beam seemed to tear the sky and earth apart, leaving a residual image in the air, and completely swallowed Yu Hong. What is the origin of this weapon spirit? Li Changshuo exclaimed in shock. Li Guangji's mind was blank, and it took a long time to come back to his senses. He replied, I don't know either. Ruzu didn't tell me, but said that he is very important to his own path. After a long time, the thunderbolt gradually dissipated, revealing Yu Hong's intact body, and even his aura did not change much, which surprised the onlookers. The first thunderbolt swallowed him directly. They couldn't really see what means he used, but he could get through it so easily, which showed that he was definitely extraordinary. What a pity. Among the tribesmen who were watching, someone sighed and said, not only is this person's realm too high, but the power of the thunder tribulation is also so terrifying. For us, it is not a good opportunity to observe and comprehend. Yes, what a good opportunity to comprehend, but it's a pity that we are not up to the task. What can we do? The main reason is that their realm is too low, and they can't bear the tyrannical laws brought by the thunder tribulation. But for Li Changshen, Li Changshuo and others, this is a good thing, because it will bring more and more powerful laws. However, they can't be completely immersed in it. Although Yu Hong's place of tribulation is in the Wangsun Mountain of the Li family, they must also guard against the secret calculations of evil spirits. The thunder of tribulation struck one after another, and the power was greater than the other. Later, All objects within a radius of 10 miles were destroyed by the scattered thunder of tribulation. But Yu Hong still looked at ease, as if this thunder of tribulation that destroyed the world was just a mild electrotherapy for him. This attitude made the observers stunned and shocked. If they were placed in that position, they would have turned into a pile of ashes long ago. Where on earth did Daddy find this old monster? Li Chengshuo muttered to himself. She had already seen that this artifact spirit was not only good at the yin-yang law, but also had a deep attainment in many other laws. He could use all kinds of laws as if they were his arms and fingers, and they were round and round. It was precisely because of this that he used various laws to deal with different thunder tribulations, so that he was safe and sound in such a terrifying thunder tribulation. Under the surprised and shocked eyes of everyone, Yu Hong had safely passed the last thunder tribulation. As for the inner demon tribulation, it was still half an hour later that the heavenly Dao forcibly recruited an inner demon to respond to the disaster. But as soon as the inner demon entered Yu Hong's sea of consciousness, he saw a jade disc shining brightly, dispelling some evil and filthy things with a purifying aura, making it impossible for people to advance. The various thunder and yang auras that followed drowned the inner demon, but in just a moment, it turned into ashes and dregs. At the same time, the heavy calamity cloud suddenly changed, turning into pure spiritual energy and pouring into Yu Hong's body. The Danshan Fahe then broke through and turned into a larger Danshan to accommodate more mana. Buzz, a mysterious and heavy majesty burst out from Yu Hong's body, covering the entire Wangsun mountain. For a moment, Li Chengsheng and Li Chengshuo felt a sense of danger in their hearts, and the others felt that their lives were in their hands. But the next moment, it all dissipated, as if the suffocation just now was just an illusion of the crowd and had never actually appeared. Thank you to Star Lords and all the friends for protecting the law. When I consolidate my realm, I will definitely give a lecture to thank you. After saying that, Yu Hong flashed into the cave. The tribesmen were naturally very happy. A terrestrial immortal preaching, even if it was very superficial, would be of great benefit to them. Brother, this person's background and qualifications are probably better than ours, especially since he has comprehended many laws. Not only does he not have the Dao Chaos and the God Division, but he can perform them at will. It's really strange, Li Chengshuo said with some curiosity. Why do most creatures only comprehend one law in their entire lives? In addition to the fact that the law is extremely mysterious and profound, it is difficult to fully master it in a lifetime. If you are distracted, the effect will naturally be worse. After all, it is also linked to your own realm and cultivation. In addition, if you master multiple laws, there is a high possibility of a dispute between the Dao. At that time, if you are not careful, it is easy to have a disorder of the Dao and the separation of the God, and then you will be no different from a useless person. Therefore, mastering multiple laws will not only make your own cultivation path more difficult, consume more time and energy, but also have such great dangers and hidden dangers. Although it can enhance your own strength, it is very uneconomical compared to the risks. However, the laws that Yu Hong mastered, as shown by him when he was crossing the tribulation, are no less than 30. Then he must have mastered more laws. Such an astonishing number. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would definitely think it was a joke and it would never happen. If they knew that Yu Hong really mastered as many as 3,000 laws, even if most of them were only initially mastered, it would definitely be a shocking news. It should be related to his true body, but it is inconvenient to explore this matter. After Li Chengsheng said his guess, he shook his head. The true body of the weapon spirit is the biggest taboo, and it will never look at people easily. Then should we stay in the family for a while longer, listen to the preaching of Yu Hong, the cheap uncle, and then return to the starry sky? Li Chengsheng thought about it, and he was still a little curious in his heart, so he nodded in agreement. Li Guangji was very happy when he knew that the two of them were not in a hurry to leave, and at the same time asked the two of them if they could preach to the tribe members in their spare time. We are all from the Li family, and it is our duty to contribute to the family, the two agreed immediately. Anyway, with their current cultivation, there will not be much improvement in a short time, so there is no need to rush for a while. The tribe members were naturally happier. In the next period of time, there were Earth Immortals preaching from time to time, and many tribesmen with high comprehension or on the verge of breakthrough made considerable progress. And the news that an Earth Immortal Cultivator was born in the Li family of Wangsun Mountain spread in all directions like wings. Is it true? Isn't it another earthly immortal god? Many casual cultivators expressed their disbelief. Since many small forces regard the Li family as a model to learn from, The story of the Li family's rise to power has been widely circulated. So they don't believe that the Li family, which has only developed for 2 or 3,000 years, can now produce a true high-level cultivator in the Yuanling realm, such as an earthly immortal. The latter sentence is because in the eyes of many casual cultivators, the relationship between the Li family and the Shinto is very close. After all, half of the Li family's current series of high-level cultivators are gods. Moreover, the speed of Shinto cultivation is notoriously fast, even comparable to the quick learning methods of the demonic path, and it does not have the various disadvantages of the demonic path. If it is the Shinto, there is still some possibility. But soon, more news came that it was indeed a cultivator who broke through, not a god. It's just that this cultivator is not from the human race, but a weapon spirit. When everyone suddenly realized it, they also envied the luck of the Li family even more, as they could actually get a weapon spirit in the earthly immortal realm. The Dongyun sect also received the news, but it was quickly thrown aside. There were so many important things to do that they were too lazy to waste time on such trivial matters. Not to mention that the Li family only had one earthly immortal. Even if there were 10 or dozens of them, it would not threaten the status of the Dongyun sect, unless a great heavenly immortal was born. But for the Li family, this was really a very long time ago. About half a year later, Yu Hong consolidated his realm and fulfilled his promise to preach in Wongsun Mountain. His preaching was not limited to a certain law, but was very complicated. He talked about various laws, and it was not the kind of boasting and empty talk. When he stopped preaching, the clan members were unwilling to leave at all. In the end, Li Guangji came out to drive them away, and they got up and dispersed. Meet Uncle Yu Hong, Li Shengsheng and Li Changshuo stayed in the family. Not only waiting to listen to Yu Hong's preaching, but also wanting to find out his identity and origin. Thank you, the 2-star gods, for protecting us, Uncle Master. You are too polite. This is what we, the younger generation, should do. Why do you have to thank me again and again? Li Shengsheng asked. Uncle Master, my father once said that you are very important to his path. Can you help us solve some of the doubts? It will also make us, his children, feel at ease. Zhirui and I have a relationship of mutual support. He is also very important to me. Yu Hong smiled and said, I know what you are worried about, but if I want to achieve enlightenment, I must rely on Zhirui. Moreover, he is now in seclusion to impact the earthly immortal realm. Perhaps he will succeed soon. After getting the answer, the two did not say whether they believed it or not. They would have a chance to verify it in the future. After exchanging pleasantries, they said goodbye and left. Now, they were going back to the divine realm of the starry sky. On the other side, Yu Hong knocked on Li Zhirui's cave. Li Zhirui was naturally a little dissatisfied with being suddenly disturbed in his meditation, but he still asked someone to come in. Just when he was about to ask what happened, he swallowed all his words when he saw that the person coming was Yu Hong. Yu Hong, judging from your current aura, have you broken through to become an earthly immortal? Just luck. Although he was being modest, he couldn't stop smiling. Congratulations, you have made another step towards enlightenment. Only I am still mediocre and stagnant. Li Zhirui's emotions fluctuated a bit. You are only one step away from becoming an earthly immortal. Why are you suddenly sighing? This one step away is like a natural chasm. How can it be so easy to cross it? Moreover, the war is coming, and with the current strength of the family, it is simply impossible to cope with it. I am afraid that there will be heavy losses by then. Yu Hong shook his head and said puzzledly, you have surpassed many people now, and the Li family has developed to this point, and it can be called powerful. Why do you still bear all these pressures on your shoulders, in the battle between the two worlds, let alone you becoming an earthly immortal? Even if you are a heavenly immortal, it is impossible to protect the Li family. This is what he has never understood. The Li family has developed to this point, and it is no longer something that Li Zhirui can drive alone, and he also attaches too much importance to the continuation and survival of the Li family. In Yu Hong's opinion, he attached great importance to the continuation of the Li family, even slightly higher than his own path. Li Zhirui was stunned when he heard this, and then fell into deep thought, recalling whether he attached too much importance to the continuation of the family as he said. Soon, he had the answer. It was indeed as Yu Hong said, he attached too much importance and protected the family too much? Which power did not suffer countless casualties and heavy casualties in the process of development? Compared with them, the casualties of the Li family were not worth mentioning at all. In addition to various other reasons, such as the opponent's strength was too weak, the most important thing was that he always thought about reducing the casualties of the clan members as much as possible and protecting more clan members. And it was also under Li Zhirui's example and personal demonstration that almost all the high-level cultivators of the Daking and Zhaoking families were affected. It's not that this is bad, but it's too much. Moreover, the lack of fighting spirit and passion of the clan members, and the lack of attention to cultivation, etc., have a lot to do with his excessive emphasis on the clan members. In the eyes of many clan members, with the presence of Li Zhirui, Zhang Fengwu, Daking and other ancestors, even in the most dangerous battle, with their protection, they will not be in too much danger. In this case, why bother to practice so hard? And why is Li Zhirui like this? In the end, it is probably related to the fact that he took over the responsibility of developing and expanding the family from his elders and became the patriarch. Then slowly formed a habit that goes deep into the bone marrow and does not feel anything wrong, or an obsession. Thinking of this, Li Zhirui's expression changed and his breath was even more ups and downs. After a long time, Li Zhirui exhaled a breath of turbid air, and his breath finally stabilized, saying, "Thank you Yu Hong for reminding me." Unconsciously, he actually formed such a hidden obsession deep in his heart. When he was crossing the tribulation before, the inner demon tribulation did not provoke it, which can only be said to be lucky, otherwise it would definitely bring big trouble. Why should we thank each other? Yu Hong shook his head. He was quite happy in his heart because after Li Zhirui's breakthrough, the small thousand world would be further improved and more suitable for his cultivation. Chapter 1266. Your words have saved me hundreds of years of time and half of my accumulated merits. I still have to say thank you, Li Zhirui said with a smile. Once his obsession is broken, his mind will be open, and his realm will be smooth. Within 100 years, Li Zhirui will be able to break through in one fell swoop and receive the thunder tribulation. Yu Hong shook his head and said no more about this matter. Instead, he said, I will go back to the small world and help sort out the laws. Thank you. With a thought, Li Zhirui was the only one left in the cave. Next, I can take more time to absorb spiritual energy and increase my magic power, since breaking through to the earthly immortal is no longer a problem, and there are still hundreds of years before the world war. He is not as anxious as before. Naturally, he wants to refine his magic power and consolidate his foundation. Two flowers bloom, each with its own branch. After Li Chengsheng and Li Changshuo returned to the starry sky, they did not return to the divine domain immediately, but went to the Big Dipper galaxy. But when they were staying in the family, waiting for Yu Hong to come out of retreat to preach, Zhui contacted them through the gods in the heavenly court, and asked them to go to the Beidao star system after they came back, saying that there was something important to discuss. Greetings to the Emperor of Heaven. After seeing Zhui, the brother and sister bowed their heads respectfully. Although their relationship was quite good before, since Zhui became the Emperor of Heaven, their contacts have decreased a lot. First of all, it is because of the distance brought by their status. Secondly, Zui's affairs are busy and he has little free time. Finally, they are also busy practicing and improving their strength. No need to be polite, I was busy just now and couldn't take time to greet the two star masters. Please forgive me. Zhui stood up very enthusiastically, pulled the two people, took them to sit down, and personally poured a cup of spiritual tea. Then he asked knowingly, you two went back to the family before to inform them about the world war, right? Yes, the two admitted frankly, and at the same time kept a look in their eyes. With such an enthusiastic attitude, I'm afraid there is something difficult to say. There is nothing to hide. Besides, Zhui secretly agreed to it. Otherwise, he would not have told them hundreds of years in advance, and he did not specifically order them to keep silent. Even they knew it relatively late. Top forces like Human-He family and Xiaxin sect had known it long ago. And the reason why he informed them in advance was to put some pressure on all forces, so that they could seize the time to improve their strength and add some chips to the victory of the war. After all, this war is not only about the life and death of the Yuanling realm and countless creatures, but also about whether his mother Dao Mu Yuanjin can repay the cause and effect, and go further and transcend. If I remember correctly, the highest cultivation level in the Li family should be the human immortal cultivator? This kind of strength is definitely not enough in the war between the two realms, Zhui continued. I still have 5 enlightenment star stones left in my hand, which can be given to the 2 star monarchs. I wonder what the Emperor of Heaven wants. Li Chengsheng and Li Changshuo looked at each other and asked bluntly. If you really want to give it to them, you can just give it to them directly like last time. There is no need to say so much. This is just a deal. I hope you can give me a trace of the origin of the sun and the moon. As soon as these words came out, the brother and sister frowned instantly. The origin of the gods cannot be leaked. Otherwise, you don't know when there will be another god competing with you for power. Of course, even if it is not a god, the origin is also very important. It must not be given to others, and it is easy to be calculated. However, the origin can also be restored, it just takes a long time. I know the importance of the origin to you too, but I can make a great oath and never use the origin to do anything that is not good for you too. Seeing that Li Chengsheng and Li Changshuo's faces were still unmoved, Zhuyi had to tell them the use of the origin, saying, Giancy plans to set up a large formation during the war, with the help of a part of the power of the heavenly Dao, to reduce the suppression of the creatures in the other world of the heavenly Dao Yuanling realm, and use it to build a base and slowly expand outward. This is indeed a great thing that benefits all living beings, but it will harm the interests of the two of them. If the two Star Lords feel that 5 Enlightenment Star Stones are too few, you can go into the treasure house and pick any treasures you want. Zhuyi gritted his teeth and offered an extremely generous condition. But in order to increase the chances of winning the war, it is worth it no matter how much he pays. Why do you need the origins of the two of us? Li Chengsheng asked. Seeing that their attitudes softened, Zhuyi's heart moved, and he quickly explained, chaos opens, yin and yang emerge. The sun and the moon are the fundamental yin and yang, not only of extremely high grade, but also most closely related to the way of heaven. Please ask the Emperor of Heaven to let us discuss it privately. Okay. Zhuyi immediately got up and left, leaving only Li Chengsheng and Li Changshuo in the hall. Brother, you don't want to agree, do you? As they spoke, the two of them cast a barrier to block the sound. What he said is not without reason. The family is not strong enough now, and it will definitely suffer in the world war, but Master Yu Hong has already achieved the status of Earth Immortal. Zhuanggu is about to break through, and Father is also quite confident that he can break through before the war comes. In addition, he has mastered the law of purification, and he may be more adapted to the alien world than us. There is no need to separate a trace of the origin, and Li Changshuo did not say the last word, that is, she did not trust Zhuyi. What is fundamental yin and yang? According to him, the innate yin and yang energy is also transformed from the fundamental yin and yang, and is not inferior to their origin at all. It's not that she is cold-blooded, but it concerns the future of the two. You are right, I didn't think about it. Li Chengsheng thought about it, and finally agreed with Li Changshuo's opinion and did not intend to make this deal with Zhuyi. Soon, the two opened the barrier, and Zhuyi returned to the hall in the next moment. Sorry, the origin is related to the foundation and cannot be used for trading, Li Chengsheng said a little unkindly. It's okay, I can understand. Having said that, he still couldn't hide his disappointment on his face. If the Emperor of Heaven has nothing else to tell you, I'll take my leave first. Okay, Mother, they don't want to hand over the origin, Zhuyi said a little disappointed. What's so surprising about this? The origin is of great importance, how can it be easily handed over to others? Dao Mu Yuanjin's voice seemed to come from a very far away place. Erratic, we can think of other ways. After the brother and sister returned to the yin-yang divine realm, Li Changshuo said, looking at the last performance of that person, what he said should be true. Why? Regret it. What's there to regret? I just feel a little emotional. Let's not pay attention to these trivial matters, Li Chengsheng reminded. Hurry up and improve your strength. As gods, we will definitely be suppressed more when we go to the other world, but before that, we have to plant the evil purifying lotus seeds brought by the family. After arranging various matters, the two returned to their caves and began to practice in seclusion. Dongshao, a fairy city. The way of formations lies in the world. Learning from the world is the right way, but unfortunately, I realized it a little late. Zhang Fengwu slowly opened his eyes, half thankful and half regretful. Only after practicing to the human immortal realm did he truly understand the true meaning of learning from the world. In the 200 years of her training outside, her realm has been improved more than that of her hundreds of years of seclusion in the 10,000 immortal mountains. Although she has not broken through to the middle stage of the human immortal, she is getting closer. In a few hundred years, she may be able to go further. This speed of practice is something Zhang Fengwu had never thought of before. After a rest, she set out on the road of training again. She did not take the spirit ship, did not perform the escape method, but measured the earth with her feet, traveled all over the world, and took all the mountains and rivers into her heart. In this project, Zhang Fengwu mastered more and more formation patterns, and new formation patterns were constantly drawn on her life treasure, the 10,000 formation map. Not only the realm, her formation cultivation improved faster. During this period, she also encountered many things, saw monsters wreaking havoc, saw demon cultivators slaughtering, saw cultivators snatching treasures, but more of it was the array patterns she learned from the world. Strange, Zhang Fengwu walked in the land of Dongzhao, always feeling that something was wrong, but she couldn't tell what it was. Until one day, she passed by an immortal city and planned to go in to sell the array plates she had refined during the experiment on the way. She found that although there were still many cultivators in the city, there were fewer high-level cultivators. Especially the better the origin of the cultivators, the fewer they saw. You know, she is now in the core of Dongzhao, the most powerful Kunlun province. It is also a good place for cultivators from all over the world to come and practice. What's going on? What happened? Zhang Fengwu vaguely felt that there was a big event behind this, but he couldn't help his curiosity and wanted to explore it. But in addition to discovering that the number of high-level cultivators with extraordinary origins who were practicing outside had decreased a lot, there were also many cultivators who wanted to break through as soon as possible. There must be something big going on, otherwise these cultivators wouldn't be so anxious to break through. The better their origins, the less anxious they are to break through. Instead, they will try their best to consolidate their foundation. How can it be like this now? Everyone is so anxious that they wish they could break through on the spot. Not only Zhang Fengwu, but also some sharp cultivators have discovered this strange situation. In order to solve the mystery as soon as possible, everyone began to investigate together. But no matter how they investigated, no matter how many means they used, there was no progress at all, and they could only disband with regret. At the same time, they were also affected and became more eager to break through. The seabed, which should have been dark and gloomy, became bright all day long because of a crystal palace covering hundreds of miles. Have you investigated it clearly? Is what the emperor said true? A certain celestial fairy water demon asked in a deep voice. It was Zhirui who told the earthly immortals and gods in the heavenly court about the war between the two realms. Among them, those who were born in the Sea Clan told the Sea Clan at the first time. They did not believe it, but started to probe, and now they got the answer. Ancestor, it is true. After many deductions, the Yuanling realm and the outer world have been involved in cause and effect, and a war is inevitable. This is the result that the Sea Clan has paid a huge price to get. Other forces can't do it at all, because they don't have so many heavenly immortals and don't have a special treasure. I don't know how many people will die if the war starts. A certain earthly immortal water monster sighed hypocritically. The Sea Clan is not short of water monsters the least. When did these high-level water monsters care about their safety? Therefore, other water monsters were too lazy to respond. After chatting for a while, the water monsters dispersed, and only a group of heavenly immortal water monsters remained. This is also a great opportunity for us. I'm afraid we will have to go to the outer world when the time comes. After they became heavenly immortals, they also had their own calculations and goals, which was to further their cultivation and transcend this world. However, this is too difficult. If you want to transcend, you must pay off all the cause and effect between yourself and the Yuanling realm. This step alone has stumped 70% of the immortals, not to mention that they have to break through the realm, accumulate mana, etc., and the immortals who can finally transcend are only 1 in 1,000. But now, this sudden world war has given them a glimmer of opportunity. As long as they make a significant contribution in the process of the war between the two realms, they may be able to repay the cause and effect. As for whether they can succeed, it depends on the specific situation. I'm afraid that other immortals in the Yuanling realm think so. By then, the competition will be quite fierce. There are still hundreds of years before the war begins. What's the point of thinking so much now? It's better to seize the time to practice and improve your strength a little bit. The hall immediately fell into silence, and the gods of the powerful withdrew one by one. The sun and the moon are like whales, day and night alternate. And in the blink of an eye, 100 years have passed. Li Guangji has reached the term of office as the patriarch. After the election of the clan members, Li Zhirui became the new patriarch. After he took office, He did not make any drastic changes, but was more concerned with ensuring the production of various spiritual objects, resource distribution and other trivial matters. But these little things are crucial to the current Li family. Because the cultivation resources of the clan members were increased before, the demand for various spiritual objects naturally increased significantly. It is necessary to ensure that all production continues to operate continuously, otherwise there is no way to maintain this level of consumption. The huge effort will naturally bring great rewards. In the past 100 years, the Li family has produced several new immortals. Xiaoqing has successfully broken through to the human immortal, and Xiaoqing is about to break through. As for the mortals, the improvement is even greater. The overall strength of the family has increased by several times. It is precisely because of such a huge and obvious improvement that Li Zhirui and the elders are trying their best to maintain it. Now we pay and consume spiritual objects to improve the cultivation and strength of the clan members, but it is better than waiting for a war, and the clan members will suffer heavy casualties due to insufficient strength, right? Rumble. The sky, which was originally sunny and cloudless, suddenly gathered dark clouds and enveloped the sky above Wangsan Mountain. The clan members have long been accustomed to the tribulation, so they are not as eager to surround it as before when they see the thunder tribulation. But soon, they found something wrong. Because the scope of this thunder tribulation far exceeds the thunder tribulation they have seen in these years. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1267 Earthly Immortal. That seems to be Zhuanzu's cave. Could it be the thunder tribulation that she used to break through the earthly immortal? A tribe member suddenly exclaimed and immediately set off to rush to the place where the tribulation was passed, hoping to occupy a good position before others could react. Swish, but someone was faster than him and had already turned into a spiritual light and disappeared from everyone's sight. A group of tribe members consciously dispersed outside the thunder tribulation to prevent their own aura from being absorbed by the thunder tribulation, and at the same time prevented all living things from approaching. Hualala, the sky became gloomy, and a torrential rain fell suddenly, and Wangsan Mountain was completely shrouded in a water curtain. Daking and Zhaoqing, who heard the noise and rushed over, looked at the tribulation cloud that merged with a dark cloud with a solemn look. It seemed that the power of the tribulation cloud had increased a bit due to the influence of the rainstorm. The tribulation cloud, which was already very terrifying, became even more terrifying, and the tribulation thunder leaked through the gap gave people a feeling of destroying the world. Why is Li Zhirui's earthly immortal thunder tribulation so powerful? Xiaoqing said in shock. Duqing frowned, looked at the dark clouds, sighed, and said, maybe it has something to do with this sudden thunderstorm. But when the tribe members survived the tribulation before, they also encountered thunderstorms. Why didn't this happen? I don't know. Duqing smiled bitterly and shook his head. He was just a scattered immortal, and his understanding of the world was far less than that of everyone else. How could he explain it clearly? What we can do now is to believe in Li Zhirui. Believe that she can successfully survive this tribulation. With a loud bang, as if the sky was collapsing and the earth was splitting, a red tribulation thunder with a thickness of more than 10 feet, carrying the power to destroy the world, struck down from the rolling tribulation clouds. Thump, thump, it was only the first thunderbolt, and it had just appeared. The terrifying aura came roaring like a tide. Those clansmen with lower cultivation felt their breathing stagnate and could not help but step back several steps, as if this could relieve some of the pressure. Come on, Li Zhirui was not only not afraid at all, but even full of fighting spirit. She raised the black sword in her hand and slashed at the thunder dragon that was shooting towards her. The sword energy rushed to the sky. It was obviously just a little sword light, but it made the world pale in comparison. Ouch! The thunderbolt seemed to have really become a living being. When it was cut in half by the sword energy, it let out a painful wail. Not enough. Come again. Li Zhirui seemed to have gained some unexpected gains from it. Her eyes were shining, and her fighting spirit soared to the sky. She actually challenged the heavenly tribulation. Boom! The second, third, and fourth thunderbolts followed one after another, and the power of each one was stronger and more fierce than the previous one. The majesty of the heavenly tribulation was challenged, and it actually struck 3 thunderbolts at once, as if it was determined to kill her. Is Li Zhirui crazy? Zhao King murmured, with disbelief on her face. She is indeed crazy. She is actually using the thunderbolt to hone her swordsmanship. Among the crowd, Zhao King, who has the highest realm, has a solemn expression, and his eyes are full of admiration. If it were him, he would never do such a thing. What's wrong with passing through the thunderbolt safely and peacefully and achieving the realm of earthly immortals? Why make such a big fuss? Zhao King originally thought that he was already full of arrogance, but in front of Li Zhirui, he was no match at all. The two were not on the same level. Li Zhirui was like a strong bamboo, rooted on the cliffs. No matter how the wind and rain destroyed her, she still stood tall and motionless, looking at the three thunderbolts coming straight at her, without any fear, just raised the sword in her hand, with a focused expression. Cut, a sword came out, and the sword energy whistled. There was no strange phenomenon, only a pure sword energy, but wherever it passed, even the space was cracked like broken glass. The sword energy and the thunder collided, and the sky and the earth were bright. Except for those people in the fairyland, everyone else could not bear it and could only close their eyes. When they opened their eyes again, the sword energy and the thunder were all gone. If it weren't for the mess around, they would have thought they were hallucinating. The heavenly tribulation didn't seem to expect Li Zhirui's strength to be so terrifying. It destroyed three thunders with just one move. It became more violent, but the next few thunders were mediocre, and there was not much difference from the first thunder. Therefore, these thunders were easily solved by Li Zhirui. But there was no joy on her face, but she became more solemn. Because she knew that the heavenly tribulation was constantly accumulating strength, just waiting for the last thunder to give her a fatal blow. Not only Li Zhirui, but Zhao King and others also saw it. I'm afraid the last thunderbolt will not be as easy to get through as before. All the tribesmen clenched their fists, feeling uneasy for Li Zhirui. Here it comes. A 3-meter-sized thunderbolt fell from the sky like a giant pillar, heading straight for Li Zhirui. The tribesmen who were watching were all frightened by the thunderbolt, but Li Zhirui was unmoved. Her eyes were full of determination and resoluteness. Practicing is to go against the will of heaven and fight for life with heaven. She has practiced hard for many years, and she doesn't know how much suffering and hardship she has endured. She still wants to see the scenery on the road. How could she fall in front of a small earth immortal thunderbolt? Cut it from me, a plain sword light shot out. This sword that returned to its original nature was infused with Li Zhirui's spirit, her entire understanding of the sword, and it can be said to be her strongest sword. With a bang, the sword light and the thunderbolt collided with each other, and a terrifying explosion broke out in an instant, and the powerful shockwave pushed the onlookers out. As for Li Zhirui, she was at the center and received the most force. She flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground. Ahem, she stood up and looked at the sword energy and thunder that were still fighting. Her eyes were very calm. She didn't show any worry that if the sword energy was defeated, she would die under the thunder. On the contrary, the tribesmen who were watching were worried and full of worries. Fortunately, in the end, Li Zhirui's sword energy was better and defeated the thunder with a very slight advantage. But the next moment, a black light flashed and entered her sea of consciousness directly. It was the heart demon calamity that descended, and the reason why the heart demon moved so quickly was because in their eyes, Li Zhirui was the type that was easiest to seduce and make him go crazy. After all, the evil spirit and murderous intent in her heart, as long as it was aroused a little, the rest would erupt like a volcanic eruption. At that time, all her cultivation and realm would belong to the heart demon. Therefore, Li Zhirui, a high-quality target, is the most favored by the inner demons. Fights often break out, and he is the winner of this fight, so he can't wait to enjoy the delicious food. But the inner demon forgot that she was able to control such a huge evil spirit and murderous intent and prevent it from backfired on herself. She must have a strong and firm heart of Taoism to suppress them. How could it be easily leaked because of the connection with the inner demon? On the other hand, the inner demon's experience was very miserable. As soon as he entered the sea of consciousness, he wanted to display his magical powers, but Li Zhirui's actions were faster than him. He directly used the divine sword to kill the inner demon. The inner demon still wanted to resist, but he was no match at all. It took only a moment to be wiped out. Buzz, the heavy and huge calamity cloud also turned into a large amount of pure spiritual energy and poured into Li Zhirui's body. In just a few breaths, her cultivation level broke through smoothly and entered the earthly immortal. The remaining spiritual energy turned into magic power and poured into the Danshan Dharma Sea. A terrifying pressure surged in all directions like a tide. Even Decking, Zhaoking and others felt that countless sword ki was constantly piercing their skin, which made people feel very uncomfortable. But the next moment, the pressure was completely dissipated, and everyone felt like they were reborn. Congratulations to Li Zhirui for achieving the Earth Immortal. Without anyone leading, a large number of clansmen spoke in tacit agreement. At first, they were not very uniform, but when they spoke for the second time, hundreds of thousands of voices seemed to come from the same person, uniform and without any difference. When it came for the third time, countless clansmen from Wangsan Mountain joined in. The sound was so powerful that it spread over hundreds of miles. Even the cultivators who saw the movement and ran to the edge of Wangsan Mountain could hear it clearly. You know, this place is more than 300 miles away from Wangsan Mountain. Earth Immortal. Another Earth Immortal was born in the Li family. This time, the reaction from the outside world was far more intense than when Yu Hong broke through. There was no other reason, it was only more than 100 years. Moreover, they had heard of Li Zhirui's identity. They knew that she was one of the two most senior people in the Li family and a real cultivator, not a god. The Li family has accumulated a lot of experience and now it has produced Earth Immortals one after another. And don't forget that the Li family has another ancestor. This person's realm is even higher. I'm afraid it won't be long before the Li family will face another thunder tribulation. Are you exaggerating? It's not that easy to break through to become an Earth Immortal. The casual cultivators were talking about it, and the surrounding forces were also discussing Li Zhirui's breakthrough to become an Earth Immortal. Those with weaker strength were naturally full of envy, hoping that they could also produce a high-level cultivator as soon as possible to support their own family and thus grow stronger. The more powerful Donggyun sect did not take it too seriously. What about Earth Immortals? When the war between the two worlds broke out, Earth Immortals would be nothing more than a larger ant. Moreover, the war was about to come, and they were very busy and had no time to care about this trivial matter. After Li Zhirui broke through, she immediately returned to the cave and began to consolidate her realm. The other tribesmen were still excited, and after a long time, they gradually dispersed. But she inspired the tribesmen to practice more diligently and attentively. After all, holding the black sword, fighting against the heavenly tribulation, and cutting off 3 tribulation thunders with 1 sword, etc., were deeply engraved in their memories. They also wanted to be able to reach that level one day. It was also at this time that Li Zhirui issued new measures. It was no longer like before, distributing cultivation resources to each tribe member, but it depended on whether the cultivation was very serious and hard. Because as time went by, many tribesmen gradually became lazy, and even left some cultivation resources to sell in exchange for spirit stones. It is not easy for people to have precious thoughts about things that can be obtained for free without paying any price. After 2 rounds of spring and autumn, Li Zhirui came out of the cave. The reason why it took 2 years was that in addition to consolidating her realm, she was also refining her magic power, summarizing her insights, and thinking about how to go next, not just practicing blindly. She has become very calm now, and her sharp aura has been completely put away. It is hard to tell that she is actually a very powerful swordsman. After coming out of seclusion, Li Zhirui first looked at the cave where Li Zhirui was in seclusion, and murmured, "Has Brother Jiu reached the last step?" She has found that he is only 1 step away from breaking through to become a terrestrial immortal. Because she has just broken through, Li Zhirui is not in a hurry to travel, but plans to adapt first, and then fully master the power of the terrestrial immortal before considering the future path. After all, after breaking through the terrestrial immortal realm, it is no longer feasible for her to improve her cultivation through fighting. Because there are not so many terrestrial immortals in the Yuanling realm for her to kill, and people who can cultivate to become terrestrial immortals must have many means, and she can't kill them just because she wants to. Does it mean that I have to leave the Yuanling realm and go to the void to practice? Li Zhirui said softly. She was a little entangled. After all, the family had almost no information about the void, and didn't know if it would help her own practice. At this time, the patriarch Li Zhirui came to visit in person. Ancestor Zhuan, after a salute, he said, "I have something important to tell you about the survival of our family. You want to talk about the war between the two worlds? Don't worry. I will do my best to protect our family." At that time, Li Zhirui was a little surprised. How could this old ancestor know about it? But since he knew, he didn't need to say any more nonsense. "Then I will take my leave first." The family affairs were busy, and he really couldn't spare time to do anything else. Li Zhirui came to tell Li Zhirui that he had put those trivial matters aside for the time being, but he didn't solve them. Go. After he left, Li Zhirui also closed the door and began to practice. Earthly immortal cultivators would absorb and exhale a lot of spiritual energy every time, which means that there are 2 scattered immortal spiritual veins in Wangsan Mountain. Otherwise, it would not be enough to provide sufficient spiritual energy to other clansmen while she was practicing. However, Li Zhirui and others have already started to upgrade the 3rd scattered immortal spiritual vein, because if Li Zhirui also breaks through the earthly immortal, the use of spiritual energy will become very tight. Anyway, there are still a lot of spiritual objects left from the collection, and they won't be consumed much, so why not advance? In another cave. In the quiet cave, Li Zhirui sat cross-legged on the futon. His mind was peaceful, his body relaxed, as if he had merged with the world, and with every breath he took, he brought in rich spiritual energy, including water and wood spiritual energy. Following the operation of the technique, the spiritual energy traveled through the meridians, constantly tempered, and finally turned into a strand of mana, which was integrated into the Danshan Dharma Sea. After these years of practice, his mana has reached its limit. As long as he breaks through the realm, he can receive the Thunder Tribulation. Chapter 1268 Monster. One day, Li Zhirui, who was in cultivation, opened his eyes, and his gaze seemed to penetrate the cave above his head and look up to the sky. There was a huge amount of spiritual energy gathering there, turning into a thick calamity cloud, thunder roaring and running, and the purple thunder leaked a little power from the gap, which made people feel terrified. The next moment, Li Zhirui, who was sitting on the futon, turned into a ray of spiritual light, flew out of the cave, and stood on the open ground waiting for the calamity thunder to fall. Is Ruizu also going to break through to the earthly immortal realm? This is the 3rd earthly immortal in the family for hundreds of years. Ruizu and Zhuanzu are so amazing. They are worthy of being the only 2 remaining ancestors of the family. They chase each other and refuse to give in. This is a true mentor and helpful friend. They support and help each other. I don't know where the one who belongs to me is now. The tribe members talked about it. Perhaps after Yu Hong and Li Zhirui were still safe and sound under the violent and terrifying Thunder Tribulation, they had great confidence in Li Zhirui's successful breakthrough. So when they were watching, they even had the mind to joke. Li Zhirui also learned from the conversations of the tribe members that Yu Hong and Li Zhirui had broken through one after another. He couldn't help but flash a trace of joy in his heart, but he immediately regained his calm and greeted the Thunder Tribulation with the most perfect attitude. Rumble. The first Thunder Tribulation fell, opening the prelude to the Thunder Tribulation. The red lightning was like a huge fire dragon, violently and fiercely shooting towards Li Zhirui. The next moment, endless sea water surged out of the void, raising layers of surging waves, and immediately swallowed up the lightning. Why is it raining again? Will the power of the Thunder Tribulation be strengthened? This is the magical power of Brother Jiu, not the natural precipitation of heaven and earth. I don't know when it started to fall from the sky, and the surrounding water vapor became extremely dense, as if you were in the water. Under the irrigation of a large amount of spiritual water, a giant tree 100 feet high appeared behind Li Zhirui, and the huge and heavy tree canopy sheltered it below. And above it, there were also water curtains blocking the lightning. The violent lightning kept striking down, but it never got close to Li Zhirui within a radius of 3 feet, and was offset and dispersed by various magical powers. And his magic power seemed endless and would never be used up. After resisting several lightning strikes, his breath did not drop at all. About an hour later, after absorbing all the remaining power of the robbery cloud, the last robbery thunder finally struck down. This time, the layers of water curtains were like fragile glass, which were instantly pierced and turned into water vapor and melted between heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, the robbery thunder appeared on the giant tree, but the giant tree did not hold on for long before it was destroyed and shattered. Li Zhirui looked up at the robbery thunder that was whistling towards him. His eyes were calm, as if he didn't take the robbery thunder seriously at all, and when the robbery thunder came to him a mile away, suddenly, a giant kun jumped out of the ground, opened its mouth wide, and swallowed all the robbery thunder into its belly. In the giant kun's body, there are countless rapidly rotating whirlpools, which continuously weaken the power of the robbery thunder. As the robbery thunder is constantly consumed, the body of the giant kun is also shrinking rapidly. If at this time, Li Zhirui's face will be found to be pale and terrible. Because this giant kun is the embodiment of his magic power, it is getting smaller and smaller, which means that his magic power is being consumed at a very fast speed, so his face will become so ugly. But fortunately, before his accumulated mana was exhausted, the thunderbolt was first used up. Li Zhirui let out a long breath and staggered a little, but as the elixir in his mouth was refined, his complexion soon improved. After waiting for a few breaths, the inner demon did not appear, and he looked up at the robbery cloud with some doubts. From time to time, black light flashed in the robbery cloud, as if some creatures were fighting. He suddenly understood that the inner demon was unwilling to respond to the call of the heaven, and came to seduce and bewitch him, a cultivator who had just survived the thunderbolt. But no matter how unwilling he was, the inner demon calamity set by the heaven still needed to be overcome. A black light flew out of the robbery cloud, but as soon as it entered Li Zhirui's sea of consciousness, it was surrounded by a dazzling spiritual light. With a scream, the inner demon's body began to melt. But in a moment, the inner demon turned into ashes. Li Zhirui, who mastered the law of purification, was not afraid of evil things like the inner demon. At the moment of the inner demon's death, the calamity cloud also turned into spiritual energy, and turned into a giant pillar that came towards him and swallowed him up. Not long after, the pressure of a terrestrial immortal cultivator spread to the surroundings. The pressure was fleeting, as if it had never appeared. Congratulations to Ruzu for breaking through to the terrestrial immortal, the sound waves rolled, stirring up countless birds and beasts to run. Go away, I will preach to you after I come out of retreat. After leaving this sentence, Li Zhirui returned to the cave and began to consolidate his own realm. The Li family has another terrestrial immortal. How many years have passed? The Li family has given birth to another terrestrial immortal. The casual cultivators and those cultivators from small forces were envious. It would be great if they could be like this. The outside world was spreading wildly, and the people in Wangsan Mountain were also very happy. Because Li Zhirui promised to preach to everyone after he came out of retreat, they now look forward to him consolidating his realm as soon as possible and listening to a sermon by a terrestrial immortal. However, after he broke through to the terrestrial immortal, there were huge changes in his portable space and the small world. First of all, the area has expanded several times, with mountains, hills, plains and forests, which are very rich. Secondly, the richness of spiritual energy. The portable space seems to have a spiritual vein of the earth fairy level, which continuously provides a large amount of spiritual energy. The spiritual energy of the small world opened up in the 5 elements of the fairy root is also much richer. In addition, there are some special functions, such as the acceleration of the growth of spiritual objects in the space, and the birth of a purification spring and a yin and yang spring in the small world. The former is because of Li Zhirui's law, and the latter is because of Yu Hong. After all, he has a part of the power of the small world, and the law he is good at will naturally be fed back to the incomplete heavenly way of the small world. Half a year later, the much-anticipated sermon began. Between heaven and earth, one key circulates, and yin and yang interact. The clear sound of the Tao spread in Wangsan Mountain, but as long as you leave one step, you can't hear this voice containing the true meaning of the Tao. There was no vision of a goddess scattering flowers or golden lotuses emerging from the ground. There were only white lotuses floating in the air, and the laws of purification gathered to help the tribesmen purify the impurities and filth in their bodies. Therefore, after the sermon, the tribesmen suddenly felt a lot more relaxed and brisk. Thank you, Ruzu, for preaching. Although Li Zhirui did not show up and was still sitting on the futon in the cave, the tribesmen who woke up from their perception bowed to him and thanked him. A few days later, Li Zhixun and Yu Hong appeared in his cave. Now there are still 500 years before the war between the two worlds. This little time for cultivation is definitely not enough to support our breakthrough, so we should not put all our thoughts on this. We should find a way to improve our strength, Li Zhirui said slowly. You can also improve your life magic weapon, or seek help from external forces. Brother Jiu, I plan to take a trip to the void chaos while there is still time to understand and experience it in advance. Li Zhixun said his plan. The reason why they had to go to the void was that as the attacking party, they could not directly enter the outer world. They also needed to break the boundary membrane of the other world in the void so that they could enter the inner world. Before that, they had to stay in the void. The Li family didn't know much about the void, so they naturally had to prepare in advance. Be careful and pay attention to safety. He knew that Li Zhixun's cultivation method was different from theirs, so he would naturally not detain people in the family to waste time. Time is getting tighter and tighter. Not only do we need to improve our strength, but the clan members also need it, so we must find a way to improve their cultivation." Li Zhirui frowned and said, "Brother Jiu, you are too anxious. Cultivation is about accumulation, and it will eventually come naturally. It may not be a good thing for the clan members to speed up the cultivation speed rashly. Your obsession has just dissipated. Why did it become like this again?" Yu Hong also spoke on the side. "After all, I still don't want to see too many casualties among the tribesmen. Once the war starts, how can we care so much? Unless they all hide in the back and dare not go forward to join the battle, maybe they can be much safer, but places like these, where can the tribesmen squeeze in? I think there is a saying among mortals that children and grandchildren have their own blessings. There is no need to care so much." Li Zhirui sighed after hearing this, but he did not talk about it anymore. After the three of them calmed down, they began to communicate and discuss the Tao, learning from each other's advantages and strengths and integrating them with their own Tao. In the mountains, the sun and the moon are long, and in the world, it is already 1,000 years later. Although the discussion between the three of them this time was not so exaggerated, by the time it was over, decades had passed. And through this exchange, the three of them all gained a lot. Especially Yu Hong, he had a deeper understanding of the law of purification and the law of killing. "Then I'll go first." Li Zhirui stood up straight, without any hesitation, and turned into a sword light, soaring into the sky, and headed straight for the void outside the 9 heavens. "I'm going back to the small 1,000 worlds too." Li Zhirui's mind moved, and he disappeared. He also began to think about what he should do in the remaining hundreds of years to improve his strength as much as possible. The first thing is to find a suitable spiritual object and improve the life magic weapon, then it is to comprehend the laws, refine the magic power and other conventional methods. The method of improving strength in battle is not suitable for Li Zhirui, and he can't find a suitable opponent. Boom boom, just as Li Zhirui was thinking, a strong earthquake suddenly broke out. Many years ago, Li Zhirui had a premonition that the spiritual energy in the clan land would not be enough, and he went against the crowd and started to upgrade a spiritual vein. Today, he finally succeeded in the promotion. Wangxin Mountain has another scattered immortal level spiritual vein. And through this incident, Li Zhirui's prestige in the family is getting stronger and stronger. After all, it was his foresight advanced preparation that prevented the family's spiritual energy from becoming insufficient after Li Zhirui also broke through the earthly immortal realm. It seems that even if I don't intervene, the family can develop well. It's me who is obsessed. After saying that, Li Zhirui's mind suddenly became open, and the realm he just broke through actually improved a little. At the same time, he also slightly modified the next arrangement. He was no longer anxious to comprehend the laws and improve his strength, but to check for leaks, consolidate his realm, and polish his heart. Because he realized that after his breakthrough, there were some problems with his state of mind and heart, so the obsession that had obviously dissipated would reappear in his heart and affect his judgment. But after Li Zhirui left Wangxin Mountain, he broke through the air and finally arrived at the fetal membrane of the world after several hours. It is precisely because of this visible but intangible boundary membrane that creatures outside the domain cannot enter the Yuanling realm, protecting countless creatures in the realm from being violated. It is both extremely tough and unbreakable, but also very fragile. Some magical powers can cause several times the damage to it. Looking at the Grey Void realm one step away, with chaotic airflow and chaotic storms from time to time, Li Zhirui stepped straight across the boundary membrane without any hesitation. Whoosh, but what she didn't expect was that she was attacked by the void creature as soon as she came out. Fortunately, her fighting instinct has been deeply rooted in her bones. She quickly drew her sword to block it, and then cut out a sword energy to launch a counterattack. Clang. A loud sound of metal and stone colliding spread in the void, and Li Zhirui also saw the appearance of the creature that attacked her. It was a very strange-looking creature covered with gray scales, but it looked like a huge stone monster. The monster's breath was also very strange. It looked far inferior to her, but it made her feel a little threatened. The spiritual sense also vaguely reminded her that if she underestimated the enemy, she might be in trouble. Li Zhirui found that her sword energy could actually break the defense of this strange creature. Her face changed. In all these years, she had never encountered a creature that could resist her sword energy physically. But she didn't expect to encounter it as soon as she entered the void. I want to see how many sword energies you can withstand. In an instant, hundreds of sword energies slashed out from the black sword and directly devoured the monster. The extremely sharp sword energy kept slashing at its body. After consuming dozens of sword energies, it finally cut a crack. Roar. The monster seemed to be enraged as well. With an angry roar, it gathered a large amount of chaotic spiritual energy in its hands, turned it into stone and smashed it towards Li Zhirui. With a bang, the boulder was cut in half by the sword energy. But before Li Zhirui could continue to attack, he saw the monster fleeing towards the depths of the void at a very fast speed. He was about to raise his foot to chase it, but after thinking about it, he still didn't move. When entering the void for the first time, everything is still cautious. However, Li Zhirui didn't expect that she had just started exploring when a deafening noise came from not far ahead. Although it was in the void without the earth, she could feel that the space was shaking, as if some kind of behemoth was running wildly. Not good. At this moment, Li Zhirui's heart was filled with alarm as she saw a monster over 1,000 feet tall appear in the distance and rush towards her. Chapter 1269, Grand Formation. Li Zhirui didn't dare to hesitate for a moment, and didn't care whether there was any danger hidden in the depths of the void. She just ran wildly, trying to get rid of the monster thousands of feet away. Roar. The monster seemed to have discovered her actions, and roared angrily while running, and the nearby void was shaking wildly. Several chaotic storms that were about to take shape were shattered by this roar. Li Zhirui's body suddenly paused while running, and she hurriedly suppressed the raging magic power in her body and continued to fly towards the depths of the void. I don't know how long it took, until she stopped panting when she could no longer feel the danger. Damn it. I didn't expect that after beating the young one, the old one would come. It's a monster comparable to the power of a celestial being. The monster's aura may not look as good as that of a celestial being, but its huge body, indestructible defense, and terrifying strength are no worse than that of a celestial being. Li Zhirui didn't expect her luck to be so bad. As soon as she left the Yuanling realm, she encountered such an unmatched monster. She could only flee in embarrassment to save her life. But after a while, she felt a little excited. Because the more dangerous the void is, the more suitable it is for her to practice, and only a strong opponent can benefit Li Zhirui in the battle and promote her own realm. Of course, what she wants is an opponent who is equal to her own strength, or slightly stronger, rather than a monster like the one she just met who seems to be able to crush her to death at will. After a short rest and adjusting her own state, Li Zhirui began to distinguish her location and the distance from the Yuanling realm. The Yuanling realm is located in the southwest of me, about tens of thousands of miles away. At this time, she recalled that she felt quite lucky, because she flew so far in the void, but she did not encounter the common chaos storms and chaos turbulence, and came here safely and smoothly. And since she came here, she was not in a hurry to go back, and planned to explore the surroundings first. Anyway, there were still hundreds of years before the war, so she was not in a hurry. Speaking of which, this was Li Zhirui's first time in the void. Although she had heard that this place was full of dangers before, she had never felt much. It was not until she experienced it herself that she realized the rumors were true, so her next actions became quite careful, not as reckless as before. The chaotic storms and chaotic turbulence that she encountered from time to time really gave her a headache. But as long as she observed carefully enough, she could avoid them in advance. The most troublesome ones were the chaotic creatures living in the void. Because they lived in this environment, ordinary storms and turbulence could not hurt them at all, so Li Zhirui would encounter their attacks while dodging. For example, now, Li Zhirui encountered a black beast with a tiger-like body and a body size of only 2 feet, but the tail was longer than the body, and from the forehead to the tail, there was a sharp black thorn, and the eyes were stupid and full of cruelty. Roar. The black beast roared, and a black light flashed, and it escaped into the void, but the next moment, it appeared only 2 or 3 feet away from her, and the black thorns on the thick tail flashed with cold light, whistling towards her. Li Zhirui reacted immediately, and slashed out with a black sword in her hand. A sharp sword energy broke through the chaotic energy and slashed on the tail. With a bang, the huge impact force caused both the man and the beast to fly away. A pool of black blood was left on the spot. It was because the black beast suffered a little loss in the collision just now, and a cut was made on its tail. The black beast let out a low wail, and the fierce light in its eyes became even more fierce. It took advantage of the situation to escape into the chaotic energy, waiting for an opportunity to move and looking for a suitable opportunity to attack. However, Li Zhirui closed her eyes at this time and used her heart to feel the direction of the killing intent. The killing sword art she practiced was most sensitive to killing intent and danger. Unless the black beast could completely restrain its own killing intent, she would not have to worry about not being able to detect its attack in advance. The black beast wandered around for a long time, but still could not find a suitable opportunity to attack. In the end, it could not hold back any longer, and suddenly attacked from behind Li Zhirui and pounced directly on her heart. Clang! But Li Zhirui reacted faster. When it attacked, she slashed out a sword energy and hit the black beast first, not only destroying its attack, but also knocking it out directly. The black beast howled in pain. A layer of skin was cut off by the sword energy, and blood was flowing. The slightest movement would tear the wound, so that its speed became much slower. At this time, it finally woke up and realized that it was no match for the strange creature in front of it. It did not dare to continue fighting, but fled to the distance at the fastest speed. You only think of running away now? Isn't it too late? How could Li Zhirui let it go? She picked up the black sword and killed it, wanting to kill it. After a chase and fight, she finally killed a black beast with a sword, becoming the first chaotic creature she killed after coming to the void. In the subsequent experience, she also encountered various chaotic creatures. Except for the young beasts that had not grown up, the opponents she met were quite powerful. Even though its cultivation was only human immortal, it also had a very good advantage in some aspects. Somewhere in Dongzhou, Zhang Fengwu walked carefully with King Neo, fearing that the formation would be triggered suddenly and put himself in danger. Don't worry, it's okay. I'm about to master this formation. I can break it soon and leave soon, King Neo comforted. Don't worry, take your time. Although he said so, the two of them were in a rather embarrassing situation. Their hair was messy and even their robes had holes. It was obvious that they had just experienced a war not long ago. The reason why Zhang Fengwu came to such a strange and mysterious place was because she accidentally found a treasure map in a certain market. It stands to reason that the so-called treasure maps on the market, it is no exaggeration to say that there may not be one real one out of 10,000. But the treasure map made her spiritual sense produce a special induction, telling her that she must get it. In this regard, Zhang Fengwu naturally wanted to take it. After all, such a sudden reminder is generally a good thing. After some arguing, she got the treasure map at a lower price. What should she do next after getting the treasure map? That is naturally to follow the map and find the treasure location. After Zhang Fengwu spent a lot of time and energy, she finally came to the place on the treasure map, which is located in a mountain range called Heian in Zhuanghezhou. Then she brought King Neo here and found the approximate location of the treasure. But when they went in excitedly, they found that they were too happy too early. But near the treasure place, a senior master arranged a series of large formations, and they were very complicated. Zhang Fengwu and King Neo were so embarrassed because they didn't know the situation here at the beginning, and they broke into formation directly. That is, there was not enough spiritual energy around. Although the formation was arranged, there was no way to adjust the power to the end, otherwise the two of them might not be embarrassed, but injured. But when she reacted, she understood why the treasure map would trigger her spiritual perception. If she could crack the formations here, her own formation realm would definitely be greatly improved. You know, a formation master who can set up such a series of large formations must be at least a terrestrial immortal. It is conceivable that it will be of great help to Fengwu at that time. There are a total of 36 large formations here, which match the number of Xiangang, and she has only cracked 6 of them so far, so it will be a very slow process to leave this place or get the treasure. The 7th gate, the 25th gate. As time passed, Zhang Fengwu's speed of cracking the formations became faster and faster, and her formation realm was also the same. She mastered a large number of new formations. As long as she left this place and found a safe place, she could continue to refine her life magic weapon and enhance the power of the 10,000 formation diagram. As for how much time had passed, the two of them were already vague. They only knew that there were only the last 3 of the original 36 formations. They were also the 3 most complex and difficult to crack formations. It took a lot of effort for Zhang Fengwu to crack 2 formations. But when she saw the last formation, she was stunned on the spot, and the next moment, excitement and ecstasy appeared in her eyes. What's wrong? Is there anything special about this formation? King Neo was a little curious about why she reacted like this. Zhang Fengwu took several deep breaths in succession, but he couldn't hold back his excitement and couldn't help but shouting, "King Neo! Do you know? This formation in front of me is an innate formation. Innate formation. Even if King Neo didn't practice formation, he knew what these 4 words meant. It contained the most primitive power when the world was first created, and it was the origin of the Tao. The word innate was enough to show how precious it was. After a long while, Zhang Fengwu calmed down and said with a smile, "Wait for me to put away this innate formation." It's not that she didn't want to comprehend it on the spot, but this formation was extraordinary, and there was no way to fully comprehend it in a short time. After all, it contained the origin and power of the original Tao. It is no exaggeration to say that Zhang Fengwu's chance to break through to the earthly immortal should be in this innate formation. Of course, this is not something that can be broken through in a short time. After all, she is only in the middle stage of the human immortal, and she has just broken through not long ago. Congratulations, Fengwu, for getting this opportunity. From now on, you can expect a great road ahead. The bluebird beside her was also happy for her from the bottom of her heart, but she couldn't help but feel a little envious. I will definitely try my best to help you break through. Your words are enough. Now let's put away this innate formation first. Zhang Fengwu nodded, and immediately reached out to touch the formation. Her spiritual consciousness continued to penetrate into it until it reached the core of the formation, leaving her own spiritual imprint on it, which was considered a preliminary refining. And the step alone took her more than half a year. If she wanted to completely refine it, she didn't know how long it would take. Collect, with a thought, the formation broke away from its original place and turned into a series of formation patterns that flashed with dazzling spiritual light. Finally, it fell into Zhang Fengwu's palm and was taken into her danshan. It was both a warming and a strengthening of the connection, and a subtle refining. Fengwu, what is the function of this formation? The bluebird asked curiously. This is a comprehensive and balanced formation, called the Zuoken Fengxi formation. It not only has excellent defense and attack power, but can also be transformed into an illusion formation and a hidden formation. Zhang Fengwu couldn't get rid of the smile on his face. After refining the Zuoken formation, it became even brighter. Comprehensive and balanced, to a certain extent, means that there are no shortcomings, but there are no particularly outstanding advantages. But it is different from the innate formation that contains the original pure avenue. The more aspects it involves, the larger and richer the formation patterns are, and the more content she can learn. Previously, Zhang Fengwu thought that this formation could raise her formation realm to the earth fairy realm, but now it seems that she can go further. And the formation method she practiced, her own realm is closely related to the formation, and it can also promote the breakthrough of cultivation. This outing is very successful. And it's time to return to Wangxin Mountain. After getting the innate formation, she no longer had the mind to continue traveling, and only wanted to comprehend, refine, and master it as soon as possible. King Neo could understand Li Zhirui's current mood, and they had been training outside for hundreds of years. It was time to go back and retreat, sort it out, maybe it would help their realm in cultivation. Wait, just as the two were about to leave, a flash of light suddenly flashed in the center of the Xianshan formation. Could there be another surprise? But when he looked closely, it turned out to be a jade slip. Zhang Fengwu took it and carefully separated a ray of consciousness to explore. After confirming that there was no danger, he checked the contents inside. After a while, she opened her eyes in shock and said, "This Xianshan formation was actually completed by a senior, the cultivator who left the jade slip, who as an elder many years ago, accidentally discovered that there was an incomplete Xianshan formation here and felt it was a pity. So he spent thousands of years to arrange a full 35 formations, hoping to complete the Xianshan formation with insufficient origin. Of course, it doesn't mean that arranging so many formations can repair the Xianshan formation. There must be a truly effective secret method hidden in it. I don't know if he forgot or encountered some accident, and he never came to see it again." It was not until many years later that Zhang Fengwu accidentally got the treasure map he spread out, came here, and refined the innate formation. This senior is really amazing, he can even repair the innate formation. Zhang Fengwu couldn't help but sighed. Perhaps it is for this reason that it will become a comprehensive and balanced formation. I don't know which one of this senior and my cheat master is better in the realm of formation. For some reason, Zhang Fengwu suddenly had such a thought in his mind. But what she didn't know was that the moment she accepted this innate formation, a powerful person in a space far away had sensed it. Chapter 1270 Difference. Zhang Fengwu, A small immortal cultivator, naturally had no idea about what was happening outside the endless space. She just sighed and then calmed down. At the same time, she also found an unexpected gain. That is, the seemingly ordinary jade slip in her hand is actually a special array disk that can store the remaining 35 large arrays. Why did she find this out? It was because after she read the content, the array patterns automatically emerged and sank into the array disk jade card. Suddenly, a blessing came to her mind. Zhang Fengwu put the Zifen Great Array into it, and the jade card suddenly glowed brightly, looking like a magic weapon that had just been successfully refined. At the same time, she can modify and superimpose these arrays by controlling the array disks to enhance their power. The most important thing is that these 36 arrays are closely connected and closely related. If they are fully activated, their power may not be less than that of the earthly immortals. I didn't expect to encounter such a great opportunity during this trip. Zhang Fengwu couldn't help but sigh again and again, looking to the east, taking the bluebird on the way home. After Li Zhirui broke through to the earthly immortal, he had a lot more free time, so he would often preach to Deking, Zhaoking and others, hoping to improve their realm as soon as possible, so that they would have a little more chance to survive in the war. In addition, he was absorbing spiritual energy, comprehending the laws and other daily practices, as well as comprehending the pill formula, hoping to quickly refine the earthly immortal level immortal pill. If there is any difference from before his breakthrough, it is that he is no longer so urgent and anxious, but he did not expect that after his mind was relaxed, it would be beneficial to Li Zhirui's practice. His cultivation level cannot be said to be 1,000 miles a day, but it has also improved rapidly. His realm has a deeper and more comprehensive understanding of the law of purification. Even in the aspect of alchemy, he has made a breakthrough in the earthly immortal level pill formula. After another 100 years, he should be able to start refining pills. On this day, Li Zhirui answered Deking, Zhaoking and others' doubts about cultivation as usual. After listening to Deking, he was deeply touched, his realm was shaky, and his breath began to rise and fall. Seeing this, Li Zhirui raised a breeze and brought Zhaoking, Ziyakang and others out to avoid disturbing his breakthrough. Finally, I have broken through to the late stage of sanction, Zhaoking sighed. Deking, who had the highest cultivation and the strongest strength among their group of spirit beasts, has been gradually lagging behind everyone since some time, and even now can't keep up with him. There is no need to say much about Hassan and Amu. They opened up the earth immortal path and enjoyed huge luck, and broke through the human immortal realm early. Ziyakang also broke through the human immortal realm for many years because of the expansion of the divine domain, bloodline, qualifications and other reasons. Even Zhaoking, although a step slower, broke through the human immortal realm in just 1 or 200 years. But Deking has only broken through to the late stage of sanction now, and as for the human immortal realm, it is still unknown how many years it will take. Deking is different from you. He takes the path of accumulating strength and then bursting out. His foundation is solid and his magic power is strong. Although it takes a long time, there are fewer bottlenecks. The most important thing is that it is very suitable for him. Li Zhirui shook his head, not regretting that Deking has only broken through to the late stage of sanction now. Everyone has his own destiny. Deking's current path is the most suitable for him. Zhaoking curled his lips. He couldn't stand this approach. Li Zhirui didn't say much. He started preaching just now. His voice was peaceful and pleasant, and he was full of Taoism. He quickly brought everyone into a calm state and no longer paid attention to Deking's breakthrough. About a few months later, he preached several times, and Deking finally completed the breakthrough. As Li Zhirui said, Deking has a solid foundation and strong magic power. As soon as he broke through, his aura was no worse than that of an ordinary late-stage immortal. Thank you, Brother Jiu, for preaching and answering questions many times. Why should we be so estranged between you and me? Deking smiled and said, I'll go back first. Go. At the same time, Zhang Fengwu and King Niao also returned to Wangxin Mountain. This training is only 200 years. Why has the family changed so much? As soon as the two passed through the mountain protection formation, they felt a rich spiritual energy, as if they could increase their magic power by taking a few more breaths here. It can be seen that when the two were not in the family, they were promoted to a scattered immortal level spiritual vein. But what surprised Zhang Fengwu and King Niao was the clan members they saw flying low in the clan land along the way. The cultivation of these clan members is generally much higher than before they left. If it was only a part of them, it would not surprise the two, but if everyone they saw was like this, it would naturally attract their attention. It seems that it is very likely that the family has had some opportunities in recent years, so the clan members have such a great improvement, Zhang Fengwu guessed. But when they and the clan leader Li Zhirui told the inner reasons, they knew the real reason. World War, Zhang Fengwu paused and asked, how many years will it take before it breaks out? Less than 500 years, she calculated in her mind and couldn't help sighing. Originally, if the time was long enough, maybe she could break through to the earthly immortal, but a mere 500 years was not enough time. If the luck is not good enough, it may be a problem to break through to the late stage of human immortal. After calming down her turbulent heart, Zhang Fengwu was determined. No matter what means she used, when the war came, she would not be able to break through to the earthly immortal, but at least she would have to reach the late stage of the human immortal. There are two more good news to tell the two ancestors, Li Zhirui said, that is, Ruzu and Xuanzu have successfully broken through to the earthly immortal. Ruzu is in seclusion in the family to repair, and Xuanzu has also gone to the void in advance to find out, so that the family will not be left in the dark. I didn't expect that the ninth brother and Hixun both broke through to the earthly immortal. It is indeed a great joy. Zhang Fengwu was full of emotion, and a few traces of envy appeared in her eyes. After exchanging pleasantries and having a new understanding of the family, she left the hall and returned to her own cave. At this time, Zhang Fengwu, who was in a state of excitement, was not suitable for cultivation, so she just sat on the futon, calmed her mind, and adjusted her state. Earthly immortals, they are just one step ahead. I will catch up soon, she murmured to herself, but it seemed like she was making a vow. As soon as she finished speaking, she began to practice with her eyes closed, improving her cultivation as soon as possible, striving to break through the late stage of human immortals as soon as possible, and continue to move forward. The reason why Zhang Fengwu did this was that if he had some insights in the battle, he might be able to take advantage of the situation to break through the earth immortal realm. In this way, dozens of years passed, and Zhaoqing finally ushered in his thunder tribulation to break through the human immortal realm. As a god, and an excellent god with both virtue and responsibility, his thunder tribulation is not worth mentioning at all. The power is mediocre and it can't cause much damage to him. He easily passed this tribulation. When passing the tribulation, Zhaoqing didn't even take it seriously. The first few tribulation thunders were resisted by the flesh, and then the war god passed through and offset the tribulation thunders. Such an ingenious and unique way of passing the tribulation made many tribesmen admire him greatly. Fortunately, no tribesmen were stupid and thought they could pass the tribulation in that way. The southeast of Shanhai's Hao, where it meets the Donggate school and the sea area. Suddenly one day, there was a bright light and a powerful earthquake. It was this earthquake that caught the attention of Li Mingyao. As the god of Shanhai's Hao, he was very concerned about and valued such sudden earthquakes. After all, this was his foundation, and he had to pay attention. So after the earthquake, he rushed to the scene as soon as possible to check the cause of the earthquake. But what he didn't expect was that before he could figure out what the earthquake was, he found an unexpected surprise, a secret realm that had just appeared in the world. As soon as he saw the void bubble suspended in the air, Li Mingyao was excited. After covering it up, he immediately returned to Wangsun Mountain and told Li Zhirui about it, asking him to arrange for his clansmen to receive it. As for the cause of the earthquake, he also saw that it should be caused by the birth of the secret realm. Good. Thanks to Yaozu for noticing it in time, the family took the lead and concealed this newly born secret realm. Li Zhirui was naturally delighted. No matter what the grade of this secret realm is, even if it is only the lowest level secret realm, it can bring a rich harvest. Moreover, according to Li Mingyao's judgment, the grade of this secret realm is not low. After all, he saw several high-level spiritual creatures in it through the air bubble. However, the next thing has nothing to do with him. All the trivial matters will be arranged and handled by Li Zhirui. For this reason, the clan leader specially summoned the elders to discuss this matter, and prepared various spiritual objects and resources, especially the materials for fixing the secret realm and opening up the teleportation array. If the grade of the secret realm is high enough, then the Li family will naturally set up an array to facilitate control, but if the grade is low, then those precious materials will not be wasted, and they will patiently wait for the next secret realm to appear before entering to explore and collect spiritual objects. After some preparation, on the second day, several huge cloud ships left Wangsun Mountain and headed straight for the secret realm. Such a grand move was naturally seen by all kinds of cultivators and casual cultivators. What is the Li family going to do with such a big move? You know, if those cloud ships are full of cultivators, there can be more than 10,000 people. Even if it wasn't that, the fact that the cloud ship could be dispatched meant that there would be a lot of people. Everyone followed the cloud ship bravely, wanting to see what the Li family was going to do. Ancestor soon, there are so many cultivators following behind, should we drive them away? Li Yunren frowned and said with some dissatisfaction. Li Zhangxin glanced at the spiritual light behind him and said disapprovingly, no need to do that, maybe they can be useful next time. A secret realm, especially a secret realm that has just been born, is likely to contain various crises. If you rely on yourself to clean it up, it will not only be time-consuming and laborious, but it is also likely to cause great casualties. And usually at this time, those scattered cultivators are needed. Although some spiritual objects will be divided, compared with the cultivators that a family has carefully cultivated for many years, the loss of those spiritual objects is nothing at all. Not long after, the group arrived at the place where the secret realm was born. Secret realm. The Li family is so lucky that they actually discovered this secret realm that has just been born, a scattered cultivator said with envy. Yes, the secret realm was discovered by the Li family. Whether we can go in depends on whether the Li family is happy or not. If it was not the Li family who first discovered the secret realm, but other cultivators, they would probably be able to get a share, but now it is uncertain. Why rush? If there are many crises in the secret realm, the Li family will not be willing to let their carefully trained clansmen die. They will probably let us go in to help clean up and solve the dangers, although the words of a certain casual cultivator are a bit unpleasant, they are true. As for the danger to life? For many casual cultivators, as long as they have not given up the way of cultivation, then danger is what they are least afraid of. That afternoon, the Dongyun sect received the news that the Li family discovered a secret realm. The head and the elders discussed it, and finally sent a lot of disciples to see if they could get some spiritual objects from it. As for the ownership of the secret realm, they thought so. They clearly appeared in the border area, but the secret realm was completely located in the territory of Shanhai's Hao, almost along the border line, but they did not cross it at all. This made them feel very sorry, because the secret realm had nothing to do with Dongyuan's Hao. Unless they were going to tear their faces with the Li family, there was no need to fight with the Li family for the ownership of a secret realm that they had no reason to own. Of course, if the grade of the secret realm was high enough, Dongyun sect would not mind taking action to seize it. Li Zhangxin and others were not surprised by the arrival of the disciples of Dongyun sect, and did not say anything. They just regarded them as tools used to open up the secret realm and take risks like casual cultivators. Time flew by, and soon it was the day for the secret realm to be opened. Buzz, the air bubble trembled slightly, and a door appeared in the air. Li Zhangxin did not rush to arrange for the cultivators to go in, but put in a few puppets to check the situation of the secret realm, such as whether it was dangerous inside, the grade, etc. This is an 8th level secret realm. Soon, he knew the most basic information through the puppets. 8th level secret realm. There were bursts of exclamations from the cultivators in the back, and many cultivators were terrified and turned away without saying a word. Their cultivation was too low. If they entered such a high-level secret realm, they would probably be beheaded soon. But at the same time, it also aroused the excitement in the hearts of many cultivators. The higher the level of the secret realm, the more dangerous it is, but also the richer the harvest. 4 of the 7 puppets put into the secret realm are now damaged. It can be seen that the secret realm is not safe. Everyone must be careful after entering, and first meet up with the clan members to explore the secret realm together, Li Zhangxin reminded the clan members through voice transmission. Then he turned to the foreign cultivators and said, the family allows outsiders to enter this secret realm. Thank you, Li family, for allowing us to enter. No matter what they were thinking, they had to express their gratitude on their faces. But the rules of my Li family are different from the various rules you have in mind. We do not collect your harvest in the secret realm in a fixed share, but use another set of methods. Chapter 1271 Double Happiness. A group of foreign cultivators were confused, and one of them asked, what is the specific content of the other method mentioned by the senior? The family will set the initial share at 60%, which is no different from other forces, but if you can kill as many monsters as possible in the secret realm, we will make corresponding reductions based on the grade and number of the monster's inner elixir. Li Zhangxin said this with a faint smile. The maximum reduction can be 50%. In other words, in the end, the family will only take 10% of the spiritual objects from your harvest. Of course, it is extremely difficult to meet this condition. At least 40 monsters of the same level must be killed to achieve it. And if the level is lower than your own cultivation, this number must be tripled, that is, 120 monsters. The greater the difference in strength, the more monsters need to be killed. After all, the Li family just wants to use these foreign cultivators to clear the dangers in the secret realm and reduce the casualties of their own family members, rather than doing charity and giving away all the spiritual objects in the secret realm. When everyone heard the conditions offered by Li Zhirui, they couldn't help but fall silent. Is this a lot? Of course it is. That's 40 monsters of the same level. This is no joke. If you are not careful, you may die. But is it possible? Yes. What's more, that is the top condition. They can lower their requirements. There is no need to pursue this too much. As long as they try their best to reduce some of the commission within their own scope, it will be fine. You know, before the Li family, the various forces in the Yuanling world had not seen this method, so everyone felt it was novel and had a strong acceptance. We don't know when the secret realm will open yet, so the deadline is the opening time. Li Zhirui smiled and added, of course, after the clan members sent by the family enter, they will immediately set up the teleportation formation. If you want to stay in the secret realm for a longer period of time, that's fine. It's just that the corresponding commission will be increased according to how long you stay. Without giving everyone too much time to digest, he moved aside the body blocking the secret realm portal and said, I won't waste your precious time. I wish you all smooth sailing and a safe return. The Li family's cultivators naturally went in first, followed by the Donggyun sect disciples, and finally the various cultivators and the largest number of independent cultivators. Half a quarter of an hour later, the secret realm portal slowly dissipated, leaving only 1,000 or 2,000 people on the spot. Some were unable to enter due to cultivation limitations, others were worried that the secret realm was too dangerous and endangered their lives. Li Zhirui didn't even look at those people. After throwing out the human immortal level formation he brought from his family, he asked, how many cultivators have entered the secret realm this time? The two clansmen who had been guarding both sides of the gate and counting the number of people said, there are a total of 25,733 people, most of whom are cultivators below the Mahayana realm. Li Zhirui was not surprised by this. After all, Shanhaizhou was not a big state, so where would there be so many high-level casual cultivators? Next, it depends on the ability of these guys. At the same time, he also sent a message to the family, asking them to arrange some combined and Mahayana clansmen to come. After the subsequent transmission formation is arranged, a group of clansmen can be sent in to explore the secret realm through the formation. After receiving the news, Li Zhirui naturally did not dare to neglect it. He quickly selected 50 suitable candidates and 100 clansmen responsible for logistics. After a dizzying and uncomfortable transmission, Li Zhirui stabilized his body while checking whether there was any danger around. It seems that it is still safe for now. This made him feel relieved. At this moment, he was able to observe the surrounding environment and see if it was suitable to set up a teleportation formation here. That's right, Li Zhirui was the one who was responsible for setting up the teleportation formation among the clansmen who entered the secret realm this time. The reason why such an important task was given to him was naturally because he not only had the qualifications of the earth-walking heavenly spiritual root, but also had a very high talent in the way of formation. It can be said that in the thousands of years of development of the Li family, in terms of the talent of the way of formation, Li Zhirui may be second only to Zhang Fengwu. And he himself was also very competitive. In the case of excellent qualifications, he worked hard and was diligent and studious. Speaking of which, at this time, Li Zhirui found himself on a high mountain. The surrounding area was relatively flat and the vegetation was dense. If you listen carefully, you can also find the sound of gurgling water. It is a very good place to build a camp. However, he did not rush to set up the teleportation formation, but ran around the mountain to see if there was any danger. But after some investigation, the situation was somewhat beyond Li Zhirui's expectations. There were monsters living in the mountains, but there were not many of them, and their cultivation was relatively low. There was no need to worry about them posing a threat to the camp and the formation. He didn't think much about it, and there was nothing to think about. After all, it was such a large secret place, and there was no particularly outstanding advantage here. It was normal that it was not favored by high-level monsters. Moreover, he found a place where he could set up the formation and build a camp. It was located halfway up the mountain, very flat, and there was a big lake. First, Li Changqi set up a large defense formation to ensure that the teleportation formation would not fail due to any accidents, and then he started what he really wanted to do. The teleportation formation can be said to be the most complex and difficult formation of the same level, and even he was quite nervous. This unstable mentality made him temporarily give up the formation, and wait until the state was adjusted before starting. The whole process was not smooth, and it was a little bumpy, but fortunately it was successful in the end. Buzz, the formation lit up, flashing with spiritual light, and was fully activated in the next moment. The secret realm that was originally closed now opened a portal. Changqi really lived up to everyone's expectations and successfully set up the teleportation array. Li Zhirui nodded with satisfaction, turned around and told a group of tribesmen who had just arrived, "After you go in, don't rush to explore the secret realm. The first task is to build a solid camp to ensure that the teleportation array will not be damaged." "Yes," the more than 100 people responded in unison, and then walked towards the teleportation array. Soon, they all entered the secret realm and cooperated with Li Changqi to build the camp. With the help of so many tribesmen, the progress of the camp was naturally rapid. It only took 3 or 4 days to successfully build a city of 10 miles in size. Although the city only has a city wall, the interior is empty and there are few decent buildings, and the defensive array that needs to be arranged on the city wall has not yet started. But this is already a very good start. The rest of the things will be completed in no time. The other end of the secret realm. Li Changqi held a 3-foot-long sword in his hand, staring at the 8th-level monster in front of him with narrowed eyes. As long as there was a tendency to move, he would cut out a sword and advance. Not only could he predict the monster's movements, but he could also cause some damage to it, constantly weakening its strength. Roar. But the 8th-level monster's intelligence was no different from that of a cultivator, so it naturally saw his intention. With a roar, its body was wrapped in golden light, and it rushed straight towards Li Changqi. Evil beast. Watch out for the sword. What the monster didn't know was that he was waiting for this moment. The kingpin sword in his hand flashed with cold light, and sharp sword lights flew out, forming a sword net in front of him. The monster that was rushing to kill just crashed into the sword net, and the extremely sharp sword energy kept cutting its layer of defense. In just a moment, the golden light became dim and completely shattered. An extremely painful wail resounded through the mountains and forests, causing a group of birds and beasts to flee from this place, and at the same time, a thick smell of blood spread. The demon beast, which originally had snow-white fur, had now been dyed red by blood, and its breath had also weakened a lot. Seeing this, Li Changqi naturally would not show mercy, and slashed out several more sword lights, ending its life directly. After cleaning up the area, he turned into a sword light and galloped away. The strength of the demon beasts in the secret realm seems to be generally not too strong. Recalling the several battles he had fought after entering the secret realm, Li Changqi couldn't help but frown. He didn't know the specific reason, but if that was the case, the difficulty of the family's previous arrangements would drop sharply. Shaking his head, he didn't worry about these trivial matters. He came to the secret realm just to fight one battle after another and urge himself to break through, and he shouldn't put his mind on other things. Li Changqi, like Li Changqi, is the most outstanding person in the Chang generation of the Li family in terms of qualifications, character, and understanding. In addition to the two of them, there is also Li Changqi, who is good at magical powers and spells. The three of them are collectively known as the 3 sons of the new generation of the Li family. They are also the 3 most likely to break through the Sanxin realm, first among the new generation. At this time, Li Changshua was fighting a group of monsters in a large lake, and his purpose was to compete for the spiritual medicine in the center of the lake. With the spiritual roots of ice and fire, she was very good at both ice and fire magic, and her combat power was not worse than the other 2. Therefore, even if she was dealing with a group of monsters, she did not panic at all, but cast spells very calmly, and she could use all kinds of magic skills at her fingertips, and she could clear a large number of monsters every time. The only 8th-level monster looked at his descendants being killed so easily by Li Changshua, and a trace of fear arose in his heart. At such a critical moment, such an idea that should not have appeared suddenly appeared, and a flaw was immediately revealed, and she caught it. Li Changshua naturally would not give up such a great opportunity, and directly gave up dealing with other monsters, thinking only of killing the 8th level monster first, and then dealing with other monsters. Boom boom, on this large lake, the strange phenomenon of ice and fire appeared, and the 8th level monster was suppressed and was not an opponent at all. But after a moment, after uttering an unwilling whine, it completely extinguished its breath. Seeing that their ancestors were dead, how could other monsters dare to stay? They fled faster than anyone else. Li Changshuo curled his lips and ignored them, quietly waiting for the spiritual medicine to mature. In addition to these three, many members of the Li family also performed very well. Of course, there are such excellent talents among foreign cultivators. However, for the current Li family, such talents are naturally more, the better. After all, the more people there are, the more monsters will be killed, and it will be much easier for the Li family to develop at that time. A group of tribesmen fought and killed in the secret realm, working hard for the development of the family, and another group of tribesmen were also working hard, but in Wangsan Mountain. Li Zhirui had nothing to do in his spare time, so he preached to the tribesmen. At the same time, he also took this opportunity to sort out his own cultivation situation. In order to, he did not finish talking about part of it like before, but started from the key training period and kept talking about it until the Earth Fairyland. Although Li Zhirui is not very clear about the earthly immortal realm at present, he at least has some clues and knows what to do next. However, as the content of his preaching becomes more and more advanced, many low-level tribesmen can't bear it at all, and they are worried that they may have obsessions or be invaded by demons. Therefore, when the tribesmen can't bear it, Li Zhirui will send them out. This preaching lasted for a total of half a month. But in fact, from the 7th day, no tribesman could bear what he said. In the following days, Li Zhirui was no different from talking to himself. He was not even preaching, but perfecting his own cultivation method in this way. You know, the earthly spirit Aelrekardi is practicing now does not have the immortal realm method, and everything has to be deduced slowly by himself. Li Zhirui is now completely immersed in it, which is no different from the epiphany that people often talk about. When he wakes up, I don't know how long it will take. Patriarch, the family has discovered a new secret realm. One day, a member of the family ran into the family hall excitedly and reported the good news. Another secret realm. Li Zhirui showed a happy face. He had just discovered an 8th level secret realm not long ago. How long has it been? A new secret realm has appeared. Could it be that the heaven favors the family? Quick! Please ask the ancestors of Yunzhuang to go and guard that secret realm and prevent outsiders from approaching. As for other aspects, refer to the method of the previous secret realm. Got it, I'll go now. Several elders stood up and began to prepare various spiritual objects. As for giving up the secret realm, that is absolutely impossible. Even if the Li family goes bankrupt, they must take this secret realm. The most precious thing about a secret realm is not the existing spiritual objects, but the rich spiritual energy and the vast land. After these lands are developed, they will become excellent spiritual fields that can be used to grow various spiritual objects. A day later, several huge cloud ships left Wangsan Mountain and flew to the northeast. What happened to the Li family? It's impossible that they discovered a new secret realm, but he really guessed it right. In just half a year, the Li family discovered 2 secret realms, and the grades were not low. One was 8th grade and the other was 7th grade. And it was also said that there were no monsters in the 7th grade secret realm, so there was no need for outsiders to help eliminate monsters, so naturally they lost the opportunity to enter the secret realm. Chapter 1272 Time. The news that the Li family discovered 2 secret realms in succession not only made countless casual cultivators envious, but also made the surrounding forces jealous. But apart from the Dongyan sect, with the current strength of the Li family, they are not afraid of facing other forces at all, because they can't cause any harm to the Li family. There are also many people who are looking forward to seeing the Dongyan sect take action, but I'm afraid they will be disappointed. Although the Dongyan sect is very envious and has considered whether to compete for the secret realm at the border, just when they are hesitating, good news came from the south, which is a secret realm that has been born for the first time. And before the joy in their hearts faded, 2 more secret realms were revealed in succession. Although the grades of these 3 secret realms are relatively low, only 6 or 7 grades, the number completely makes up for this deficiency. The casual cultivators of Dongyuanzhou are very excited, because every newly born secret realm is a great opportunity for them. Before, They were still envious of the casual cultivators of Shanghai's Hao, but now it is completely the opposite. The surprises were not limited to this. In the following time, the secret realms in various parts of the Yuanling realm were like a gusher, appearing one after another, attracting one creature after another. Some of them had a lot of harvests, leaving the secret realm with a large number of spiritual objects in advanced cultivation. Some had few harvests, were covered with wounds, and were disappointed and unwilling. Some went in and never came out again, and it was unknown whether they died in the mouth of a monster or at the hands of a cultivator. The entire Yuanling realm was caught in a frenzy of cultivation. Countless creatures took the spiritual objects obtained from the secret realm and tried their best to improve their cultivation. It can be said that the rare thunder tribulation in the Yuanling land can now be seen almost every day. And as long as the strength is not too bad, and there is not too much cause and effect, karma, you can survive the thunder tribulation. These kinds of weird situations may not be noticed by the casual cultivators who rarely leave a state on weekdays, but in the eyes of various forces, they are almost constantly reminding them that a shocking event will break out next. And most forces can think of what it is, that is, the war between the two realms after hundreds of years. It seems that the heavenly Dao has also tried its best and has used its foundation to enhance the strength of countless creatures in the Yuanling realm, hoping to win the war between the two realms. After reading the information collected by the family, Li Zhirui couldn't help but sigh. Yes, it seems that the family also needs to be more radical. Li Zhirui nodded, and then told his plan. The content is actually not complicated. It is nothing more than continuing to improve the treatment of the clan members and giving more resources. At most, the resources will be slightly tilted towards those clan members with better qualifications or those who are about to break through. After all, there are only 300 or 400 years left, and time is running out. We must find ways to improve the strength of the family. Li Zhirui didn't feel uncomfortable or bad. This is an extremely cruel world, and the Li family is warm enough. If it were other forces, especially those sects, I am afraid that those menial disciples and outer disciples would be abandoned at the beginning. However, there is a hidden danger in this approach. I don't object to you doing this. After obtaining the two secret realms, the family already has enough resources to satisfy your ideas, but, after a pause, Li Zhirui looked at Li Zhirui with a serious look and asked, but have you ever thought about how to deal with the family's monthly salary after the war? It's easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it's hard to go from luxury to frugality. The clansmen have enjoyed sufficient resources for so many years. No matter how they are reduced in the future, they will have opinions, or even strongly oppose it. Although the family stated at the beginning that these spiritual objects were temporary rewards, people's habits are terrible behaviors. When something lasts for hundreds of years, everyone will think it is natural. After Li Zhirui asked this question, Li Zhirui did not hesitate. He seemed to have thought about it long ago and had an answer. He said directly, I will take this responsibility and let all the anger of the clan members vent on me. You? Li Zhirui wanted to say something, but after seeing his determined expression, he couldn't say those words. He waved his hand and said, there is no need to be so extreme. You go back first. We will find a way to solve the future things later, then I'll take my leave first. Li Zhirui bowed and left without changing his expression. I really didn't expect that Zhirui seemed to be steady and mature, but his heart was so surging, even a little extreme. Shaking his head, he no longer thought about this matter. There was no need to solve the problem of hundreds of years later now. After Li Zhirui left, he issued two announcements. The first one was what Li Zhirui said, to further improve the treatment of the clan members, on the grounds that to deal with danger, the family needs stronger strength. The second one is to summon a large number of clan members, cultivators and independent cultivators of vassal forces to develop the two secret realms. The 7th level secret realm named Xianming secret realm has been developed on a large scale by the Li family since its birth. But the area of the secret realm is too large, and there is still a part waiting to be developed. Because the Li family really can't spare any manpower, they can only give a part of the benefits to let outsiders help develop it. As for the other 8th level secret realm, named Xianqi secret realm, there are a large number of monsters in it, and so far they have not been cleared out. Therefore, the scope of development is limited, and it is necessary to always guard against the monsters' sneak attacks. There is really not enough manpower to clear out those monsters and develop new territories. Since I can't do it myself, I will ask for help from outsiders. Li Zhirui summoned those young and powerful foreign cultivators who wanted to solve those monsters as soon as possible and develop those territories as soon as possible. Of course, there are also some clansmen who want to experience. Clan leader, is there something wrong? Otherwise, why does the family have to increase everyone's monthly salary again and again? There are still a few smart people among a large number of clansmen. Although they don't know that secret realms are appearing frequently. They can see from the actions of the family that this is a sign of something big happening. Don't think too much. I will let you know when it's time. Now you just need to practice seriously and improve your cultivation as soon as possible. Li Zhirui didn't tell them the truth right now, not for the sake of keeping it secret. But once it was said, their thoughts would definitely be disturbed. In this way, wouldn't it be a waste of precious time for cultivation? You know, time is running out now. People like them who are on the verge of a breakthrough don't need to be distracted, and they shouldn't be distracted. While the people were busy improving their cultivation, Li Zhirui didn't give up his daily practice even though his cultivation wouldn't improve much because he had just broken through. In addition, he spent more time on comprehending the recipe of the Earth Immortal level pill. After so many years, he felt that he could try to refine a furnace of Earth Immortal level pills. Li Zhirui didn't rush to make the pill directly, but after bathing and burning incense, he offered a jade tripod with complex and mysterious runes carved on the surface, put in a gourd of Earth Immortal level spiritual water full of spiritual energy, and slowly warmed it with mana. Then he took out precious spiritual objects from the storage magic weapon and placed them beside him one by one. The purpose of this series of processes is to calm the mind and adjust the state. When Li Zhirui felt that his state was the best, he immediately took a plant of Earth Immortal spiritual medicine, penetrated into it with his spiritual consciousness, extracted the impurities in it, leaving only the cleanest and purest essence, and then put it into the jade tripod, let the spiritual water warm it and stimulate the medicinal properties. Then, he sped up his movements, dozens of spiritual medicines rose into the air together, and a little bit of essence of different colors was extracted and flew into the spiritual water in turn to stimulate the medicinal properties and reduce the dissipation of spirituality. In front of the jade tripod, Li Zhirui sat cross-legged, his eyes slightly closed, his hands flying, pinching the mysterious formula. The spiritual water in the tripod slowly turned, and slowly integrated the essences of those spiritual medicines. As time passed, countless sweat appeared on his forehead, as if he was under great pressure. Just when the essence of the spiritual medicine was about to be completely integrated, suddenly, a certain essence jumped. Puff! In an instant, all the essences of the spiritual medicines were scattered, but they were no longer pure, but contaminated with other essences. Li Zhirui slowly opened his eyes and looked at the failed elixir with a calm expression. He did not feel frustrated, because this was his first time to refine an Earth Immortal level elixir. Failure was a very normal thing, but success was strange. He calmed down and put away the spiritual liquid in the jade tripod. This is a good fertilizer for watering the spiritual field. It can also be used to cultivate spiritual beasts, and it can also be used as a medicinal bath for physical cultivation to temper the body. After all, these spiritual liquids are a mixture of various precious spiritual essences and spiritual waters, and contain rich spiritual energy. It's just that this spiritual energy is more violent and overbearing, and it requires a strong body to withstand it. However, at present, the Li family has no Earth Immortal level spiritual beasts, nor a physical cultivator in the Earth Immortal realm, so it can only be used to water the spiritual field. As for storage, its internal stable structure has been destroyed, and it is impossible to store spiritual energy for too long. After reviewing and finding out the reason for the failure of refining, Li Zhirui took out the second batch of materials and continued to refine. But the result was still failure. The third batch. The fourth batch. The fifth batch. All failed. Li Zhirui exhaled a breath of turbid air. He only had the last 3 batches of materials left in his hand. If he still couldn't succeed, he could only wait for a few years or use spiritual stones to produce spiritual medicine. Refining the essence, warming and preserving, enhancing the medicinal properties. Li Zhirui completed every step perfectly and came to the key step of integrating the essence very smoothly. Various spells flew in his hands, and the essence was slowly integrated under his control. 1, 2, until the last essence was successfully integrated. But this is far from the end. Li Zhirui also needs to perfectly integrate all the medicinal properties and finally condense them into a pill. This is a very delicate step, and there can be no negligence. The spiritual light flashed in the jade tripod, and the spiritual power fluctuations became more and more violent, like a volcano about to erupt. At this time, his forehead was covered with beads of sweat, but he was not moved at all, and he was still concentrating on integrating the medicinal properties. As time passed, a strong fragrance of elixir emanated from the jade tripod. At the moment when the medicinal properties were completely integrated, Li Zhirui's spell suddenly changed, and he whispered, "Condensate." The spiritual energy in the vicinity and the spiritual energy in the spiritual water were all poured into the group of essence, as if injecting soul into it. Disperse. The spell changed again, and the large group of essence instantly dispersed, turning into round elixir, suspended in the spiritual water. Out. The lid of the tripod opened instantly, and the elixir flew out one by one and fell into the jade bottle that Li Zhirui had prepared long ago. 5 finished elixirs, 3 defective ones, and 2 waste ones. The so-called defective ones are those with insufficient medicinal properties. They can be taken, but the effect will be much worse. As for the waste ones, they contain a lot of elixir poison. They can also be taken, but the effect is extremely poor and harmful to oneself. Li Zhirui was very happy about this achievement. You know, this was the first time he successfully refined an Earth-level immortal pill, and there was a 50% success rate. And among these 5 successful pills, there were 2 medium-quality ones. As for the other 5 immortal pills, he couldn't deal with the defective ones. After all, he couldn't make up for their medicinal properties out of thin air, but the waste products could be used. The purification law mastered by Li Zhirui could purify the poison in the waste products, so that they became defective products that could be taken. If it were a low-level pill, he would definitely not go to such great lengths, not only wasting time, but also spending more energy. But this is an Earth-level immortal pill. The cost is high. Even Li Zhirui, who has a mysterious space, can't waste it at will. He didn't strike while the iron is hot and use all of the remaining 2 materials to refine the immortal pill in one go, but put them away and turned around and left the alchemy room. He has been refining immortal pills these days. Although he has adjusted his breath to recover during this period, he still feels very tired and plans to take a good rest. At the same time, he also needs to summarize his successful experience. Half a month later, the remaining 2 materials were all turned into elixirs. In the end, Li Zhirui had a total of 16 finished elixirs and 14 defective elixirs. With these elixirs, his mana will soon usher in a wave of rapid growth. After he took and refined an elixir, he couldn't help but sighed. This elixir alone is worth several months of my breathing. After refining the elixir that increased mana, Li Zhirui began to refine the healing elixir. In a way, the latter is even more important. After all, the war between the 2 worlds will come soon, and more life-saving spiritual objects like these should be prepared. Not only him, but also the Li family, or the forces that knew about this matter, began to prepare spiritual objects. Because there are less than 200 years left before the war begins. This is very long for mortals, even the lifespan of several generations, but for those powerful people, it is just a moment. Perhaps because the Earth-level elixir has been refined, the Earth-level healing elixir has ushered in success after a few short failures. At this time, Li Zhirui, who had traveled to the void for hundreds of years, also returned to the Yuanling realm. Chapter 1273 Preparation. Li Zhirui looked a little embarrassed, but her eyes were shining. It was obvious that she had gained a lot in the void. She returned to Wangxin Mountain, handed a few jade slips to Li Zhirui, and flew straight into the cave to start a retreat to digest what she had gained. Although she did not make a breakthrough, her realm, cultivation and strength had made considerable progress. However, the biggest gain was the spiritual objects she had obtained in the void and her understanding of the chaotic creatures. When Li Zhirui opened her eyes and stopped practicing, she did not choose to come out of retreat, but took out 2 chaotic spiritual objects. One was shining with golden light and emitted a sharp spiritual light as soon as it appeared. The other was dazzling with silver light and the material was very tough. She did not know the names of the 2 chaotic spiritual objects, but she knew that refining them into her life magic weapon could further enhance the power of the Zhuangjian. Therefore, for the next 10 years, Li Zhirui was busy refining spiritual objects in the cave and then integrating them into the Zhuangjian. But when Li Zhirui got the jade slips, he did not react at once. After reading the contents, he realized how precious they were. There are so many records on it. I don't know how many times Xuanzu risked his life to summarize the weaknesses and magical powers of so many chaotic creatures. These jade slips cannot be made public for the time being, but the tribesmen can be arranged to start reproducing them. When the time comes, they can be distributed directly, so that the tribesmen can understand the chaotic creatures. Not to mention targeting them, at least they can broaden their horizons. After all, before officially attacking the other world, the creatures on the Yuanling realm need to cross a section of the void and face the threat of the chaotic creatures hidden in it. Of course, this is only the problem faced by the vanguard. When the vanguard successfully enters that world and sets an anchor point, the two worlds will cross many spaces under some great power and connect directly. From this time on, it is the time for the real war to break out. Li Zhirui wants to be a member of the vanguard for a simple reason. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. And he has strong confidence in his own strength and ability to save his life. The most important thing is, if the purification law he mastered can really reduce the suppression of the outer world as the human he family said, then the sooner he enters the outer world, the greater the advantage will be. When Li Zhirui came out of retreat, he saw the jade slip that Li Zhirui sent for him, and he knew that Li Zhirui had returned to the family. She has worked so hard to collect so many materials on chaotic creatures. Not long after, he finished reading the contents and couldn't help but sigh. But he will definitely not let Li Zhirui down for all her hard work over the years. Thinking of this, Li Zhirui went to the warehouse and exchanged a large number of spirit stones with his contribution points. He planned to give birth to a batch of earth fairy level spirit objects to refine immortal pills. He has made up his mind that in the next 100 years, in addition to daily practice, he will spend the rest of his time refining pills. Refining earth fairy level immortal pills requires his full concentration and meticulous completion. But immortal pills of other grades do not need to be so nervous. With Li Zhirui's current alchemy realm, refining several furnaces at the same time, or several different kinds of pills, can guarantee a high success rate. This is the advantage of water alchemy. However, the threshold of alchemy is quite high, and water alchemy is even more difficult. If you don't have enough talent, you can't even get started. In the last 200 years, Li Zhirui, Li Zhixuan, Zhang Fengwu, Daking, all the cultivators of the Li family who are above the fairyland are seizing the time to do everything they can to improve their strength. Some choose to refine immortal pills, some choose to upgrade their life magic weapons, some breathe and absorb a lot of spiritual energy, wanting to push their own cultivation to a higher level. Fortunately, the final result did not disappoint Zhang Fengwu. After obtaining the innate formation and meditating in seclusion for hundreds of years, he finally entered the late stage of human immortality. And the cultivation of people like Li Xiangxin and Li Yanren has also made breakthroughs one after another. In addition, the family has also produced many new scattered immortals. As for the breakthroughs of the mortals, there are even more. After all, if there is no great progress under the large amount of resources given by the family, it is really a waste of spiritual objects. Have you noticed that the power of the thunder tribulation seems to have weakened a bit? After watching several thunder tribulations, a clan member finally found something wrong. Now that you mention it, it's true. No wonder so many elders failed to pass the tribulation. Unlike before, when only a few succeeded, it's a pity that my cultivation is too low, not even at the Mahayana level, and I missed this great opportunity in vain. Through this incident, and thinking about the family's increasing monthly salary over the years, many people smelled the breath of impending storm. Many people realized that the family had something very important to hide from them, but no one asked, because they knew that the family didn't let them know for a reason. Now is just not the time, and when the time is right, they will definitely not hide it from them anymore. At the same time, in the distant Zizhao, in the demon ancestor mountain, countless earth immortals, heavenly immortals, and demon cultivators projected a ray of their souls here. The war between the two worlds is so important, but the gods in the heaven would rather tell the demons, the seas, and even the ancient descendants who are lingering on, but they are unwilling to tell us in advance. Although this great demon of the heavenly immortal had known about this for a long time, he still couldn't suppress his anger when he talked about it now. At the beginning, Zhirui revealed the news of the war between the two worlds to the representatives of the various camps in the heavenly court, but there were no gods from the magic path among them. So the magic path really knew nothing at the beginning, and it was not until later that they found that the immortals, the demons, and the seas were not quite right that they realized something was wrong. After all, These three forces retreated at the same time and showed a defensive posture, which was too suspicious. The magic path only needed a little in-depth investigation to get the answer. The news was passed to countless forces and cultivators. And it was no longer a secret. Now there are more than 100 years before the war. Do you have any ideas? Is anyone in the vanguard willing to go? Although the magic path is notorious, it is also a creature of the Yuanling realm. If the Yuanling realm loses in the war, they will not have a good ending, so they also want to do something and contribute their own strength. The scene was silent. No demon cultivator responded. When the war broke out, they would devote their own strength to fight for the Yuanling realm, but no one was willing to take the risk of life and death. In that case, let's prepare for the subsequent war. Not only the demons, but also the immortals, gods, demons, sea tribes, all the major camps began to discuss frequently. Because the war was coming, they did not hide it as before, so that the casual cultivators discovered their tracks and noticed something was wrong. Those high-level casual cultivators went out one after another to visit those big forces, wanting to know what would happen. Even the Li family welcomed a terrestrial immortal who was a casual cultivator. "Hello, Senior Jinghong." This person was quite famous among the casual cultivators, and Li Zhirui had heard of his name. Patriarch Li is polite. This sudden visit is to ask for something. Now all forces are making frequent moves and buying various spiritual objects at high prices. What big thing happened? Since Senior Jinghong has spoken, I will naturally not hide anything. Li Zhirui directly told him about the war between the two realms. Anyway, there are less than 100 years left, and it is time to show your cards. There is no need to continue hiding it. A war between the two worlds. Jinghong's expression froze and his face turned pale. He originally thought that a catastrophe had broken out in the Yuanling world and the major camps were fighting. If that was the case, he could still hide in a corner and hide until the catastrophe was over. But if it was a war between the two worlds, I'm afraid he couldn't just run away. Because the way of heaven won't let him hide. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Jinghong is a terrestrial immortal with good strength. How could the way of heaven let him go? Thank you for informing me, Patriarch Li. I won't bother you anymore. Goodbye. He had no other ideas now. He could only seize the last bit of time to prepare various spiritual objects and improve his ability to save his life. Senior Jinghong, did the Li family tell you what it was? Outside Wangxin Mountain, a group of casual cultivators who had been waiting here for a long time immediately surrounded him. Jinghong looked at this group of weak casual cultivators and thought to himself that after this battle, only 1 in 100 casual cultivators would survive. Alice, he sighed and told the truth. There are only 100 years left. You should improve your strength as much as possible. After saying that, he ignored the group of casual cultivators who were standing there in a daze and turned into a spiritual light and disappeared into the sky. After the news of the war between the two worlds was made public, the first reaction of many casual cultivators was as if they were frozen. It took a long time for them to come back to their senses. Among them, some chose to seize the time and improve their strength, some chose to give up completely and indulge themselves all day long. Some chose to join the magic path because they could quickly improve their cultivation and enhance their strength, and some collapsed and felt that they had no way to survive, so they wanted to drag everyone else down with them. The first two will not cause any damage to the surrounding area, but the latter two will destroy the stable environment and are not conducive to the final sprint of all creatures. In this regard, all forces must have suppressed them with all their strength and not given them the opportunity to stir up any waves. The entire Yuanling realm fell into silence, as if all creatures were practicing with concentration, but under the calm lake water, there was great pressure and surging undercurrents. Just waiting for the outbreak. The most dazzling area in the vast starry skies where the Big Dipper galaxy is located. Since the news has spread thoroughly, you should publicly call for the creatures willing to join the vanguard. Dao Mu Yuanjin's voice came from nowhere. The child knows. Zhuyi agreed to this without hesitation, turned into purple light and disappeared, returning to the body in the heaven. The war between the two worlds is imminent, and now publicly call for members of the vanguard. The cultivation level requires the Earth Fairyland, and it is necessary to cross a long period of void. There will be various dangers, and you need to face these by yourself. There may not be someone to help you. The content of the call is written in great detail. The purpose of doing so is also to prevent some creatures with weaker strength from participating and avoid trouble. Those who voluntarily join the vanguard can gather at the south gate of the heavenly court. After 109 years, after Li Zhirui learned about this, he kept it in mind and even made a simple magic tool to remind himself to avoid missing the time. Brother Jiu, are you going to join the vanguard? One day, Li Zhixun came to visit. Li Zhirui nodded and asked, are you not going to participate? I got 2 chaotic spiritual objects in the void before. After returning to the family, I wanted to integrate them into the Zhuanjin to enhance the power of my life magic weapon, but I didn't expect that the 2 spiritual objects were too difficult to refine. Li Zhixun sighed and continued, I don't think it can be completed before the vanguard team sets off. I can only choose to give up. Most of her strength is in the Zhuanjin. If the Zhuanjin cannot be used, she is not sure that she can safely pass through the void with a decline of combat power. Although there will be Li Zhirui's help, he is just an earthly immortal. It's good enough to be able to protect himself. How can he protect others? In this case, it is better to stay in the family and complete the promotion of the life magic weapon as soon as possible. When the war breaks out, she will go to the battlefield and show her skills. That's good. The family will keep an earth immortal to guard the mountain, just in case. Li Zhirui was worried that if both of them joined the vanguard, there would be no one to guard Wangxin Mountain. What should they do if they encounter danger? Hearing that Li Zhixun could not join, he no longer had any worries. Don't say empty words that everyone will unite in the face of a powerful enemy. Some people are just stupid and bad, with vicious thoughts. Then I'll go back first. Before the voice fell, the whole person disappeared. Li Zhirui didn't take it to heart at all. He immediately gathered his mind and continued to breathe in and out to absorb spiritual energy and refine pills, alternating between the two. Time flies, and 100 years seem to be a moment. Over the years, he didn't know how many kinds of pills he had refined. From Earth Immortal level elixirs to first level elixirs, he had refined a lot. As for the elixirs below the scattered Immortal level, Li Zhirui would leave all of them to the family. At the same time, he would also distribute the human Immortal level and Earth Immortal level elixirs to Li Zhixun, Zhang Fengwu and others. Ruizu, so many pills. Li Zhirui took the storage magic weapon and was stunned by the jade bottle that was almost full. Just think of it as a little gift from me, the ancestor, to the tribesmen. Li Zhirui smiled and said, the time has come, and I should set off. Just as he was leaving, Zhang Fengwu, with an unstable breath and a pale face, hurried over, took out a formation plate, handed it over, and said, Zhirui, this is the formation plate I sorted and refined after comprehending the set of 36 formations. Although it is only at the human immortal level, its defense is not much worse than that of the Earth immortal level formation. You can definitely use it. Okay. Li Zhirui had also left a lot of immortal pills in front of Zhang Fengwu's cave before. He didn't see her at that time, and didn't expect that she was preparing this formation for him. With your formation, I am more confident that I can come back safely. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1274 Departure. With this formation whose defense power is comparable to that of a great formation of the Earth Immortal rank, Li Zhirui was able to act alone without any worries after entering the outer world and set up a camp on his own. I don't know how long it will take for me to return after leaving the Yuanling realm this time, so I'll ask you to take care of the family. Li Zhirui's eyes swept over Zhang Fengwu, Daking, Zhaoqing and others one by one, and without saying anything more, he turned into a spiritual light and soared into the sky. I hope I can come back safely. Zhaoqing retracted his gaze and said, don't worry, with Brother Jiu's means, your life will not be in danger. At most, he was separated from the main force in the void, unable to find the outer world, and had to go back home, or his camp was not established smoothly. I don't know how many years it will take for the war to break out, so there is no need to worry too much now, and we should hurry up to practice. After Xiao Kang finished speaking, he turned into a spiritual light and left. As a god, he now enjoys the favor of heaven, the blessing of luck, and the rapid speed of practice, but once he leaves the Yuanling realm, all of the above will be wiped out. Therefore, he must have a stronger strength to defeat the creatures from outside the domain in the next war, accumulate merits, and obtain more benefits. Xiao Kang is right. It is most important to seize the time to practice. Xiaoqing echoed and disappeared as a wisp of breeze. After greeting each other, the others left. Although the war between the two worlds was well known and a hot topic before, many tribesmen did not have any real sense of it. The departure of Li Zhirui today has added a lot of pressure and urgency to them. If the tribesmen's practice before was still a little unwilling and lazy, from now on, there will be no such thoughts that are not conducive to practice. Everyone has become very diligent and hard-working, and they are fully committed to practice, either breathing in and out to absorb spiritual energy and increase mana, or practicing magical spells to enhance combat power, or buying magic tools, talismans and other spiritual objects. In short, in order to survive the cruel war between the two worlds, everyone has tried their best. If you look at the entire Yuanling realm at this time, you will find that in addition to spiritual light flying out from the sky above Wangxin Mountain, there are dazzling spiritual lights flashing in many other places. There are more or less spiritual lights, and the largest number of them are in the territory of the East Continent Immortal Path, followed by the Sea Clan, the Demon Clan and the ancient descendants of the Northern Territory. Only the sky above the territory of the West Continent Demon Path is dim, and no spiritual light flies out. When they arrived at the South Heaven Gate, a Sea Clan celestial being immediately got angry and snorted with disdain, saying, "It is worthy of the Demon Path." Such a major event concerning the life and death of the Yuanling realm, no one actually participated. If those cowards who are greedy for life and fear of death join in, they might cause trouble. It's good enough now. Another Demon Clan celestial being, seemingly comforting, was still cursing the Demon Path in his heart. Li Zhirui, a small earthly immortal cultivator, naturally did not dare to speak out any opinions. He honestly stayed at the outermost edge, looking around and inquiring about the situation nearby. At present, there are 37 celestial beings and 258 earthly beings, which are very powerful. And this excludes the number of gods. When those gods arrive, the number will definitely change. However, what surprised Li Zhirui the most were the two major forces, Human He family and Xiaoxin sect. They also sent a lot of powerful cultivators, but among this group of people, the three immortal cultivators were particularly abrupt. After a little careful investigation, Li Zhirui understood why they brought these three immortals. The reason is very simple. The laws that these three people comprehended are the same as his, which are the laws of purification. It seems that these two families intend to use the power of the law of purification to build a camp faster. But before that, they have to protect these three immortals and prevent them from falling in the void, otherwise it will be a waste of time. When Li Zhirui observed Human He family and Xiaoxin sect, they also noticed that he was standing alone on the edge. After a brief conversation, two earthly immortals walked towards him. "I didn't expect that after not seeing you for 1,000 years, fellow Taoist Li has already broken through to the earthly immortal realm and his strength has greatly increased. Congratulations," one of them smiled and congratulated. In fact, they had long known that Li Zhirui had already broken through to the earthly immortal realm, and now they were just talking about this for a reason. "The strength of the two Taoists is much stronger than mine." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the two of them told the real purpose of their coming. "Although with your strength, you can certainly safely cross the void and enter the outer world, but after all, you are alone and sometimes you can't get out. Why not join the alliance formed by our two families, so that we can help each other?" At this moment, Li Zhirui was tempted. Following the two great heavenly immortal forces, plus his own strength, he would definitely be able to reach the outer world safely. But after some careful consideration, he finally opened his mouth and declined, saying, "Thank you for your kindness, your sect and your family, but I am used to being alone, and it is not suitable for me to join the alliance of the two families." This was of course a set of words. The real reason is that Li Zhirui is only one person, and his cultivation is only that of an earthly immortal. He is weak. If he really wants to join their alliance, what status can he have? At that time, he will probably become a tool for them to purify the world outside the domain and guide the heaven. There is no freedom at all. Although in this way, he can be responsible for purification wholeheartedly without worrying about the attack of creatures outside the domain, but in the end he still has to worry that they will kill him. After all, in this process, Li Zhirui, as the most important link, will naturally get more favor from the heaven, and will share the gains of the two families. But as long as he dies, there will be one less person who will share a lot of gains, and the two families can also get more. And in this way, the family will lose this crucial earthly immortal, and I don't know how many casualties and losses will occur at that time. So whether for himself or for the sake of the family, Li Zhirui should not join the alliance between the human he family and the Xiaxan sect. Since you don't have this idea for the time being, we won't bother you anymore. I wish you a safe journey. One person wanted to persuade him again, but another person spoke first, saying with regret, "Thank you, fellow Taoist. I also wish both families get what they want and everything they wish for." The monk smiled and nodded, pulling the other person to leave, but suddenly stopped and turned around and said, "If you change your mind in the future, what you said before still counts. Our two families welcome you to join us at any time." "Okay," Li Zhirui agreed casually, and it was obvious that he didn't take it to heart. The two returned to their own positions. Seeing that Li Zhirui didn't follow, the others knew his answer. "Humph. He's just a little earthly immortal, but he's so ignorant." A certain heavenly immortal snorted coldly and said with some dissatisfaction. Although the other great powers didn't speak, judging from their expressions, they obviously had some opinions about Li Zhirui. He also expected this situation to happen, so he quietly moved his position and left their sight. But the whole process of Li Zhirui's contact with him was seen by several earthly immortals of the Dongyan sect. Why would the two families take the initiative to invite an earthly immortal? There must be some secret hidden in this that we don't know. Several people talked secretly, trying to guess what was going on, and then they noticed the three sudden scattered immortals. Why did they bring these three burdens? No. They can't be burdens, more like a secret weapon, hiding the answer we want to know. Could it be the law of purification? A flash of lightning suddenly flashed through the sea of consciousness of a certain earthly immortal, and he couldn't control it for a moment and spoke it out subconsciously. Huh? This movement made the celestial immortals open their eyes and asked, "What are you talking about, ancestor? We may have discovered a huge secret." A flash of light flashed, and it was the powerful man who took action to isolate them in a small space. Then the earthly immortal cultivator spoke out his guess seriously, saying, "Combined with the fact that Xiaxan sect and human he family took the initiative to invite Li Zhirui, and specially brought three scattered immortals who comprehended the law of purification to participate in this dangerous pioneering battle, it is enough to show that they should have discovered or even confirmed the law of purification, and there are wonderful uses that we don't know about." When you say that, I suddenly thought of something. Another earthly immortal suddenly spoke up and said, "I don't know if you still remember that more than 1,000 years ago, there was a Taixu illusion that fell at the junction of Dongyuan's Hao, Donghe and Shanhai's Hao, but the Li family, which is obviously the weakest in strength, finally took away most of the illusion, and the entire Shanhai's Hao benefited greatly. At that time, I was very confused about how the Li family did it. Now it seems that it should be because of the law of purification. These are just your guesses, and they don't count. Bring the person here for questioning, and you will know the answer," a certain powerful person said. Yes, the isolating space barrier disappeared, and several earthly immortals set out to find the whereabouts of Li Zhirui. But no one knew where he had gone to hide. They searched everywhere but could not find any trace of him. Just as they were about to continue searching, the South Heaven Gate suddenly opened, and Dao Mu Yuanjun, Gu Chen and other gods appeared. They had no choice but to give up the search. Ziwei was not among them because he had to stay in the heavenly palace. Li Chengsheng and Li Changshuo did not join the vanguard for some reason. But it was good that way. After all, as gods, their strength would drop a lot after leaving the Yuanling realm. It would be better to wait for the immortals to open up a station in the outer world, lead the heavenly way there, and then participate in the war. In this way, at least there would be some connection with the heavenly way, and the strength would not drop too much. "Since everyone is here, let's go," Dao Mu Yuanjun spoke, but she was unwilling to wait for a moment. Hearing this, everyone had no objection, and followed the gods and flew into the void. And Li Zhirui, who had disappeared, appeared in the crowd again at this time. The reason why he disappeared was because he deliberately avoided those monks who knew him, especially after he found out that the monks of Dongyan sect were looking for him. He deliberately avoided them. With so many high-level monks present, those people naturally did not dare to use their spiritual sense to explore everywhere, so as not to bump into a certain powerful person, so they did not find Li Zhirui. Now they have started to hurry, and I think Dongyan sect will not bother to find him. Not long after, everyone crossed the starry sky and came to the edge of the boundary membrane. It's not too late to regret now, otherwise it won't be so easy to come back after going to the void. Before taking the last step, Dao Mu Yuanjun gave a serious warning. However, which of the creatures that appeared here is not determined, or has other purposes? How could they retreat because of 1 or 2 words from her? Okay. Since no one regrets to withdraw, let's set off. Dao Mu Yuanjin took the lead, turned into a stream of brilliant spiritual light, and rushed through the boundary membrane first. The other creatures naturally followed closely behind, not daring to stay too far away. After all, Dao Mu Yuanjin is the only one who knows the location of the world outside the domain. If he is separated from her, he can only give up and go back home. In fact, this is not the first time that Li Zhirui has set foot in the void. When he was still in this small world, he went to the void to look for opportunities. Amu was one of the opportunities. However, the void outside the Yuanling realm is obviously more manic and dangerous than the void he has been to before. It was only a moment after everyone left the Yuanling realm that they encountered several chaos storms. Fortunately, they were only at the edge of the storm, so there were no major casualties. But this is just the beginning. Then, a strange creature appeared in the void. It seemed that its whole body was made of stacked stones, just like a giant, but its body was even larger. Chaos Stone Monster. The physical defense is amazing, and the power is infinite, but the speed is slow. The weakness is the hidden life stone in the body. This is the information that Li Zhirui brought back after hundreds of years of experience in the void. Be careful. Get rid of these stone monsters as soon as possible. Don't waste too much time on the road. After saying that, Dao Mu Yuanjin took action personally. When she waved her hand, countless stars fell, as if she was in the Milky Way, gathering all the stone monsters. Boom boom, accompanied by a loud roar, countless stars turned into meteors, the number of which was jaw-dropping. And those chaotic stone monsters with solid bodies could not last 10 breaths in this round of attack, and were blown into pieces. Let's go, Dao Mu Yuanjin said in a calm tone, and then continued on her way. Is this the strength of the top celestial beings? Li Zhirui could sense that among all the celestial beings, Dao Mu Yuanjin's strength was definitely among the top 3. It is not an exaggeration to call her a top celestial being. And if it were not so, why would Dao Mu Yuanjin be so anxious to start the war between the 2 worlds? Wouldn't it be better to push the war between the 2 worlds after she became stronger? But she didn't do so, which means that she may have reached the limit of the Yuanling realm and could not continue to improve, so she wanted to take this opportunity to pay off the cause and effect and transcend. Chapter 1275 Invasion. Li Zhirui also noticed that when Dao Mu Yuanjin made a move, several celestial beings showed solemn expressions on their faces, obviously shocked by her strength, or felt a lot of pressure. After she made a move, the other creatures became more obedient, followed Dao Mu Yuanjin obediently, and continued to fly to the outer world. For a long time afterwards, the group only encountered some weaker chaotic creatures, which the earthly immortals could easily solve without the help of those powerful beings. During this period, Li Zhirui also killed 2 chaotic creatures. If it wasn't the wrong time, he would have wanted to study the difference between them and the creatures in the Yuanling realm. But now they can only seal their bodies in jade boxes and wait until they have time. Walking in the void, it seems that the perception of time and space has weakened, so that Li Zhirui can't accurately judge how far they have walked and how long they have walked, only a vague concept. Be careful. While thinking, a cry of surprise suddenly came from his ear. Li Zhirui felt a strong sense of crisis. Without thinking, his body subconsciously turned into aura and fled to the side. With a bang, a powerful magical power came, stirring up countless chaotic spiritual energy, easily raising several layers of huge waves. Those powerful people took action to stop the huge waves to avoid being forced to disperse. And the center point was where he was just now. Seeing this scene, Li Zhirui was shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. If someone hadn't woken him up in advance, he probably wouldn't be standing here in one piece like now. He wanted to find someone to thank him, but the scene was in chaos, and he couldn't tell who reminded him. He could only suppress it temporarily and stay away from this chaotic creature. Evil beast. How brave. The powerful person who is closest to him jumped up, and a big knife condensed by the law suddenly slashed out, forcing it to stop abruptly, and had to use magical power to defend. The celestial immortals have mastered the laws to an extraordinary degree, so when they attack, they usually use the laws to fight, unlike the lower-level creatures who use their magical powers more often, and the laws are used as a trump card. One person and one monster, fighting in full swing, evenly matched. The strength of that chaotic creature is comparable to that of a celestial being, and it is probably impossible to determine the winner in a short time. But to everyone's surprise, this chaotic creature was just the beginning. Not long after, several chaotic creatures appeared from all directions. And judging from their momentum, it is probably only possible for a celestial being to subdue them. Others can only dodge carefully to avoid being hit by the aftermath. Isn't it said that it is extremely difficult for chaotic creatures to give birth to spiritual intelligence? How come I encountered 6 or 7 at once? Looking at the gleam in their eyes from time to time, Li Zhirui couldn't help but be shocked. Because chaotic creatures live in the void where chaotic spiritual energy is rampant, while creating their powerful bodies, it also limits their spiritual intelligence. Otherwise, once they are born with intelligence, they will most likely gather together to form a force. If they hunt, search, and destroy worlds in the void, there will be few worlds that can resist. And this level of war is definitely not something Li Zhirui can intervene in without authorization. He can only dodge while guarding the void to prevent the appearance of more chaotic creatures. But what you fear will come true. The next moment, dozens of chaotic creatures pass through the gray chaotic aura and roared towards the crowd. The only thing to be thankful for is that their strength is not as strong as the previous 3, otherwise they would not know how many casualties would be caused by encountering so many chaotic creatures of the celestial level. Roar. For some reason, a chaotic creature rushed straight towards Li Zhirui, and his big eyes were full of hungry desires, as if he was a delicious delicacy. Don't know whether to live or die? Li Zhirui felt disgusted, snorted coldly, and quickly pinched his hands. 2 spiritual lights appeared around him in an instant, turning into a blue dragon and a black dragon and biting the monster. Huh? The sea creatures nearby all looked over. The dragon transformed by a human cultivator using his magical powers actually had a powerful dragon aura. Only those who could do this could imitate the dragon so vividly after long-term close contact with a real dragon. Huh? It turned out to be him. No wonder, the 2 celestial fairy water creatures suddenly remembered something and said, I didn't expect that he had already broken through to the earthly immortal. No wonder I didn't recognize him at once. These 2 happened to be the great powers who had cooperated with Li Zhirui to purify the sea. After this incident, the sea creatures had investigated the Li family in detail. Although they knew everything about the Li family, they also had a deep understanding of it. Naturally, they knew that the Li family had a real dragon that evolved from its bloodline, and it was also a sea god that controlled a large area of sea. Although they recognized Li Zhirui, they had no intention of helping him. After all, the sea creatures had already paid the reward, and the cause and effect of both parties had been eliminated, and they did not owe him any favors. Moreover, the identities of the 2 parties were different, and there was a difference between humans and monsters. If they helped him, it might bring him more trouble. The most important thing is that in the battle, Li Zhirui did not fall behind, and did not need their help. But the blue dragon and the black dragon were entangled with the chaotic creature, and in the process, the 2 dragons intertwined and complemented each other, and the power became even greater. Roar. The monster seemed to have sensed the danger, and roared nervously, wanting to retreat and escape back to the chaotic energy to hide. It's too late to escape now. Li Zhirui's mind moved, and the mana in his body rolled out and poured into the bodies of the 2 spirit dragons. Their power suddenly surged, entangled the monster, and did not give it a chance to escape. As the monster burst into a painful roar, it also lost its breath and turned into a corpse. Not long after, the other chaotic creatures were also subdued one by one, and the scene finally returned to silence. The crowd did not stop because of the previous battle to let them recover their spiritual energy, but set off directly to continue flying towards the world outside the domain. Maybe the group of chaotic creatures died in their hands before, and they were stained with some kind of breath. So they didn't encounter powerful chaotic creatures for a while. But this doesn't mean that they will be safe while away. In the void, the most dangerous thing is not the attack of those chaotic creatures, but the ubiquitous chaotic storms and chaotic airflows. During this period, they encountered an extremely powerful and terrifying chaotic storm. The vanguard team that did not suffer casualties due to the attack of chaotic creatures, in that encounter, several people were strangled to pieces by the storm on the spot, and more than a dozen creatures were forced to separate from the crowd, and it is still unknown whether they are alive or dead. Among them are 2 celestial beings. After this chaotic storm, the atmosphere of the crowd became a lot heavier. Before, you could hear people talking and laughing, but now no one speaks. At the beginning, Many creatures thought that with so many celestial beings sitting in charge, there would be no danger even if they walked in the void. But who would have thought that such an accident would happen? "We'll be there soon," Dao Mu Yuanjun, who had been running in silence for an unknown period of time and had not spoken, suddenly said. If you listen carefully, you will find that there is a hint of relaxation in her tone. Li Zhirui silently calculated in his mind that they had been flying in the void for at least 100 years and had crossed billions of miles of space. Because this is a rough estimate, the specific number will only be more and bigger. As soon as this was said, the tense people breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, after just over a month, Dao Mu Yuanjun called everyone and said, 10,000 miles ahead is our destination. In order to avoid being discovered in advance by the creatures in the outside world, we will adjust our state here, then we will make a concerted effort and try to open a gap in the boundary membrane before the creatures from outside the domain arrive, so that we can sneak in. This very reasonable proposal naturally had no objection. They all sat cross-legged, either taking out the elixir or directly absorbing the chaotic spiritual energy. The former is easier to refine and saves a lot of time than the latter. However, the latter can save pills. After all, they need to be prepared to face the attacks and retaliations of the whole world when they invade the outer world this time. Although they can receive the heavenly way of the Yuanling realm after the invasion, and the heavenly way will also sense it quickly, this process also takes some time, so every pill that can be saved is one. As for the great power in the void that instantly connects the two worlds together, that is after the heavenly way senses it. It took 9 days for everyone to adjust their breath and recover. Every living being tried their best to ensure that their own state is perfect. Since everyone is ready, let's go. Dao Mu Yuanjun's eyes quickly swept over everyone and issued an order immediately. In an instant, a series of spiritual lights lit up, and after gathering together, even the void with heavy gray fog could not block this dazzling light. Like a meteor, it flew towards the outer world thousands of miles away. In just half an hour, everyone saw the target they had been thinking about. I hope you can show your full strength. Otherwise, once the outer heaven notices, the creatures in the realm will definitely come to stop us in a short time. By then, it will be even more difficult to invade. During the flight, Dao Mu Yuanjun spoke, which was both a reminder and a warning. Everyone nodded. For such a big event, they naturally dared not be careless. Get ready. Not long after, Dao Mu Yuanjun suddenly shouted. Without any hesitation, everyone mobilized their mana and brewed their most powerful attacks. Do it. As soon as the voice fell, huge stars flew out of her hands and smashed towards the boundary membrane. Following closely, the attacks of other celestial beings, Li Zhirui and others followed. Hundreds of spiritual lights complemented each other, appearing particularly colorful, but in this beautiful rainbow light, there was a terrifying power that could tear everything apart. Rumble, a shocking explosion sounded, and its energy aftermath set off a storm, blowing away all the chaotic spiritual energy around it, forming a vacuum environment. The boundary membrane, which was directly bearing this wave of attacks, also shook violently, but it seemed to be a little short of breaking a crack that allowed everyone to invade the boundary. Just when everyone was disappointed, Dao Mu Yuanjun attacked again. However, she did not use the star law that she was best at, but the space law. Tear, a huge space blade chopped on the boundary membrane. The boundary membrane, which was already at the edge of the limit, could no longer bear it, and a tiny crack appeared in an instant. Quick, before the voice fell, Dao Mu Yuanjun rushed into the boundary with a god such as Gu Chen. The other great powers did not dare to hesitate for a moment, fearing that the crack would close in the next moment, and they all took their younger generations to escape into it. And Li Zhirui, who was alone, naturally no one would help him at this moment. But fortunately, his speed was not slow, and when everyone attacked, he quietly moved to the front, so he successfully invaded this outer world. As soon as he came in, Li Zhirui was suppressed by the outer world, and his strength was instantly reduced by 80%. Such a big weakening, even if he had been prepared before, his face became very ugly. This suppression was too great. And he himself estimated that his current strength was probably about the same as before. But now is not the time to consider these. The most important thing is to find a hiding place so that he can cast the law of purification and relieve his own pressure. As for guiding the heavenly way of the Yuanling world, the process of him casting the law is also guiding. You know, the purification law mastered by Li Zhirui is comprehended from the heavenly way of the Yuanling world. Maybe his luck is pretty good. He fell from the 9 heavens to a mountain forest, and in his consciousness, there is no creature that can threaten him within 100 miles. However, Li Zhirui immediately activated a defensive formation specially made by Jiang Fengwu. However, because he had come to a different world and the laws were somewhat different, the power of the formation also decreased a lot. At the same time, he also called Yu Hong out. Is this the outer world you mentioned? Although his strength was also greatly suppressed, he was extremely excited, his eyes shining, as if he had seen some treasure. With Yu Hong's background, an outer world was indeed a treasure land full of treasures for him. Although he also came from the Yuanling realm, because it contained 3,000 laws. He only needed to adapt to restore his strength. After all, even if the laws of each world are different, they are basically the same. Please help me protect the law. I need to cast the purification law to reduce the suppression of the outer world's heavenly way on me, and guide and call the Yuanling realm heavenly way, Li Zhirui said with a serious expression. He didn't know what would happen next, and unlike other forces, there were many people to help him. He only had Yu Hong to protect the law. Okay, I promise that no one will disturb you. Li Zhirui nodded slightly, closed his eyes, and began to call upon the heavenly Dao of the Yuanling realm in his sea of consciousness. His hands kept chanting magic spells, and he tried his best to perform the law of purification. Chapter 1276 Fusion. Li Zhirui was lucky. He did not encounter any obstruction from outside creatures during his descent, and there was no existence around the mountain that could threaten his safety. So he could guide and call on the heavenly Dao of the Yuanling realm at the first time. But others were not so lucky. As early as the moment Dao Mu Yuanjin attacked the boundary membrane, the heavenly Dao of the outside world issued a warning and notice to the creatures of this world, asking them to move as soon as possible to stop the invasion. But before they flew to the boundary membrane, Li Zhirui and others came in one after another, and then scattered in all directions at the first time. So they could only change their target and attack the spiritual lights falling from the sky. Compared with other forces with several celestial immortals and dozens of earthly immortals, the spiritual light emitted by Li Zhirui, who was alone, was obviously inconspicuous. And this is the real reason why he had a smooth journey and did not encounter any obstruction from the creatures of this world. Who are you? How dare you invade the golden light realm? Get out of here. In the sky, there was a roar that resounded through the heavens and the earth. The terrifying flames swept across a radius of 100 miles. The scorching temperature evaporated all the clouds and mist. Even the space seemed unable to withstand the burning of the flames and showed slight fluctuations. And what he faced was the powerful Dao Mu Yuanjin. However, at this time, Dao Mu Yuanjin, because of the suppression of the outer heavenly way, did not know how much her strength had dropped. She could only use the star law with all her strength, which was very difficult to deal with. Not only her, but other celestial beings were also like this. They could only barely resist. But they all knew that if they continued like this, when the celestial beings from this world came one after another, they would only face death or imprisonment. Thinking of this, how could they still have the heart to continue to entangle? Each method wanted to temporarily get rid of the opponent. If they took the time to guide the Yuanling realm heavenly way, when it successfully descended, they could also slightly reduce the suppression on their bodies, and their chances of survival would be greater. Want to escape? Stay here. The voice of the immortal who seemed to be the god of fire rolled in like thunder. The temperature of the sea of fire instantly became more terrifying, and the space was burned to the point of melting. But his speed was still a little slower than that of Dao Mu Yuanjun. When the sea of fire engulfed the previous location, the group had long disappeared. Dao I'll Chi Yen, where are those alien creatures that invaded this world? At this moment, several spiritual lights appeared beside the god of fire, and one of them frowned and asked. Escaped. Before the voice fell, Chi Yan flew at the fastest speed to the place where Dao Mu Yuanjun and others disappeared. Humph. A dignified immortal can't even take down a group of alien creatures whose strength is greatly suppressed. It's really a shame for us. The other immortals pretended that they didn't hear anything. Why should they get involved in the conflict between the two of them? They just followed silently. Besides, the most urgent task now is to take down and solve those invading creatures, otherwise, if time goes on, something unexpected may happen. But to everyone's surprise, the group of creatures from outside the domain disappeared. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't find their whereabouts. Damn it, Chi Yan's rage could no longer be suppressed. He roared dozens of miles away, scaring countless creatures to flee. On the other side, Dao Mu Yuanjun and his group of gods who had successfully escaped also temporarily found a remote corner to heal their wounds. "Mother, are you okay?" Gu Chen asked nervously. "It's okay, it's just that the consumption is a bit large, and it will recover soon. Don't be idle, hurry up and call for the heavenly Dao. When it comes, the suppression on us can be reduced and we can improve ourselves." "Yes." In response to Dao Mu Yuanjun's order, everyone responded and concentrated on guiding the heavenly Dao of the Yuanling realm. Buzz! After a while, a sudden buzzing sound sounded, and it was the heavenly Dao of the Yuanling realm that responded to their call and came here across countless spaces. No. Why is this heavenly Dao power so strong? It doesn't seem like the first time it came across the boundary. Dao Mu Yuanjun suddenly opened her eyes and frowned. She originally thought that she would be the first to lead the heavenly Dao to the Golden Light realm, even though she was injured, and get rid of the people at the first time, so that Gu Chen and others could lead the heavenly Dao. But now it seems that they are still a step slower. Who could it be? The alliance between Xiaxin sect and Yumanhe family? Or the alliance between the Sea clan and the Monster clan? Or the group of ancient survivors? But Dao Mu Yuanjun never thought that the first person to lead the heavenly Dao was not them, but Li Zhirui, who is not seen by everyone. Time went back to a quarter of an hour ago. After Li Zhirui asked Yu Hong to protect him, he began to use the purification law with all his strength, and called for the heavenly Dao of the Yuanling realm even more strongly in his heart. But in just a few breaths, the power of the heavenly Dao came to his location. And he also realized that although his strength had not yet fully recovered, it had also improved a lot. At least he could deal with enemies in the late stage of the human immortal. But more importantly, Li Zhirui found that this world's rejection of him was much less. "I didn't expect that the law of purification could really reduce the hostility of the outer heaven, and the effect is so significant." Yu Hong, who was standing aside, discovered this change and couldn't help but sigh. "You know, they are now invaders who will do everything they can to destroy the world and incorporate it into their own world, but even so, this heaven accepted Li Zhirui so quickly after knowing his identity. I didn't expect the effect to be so good." The corners of his mouth curled up, and a bright smile appeared on his face. In this way, his strength will sooner or later be able to restore the Earth Fairyland. As long as the Yuanling realm wins the war between the two realms, you will get a generous reward just by being the first to guide the heaven. Why would Dao Mu Yuanjun think about this? This is the reason. Of course, the biggest contribution must be to help the Yuanling realm heaven devour this heaven. For example, on the battlefield, a large number of creatures in this world were killed. For example, destroying the heaven and earth of this world, various ways to consume the power of the world. In fact, the law of purification that Li Zhirui used was to help this world. Because he was purifying and dispelling the evil and filth hidden in the depths of the world, making it more healthy, he was favored by the heavenly Dao and his suppression was relieved. Perhaps it would not be long before the heavenly Dao would completely lift its suppression on him, provided that he continued to use the law of purification. Li Zhirui also planned to do so, first recover his strength and integrate into this world, and then talk about other things. Anyway, he was just a small earthly immortal cultivator and had no impact on the overall situation. Two flowers bloom, each showing its own beauty. Ruizu has been gone for more than 100 years. He should be in the world outside the domain soon, right? Li Zhirui put down the jade slip in his hand and muttered to himself. At first, no one thought that there would be no movement for such a long time. If it weren't for the intact life card, they would really worry whether Li Zhirui and his party were in danger. For more than 100 years, the family has been practicing hard, working very hard to improve their own cultivation and strength. Especially at the moment when it is not convenient to practice, the arenas built by the family are almost never idle, and there are clansmen on them every moment to compete. Have the demon cultivators made any moves? Li Zhirui didn't have time to recall the past, and immediately asked the tribesmen beside him. When the various forces formed a vanguard to explore the outside world, no one from the demon path was willing to join. Since then, all forces have been keeping an eye on the demon path's every move, but they are worried that the demon path will take advantage of the decline in the strength of each party and take advantage of the opportunity to sneak in. Although in the face of a powerful enemy, we should not consume each other, but should work together, but no one knows what those crazy people from the demon path will do. Fortunately, so far, everything has been peaceful. Chief, it's not good. The demon cultivators hidden in Shanhai's house suddenly began to riot, attacking the fairy city and the market, and it seems that they are planning to rob spiritual objects. Li Zirui's relaxed heart was instantly lifted up when he heard this exclamation, and his face became extremely ugly. It was safe and sound just now, but such a big thing happened in just a quarter of an hour. Damn the demon cultivators, I knew they were restless, but now is not the time to vent anger, but to hurry up and set off, drive them away, and preferably kill the demon cultivators, and keep them forever on the land of Shanhai's Hao. For this reason, Li Zhirui specially contacted Li Zhirui, the earthly immortal who was in charge of the family. Got it. After receiving the news, Li Zhirui didn't say much, and directly turned into a swordlight and left. But in a moment, she came to a fairy city where demon cultivators were rampant. There were quite a lot of demon cultivators, as many as 100. You know, this is just a fairy city in Shanhai's Hao. If you count other fairy cities and markets, there are at least no less than 3,000 demon cultivators in the Li family. But Li Zhirui didn't draw his sword, but just stretched out his hand to capture a breeze, and changed it casually, and it became a sharp sword aura, shooting towards those demon cultivators. The demon cultivators who were originally showing off their power couldn't even scream at this moment, and they fell heavily to the ground and turned into corpses one after another. Thank you, Senior, thank you for saving my life. Faced with these thanks, Li Zhirui did not stay too long and flew to the next place where the demon cultivators were wreaking havoc. Not only in Shanhai's Hao, but also in other states of Dongzhou Xiandao, there were sudden attacks by demon cultivators. But their strength was not strong, and the losses and casualties caused were relatively limited. I knew that this group of demon cultivators would not be honest and dutiful. Sure enough, when a group of powerful people went to the outside world, they suddenly attacked. This was the thought of almost all the leaders and families of the Xiandao. But what made people feel strange was that the demon cultivators sent by the demon Dao were at most in the human fairyland, and there were no stronger demon cultivators to take action. However, at this time, when the crowd was angry, everyone did not notice this subtle change. They only wanted to clean up all the demon cultivators on their own territory, and when their ancestors came back, they must teach the demon Dao a lesson. Boom boom, a burst of explosions resounded throughout the world, and then the sky suddenly became dim. Countless creatures looked up and could only see a gray, extremely large existence that seemed to cover the entire sky. Many creatures with deep background or high cultivation saw this scene and quickly realized that the vanguard had successfully invaded the outer world, and the two worlds had begun to contact and collide. Li Zhirui also realized that something was wrong and notified all the fairyland clansmen in the family as soon as possible. Taking advantage of this time, all the spiritual objects needed for the next war were prepared. Brother Jiu, we will be here soon, Zhao King said silently. Before leaving, Li Zhirui carried a positioning magic weapon with him. After the two worlds collided and the war broke out, the Li family members could enter the outer world and find him based on the magic weapon. I don't know how he is now. At the same time, Li Zhirui, who everyone was thinking about, was sitting cross-legged in the formation, exerting all his strength to perform the purification law. After several times of performance, the suppression of the golden light realm heavenly Dao on him was very small, and his strength was almost restored. At that time, he didn't need to do this kind of thing anymore and could start other actions. For example, killing the creatures of this world, or various means that can consume the origin of the world. The two worlds have merged, and the real war is about to come. Li Zhirui naturally felt a violent vibration just now, and murmured, I don't know what the situation of the family is, and what kind of ending it will face. Cry. A piercing scream exploded in his ears, and several spiritual lights flew at the fastest speed and fell outside the formation, revealing several immortal creatures. They were very cautious and did not dare to approach the formation at all, but they felt that it was very strange that this formation appeared here, and it was very likely to be an invader, so they just surrounded it and waited for the elders to come and solve it. However, they did not wait idly, but used their magical powers to try to attack the formation. Maybe with their strength, they could take down the creatures in the formation? After all, isn't it said that the strength of these creatures outside the domain has been greatly suppressed, and only 1/10 of their strength remains? The tentative attacks of several people caused the formation to shake violently, looking very fragile, which also made them feel relieved. With such a weak formation, there must not be any big shots inside. Thinking of this, the power of the magic power he exerted became a little stronger, But they did not realize that the vines behind them had formed a cage and trapped them inside. At this time, Li Zhirui no longer concealed his strength. Several huge water columns attacked and interrupted their attacks. Then several vines emerged and tied them up. The barbs on the vines pierced into their skin and injected a toxin that could block the meridians. He also took action at the same time to seal their souls and sea of consciousness. In this way, they could no longer use their magic power and souls, and completely became fish on Li Zhirui's chopping board, ready to be slaughtered. Earth immortal, one of them exclaimed in disbelief, impossible. Aren't you an invading alien creature? Why hasn't your strength been weakened? Chapter 1277 Fighting. Of course, Li Zhirui would not answer their questions, but only separated them so that he could interrogate them separately and understand the various situations in this world. I ask, you answer. As long as you answer honestly, I can give you a quick death, otherwise I will try my method. Even if he said to let them go now, they would definitely not believe it, so it would be better to threaten them with other means. Seeing that this person looked unyielding and seemed to be determined to bide his death and not speak, Li Zhirui snorted disdainfully, and with a thought, the vines wrapped around him began to shrink with all their strength, and the dense barbs pierced into his body. I'm telling you, please stop, the toxin in the vines has the effect of amplifying pain. In an instant, the horrible pain swept through his body, and his whole body twisted like a twist, and he couldn't stop wailing. After just a few breaths, he couldn't hold on any longer and quickly begged for mercy. There was still some use for keeping this person, so Li Zhirui naturally couldn't really torture him to death. He quickly let go of the vines and asked, what is the name of this world? What powerful forces are there? Where am I now? What are the names of the powerful forces nearby? How many celestial and earthly immortals are there? While he was interrogating this person, Yu Hong was also asking another cultivator the same questions. The world we live in is called the Golden Light Realm. There are two major camps, the human race and the demon race. Wars often break out. Among them, the most powerful forces of the human race are 12 in total, called the two sects, 5 mountains and 5 families, namely the Celestial Immortal Sect, the Celestial Demon Sect, the Green Jade Mountain, and the Changhong Mountain. This person seemed to be relieving the pain. He paused before continuing to answer, saying, Senior, you are now on the edge of the corpse refining sect under the jurisdiction of Yuanmo Mountain. To the south is the Beijian sect, a vassal of Changhong Mountain, and to the west is the territory of the demon race. The corpse refining sect and the Beijian sect are only earthly immortal forces, but the masters of the two are both top forces with more than a dozen celestial immortals. While listening to this person's story, Li Zhirui forcibly opened the storage magic weapon he had taken from him, trying to find out if there were any classics or materials that could be compared. However, they were all human immortal cultivators, so how could they still carry the most basic content? Instead, there were their insights on cultivation, magical powers, and skills, some records of traveling around, and some miscellaneous things. However, Li Zhirui still found 2 jade slips that were very useful to him. They were a rough map of the Golden Light Realm and a detailed map of a radius of 10,000 miles. The detailed map not only marked the spheres of influence of various forces within 10,000 miles, but also some simple introductions, which could help him understand the nearby territory as soon as possible. Li Zhirui knew everything he wanted to know, but he did not kill these cultivators immediately. Instead, he strengthened the restrictions on their Danshan and Sea of Consciousness, intending to throw them into the depths of the formation. After all, he was an invader from outside the domain. And what he learned from them was just some elementary and simple content. If he encountered any problems in the future, it would be good for someone to answer them. On the other side, Yu Hong's interrogation was also over, and the answers he got were no different. Next, it's time to consider obtaining the merits of the Yuanling realm and the favor of the heavenly Dao. Thinking of this, Li Zhirui couldn't help but frown, because this required him to destroy the heaven and earth of the Golden Light Realm and kill the creatures of this world in order to consume the heavenly Dao of this world. But this will inevitably cause dissatisfaction with the heavenly Dao of this world. By then, the suppression on him may be completely restored, and his strength will be greatly reduced, putting himself in danger. After listening to this, Yu Hong on the side couldn't help but laugh and said, the more you consume the power of the heavenly Dao of the Golden Light Realm, the stronger the invasion of the heavenly Dao of the Yuanling realm will be, and then the suppression you will receive will gradually decrease. Yes. How could you be so confused that you forgot this? He only thought about the Golden Light Realm, but forgot about the heavenly Dao of the Yuanling Realm. The law of purification is to let me recover my combat power as soon as possible, so as to attract more heavenly Dao power, rather than letting me have the best of both worlds, Li Zhirui muttered to himself. You know, once the war between the two sides breaks out, double dealers usually don't have a good end. I can't continue to sit and wait for death, I have to seize the time and take the initiative to attack. After making up his mind, Li Zhirui told Yu Hong, now that the two worlds have begun to merge, you should fully activate this positioning magic weapon so that the tribesmen can find our location. I will go to the corpse refining sect to find out the situation first, okay, be careful. Li Zhirui nodded and quickly disappeared into the sky. Two flowers bloom, each showing its own beauty. However, the alliance between the He family of human and the Xiaxin sect encountered the interception of two celestial beings when they entered the Golden Light Realm. After paying a lot of price, they finally got rid of the two. Then they fled into the deep forests of the mountains and prepared to set up a camp in a secret place to gain a foothold first. Next, it depends on the three of you. The celestial being of the He family looked at the three cultivators who were only in the scattered immortal realm. In order to protect the safety of the three of them, he took them away at the cost of being seriously injured. I just hope they don't disappoint everyone's expectations, otherwise. Yes, in fact, the three of them were also very nervous. Because the purification law was what the family and the sect asked them to choose to master, saying that as long as they chose the purification law, they would be given the most abundant resources to improve their cultivation as much as possible. At first, they didn't understand why the family sect did this, but now, they completely understood. It was nothing more than wanting to use their hands to reduce the suppression of the outer heavenly way and restore more strength to cope with the next war. What they have to do is to give birth to as many purification white lotuses as possible, so as to harvest more white lotus seeds. Let other cultivators plant them, and then use the lotus planting method to gain the favor of the heavenly way and restore their strength as soon as possible. The heavenly immortals of these two families had already thought of that method, but now they have time to use it and complete the plan. Under the full efforts of the three scattered immortals, a large number of white lotus seeds matured one after another. As the main fighting force of the heavenly immortals and earthly immortals, they not only got the most white lotus seeds, but also got them the first. After a large wave of purification white lotuses were planted, they soon got what they wanted, that is, the heavenly way of the Golden Light Realm descended to favor them, and the suppression on them was immediately reduced a lot. However, they did not rush to act, but waited for the arrival of the cultivators of the Yuanling Realm. By then, they would definitely stir up a violent storm. On the other side, when the two realms began to merge, the Li family began to gather their clansmen to prepare for going to the Golden Light Realm. Let's go. When the fusion was completed, the Li family immediately had a spirit ship soar into the sky and fly towards the outside of the 9 heavens. They only need to cross the boundary membrane to reach the Golden Light Realm, unlike the previous vanguards, who also need to cross the endless void. Not only the Li family, but many other forces have also been dispatched. Even the demon Dao, which did not take action at first, also sent out a large number of demon cultivators at this time, and many celestial immortals were among them. It was the most invested force among all the forces in the Yuanling realm. They felt that the most dangerous pioneers had ended. Now if they did not invest their strength as soon as possible to narrow the gap, after the war, wouldn't the demon Dao have nothing to gain? The actions of the Yuanling realm were soon noticed by the creatures of the Golden Light realm. After all, those obvious meteors were all promoting that the world they were in was being invaded on a large scale. Send out all the disciples to explore every corner within the sphere of influence. No mercy should be shown to any creatures from outside the domain. Once discovered, they should be killed immediately. All the forces in the Golden Light realm issued similar orders at the same time, and these invaders could not be allowed to destroy the world they live in. At this time, under the leadership of Li Zhirui, Zhang Fengwu and others, the Li family cultivators found Li Zhirui's location very smoothly through the positioning magic weapon and rushed there immediately. The reason why they were so fast was mainly because of the help of the heavenly Dao. It was not just to help the Li family, but it treated all forces equally. Its purpose was also very simple, that is, it hoped that after they invaded the Golden Light realm, they would make more efforts, draw in more forces, and weaken the power of the heavenly Dao in the Golden Light realm. Not long after, they appeared outside the formation. When Yu Hong flew towards this side, he noticed something and secretly became alert, worried that the creatures in this world began to search in a dragnet manner. But soon, he found that the person coming was a cultivator from the Li family, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although he also restored his strength through the purification law, he would not be a match if he faced too many creatures in this world. You are finally here. Yu Hong happily welcomed everyone into the simple camp in the formation and said, you should hurry up and adjust your breath. I am worried that the forces in this world will react soon. After they came in, the suppression in their bodies was relieved a little. This was the effect of the heavenly way of the Yuanling world that was introduced here. Where is Brother Jiu? Don't worry, his strength has been fully restored. He went to explore and collect information nearby. Li Zhirui, Zhang Fengwu and others also knew the priorities of the matter. Since Li Zhirui would not be in danger, they were relieved. Everyone closed their eyes, restored their mana, and adjusted their states. People like Daking and Zhaoqing quickly stood up and walked aside because they did not consume much. First, you should understand this world, and at the same time, use the lotus planting method to give birth to these purifying white lotuses, gain the favor of the heavenly way of this world, and restore your strength first. However, during their breath adjustment, Yu Hong copied several jade slips. I didn't expect that in the golden light realm. The contradiction between the immortals and demons is not that big, let alone mortal enemies. That's because the demon clan is too powerful, and they have to unite to fight against the demon clan. They watched and communicated, but it only took half a quarter of an hour to have a preliminary understanding of the golden light realm. Then he took out a handful of white lotus seeds and began to induce birth. The rich purification power attracted the attention of the heavenly way of this world, and immediately bestowed great power, further reducing the suppression on them, and their strength was restored to almost everything. But after Li Zhirui left the camp, he rushed all the way to the north to collect news about the corpse refining sect. That's right. He positioned his family's target on this demonic earthly immortal force. The reason for choosing it is that, first, it is a demonic sect, and the purification law he is good at has a strong restraining effect on them. Second, the strength of the corpse refining sect is weaker than that of the 100 Swords sect and easier to deal with. There is one more thing. He learned from the captured monks of this world that the corpse refining sect once wanted to be independent from the Yuanmo mountain. Although it failed, it never gave up. So a few hundred years ago, it was forced to migrate to the territory close to the demon clan, which could not only weaken a corpse refining sect with the power of the demon clan, but also let this unruly force stand in front. Abandoned forces like this are likely to be less concerned, which can buy a little more time for the Li family to hide in the future. Of course, Li Zhirui did not have the confidence to destroy the corpse refining sect in one fell swoop. After all, how many monks did a Li family have? Even if all came to the golden light realm, it would be impossible to break through the gate of the corpse refining sect in one fell swoop. Everything still needs to be planned slowly. Why are there so few monks and demon cultivators walking on the road? After several days of running around, he has come to the core territory of the corpse refining sect. But he didn't expect it to be as desolate as the place he had been before. After all, it is also a local immortal force. Although it is dangerous to be close to the territory of the demon clan, it also has rich resources, and there must be no shortage of casual cultivators. But Li Zhirui didn't see any prosperous and bustling areas along the way. My friend, is there something wrong with the corpse refining sect? Why are there so few monks coming and going? He grabbed a monk who was passing by and asked. Senior, you don't know that 10 years ago, the demon clan launched a large-scale attack, and the corpse refining sect suffered heavy losses. Several earth immortals and demon cultivators were killed or seriously injured. If it weren't for the human forces such as Yuan Mushin, who took action to beat the demon clan back, this area would probably belong to the demon clan. Seeing that Li Zhirui's aura is unfathomable, the monk swallowed a curse on his lips and replied respectfully, everyone is worried that the demon clan will attack again, and the corpse refining sect, which has been severely damaged, will definitely not be the opponent of the demon clan. Naturally, no one wants to come to this dangerous area where a war may break out at any time. Li Zhirui was overjoyed. He didn't expect that his luck was so good that he encountered a severely damaged earth immortal force. If he could destroy it, it would be a great contribution to the Yuanling realm. But we can't just believe one person's words, so after giving him some spiritual objects, he went to the next market to verify what this person said. A few days later, Li Zhirui returned to the camp in the mountains. Zixuan, Feng Wu, you found us so quickly. Seeing their joy, he also had some doubts. Although the positioning magic tool in his hand has a very wide range, the Golden Light Realm is a vast world, and its area is not smaller than the Yuanling Realm. How could it be so easy to find this place? It was the Heavenly Dao who helped in secret. As soon as we entered this world, we found your location, Zhaoqing explained. Li Zhirui suddenly realized that if this was the case, then everything made sense, and then asked, have you fought with the creatures of this world these days? Chapter 1278 Shock. Some monks came, but they were too weak to be our opponents. However, to be on the safe side, we did not kill them. We only sealed their sea of consciousness and mana and imprisoned them in the dungeon. Since Li Zhixuan and Deking were relatively quiet, it was Zhaoqing who answered the questions. The reason why we did not kill those monks was mainly to prevent the forces they belonged to from noticing and immediately sending a large army of monks to encircle and suppress them. As for whether killing them would lead to their identities being exposed and being noticed by the Heavenly Dao of this world, there was no need to worry. After all, the Golden Light Realm was in the midst of wars, and wars broke out almost all the time. How could the Heavenly Dao have so much energy to pay attention to such trivial matters? Li Zhirui nodded. The identities of these monks should be the monks of the 100 Swords sect. According to his next plan, they should deal with the corpse refining sect, whose strength had been greatly damaged. At this time, it was better not to provoke too many enemies. I heard a very important news from outside. Then, he told everyone the news that he had verified many times. The corpse refining sect was almost destroyed by the demons. Even the mountain gate formation has not been repaired. A large number of disciples have died and countless scattered cultivators have left. It can be said that the strength has dropped to the limit. It is the most suitable target for the family to attack now. If all the cultivators of the corpse refining sect are killed, it can be regarded as weakening the strength of the Golden Light Realm. If the Yuanling Realm Heavenly Dao is led to come, can it absorb the laws of the Golden Light Realm that these demon cultivators have comprehended, and strengthen their own strength while understanding the other party better? In addition, Li Zhirui has another idea, saying, as we all know, the spirit bane is the essence of the earth, which is extremely important to the heaven and earth and all spirits. If we destroy all the spirit banes in the corpse refining sect, can we weaken the Heavenly Dao of this world and obtain the reward of the Heavenly Dao of the Yuanling realm? There is no need to worry about the karma brought by destroying the spirit banes, because when the Golden Light Realm is swallowed up, these karmas will naturally disappear with the wind. As for if it is not swallowed, it means that the Yuanling realm has failed, and they will have no way to survive at that time. What does karma count for? This is a good idea, but in this way, we can continue to hide our identities, and the Heavenly Dao of this world will withdraw its favor, and our strength will be greatly suppressed. Duckwing thought for a while and said, why don't we be more cautious and plan slowly? The opportunity cannot be missed. If we miss the corpse refining sect, the family may not have another chance to destroy a local earthly immortal force in the future. Zhaoqing and Zhaoqing both expressed their opposition. Li Zhixuan did not speak, but for her, the most important thing was to kill a good fight, and she had no patience to plan slowly. The minority obeys the majority. Since everyone agrees to attack the corpse refining sect, I will give you a detailed introduction to the current situation of the corpse refining sect. Li Zhirui glanced at it and said slowly, at present, there are still 6 earthly immortals in the corpse refining sect, but 4 of them are seriously injured and will not take action easily. As for the human immortals, scattered immortals, and mortal realm demon cultivators, there are quite a few of them, with a number of 3 to 5,000, but for an earthly immortal force with a long history and profound heritage, this number of people is not even 1/10 of the total victory period. And the mountain gate formation is broken, and it is said that it has only been simply repaired. Feng Wu, I will trouble you to break the formation as soon as possible. Once successful, we can suddenly launch an attack and seize the opportunity by surprise. Okay, everyone, be prepared to avoid more trouble at night. We will set off directly in 3 days. There is no need to leave anyone to guard this camp. Just use the illusion formation to cover it. If too many people are left, the strength of the attack on the corpse refining sect will be weakened. If too few people are left, they are worried that the monks of the 100 Sword sect will come to search and cannot stop their attack. In this case, it is better not to leave anyone and just send everyone out. Just as Li Zhirui and others were preparing, A large number of battles had already broken out in the Yuanling realm and the Jingguang realm. As a creature in the Yuanling realm that does not have an advantage in terms of time, place, and people, it is natural that there are fewer victories and more defeats, and the casualties were extremely heavy at one time. But in these battles, the Yuanling realm is not without good results. Just like the alliance between the Yuanhe family and the Xiaxin sect, they achieved an extremely brilliant victory. After they hid in the mountains, they used white lotus seeds and lotus planting methods to quickly restore the strength of all the cultivators. After waiting for the large-scale support sent by the sect, the strength expanded rapidly to an extremely exaggerated level. There were a total of 10 celestial immortals, nearly 100 earth immortals, more than 300 human immortals, more than 800 scattered immortals, and more than 10,000 disciples in the mortal realm. This kind of strength can be called a top-level force in the Yuanling realm. And in the Jingguang realm, it is also the same. So they made a very bold decision, that is, to directly attack the celestial immortal force Beikao Jiang family. Kill. With a roar, the 10 celestial immortals took the lead, summoning powerful laws one by one, and hit the mountain protection formation fiercely, which immediately caused a violent shaking, the spiritual lightened, and even cracks appeared on the formation plate. No one in the Jiang family thought that they would be the first target of attack by this group of extraterritorial creatures. Although some means were arranged before, in the face of this terrifying power, those means can be said to be useless and easily destroyed. Buzz buzz buzz, after being attacked by such a powerful attack, the mountain protection formation automatically activated the overload mode, wantonly extracting the spiritual energy from the spiritual veins to enhance its defense. At the same time, it also brewed a series of attacks that exuded a destructive aura and attacked the group of cultivators outside. But it didn't expect to collide with a wave of magical powers that was about to fall on the formation. Boom boom. A deafening explosion sounded, and the shock wave containing the aura of destruction spread in all directions. But they were all blocked by the immortals of both sides and turned into a gentle breeze, blowing away. The immortals of the Yuanling realm took action to protect those disciples, and the immortals of the Jiang family took action to protect the mountain protection formation. After all, after a wave of sudden and powerful law attacks, the formation has been damaged and overwhelmed, and it cannot continue to be subjected to too strong attacks. Crack, the mountain protection formation was broken. The faces of the Jiang family cultivators showed disbelief. How could this be possible? How could the mountain protection formation be broken silently? Who is it? Countless Jiang family cultivators' eyes were blazing with fire, trying to find the culprit. At this time, they realized that those ordinary cultivators who were ignored by them were the ones who destroyed the formation. Impossible. How could a group of ordinary cultivators like ants destroy the mountain protection formation? Until now, some people still don't want to believe it. The Yuanhe family and the Xiaxin sect took advantage of this mentality. When the war broke out, they arranged people to be close to the formation. Once they took action and attracted everyone's attention, those ordinary disciples would also do their best to destroy the formation. Kill. The two cultivators didn't care about this, but felt that this was a great opportunity to attack Beikao Mountain. With an order, they rushed forward with all the disciples. Damn it, with a powerful enemy at hand, they didn't have time to think about anything else. The most important thing was to win this battle, otherwise everything would be empty talk. Various magical powers whistled and collided in the air, and a large number of lives died every moment. But the two monks faced such a brutal and cruel fight, and they did not show any fear or timidity. They marched towards Beikao Mountain with a resolute look. On the other hand, the Jiang family monks were in a very bad condition. They seemed to have never experienced such a war. Their hands were shaking, so that their magical powers were not powerful enough. The reason why the Jiang family monks fought so badly can be seen from their titles, Beikao. They are best at refining pills, and they have mastered many secret methods of refining pills to improve the grade and success rate of pills. They spent a lot of time on refining pills, so they were naturally too busy for other things. Moreover, the Jiang family is located in the heartland of the human race. If the demon race can fight here, the human race may be on the verge of destruction, so it is not very useful for the disciples to train. In the entire Golden Light realm, 30% of the pills come from the Jiang family, and they have accumulated a lot of wealth. This is why they have become the first-class force in the Golden Light realm. However, in terms of strength, the Jiang family is at the bottom. But even so, it is still a celestial family, and it can still resist for a while. This battle was so intense that the sky was dark and the earth was broken. The surrounding world had been completely changed because of the fierce battle between the heavenly immortals and the earthly immortals. It was normal for the mountains and forests to become hills, and even directly become plains. The final result was that the two alliances won, although it was an extremely tragic victory, which brought the death of 70% to 80% of the mortal realm disciples and 40% to 50% of the immortal realm cultivators. But after this battle, the favor of the heaven on them had been taken back, and a strong pressure directly suppressed their cultivation by 50% to 60%. If it weren't for the destruction of the Zhang family and almost catching all the Zhang family cultivators in one fell swoop, they would have won the battle. Fortunately, the two cultivators also ushered in the final harvest. The invasion of the heaven of the Yuanling realm became more and more in-depth. Not only were they remembered by the heaven, but the suppression on them was further reduced. The news of the demise of the Zhang family spread quickly like a plague, and soon the whole Jingguang realm knew the news. Damn invaders! They actually wiped out the Zhang family. Not good. This way, the number of pills sold next time will probably be greatly reduced. You know, the Zhang family provided 30% of the pills for the Golden Light realm. Now that the Zhang family is gone, who can fill the gap in the number of pills? What should I do? What should I do? Why are these invaders so powerful? Some timid cultivators kept repeating this sentence, and it was obvious that they were scared. When did the Yuanhe family and the Xiaxin sect become so powerful? They were able to destroy a celestial fairy force in the outer world. Dao Mu Yuanjin's eyes flashed with a deep meaning, and he said, send someone to investigate as soon as possible to find out what means they have used to restore their full strength. If not, unless both of them are fully dispatched, it would be possible to destroy a celestial fairy force under the condition of suppressed strength. Not only Dao Mu Yuanjin, other forces also sent people to find out what methods they used. Among them, only the Dongguan sect vaguely guessed what the reason was. It should be the Zhang family who used the purification law to restore their strength and then suddenly attacked. I didn't expect it was the purification law. Alice, if I had known this, I should have pulled Li Zhirui into our team, so that we wouldn't end up in such a situation. Speaking of it, the Dongguan sect really had a rough journey. Not long after arriving in the Golden Light realm, they were discovered by local forces, who sent a large army to capture them all, and they finally escaped. Not long after arriving at the new camp, they were discovered by a team of cultivators, who immediately summoned their fellow disciples nearby and had to start moving for the second time. They completely hid in the depths of the mountains and have not dared to show up until now. In other words, with so many cultivators now, they have only made a little contribution to the heavenly way, and nothing else. If this continues, they will probably go back empty-handed. No, we must also do something to weaken the origin of the heavenly way in this world. However, all this has to wait until they have verified that the purification law is really effective. After 3 days of preparation and rest, the state of all the Li family members is perfect, morale is high, and confidence is full. If the corpse refining sect is really like what Li Zhirui said, with their strength, they will definitely win. Let's go. With Li Zhirui's order, thousands of disciples boarded the cloud ship and flew straight to the mountain gate of the corpse refining sect. The few monks and the passing immortal city and market could not cause any obstacles to them at all. I'm afraid this group of monks are also heading for the corpse refining sect. Yes, this area will soon break out into a war. Let's go. There are so many territories bordering the demon clan. There is no need to stay in this dangerous place. The originally few monks, almost all planned to leave at this time. Li Zhirui certainly didn't know this, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. As invaders, their purpose was to help the heavenly Dao win. Devouring the Golden Light realm was not as simple as they thought, but to fight for territory. 1 day later, the Li family's cloud ship appeared over the corpse refining sect for a time. It caused a huge commotion and chaos. Where are you from, cultivators? Why are you running to the territory of our Yuanmo mountain corpse refining sect? A certain earthly immortal demon cultivator flew out instantly and asked loudly. He was full of doubts. The aura on them was a bit strange, and they didn't look like the disciples of the Baijian sect next to them. In order to increase their strength, they also mentioned the name of the heavenly immortal force Yuanmo Mountain, but they forgot that they had wanted to betray and leave hundreds of years ago. Why? Of course, I want to kill all of you and occupy this territory. Li Zhirui's voice echoed in the mountains, further amplifying the panic in the hearts of these demon cultivators. Chapter 1279 Kill them all. You are such an ignorant fellow, you dare to speak nonsense here, come and die? The two elders were shocked, and hurriedly sent people to inform the four elders who were still in seclusion to heal their wounds, while rushing to attack first, thinking of taking the initiative to suppress the momentum of Li Zhirui and others. Two black lights emitting corpse stench cut through the sky, like a sharp blade piercing Li Zhirui's vitals. With a ding sound, several white lotuses emerged out of thin air, blocking the black light, and then merged with each other, completely swallowing it. The next moment, only a wisp of black smoke came out. As Li Zhirui's mind moved, countless vines and giant trees grew on the ground, and each plant grew surprisingly huge and tall, forming a wall to isolate the corpse refining sect at the same time. Heavy dark clouds gathered in the sky, and heavy rain fell, but it did not fall on the ground, but turned into a water curtain covering it. In an instant, the corpse refining sect was locked up in a huge cage. Damn it! Where did this person come from? Why have we never heard of him before? He can perform such a large-scale magical power, but his aura doesn't seem to be much weaker. The two earthly immortal elders couldn't control their shock and fear, let alone those ordinary disciples. They were terrified and had no intention of fighting with the Li family cultivators. Their minds were full of thoughts about how to get out and escape. Asshole! Fortunately, the two of them had been through a lot and soon calmed down. They shouted, "The mountain gate is still protected by the formation. With only these cultivators, it is absolutely impossible to break through the formation in a short time. When Senior Brother Han and the others come out of retreat, they will definitely be able to kill them all." What are you afraid of? If there were no accidents, there would be nothing wrong with what he said. But they overlooked one point, that is, after Li Zhirui and the others appeared, the first thing they did was not to attack the mountain protection formation, but to seize people's momentum, attract attention, build a cage, and besiege this place. All of this was to show the determination and intention of the Li family to break through the corpse refining sect, and they would never let them go. Moreover, at this time, Zhang Fengwu had already touched the mountain protection formation, and his life magic weapon, the 10,000 array diagram, was spinning rapidly in his Danshan, constantly analyzing the array patterns. In order to buy her time and attract her attention, Li Zhirui immediately asked all the clansmen to attack the mountain gate of the corpse refining sect with all their strength. Boom boom, Li Zhirui's hands flew, and a dazzling white light smashed down like a giant tree. Li Zhixun, who said nothing, slashed out with a black sword in his hand in an instant, and a dazzling sword light cut through the sky, slashing towards the corpse refining sect without hesitation. The two Earth Immortal Elders had cold faces, and they summoned the corpse refining sect together, flying towards the two attacks respectively. Clang! A sharp and piercing sound broke out, making people feel dizzy. Li Zhixun raised her eyebrows slightly. Although she did not use her full strength, the corpse refining sect blocked the sword light with its body, which showed that its body was strong and solid. Come again, this time. She would not hold back her strength. But the corpse refiner who faced the giant tree was not so lucky. To deal with the demon cultivator, Li Zhirui had to use the purification law he mastered, and he had already integrated the law with the two magical powers of water and wood. Therefore, the giant tree also contained a powerful purification law. For a yin evil thing like a corpse refiner, it was like hot oil hitting a raging fire, and the reaction was extremely violent. The yin and corpse key in the corpse refiner were instantly melted by more than half. You know, this is the source of its power. The corpse refiner, who was originally in the earthly fairyland, suddenly became shaky. As the demon cultivator who was the owner of the corpse refiner, he was naturally distressed. How could he dare to let it out to fight with Li Zhirui, and quickly took it back. Looking at him, in addition to the strong murderous intent, there was also deep fear. The threat and lethality of this purification law to these demon cultivators was too great. He wanted to kill the cultivator in front of him and destroy him before he became stronger, but the opponent's strength was really not to be underestimated, and he was probably powerless. Besides refining corpses, what else do you have? Just show them, Li Zhirui shouted arrogantly. Although he had not been in the earthly immortal realm for too long, he had the blessing of the small world and abundant mana, which made his strength no worse than that of the old earthly immortals. Especially when dealing with demon cultivators, he could use the law to restrain them and further improve his strength. In addition to the battle between the four earthly immortals, the battle between Daking, Zhaoking and others was also very fierce. Various laws, magical powers, talismans, and magic weapons merged into a colorful torrent, colliding with the dark aura of the demon cultivators in midair, and suddenly erupted with a terrifying impact. Rumble, the deafening roar was endless, and the powerful shock wave swept all around. Not only the sky and the earth changed color, but even the space began to tremble. Logically speaking, as the attacking party without the advantage of terrain, the consumption of the Li family cultivators should be greater, but in fact, the speed of the mana consumption of both sides was about the same. Li Zhirui and others need to resist the shock wave, and the corpse refining sect must also block it as much as possible to avoid causing too much damage to the mountain protection formation. This will prevent the already shaky formation from falling apart. However, the Li family has another great flaw, that is, the number of people is not as good as the corpse refining sect. If the confrontation between the two sides takes too long, the only loser will be the Li family. Fortunately, this result will never happen. Catcha, Li Zhirui, who was fighting fiercely with the Earth Immortal Demon Cultivator, suddenly heard a crisp cracking sound in his ears, and his heart instantly understood what was going on. The corpse refining sect's mountain protection formation was finally cracked by Zhang Fengwu. You know, in order to buy her more time, all the cultivators of the Li family really tried their best, and many of the clansmen sacrificed their lives. But fortunately, the final result is good. With a bang, the already dilapidated mountain protection formation dimmed in an instant, and then became fragmented. At this point, the huge corpse refining sect was completely exposed to Li Zhirui and others, and there was no formation to block it. Not only that, when Zhang Fengwu was breaking the mountain protection formation, she had a certain understanding of the location of their mountain gate. So when she made a move, she used various formations, which overlapped one after another, and in an instant it became a complicated and cumbersome formation, directly imprisoning more than a dozen demon cultivators. Ho ha ho ha, Li Zhirui laughed loudly, and the large amount of white lotus seeds that had been prepared for a long time were scattered all over the mountain like flowers scattered by a fairy. There was no need to cast a spell, just a thought, and the purifying white lotus took root and grew instantly, and the originally dense corpse gas and yin energy that were originally diffused began to be purified bit by bit. If left alone, it would not take long before the strength of the demon cultivators of the corpse refining sect would be greatly affected. Gradually, the two Earth Immortal demon cultivators could not hold on any longer, and many wounds began to appear on their bodies, and the bright red blood was particularly eye-catching. Damn it, a certain earthly immortal said with a gloomy face, haven't seen your brother Han and the others receive the news to come out of retreat. This group of cultivators who came to the door had arrived for several hours, and from the beginning, he arranged for his disciples to notify them. How come they have disappeared until now? Ahem. Junior brother Zhang is too anxious, aren't we here now? With this voice, the four earthly immortals who were recuperating appeared on the battlefield. The four people's faces were sallow, and their breath was sluggish. It was obvious that they were seriously injured and had not recovered yet. It was unknown how much of their strength they could exert. Senior brother Han, you are finally here. If you don't come out of retreat, we really can't withstand the attacks of these two cultivators. Li Zhirui naturally took this scene into his eyes, but he was not worried about the addition of two earthly immortal opponents. In their current state, even if they joined the battlefield, it would not bring him much pressure. The same is true for Li Zhirui. Even if their injuries are further aggravated in the battle, they may completely lose their combat effectiveness. If you want to reminisce, there is no need to rush. I will send you all to the underworld, and there will be plenty of time for you to communicate. A pure white light descended from the sky, forcibly ending their conversation. How dare you, a mere early-stage earthly immortal, attack us? A tall earthly immortal, with eyes wide open, rushed up without saying a word, wanting to teach Li Zhirui a lesson, completely ignoring his own injuries. In the end, it was this middle-stage earthly immortal who simply didn't take him seriously. As he galloped, his body grew larger, and he looked like a giant zombie with iron-blue skin. In his hand, a mountain-splitting axe appeared, flashing with cold light, and looked extremely sharp. Brother Lu, be careful. This man, before he finished speaking, he flew backwards at a faster speed and smashed into a huge rock in the distance. With a puff, he spat out a large amount of black blood, and his aura became very low, and it could even be said that he was on the verge of death. A mid-stage earthly immortal demon cultivator who was seriously injured and whose strength had dropped greatly dared to be so arrogant? Did he really think that Li Zhirui was weak and could only rely on the restraining effect of the purification law to deal with this group of demon cultivators? This attack also made the remaining earthly immortal demon cultivator feel timid and dared not despise him anymore. But even if they had taken it seriously in their attitude, how could they be the opponents of Li Zhirui and Li Zhixun without enough hard power? The joining of these seriously injured demon cultivators could not change the situation on the battlefield. In particular, the two of them deliberately targeted them, causing the old injuries in their bodies to erupt, and they had to withdraw from the battle in the end, because if they continued to fight, they might be like that senior brother Lu, who is still unconscious. Damn it! How is this possible? After a series of battles, your breath has not dropped too much? Junior brother Zhang gritted his teeth and couldn't believe what he saw. He only had the last 30% of his mana left, but the other party seemed to have just restored his mana to perfection. This huge gap was really unacceptable. Want to know? I'll tell you when you die, Li Zhirui said with a smile, his hands moving non-stop. The water and wood spirit light turned into a big millstone, trapping him up and down, trying to kill him directly. Bang, 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 not to mention a terrestrial immortal, even if it was an ant, it would not be willing to die, and suddenly broke out in a violent resistance. Not long after, the big millstone was broken by the demon cultivator, and he escaped in a mess. This time, you escaped with the help of the secret method. What about the next time? Will you still use the secret method? Seeing the blood at the corner of his mouth, Li Zhirui was more and more confident that he could take him down. On the other side, Li Zhixun's battlefield was even more intense. The murderous and sharp sword light was really unstoppable, and nothing could be cut. The three demon cultivators could only barely resist. As time went on, they would sooner or later not be able to bear it. She fought against the three terrestrial immortals and demon cultivators with her own strength, and she did not have the help of the small world to replenish her mana, but she still suppressed her opponent tightly. Under the attack of Li Zhixun's sword energy, they all had a lot of scars on their bodies were covered with blood, and their breath was extremely weak. If this continues, I'm afraid they will really die here. In the face of the great terror of death, the practice of abandoning companions and saving their own lives that was integrated into the bones of the demon cultivators actually appeared on the three people at the same time. In order to allow themselves to escape smoothly, they all tripped each other up and obstructed each other. But the result was that in the end, none of the three people escaped, and all became the dead souls under Li Zhixun's sword. The death of the three Earth Immortal Demon Cultivators brought great shock to both sides of the battlefield. How is this possible? The two Earth Immortal Demon Cultivators who were still awake stared at the bodies of their brothers in amazement, their hearts were chilled, and fear instantly filled every corner of their bodies. They have already smelled the breath of death, and it is getting stronger and stronger. What should I do? What should I do? It was very difficult to deal with Li Zhirui alone. If Li Zhixun also joined the battlefield, I'm afraid that in less than half an hour, they would follow the footsteps of the body being separated. But facing such a desperate situation, even if they racked their brains, they could not come up with a solution. And the next moment, with Li Zhixun's action, they breathed a sigh of relief. Because this killer did not join their battlefield, but went to deal with those low-level demon cultivators. She just casually swung her sword, and no demon cultivator could resist, and all became dead souls. I say, you two are in this state, and you dare to be distracted. Li Zhirui's voice with a sneer sounded, making the two shudder uncontrollably. Yes, even if the sword cultivator did not intervene, what would happen? Just relying on the cultivator in front of them, it would be enough to kill them. Thinking of this, the two Earth Immortal Demon Cultivators actually completely lost their fighting spirit. There is no greater sorrow than the death of one's heart. In this state, it only took a moment for them to be killed by Li Zhirui. There were a total of 6 Earth Immortal Demon Cultivators in the corpse refining sect, and the ending of 5 of them and 1 seriously injured filled the hearts of those disciples with despair. They could never have imagined that they had a great advantage in numbers, but they lost so miserably. With the help of Li Zhirui and Li Zhixun, the battle came to an end very quickly. The Li family won an absolute victory. They killed all the demon cultivators in the mountain gate of the corpse refining sect, leaving no one alive. However, in the process, the Li family also suffered a lot of injuries. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1280 Containment. After the battle, the scene was in a mess, with blood, flesh, and debris everywhere, adding an evil aura to the already gloomy and terrifying mountain gate. The Li family only collected the bodies of their own family members, and left the bodies of the demon cultivators of the corpse refining sect alone. Anyway, they would turn into ashes in the end, so there was no need to waste time. The seriously injured clansmen returned to the cloud ship to heal their wounds, while the slightly injured clansmen stayed behind. After suppressing their injuries, there would be follow-up arrangements. Half an hour later, most of the clansmen had recovered some of their strength. Take away all the books, methods, and spiritual objects of the corpse refining sect. Li Zhirui also spoke at this time and ordered, at the same time, find the spiritual veins in the mountain gate, determine the location, and wait for arrangements. Although the corpse refining sect has experienced several hardships, it is still an old-fashioned earthly immortal force, and it is in the outer world. Although various books and methods cannot be practiced, they have extremely high research and reference value. Not to mention the spiritual objects, the grades of the two worlds are the same, and the grades of the spiritual objects will not fall if they are taken back. The tribesmen started to move. Li Zhirui, Li Zhixun and others were also busy. They led a part of the tribesmen and headed towards the two most important places of a power. He was going to the Sutra library. Brother Jiu, do you really want to destroy the spirit vein? Dakwing on the side suddenly spoke. This is the simplest way to destroy the world of the golden light realm and weaken the way of heaven in this world. Li Zhirui turned his head to look at him and asked, do you have a better way? I was thinking, can we try to collect the spirit vein into the small world? In this way, we can make the spiritual energy of the inner world more concentrated and promote the perfection of the law. Hearing this, Li Zhirui narrowed his eyes and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The result described by Dakwing is indeed very beautiful, but it is not easy to collect the spirit vein. If it is a low-level spirit vein, it is easy to say, it is only a few miles long and weighs thousands of pounds, but the spirit veins in the mountain gate of the corpse refining sect are at least 4th level. And ordinary cultivators simply don't have the ability to collect the spirit vein into the portable world. As for performing the secret method of moving souls, but you have to know that there are not many clansmen who can use this secret method, and the Li family has no need to migrate, so naturally no one will spend precious time to practice a secret method that has no other use except moving the spirit vein. Besides, the Li family cannot hide the fact that they broke through the corpse refining sect for too long, and they cannot stay for too long. If only the clansmen with higher cultivation levels are allowed to take in the spirit veins, it will bury hidden dangers. After all, breaking through the corpse refining sect is the result of the joint efforts of all clansmen who risk their lives. The truth and warning that it is not the lack of wealth that is worrying, but the inequality, is something that every force must be vigilant about at all times. This problem is not difficult to solve. The value of the spirit vein is evenly distributed among each clan member. If you want to take in the spirit vein, you can pay it to other clan members with your spirit objects and contribution points. After hearing the problem that Li Zhirui was considering, Xiao Kang quickly gave a solution. I am obsessed. If it really succeeds, then not only will it consume the foundation of the golden light realm, but it will also promote the realm of the clan members, which can be said to kill two birds with one stone. Fortunately, he had not ordered to destroy the spiritual veins directly before, but marked their locations first, which laid the foundation for this idea. Let's take out the classics and methods in the Sutra library first. At this time, the group finally arrived in front of this 7-story attic. As one of the most important buildings, it is naturally guarded by an independent formation, but Li Zhirui has the master's token in his hand, so he can push the door directly. As an old-fashioned earthly immortal force, the number of classics and methods collected in the Sutra library is naturally not small. Looking around, there are probably tens of thousands of volumes on the first floor alone. With a master's token in hand, all the restrictions on the wooden shelves were invalidated, and jade slips and books rushed to fly into the storage magic weapons that everyone had prepared long ago. But in a moment, the huge first floor became empty, and even the wooden shelves were taken away by them. Everyone continued to walk up. The number of jade slips on the second floor was slightly less, but there were also tens of thousands. The third floor. The fourth floor. The fifth floor. At first, everyone was quite excited, but now, After seeing countless jade slips, they have become numb. When they reached the 6th floor, the original tens of thousands of jade slips were reduced to only a few hundred, but each jade slip exuded a mysterious Taoist charm, which was very extraordinary. These jade slips are all engraved with the methods of the human immortal level. There are cultivation methods, secret methods, and magical powers, as well as pill recipes, formations, talismans and other cultivation skills, as well as some secrets and ancient records. In short, they are extremely precious. Faced with these precious jade slips, everyone was not as rude as before, but sealed them in jade boxes and put them into separate storage magic weapons. The number of jade slips placed on the last floor of the Sutra Pavilion is even rarer, with only dozens of them, but each one is extremely precious. If it weren't for his sanity, Li Zhirui would have wanted to look at all these jade slips on the spot. Let's go. It's time to meet up with Hixun and the others. Everyone used their spiritual sense to scan every inch of space, and only turned around and left after making sure that nothing was missed. On the other side, Li Zhirui and the others also had a very rich harvest. There were a dazzling array of various spiritual objects, countless, especially low-level spiritual objects, which filled up several storage magic tools with large spaces. The only pity was that there were only a dozen earth immortal spiritual objects left. Judging from the number of jade tables, at least dozens of them were used by the corpse refining sect, but there were also unexpected surprises. In the deepest part of the treasure house, there were actually 3 heaven immortal spiritual objects. They were a piece of jade, a spiritual seed, and a piece of black wood. Judging from the spiritual light they emitted, they should be earth type, wood type, and thunder type spiritual objects. Even Li Zhirui, who was only interested in swordsmanship, saw these 3 spiritual objects and sealed them up very solemnly and carefully. The largest number of clansmen also scattered around the mountain gate of the corpse refining sect to look for spiritual veins, or other places with a large number of spiritual objects, such as medicine gardens, alchemy rooms, and equipment refining rooms. Just to collect and organize these spiritual objects, the Li family monks plus a large number of spiritual beasts spent a whole day. The next day, after being busy all night, everyone came to the square and looked at the pile of spiritual objects, classics, and methods in front of them, and they were all surprised and delighted. Since knowing the information collected by Li Zhirui, the clansmen have not had much expectations for the wealth of the corpse refining sect, but now it has greatly exceeded expectations. Not to mention the subsequent harvest, these alone are enough for the Li family to digest for hundreds of years. Li Zhirui couldn't help but think that the Li family broke through a dilapidated corpse refining sect and had such a rich harvest. What kind of amazing and rich harvest would the human He family and the Xiaxin sect break through the heavenly fairy force Baijiang family, which is also an alchemy family? However, these things were only given to the tribesmen to look at, and they would not be distributed on the spot. First, time was tight and they were not allowed to do so. Second, they needed to calculate and count the contributions of the tribesmen, and they could not distribute them at will, so they were quickly taken back. Now there is a very important decision to inform everyone. Li Zhirui stepped forward and said, after our discussion, we decided not to destroy the spiritual veins, but to let the tribesmen with portable worlds absorb the spiritual veins, improve the foundation of the small world, and improve the laws. Then, they told everyone about the plan they had discussed to ensure that every tribesman could benefit from it. Even though the considerations were thorough enough, some tribesmen were still not satisfied. Fortunately, it was only a small part and it was impossible to stop this. According to statistics, there is a total of 1 human immortal level spiritual vein and 8 scattered immortal level spiritual veins in the Lianxi sect mountains, a total of 189 spiritual veins. Among them, the human immortal level spiritual vein is worth 10 human immortal level spiritual objects, or 20 million contribution points. The scattered immortal level, Li Zhirui's voice echoed in everyone's ears. Is the price of the spiritual vein high? Not high. It can even be said to be very cheap. After all, the resources consumed in cultivating a human immortal spiritual vein, both in quantity and price, far exceeded the price they negotiated. This can be regarded as a small benefit for the clan members. And the only human immortal spiritual vein naturally fell into the hands of Li Zhirui. Li Zhixun, Zhang Fengwu, Zhao King and others did not need it. The portable world they opened up could not continue to advance. It was just a tool to store and replenish mana. So there was no need to fight for it. The cultivation of Daking, Li Zhirui and other clan members was too low to withstand the spiritual veins that were higher than their cultivation. So no one could compete with Li Zhirui. The other spiritual veins also had their owners one by one, and were gradually collected by the clan members into the portable space. Li Zhirui was the last to take action, because this was the main spiritual vein, maintaining, consolidating, and connecting the mountains of the mountain gate of the corpse refining sect. If he withdrew it at the first time, I am afraid that the mountains would erupt in a large-scale landslide, and other spiritual veins would be affected. It was not an easy thing for him to accommodate a spiritual vein that was thousands of miles long and weighed billions of pounds. To this end, Li Zhirui consumed a full 80% of his mana. It was 80% of his total mana, not the 80% of mana in his danshin. Boom boom, the moment the spirit vein separated from the earth, the mountains reacted violently. As the spirit vein continued to enter Li Zhirui's portable world, the reaction became more and more violent. Huge cracks appeared on the ground, and the peaks collapsed, stirring up smoke and dust that covered the sky. When the last trace of spirit vein disappeared from the earth, the land in front of him completely lost its vitality, and a faint smell of decay began to permeate. The huge karma descended from the dark and fell into the bodies of Li Zhirui and other clansmen who had extracted the spirit vein. But the most important thing is that they lost the favor of the heavenly way of this world, and their identity as invaders was exposed again. Endless malice and rejection surged from all directions, as if they wanted to drown them. 1/10 of their strength remained. The consequences were even more serious than when they first entered the Golden Light Realm. Not to mention those low-level clansmen, even Li Zhirui felt very uncomfortable. Feeling surprisingly weak, Li Zhirui couldn't help but frown. But fortunately, the heavenly Dao of the Yuanling realm took action. The next moment, a golden light flashed, and the malice of the world was weakened a lot, and their strength was restored to about 40% to 50%. However, with the intensification of the invasion, the power that the heavenly Dao of the Yuanling realm can mobilize in the Golden Light realm has also increased. Li Zhirui and his friends have made a considerable contribution this time, so naturally they must be rewarded well. It's time to go. Facing the worried eyes of Li Zhixuan, Zhang Fengwu and others, Li Zhirui smiled indifferently and said, "The subsequent test is coming soon, let's fly towards San Mountain." San Mountain, located at the junction of the Demon Clan, Yuanmo Mountain and Shanghong Mountain, is a notoriously chaotic place in this world. You can even see the Demon Clan and the human race walking side by side on the same street. You know, compared to the melee between the various camps in the Yuanling realm, in the Jinggan realm, the conflict between humans and demons is even more acute. After all, this world is a war between the two races. Over the years, countless people have died on both sides. This hatred is probably embedded in the blood and will continue to be passed on with reproduction. Moreover, Li Zhirui also heard that Sand Mountain can block all the deductions of heaven for some special reason. It can be seen that Sand Mountain is indeed a very good place for them. Let's go. As the cloud ship that Li Zhirui was on started, the other cloud ships followed closely behind, following him towards Sand Mountain. And behind them was a blazing flame that shot up into the sky. A few days later, after the monks of the corpse refining sect stationed outside returned to the mountain gate, they saw only broken mountain lime and cinders all over the ground. The spiritual energy was pitifully thin, as if there was no spiritual energy at all, and the only few strands were just floating in from the outside world. What happened? Could it be another invasion by the demons? But then he thought again, it was not right. If it was the demon clan, the mountain gate would never become like this. But the problem in front of him was beyond his ability to solve, so he could only report it as quickly as possible and ask for support from Yuanmo Mountain. Yuanmo Mountain, which knew more of the inside story and had guessed what was going on, also attached great importance to it. The next day, a team led by an Earth Immortal came to the destroyed mountain gate. Unfortunately, Li Zhirui and his party had already left the building, and they were nowhere to be found, without even a trace of their breath left. Check it for me. Check it thoroughly. Find out where those people went. Find them for me, the Earth Immortal who led the team shouted. If anyone can provide useful information, they will be rewarded generously by Yuanmo Mountain. Unfortunately, there were only disciples of Yuanmo Mountain nearby, and there were no independent cultivators at all. Even in the entire territory of the corpse refining sect, it was difficult to see independent cultivators. They had already fled to other places for refuge. Damn it. They could only return to the sect while publicly offering a reward on the way to encourage the large number of independent cultivators to act quickly. Yuanmo Mountain. After the Earth Immortal reported the news, the elders held a meeting. We didn't expect that there would be invaders near us, nothing had happened before, and they thought that there were no invaders on their territory, but with one move, they destroyed the corpse refining sect. Chapter 1281 Arrogance. Although Yuan Mashan had no good feelings towards the corpse refining sect that had tried to betray them, it was still their vassal after all, which was tantamount to slapping them in the face. And if they did nothing, how would other vassal forces view Yuan Mashan? Even though the demon Dao was cold and indifferent, some things still had to be done. So whether it was for the sake of its own face or to appease its vassal, Yuan Mashan's reaction was very intense. Not only did it send a large number of demon cultivators to search for clues, but it also posted a reward, and the reward was extremely generous. It was a pity that it took several months but there was no clue, as if it had disappeared out of thin air. The means of deduction by the heavens could not take effect, and the territory of the corpse refining sect was deserted and uninhabited. No one had seen the Li family cultivators at all. In this case, how could they be found? On the other side, the Li family cultivators had already settled down in a certain peak inside San Mountain. They now needed to digest the spiritual objects obtained from the corpse refining sect, and they also needed time to heal their wounds. They would not take much action in a short period of time. Of course, Li Zhirui was an exception. Her injuries were healed in just over a month, and she didn't have a spiritual vein, so she was targeted by the heavenly Dao of this world. She didn't practice meditation and comprehension. For her, practicing in the mountains was a waste of time. So she left this nameless mountain and went to the demon clan to find a suitable opponent to hone herself. After Li Zhirui knew about this, he didn't have any ideas. With Li Zhirui's strength, as long as she didn't encounter a great celestial being or several earthly immortals ambushed and besieged in advance, she wouldn't be worried about her life. At this time, he was working with Yu Hong to speed up the speed of refining the human immortal spiritual vein in the portable world. When the spiritual vein entered the small world, it caused the heavenly Dao to shake, and then bursts of joy came out, which shows how much the spiritual vein promoted the small world. After knowing that refining the spiritual vein had such a great benefit, Li Zhirui naturally didn't want to miss this opportunity. However, because the grade of the portable world was too low, it was not even a complete small world, and it was impossible to refine multiple spiritual veins at the same time, so he and Yu Hong helped to speed up. In addition, Li Zhirui spent his time studying the classics and methods he got from the corpse refining sect. He did not start by reading the high-level methods, but started from the basics. Because the more basic things are, the closer they are to the bottom of this world, and if he does not lay a good foundation, he may not understand some of the contents of the high-level methods. He can't just guess at will, right? You know, methods are very rigorous. As the saying goes, a slight difference can lead to 1,000 miles of error. You must not make mistakes, otherwise it is likely to cause big trouble. And in this process, it can also deepen Li Zhirui's cognition and understanding of the Golden Light Realm. If the two worlds are compared, then the Yuanling realm is better, because the Yuanling realm has already moved towards a higher level of existence, although it is slow. It has surpassed ordinary worlds like the Golden Light Realm. There are differences in the foundation of the world, and the most straightforward manifestation is the difference in the strength of the creatures. That is, the creatures of the Yuanling realm are the invading party and are suppressed by the heavenly way of the other world. Otherwise, the situation of the Golden Light Realm would be more miserable than it is now. And it is precisely because of the suppression that no one can see the outcome of this war between the two worlds. Li Zhirui was in seclusion to speed up the refining of the spirit veins and understand the Golden Light Realm, and other clansmen did not waste time. After recovering from his injuries, he actively devoted himself to various ways to improve his strength, such as devoting himself to refining the spirit veins and refining new magic tools. Some other clansmen ran around the nameless mountains and Sand City, collecting various intelligence and news to prepare for the family's next move. However, this series of abnormal actions of the Li family attracted the attention of many creatures. Brother, do you think this group of cultivators are the invaders rumored by the outside world? And it is very likely that they are the ones who destroyed the corpse refining sect not long ago and let Yuanmo Mountain offer a bounty. A short, thin, and shifty cultivator said, if we can catch them, We can get a lot of spiritual objects from Yuanmo Mountain, and then you can go a step further, brother. Generally speaking, successful creatures, even if they do not deliberately modify their appearance, will look handsome under the nourishment of spiritual energy. Like this cultivator, either he was born with defects, or he practiced special skills, or he made a mistake. And the elder brother he mentioned was strong and muscular, with a murderous look on his face and several scars. He didn't look like a cultivator, but more like a bandit in the mortal world. But you must not underestimate this man. His name is Shangbadian. He is in the middle stage of earthly immortals, one of the 3 masters of Sen Mountain, and his strength is extremely terrifying. But the most legendary thing about him is his origin. He is not a disciple of a family, but climbed up from a casual cultivator. After Shangbadian came to Sen Mountain, he established a sect of immortal cultivation, but having said that, it is more like a bandit stronghold in the mortal world. Yes, brother, when you break through the late stage of earthly immortals, Sen Mountain will be completely our territory. The remaining group of evil beasts and the cowardly Bai family are not our opponents at all. Another slightly smaller strong man opened his mouth like thunder. I have to say, these words are very tempting. The cultivators around him showed their interest. The territory of Sen Mountain is not small, thousands of miles wide, and the spiritual energy is quite rich. Moreover, due to special reasons, it can be isolated from exploration. It is indeed a good place to establish power. Yes, brother, with your ability, you can definitely take down all the invaders. By then, the reward from Yuanmo Mountain will be enough for you to go further. Others began to persuade him. Even if they can't get the spiritual objects, it is a great joy to monopolize Sen Mountain. Well, Shangbadian pondered for a moment, and finally nodded and agreed, saying, but don't act impulsively. You have to inquire about their strength before you act. After all, no matter what, this group of cultivators destroyed the corpse refining sect, so their strength is definitely not too weak. Brother is right. I'll go collect intelligence now. The cultivator with a shifty look quickly agreed and left in a hurry. Shangbadian moved his eyes to the remaining brothers and reminded them, be prepared to take action at any time. Don't let some trivial matters delay this war. He knew what kind of temperament these brothers had. It was better to warn them in advance, otherwise they would hang out all night. Don't worry, brother. We will not leave the station during this period until we deal with a group of monks. Yes, yes, everyone responded. For the sake of a better life in the future, what does it matter to endure for a while? At this time, the Li family did not know that someone was targeting them. However, the clan members who were running outside to collect intelligence had returned to the mountains and no longer went out. After all, the targets suitable for the Li family were those, and there would not be much change. Ninth brother, what will the family do next? One day, Zhaoqing ran to Li Zhirui's cave to ask about the follow-up arrangements. After all the clan members have recovered, we will set out to the north to deal with the long-armed Black Ape clan. Long-armed Black Ape? Aren't the human immortal forces? Zhaoqing frowned slightly, seeming a little dissatisfied. What? Are you still thinking about attacking the earthly immortal forces? Li Zhirui shook his head and said, the family was able to destroy the corpse refining sect because they were unlucky, not because of how powerful the family is. Moreover, after the incident of taking in the spiritual vein, the overall strength of the family has declined a lot. With the current strength, it will not be as easy to attack the corpse refining sect as before, and it will inevitably cost a painful price. There are also earthly immortal forces like the corpse refining sect, but they are not near Sen Mountain. It is unknown how many miles it will take to travel. It is not suitable for the current Li family. How many clansmen like you want to continue to attack the earthly immortal forces? Li Zhirui suddenly asked. Quite a few. Zhaoqing was a little embarrassed, because to some extent, this was a trend he started. Find a way to solve this matter yourself. Li Zhirui waved his hand and sent Zhaoqing out directly. Of course, he had to solve the trouble he caused by himself. Not long after, Zhang Fengwu came again. During this period, after everyone's efforts, we have been able to find hundreds of corresponding spiritual objects by comparing the spiritual objects in the two worlds. After we conduct experiments and confirm that there are no problems, we can use the spiritual objects in the Golden Light Realm to refine elixirs, talismans and other spiritual objects. Unlike Zhaoqing, Zhang Fengwu brought great news. Good. Thank you for your hard work. Li Zhirui was overjoyed when he heard it. This approach was proposed by him, but because there was no time, Zhang Fengwu took over in the end. She took hundreds of clansmen to study the properties, ingredients, and effects of countless spiritual objects one by one, and then compared them with the spiritual objects in the Yuanling realm. This is an extremely time-consuming and difficult task to produce results, but it is also a very important task. Because even if they brought a large number of spiritual objects before invading the Golden Light realm, who knows when the war between the two worlds will end? If they only consume and do not replenish, sooner or later those spiritual objects will be consumed completely. By then, the situation of the Li family will become very dangerous, so they must prepare in advance. Just when Li Zhirui was about to say something, he suddenly heard a loud bang, and the mountain under their feet began to tremble slightly. Could it be that someone is attacking the mountain? But this movement doesn't seem like it. As they said this, the two flew towards the source of the movement. When they arrived at the destination, they knew what was going on. It turned out that Li Zhirui came back carrying a monster with a body size of more than 100 feet. This was a huge snake with a black body, fine and tight scales, and its defense was amazing at first glance. That's right, it was still a snake monster after cultivating to the earthly immortal realm, and it didn't turn into a dragon. Even though the monster had fallen, the corpse still exuded a strong pressure, making it impossible for many tribesmen to get close to it. Li Zhirui's eyes flashed with surprise. Although the monster was also in the early stage of the earthly immortal, and the difference in cultivation was not much, with such a huge body, its strength was probably not lower than that of the late earthly immortal, but it was killed by Li Zhirui. It seems that her swordsmanship has improved a lot. Brother Jiu, I'll go and recover my magic power first. Okay. Li Zhirui personally decomposed the body of the monster, because many tribesmen couldn't even cut its scales, let alone decompose it. The essence and blood were carefully collected. After returning to Wangxin Mountain, perhaps an extraordinary spirit snake could be cultivated. The blood and flesh were distributed to the tribesmen for consumption. The meat of the earthly immortal demon snake was really incomparably luxurious, and the spiritual energy contained in it was also of great help to cultivation. As for the precious spiritual objects such as scales, fangs, snake gallbladders, and demon pills, he temporarily accepted them and gave them to Li Zhirui after she came out of retreat. Zhirui is back too. Wait for another month and then set off for the territory of the long-armed black ape, Li Zhirui muttered to himself. At the same time, in Sam City, Shuangbadian brought a group of cultivators together, and the other party they were talking about was Li Zhirui and others. They leak very little information, but from their hiding in Sand Mountain, it is not difficult to see that they suffered heavy losses when attacking the corpse refining sect, and they should still be licking their wounds now, the sly-looking cultivator shouted excitedly, and the attack on the corpse refining sect caused heavy casualties, which means that their strength is only slightly stronger than that of the corpse refining sect, and they are definitely not the opponents of our tyrant sect. That's right, the sect of this group of cultivators is called tyrant sect. It is domineering and arrogant, but it is just like abandoned stronghold inside. And this tyrant sect has a total of 4 earth immortals, dozens of human immortals, and countless other disciples. Logically speaking, with such a strong strength, it is easy for them to establish a sect in the human race's territory, and there is no need to stay in this chaotic area where no one is in charge. I don't know what the inside story is. Brothers, are you ready? Shuangbadian shouted. Ready. Thousands of cultivators shouted in unison, boarded the cloud ship, and headed straight for the nameless mountain where the Li family was. Why did the evildoers of the tyrant sect act collectively? What are they going to do? Many cultivators in the city saw their behavior, and no one dared to discuss it until they left. I don't know, I just know that someone is going to be unlucky. The other two forces, a sword cultivator in the late stage of the earthly immortal, and a demon tribe led by several earthly immortal monsters, were also very curious about their actions. But no one followed them. Because Shuangbadian was very arrogant, he might kill the people who followed him. At this time, the Li family members on the nameless mountain did not know that danger was about to come. It was not until several hours later that the Li family reacted when several cloud boats that were not covered and could feel a strong breath from afar. With a buzzing sound, a large earthly immortal formation was fully activated. At the same time, Zhang Fengwu also set up the innate formation she had obtained by chance to resist this group of aggressive cultivators. The one who comes is not kind. Li Zhirui also appeared at the first time, looking at the group of cultivators who were being quickly dealt with. His expression became very solemn. Chapter 1282, War. The Banyan sect had more than 3,000 people, including 6 earthly immortals and more than 20 human immortals, and their strength was twice that of the Li family. Although the Lianchi sect also had 6 earthly immortals, there was no comparison between the two. After all, the 6 in front of him were unscathed and their strength was not weakened at all. Especially the middle-stage earthly immortal who was in the lead, he gave Li Zhirui a very dangerous feeling. Fortunately, the Li family had the advantage of the terrain in this battle, and it was not without a chance to win. Feng Wu, fully activate the power of the formation, and don't worry about the overdraft of the spirit veins. Li Zhirui forced himself to calm down and ordered, Zixun, the earthly immortal in the lead will be left to you, and you don't have to worry about the other 5, okay? Li Zixun's eyes were shining, and she was full of fighting spirit. She just needed such a strong opponent to hone herself. Moreover, among all the cultivators of the Li family, only she could possibly defeat this middle-stage earthly immortal. If Li Zhirui's strength had not been weakened, it would be possible. Da Qing, Xiao Qing, Xiao Kang. You lead the clansmen, divide into 3 groups, and attack other cultivators continuously, with the main purpose of injuring and weakening them. As for why they didn't kill directly? Because compared to injuring people and preventing them from continuing to participate in the battle, killing a cultivator is more difficult. All clansmen, don't be stingy with the consumption of talismans, elixirs, and magic tools. After this battle, the family will replenish them for you. Finally, Li Zhirui called Yu Hong out of the portable world and said, it will be hard for Taoist Yu Hong next. When he attacked the corpse refining sect before, he didn't let Yu Hong take action, just to hide a killer. But he didn't expect an accident to happen, and he had to expose it. Don't worry, although I'm not good at killing, I can still trap the 3 Earth Immortals, but if I want to kill them, I still need your help. After all, Yu Hong is only in the early stage of Earth Immortals. His special thing is that he is good at various laws, unpredictable, and hard to figure out. Now he has to rely on his own strength to trap 3 earthly immortals of the same realm, which has reached his limit. Many methods can no longer be used. Okay, I will end the battle as soon as possible. Li Zhirui took a deep breath, his eyes like a deep pool, deep and calm. While he was making all kinds of arrangements, Shang Badian and his group had already arrived 30 miles away from the nameless mountain. If they were left alone, they only needed a few breaths to directly attack the formation. Get ready, all the tribesmen, especially those who were arranged in the 2nd and 3rd groups, were brewing their own trump cards. Because they don't need to take action at the first time, they have time to recover their magic power. And doing so can also defeat their morale at the first time. 30 miles, 20 miles, 10 miles, 5 miles. Just a few breaths, at this moment, seemed particularly long. Under the pressure among the crowd, many tribesmen broke out in cold sweat, but the brewing magical powers did not rush ahead and were still firmly controlled by them. 1 mile. Do it. Li Zhirui's eyes condensed, and he shouted loudly. The mana in his body was like a flood that had been opened, surging and roaring towards the group of monks with endless power. Then there was a torrent of thousands of clansmen using their magical powers. Colorful spiritual light flashed in the air, like a giant dragon that swallowed the world, aiming at them with its bloody mouth wide open. At the same time, a sword light flashed, but it was Li Zhixun who dodged and left the formation, rushing straight to Shang Badian's vital point with murderous intent. HMPH. You dare to act rashly here with your petty tricks. Get out of my way. Shang Badian didn't even look at it, and directly waved his hand, trying to disperse the sword light. But when his arm touched the sword light, he immediately regretted it, and then, a raging anger broke out in his heart. It was Li Zhixun's sword that directly cut his skin, and a large amount of bright red blood instantly flowed out of his thick arm. Shang Badian couldn't remember the last time he was injured. After he got a secret method of body forging, although he was not a physical cultivator, his physical strength was not worse than that of ordinary human immortals. Combined with his earthly immortal cultivation, ordinary earthly immortals in the late stage were not his opponents. But now he was injured by a female cultivator in the early stage of earthly immortals. This was a great loss of face for him. Not only that, he also felt that something contained in the sword energy had penetrated into his body, but his consciousness searched his whole body and did not find any traces, as if it was just his illusion. You are looking for death? Shang Badian was stunned for a moment, then he came back to his senses, roared to the sky like a violent bear, and killed him directly. However, after seeing Li Zhixun's powerful lethality, He dared not be as arrogant as before, and still activated a defensive magic weapon to protect himself. Reckless man, Li Zhirui snorted disdainfully, but the solemnity in her eyes revealed that she had never underestimated this powerful opponent. Come and die, Shang Badian clapped his hands, and two mountains suddenly appeared in the air, crushing towards her with the sound of breaking through the air. And there was a strong gravity pressing on her, slowing down Li Zhirui's speed. He also took action at the same time, his palms flashing with spiritual light, with a strong sense of danger, as if he wanted to show his strength and planned to kill her in one fell swoop. But at the last moment, Li Zhirui successfully got rid of the gravity suppression, and slashed with a sword in his backhand. The sword light was like a rainbow, cutting through the sky, and interrupted Shang Badian's offensive. Bang! The sharp sword light was shattered by him and rushed towards her again. Little girl, today is your death day. No one can change it. No one can save you, Shang Badian sneered, and his momentum became stronger. Li Zhirui was silent, and the sarcasm at the corner of her mouth showed her attitude. Facing his killing move, she just slowly raised the black sword in her hand, and the sword intent around her was poured into the sword, and the wind whistled in an instant. In fact, it was not the sound of the wind, but the sound of the sword's energy being torn apart in the air as it passed through. Seeing this, Shang Badian's eyes flashed with fear, but he did not retreat. He just mobilized more mana and rushed straight to Li Zhirui with faster and stronger power. But she stood there, motionless, and continued to brew the sword energy in her hand until a huge black shadow appeared in front of her, and then she suddenly swung a sword. There was no sword move, just a slash that countless sword cultivators had practiced thousands of times. There was no strange phenomenon, it was very ordinary, only a sword light. Clang. The sound of metal and stone colliding exploded, as if it was blocked by Shang Badian. But the next moment, you can see a huge black shadow flying backwards and hitting the ground in the distance. In fact, the first time he saw the sword light, he knew that something was wrong, and hurriedly increased the investment of spiritual energy. But unexpectedly, he was defeated in such an embarrassing posture in the end. Huge wounds appeared on his fists, revealing the white bones. There was a mess of blood and flesh near the wounds. The blood in his body was surging, and his magic power was disordered. This shocked Shang Badian. How long had he not suffered such a big loss? Li Zhirui naturally couldn't give him the slightest chance to breathe. What was he waiting for when he couldn't take such a good opportunity? The sword flashed and instantly forced in front of him. The black sword kept swinging, cutting, chopping, or slashing, airtight, not giving him a chance to escape. And every time he hit, there was a sharp sword light, leaving wounds on Shang Badian's tough body. Not long after, he was like a bloody man, dodging the attack in a panic. But the more this happened, the more aggrieved he felt, and the more angry he was. Even though he was at a disadvantage and was so embarrassed, he had no intention of leaving the battlefield. Instead, he was full of thoughts of killing Li Zhirui in front of him. What Shang Badian didn't know was that, unknowingly, the evil spirit and murderous aura had eroded his sea of consciousness, and were expanding at an extremely fast speed. Finally, Li Zhirui seized a chance and stabbed his Danshan directly with a black sword. Feeling the life and death crisis, Shang Badian woke up instantly, was horrified, and frantically blocked the attack. But who would have thought that the sword was just a cover? The real killer move was actually Li Zhirui's finger sword. Puff, the sharp sword energy pierced Shang Badian's chest, and blood gushed out instantly. In order to ensure that there was no mistake, she also deliberately detonated the sword energy. The sword energy exploded, shattering his chest, and the upper half of his body was shaky. This is impossible. How could you be my opponent? Shang Badian could not accept this fact until his death. His eyes were wide open with disbelief and unwillingness. Nothing is impossible. You are too arrogant and too confident. After that, Li Zhirui put away the spiritual objects on him, turned around and left, and continued to rush to the next battle. Time went back to the beginning of the war. Li Zhirui used the magical power to block a group of aggressive cultivators, then flew out and faced two of the early earthly immortal cultivators. Tisk, one of them, named Zhang Zhang, sneered and said, I don't know who gave you the confidence to fight two alone. Ha ha ha, Brother Zhang is right. How about this, let me deal with this man, and Brother Zhang will help to raid the formation. At that time, we will have 70% of the spiritual objects. How about it? Since Brother Liu said so, I can only fulfill your wish. Zhang Zhang smiled and flew to the side to watch the battle. Seeing this scene, Li Zhirui raised his eyebrows. He did not feel looked down upon, nor did he feel aggrieved or angry because of it. Instead, doing so was more in line with his heart. Die, Li Zhirui grinned, a long spear appeared in his hand, burning with flames, and quickly stabbed at him. Li Zhirui's expression did not change, and two blue dragons appeared beside him in an instant, roaring and fighting with Li Zhirui. For a while, they were actually fighting hard. The reason for this is that he used 60% of his mana. You know, Li Zhirui's mana is extremely pure. This 60% of mana is 80% or even more for some casual cultivators. With such a huge mana support, the power of the supernatural power is naturally strong. Brother Liu, if you can't win, just ask, I can support you at any time. Zhang Jiang on the side actually said something sarcastic at this time. A trace of anger flashed in Liu Zhuan's eyes. Don't bother Brother Zhang to take action now. When I can't hold on anymore, I will ask Brother Zhang for help. After being stimulated by this, he didn't care about so much, just thinking about a quick battle to avoid embarrassment in front of his companions. After all, after returning to the Tyrant sect, Zhang Jiang will definitely publicize it. At that time, his status in the sect will probably be even lower. It was said before that the Tyrant sect is not like a fairy sect, but more like a bandit stronghold. Everything is based on strength, including the status of the sect, resource distribution, etc. Roar, Li Zhirui did not know what secret method he used. His body suddenly grew, and in the blink of an eye he became a giant like a small mountain. The spear in his hand was like a pillar of optimism. When he smashed it, a long deep pit appeared on the ground. At the same time, a raging fire burned wherever he passed, evaporating all the water vapor nearby. Die, a huge black shadow fell from the sky, and it was very fast. In the blink of an eye, it appeared above his head. Li Zhirui was still calm and indifferent. With a flash of green light, the whole person retreated several miles away. Not only was he unscathed, but even his clothes and hair were not messy at all. At this time, several giant vines appeared at some point, climbing up Liu Zhuan's legs like a python, trying to completely wrap him up. HMPH, I saw a group of spiritual fire erupting from Liu Zhuan's body. The whole person was like a fire god, trying to burn these vines to ashes. But the situation was far beyond expectations. The vines were indeed burned to ashes, but not all of them, and the burning speed was very slow, even unable to keep up with the growth speed of the vines. Moreover, the more vines were burned, the more vines grew. In just a moment, half of his body was entangled, and he couldn't even move. It was not until then that Liu Zhuan realized that the cultivator in front of him was not easy to deal with, and a trace of panic and fear appeared in his eyes. Brother Zhang, save me. Save me quickly. In the face of life and death crisis, face is not worth mentioning. But even if he shouted at the top of his throat, the Brother Zhang he mentioned did not save him. It's not that he didn't want to, but Zhang Jiang's situation was not very good. In order to quickly decide the battle and end the battle, Li Zhirui not only used a lot of mana in every attack, but also used secret methods to mobilize the power of the portable world to bless himself. This power does not come from the outside world, but from himself, so even in the Golden Light realm, it will not be affected by the suppression of the heavenly Dao. With the blessing of the small world, Li Zhirui's strength not only recovered to its peak, but even became stronger. So while he was fighting with Liu Zhuan, he also provoked a battle with Zhang Jiang. His strength is stronger, but it is also limited. Unfortunately, he is a demon cultivator, and a demon cultivator who practices the yin ghost path. He is completely restrained by the purification law mastered by Li Zhirui. In fact, his two opponents were specially selected by him to end the battle quickly. After all, the blessing of the small world cannot be maintained for too long. Once it is overconsumed, it will damage the foundation of the world. Chapter 1283 Victory. Spare my life. Please spare my life, fellow Taoist. I am willing to be your slave. I also know where the treasure house of Tyrant sect is, and I know how to open it. There are a lot of spiritual objects hidden in it, and there is even a jade slip that records the insights of the perfect earthly immortals, and my strength is not bad either. I can help you deal with other earthly immortals, and I also know the magical powers and methods they are good at. Seeing that Zhang Jiang was also powerless and was no match for the man in front of him, Liu Zhuan completely lost his will to fight, and was terrified. He quickly begged for mercy, hoping to save his life. Asshole! Do you think you can save your life by being this man's dog? Zhang Jiang was furious when he heard his words, and he shouted and cursed. But Liu Zhuan didn't care about that, and kept begging for mercy. As long as he could save his life, no matter what he paid, it would be worth it. Shut up. If I had known you were such a loser, I shouldn't have saved you. And I was seriously injured for it. Now you betray all your brothers just to save your life. Zhang Jiang's eyes were red, and he was obviously furious. Hearing this, Liu Zhuan paused in his begging for mercy, but recovered in the next moment, and even opened his mouth to expose the killer moves of some earthly immortals. I'm going to kill you. Zhang Jiang couldn't tolerate it anymore, and he completely exploded. He didn't care about the real enemy Li Zhirui, but killed Liu Zhuan. I just want to live. Is there anything wrong with that? Liu Zhuan roared while resisting. Zhang Jiang was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, and all kinds of killing moves continued. Even if he died, he had to eradicate this scourge. The development of the situation was far beyond Li Zhirui's expectations. He didn't expect that the battle had developed to the point where it turned into an internal fight between them, and he was excluded and became a bystander. However, the blessing time of the portable world is limited, and he can't really sit and watch the two fight, so Li Zhirui personally went down to help Liu Zhuan kill Zhang Jiang. Under the joint efforts of the two earthly immortals, Zhang Jiang finally died with hatred. Even though he died, his eyes, dyed red by anger, were still wide open, staring at Liu Zhuan. Not bad, not bad. Dao Liu can turn over a new leaf, abandon darkness and join the side of justice. We are naturally very welcome, but, Li Zhirui said with a faint smile, and then changed the subject, saying, there is no trust between you and me, so please hand over a wisp of soul, so that we can cooperate without worries. Hearing this, Liu Zhuan's expression suddenly became ugly. Once the soul was handed over, life and death would be controlled by others from then on. Of course, I can also swear that as long as you don't endanger our lives, I will never use the spirit to kill you. After all, after the war between the two worlds, the creatures of one side will be devoured by the other world as nutrients for promotion. So even if Li Zhirui didn't make a move, the probability of this person surviving in the end was only 50-50. Okay, after a moment of silence, Liu Zhuan finally nodded and agreed. After all, he was at the mercy of others at this time, and he had no power to resist. Good. Looking at the spirit that he cut out, Li Zhirui showed a bright smile on his face, and immediately put it away and preserved it with a Yinhan jade. Then trouble you to follow me to help. Okay. Liu Zhuan bowed his head slightly, and agreed after a while, followed Li Zhirui, and flew towards the battlefield where Yu Hong was. If it weren't for the fact that he had consumed too much mana and the time left for the secret method to bless him, and he was worried that he couldn't deal with the three earthly immortals in a short time, he wouldn't have asked Liu Zhuan to participate, but would have asked him to slaughter the low-level cultivators of the tyrant sect. On the other side, Yu Hong tried his best to trap the three earthly immortals so that they couldn't escape, but after a long time, he couldn't hold on any longer, so they saw the opportunity to escape, and they didn't hesitate to strengthen their magical powers, hoping to get rid of them as soon as possible. Ha. Just when Yu Hong was gradually unable to hold on, he saw a familiar spiritual light flying towards him, and he immediately laughed. But he was a little curious about why there was a spiritual light following Li Zhirui, and it seemed to be a earthly immortal. Not good. The three cultivators didn't understand why Yu Hong laughed at first, but the next moment, after seeing the two spiritual lights, what else did they not understand? But when Li Zhirui and Liu Zhuan appeared in front of them one after another, they were all stunned. Liu Zhuan, what are you doing? Have you betrayed my eldest brother, betrayed us, and betrayed the tyrant sect? One of them asked loudly in disbelief. He just lowered his head and remained silent, but this attitude had already given the answer. Okay. What a bastard with a wolf's heart and a dog's lungs. Even if I die today, I will take you, a white-eyed wolf, with me. The war broke out instantly. Yu Hong was responsible for entanglement and siege, not allowing them to have a chance to escape. Liu Zhuan was responsible for the main attack, and Li Zhirui assisted on the side. This is more like a cultivation sect in an abandoned village, and the style of the sect is really based on loyalty. The hatred for Liu Zhuan, the traitor, far exceeded that of Li Zhirui and Yu Hong, which greatly reduced the pressure on the two. In order to kill him, he even had to kill him despite the attacks of the two. In this regard, Li Zhirui and Yu Hong were very happy, and had no intention of stopping or helping to share the burden. They would just take advantage of the fierce battle to add some scars to the three of them. It was also at this time that the battle between Li Zhirui and Shang Badian was decided. A huge figure fell from midair and hit the ground heavily, stirring up a cloud of dust and blood. When the dust cleared, there was only a mutilated corpse on the ground. But it was this corpse that shattered the faith and morale of countless Badian sect cultivators. They couldn't believe what they saw. They couldn't believe that the powerful sect leader would die here, in a small force that they had never looked at before. Brother, the three Earth Immortals who were fighting with Li Zhirui and Yu Hong also saw this scene, and shouted heartbreakingly, followed by more intense anger. Brother is dead, I want you to be buried with him. Especially you, the traitor. When Liu Zhuan heard that Shang Badian had fallen, he couldn't help but turn around and look. At this moment, he seemed to have lost his soul. Standing there in a daze, motionless. It was not until his life was in danger that he reacted and hurriedly sacrificed his defensive magic weapon while retreating violently. But the three seemed to have expected this, so the other two who had been waiting for a long time immediately took action and blocked his retreat. Puff, a sharp sword stabbed into Liu Zhuan's body, bringing out a lot of blood. Save me, he looked in the direction of Li Zhirui and shouted loudly. No one can save you, but before Li Zhirui could make a move, the sword turned inside his body and suddenly lifted him up, and the whole person was instantly split in half. What a pity, Li Zhirui shook his head with some regret. Although he didn't care about the life and death of this person, it was still very difficult to subdue such a cowardly Earth Immortal, and he might never meet him again from now on. However, once Liu Zhuan died, the other three did not hold on for too long, and all died in the hands of Li Zhirui, Yu Hong, and Li Zhirui. It's over. Although the battle on the ground was still going on, the outcome was already decided, and those human immortals and scattered immortals could not stir up any waves at all. The blood dyed the earth red, and countless flesh and bones, broken limbs and arms looked like purgatory on earth. However, these are the relics left by the monks of Tyrant sect. The Li family members are protected by two large formations. Although the formations are shaky, they are not broken, so there are no casualties due to the battle. But this does not mean that there are no losses. In the continuous attack of thousands of disciples of Tyrant sect, even if the Li family arranged 3 shifts of monks to resist in turn, many people still did not have time to recover their mana and could only forcibly refine the elixir. It's okay once or twice, but if it happens too many times, it will inevitably cause damage to the meridians. For those with minor injuries, they can rest and heal for a period of time, but for some serious cases, precious spiritual objects are needed to repair the meridians. The only thing to be thankful for is that no one has been hurt and damaged their foundation. For this, the price paid by the Li family is that the elixir brought from the family is consumed by 50%, the talisman is consumed by 70%, and special instruments such as Shi and Lizi are also consumed by 70%. Let's do it. As Li Zhirui spoke, Li Zhirui and Yu Hong attacked one after another, using their powerful magical powers to wipe out this group of low-level cultivators. They wanted to resist, but were ruthlessly suppressed. The gap in strength between the two sides was as huge as a natural moat, and it was not something that could be made up by numbers. In just a moment, all the cultivators of the Tyrant sect turned into corpses, lying on the ground in all directions. Brother Jiu, I'll go back first. Li Zhirui's breath suddenly dropped, and his face turned pale. Go. At the same time, he also sent out several bottles of top-grade immortal pills to help her recover her mana faster and heal her injuries. Then, he turned into a ray of swordlight and disappeared. Then I'll return to the small world first. Li Zhirui nodded and sent Yu Hong in, and he could only support his tired body and make subsequent arrangements. The most important thing was to count the casualties, consumption, and collect and count the spiritual objects on the corpses. The spiritual objects on the bodies of the earthly immortals had already been collected by him. Brother Jiu, this battle almost completely destroyed the Tyrant sect. Should we immediately send people to their mountain gate to search for spiritual objects? Xiaoqing said excitedly. Although he was also very tired, he seemed to have endless energy when he mentioned this, and looked at Li Zhirui with shining eyes. I can't go. Li Zhirui shook his head and refused without hesitation, saying, the mountain gate of the Tyrant sect is located in San City. There are 2 major earthly immortal forces there. The current situation of the family cannot attract their attention. Well, I don't know who will benefit from those spiritual objects in the end. Xiaoqing was a little disappointed, but he also knew the importance of it, so he didn't talk about it again, just complained. The harvest is rich enough, Li Zhirui arranged all the affairs, then retreated into the cave and began to adjust his breath to recover. Sam City, the headquarters of the Tyrant sect, is also the most prosperous and lively city center. Although the powerful cultivators of the Tyrant sect were out on business at this time, the sect was empty and weak, but no creature dared to attack it. Because the Tyrant sect is extremely domineering, if someone dares to take advantage of the situation, they will definitely try their best to kill him when they come back. What's more, the current Tyrant sect is not without powerful monks. But the creatures outside don't know that at this time. All the disciples in the Tyrant sect are in a state of panic. The reason is also very simple, that is, most of the life tablets and soul lamps enshrined in the Patriarch Hall were extinguished in a few hours. At the beginning, it was the life tablets of those ordinary realm and scattered immortal disciples that were broken, and the few people guarding the Patriarch Hall didn't take it to heart. After all, since it was a war, there would definitely be casualties. But gradually, they felt something was wrong. Because a soul lamp was extinguished, and its owner was a terrestrial immortal. It was also from this soul lamp that the soul lamps of several other terrestrial immortals were extinguished one after another, including their sect master Shangbadian. This time, things are serious. Since the first terrestrial immortal fell, they hurriedly told the two late-stage immortal elders who stayed in the sect, but unexpectedly, in the end, the monks sent out were completely wiped out. And no one knew who leaked the news and let the disciples who were still in the sect know. Then the outside world would know it soon, and maybe it has already. I'm afraid that the Tyrant sect can't be saved. Not only can it not continue to exist, but it will also be hunted down. The two elders were both frowning, not knowing what to do next. After a while, the monk with a bigger appearance stood up, his eyes flashing with brilliance, and walked towards the warehouse. The other person also reacted and hurriedly followed. Brother Bai, the sect is about to be destroyed. Why don't you and I divide these spiritual objects equally? That's what I meant, but what they didn't know was that the outside world had already spread the news of Shuangbadian's death. Do you think this is true? The news came from inside the Tyrant sect, and I also got a projection, as he said that, this person activated it. And the content was nothing else, it was the scene of the life tablets in the ancestral hall being broken and the soul lamps being extinguished. In that case, send people to surround the Tyrant sect immediately and close the city gates. Don't let any cultivator leave. Not only this human force, but another force in the city also acted quickly. Without the earthly immortals, how could the Tyrant sect be a match now? In just half an hour, the mountain gate was breached, and the demons and humans rushed in instantly and began to look for spiritual objects. If they encountered precious spiritual objects, they would even fight. Li Zhirui, who was far away in the nameless mountain, naturally didn't know about all this. He now only wanted to recover as soon as possible, and then take his people away from here. Because no one knows when the other two earthly immortal forces in Sam City will arrive and whether they will take action. Chapter 1284 Path. A few days later, Li Zhirui walked out of the cave. Seeing several elders running around and passing by him, he stopped them and asked, "How are the tribesmen recovering? Especially those who almost damaged their foundations, are they better?" Most of the tribesmen have recovered. As for those who overdrawn too much and almost damaged their foundations, they are still receiving treatment, but there should be no big problems. That's good. Hearing this, Li Zhirui breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Have the tribesmen's contributions in this battle been counted? And have the spiritual objects obtained from those disciples of the Tyrant sect been counted?" "It's all done. We can distribute them as soon as you ask, but the number of spiritual objects is not enough, and after this battle, most of the elixirs, talismans, etc. have been consumed. I'm afraid they can't support another battle." A certain elder hesitated for a moment before speaking. "You know, the war between the two worlds has just begun. If they don't make changes and find a way to replenish the spiritual objects, it won't be long before they are in a situation where they have no spiritual objects available. Mortals say that food and grass must be sent before troops move." This sentence also applies to cultivators. I remember that you brought a lot of spiritual objects from your family. You can arrange for the clansmen to refine them, or you can try to refine them with spiritual objects from this world. Then, Li Zhirui took out two storage magic weapons and handed them to them, saying, "One of them contains various elixirs I refined, about 50,000 pills. The other one contains some spiritual objects, which will be distributed to the clansmen as rewards first. In fact, those elixirs are nothing to him. and they can be refined with a little time. You know, as he broke through the Earth Immortal, the area of his portable space has further expanded, and it has been tens of millions of miles square. In addition to the mystery of the space, there is no need to take care of it at all. Li Zhirui has long left it alone and let all the spiritual objects grow freely. Even so, there are still a lot of empty spaces in the space. And he can harvest various spiritual objects at any time, and the number is very large. In addition to the further expansion of the area, the spiritual energy in the space has also become extremely rich, far exceeding the Wangsan mountain with the spirit veins of the scattered immortal level. And the mysterious power that accelerates the growth of spiritual creatures has increased its power a lot. Those low-level spiritual creatures only need a short time to mature. The elder who took over the storage magic weapons subconsciously used his spiritual sense to explore, and saw the jade bottles piled up like a hill of spiritual creatures, and the whole person fell into stagnation. Distribute them as soon as possible, and notify the tribesmen to leave this place in 3 days. After saying that, Li Zhirui turned back to the cave. After the war, they have been in the same place for several days. The other two major earthly immortal forces in San City should be taking action soon. But what he didn't know was that the two major forces didn't care about the Li family at all. They only wanted to cut more harvests from the corpse of this behemoth after the death of Shang Badian and others. 3 days passed in a flash. In the morning of that day, all the tribesmen boarded the cloud ship one after another, and then focused their attention on Li Zhirui, waiting for his orders. Go to the territory of the long-armed Black Ape clan, but don't leave the Sand Mountains. If the accident with the Tyrant clan hadn't happened, they would have been fighting with a group of monsters long ago. However, given the current situation of the family, even if they were just human immortal forces, Li Zhirui didn't want to take risks. Although death was inevitable, he still hoped to reduce the casualties of the clan members as much as possible, so that more of them could return to the Yuanling realm alive. Let's go. A cloud ship was immediately activated and flown north. On the way, it passed Sam City from a distance, and the movement of hope was still discovered by several Earth Immortals in the city. It was at this time that they remembered that there was such a force. For a moment, they felt a little regretful. If they went to eliminate this Earth Immortal force after knowing that the Tyrant clan's strength had been greatly damaged, wouldn't they be able to get more and richer spiritual objects? After all, they had a deep understanding of how strong the Tyrant clan was. To be able to eliminate them, even if they were more powerful, they must have paid a lot of price. Unfortunately, they were blinded by the huge legacy of Tyrant sect at that time, and they had no extra thoughts to think about other things. It's too late to take action now. When they gather the manpower, they don't know how far they have flown. But they are wrong. The Li family's cultivators did not leave the Sand Mountains, but rebuilt a camp in a corner in the north. If nothing unexpected happens, they will stay here for a long time. Many tribesmen need time to completely heal the damage in their bodies, and they need more time to refine various spiritual objects to supplement the tribesmen's means of attack. There is also the target chosen early, the long-armed Black Ape tribe. Finally, there are many demon tribes nearby, and their strengths are uneven, which is very suitable for the Li family. Thanks to the fact that everyone is a cultivator, and there are also magic weapons such as portable caves, so in just a few hours, a well-planned camp has risen from the ground. Formation masters like Zhang Feng will have to work much harder. They are also busy arranging various formations, such as defense, illusion, concealment and other large formations. 2 flowers bloom, each showing its own branch. But it is said that somewhere in the Golden Light realm, through attempts, the Dongyun sect, which has restored the strength of many high-level cultivators, bared its fangs. With a strong and arrogant attitude, the troops were divided into several routes, and in just a few days, 5 earthly immortal forces were successively eliminated. Among them, 4 were demons, and only 1 was human. The small forces on the territory of these 5 major forces were in a state of panic, fearing that one day when they woke up, there would be a butcher's knife to cut off their heads. For a time, everyone was in danger and panic, and many demon cultivators hid among them, seemingly wanting to take advantage of this great opportunity to improve their cultivation. In fact, the Dongyun sect didn't care about these at all. After they eliminated the 5 earthly immortal forces, the first thing they did was to collect all the purified spiritual objects and speed up the recovery of the strength of the high-level cultivators. Because they knew that it would not be long before they would be attacked by the heavenly immortal forces in this world. Before that, they must hurry up and improve their strength. Moreover, the way that the Dongyun sect chose to obtain the favor of the Yuanling realm heaven was different from that of the Li family. Instead of destroying the heaven and earth and the spiritual veins, they chose to destroy the creatures of this world and weaken the strength of this world. From their actions of destroying the 5 major earthly immortal forces, it can be seen that the Dongyun sect did not leave afterwards. Instead, they extracted some of the power of the spiritual veins and integrated it into the Poji mountain where they are now, to increase the richness of the spiritual energy here. As for which of these two methods is better or worse, no one can tell clearly. The former is simple and crude, weakening the original power of the Golden Light realm, so it will be favored by the heavenly Dao of the Yuanling realm, and the weight is not low, but the disadvantage is that it will be hated and rejected by the heavenly Dao of this world, and its strength will be suppressed. The latter is more inclined to a long-term flow, and will also be favored, but it will not be too much at the beginning, and the weight needs to be continuously superimposed. Similarly, it will not be hated by the heavenly Dao of this world at first, and its strength will not be suppressed. It seems that there are no disadvantages. Isn't it much easier than the other way? But in fact, the choice of the Dongyun sect is more dangerous. Because in order to get more favor, they need to constantly fight and kill and destroy the creatures of this world. Without strong strength, if you choose this path, sooner or later you will be killed in battle. Therefore, the Li family would rather risk being hated by the heavens of this world than choose this approach, because their strength could not withstand the continuous attacks from the forces of this world. Moreover, the Dongyun sect is so arrogant, which is equivalent to telling the forces of this world that they are invaders. If you want to destroy them, come quickly. The closest celestial power to them is the Bailang family. This is a family that practices special skills and has very strong defense. Their magic power carries some kind of strange energy that can turn the creatures they touch into jade and turn them into pieces of white jade, hence the name. After hearing the news, the Bailang family immediately realized that this was done by the forces of an extraterritorial creature. Clan leader, we must teach them a lesson, kill all those bastards, and comfort those dead monks, a certain Earth Immortal elder said angrily. I ask for permission to lead the team in person to attack those invaders, me too, and me. Among the elders present, more than 80% were very active, and they wanted to immediately gather the troops, prepare various spiritual objects, and lead the tribesmen to attack Dongyun sect, and they were so active for a reason. Just like Li Zhirui and his men invaded this calamity, the creatures of the Golden Light realm would also gain the favor of the heavenly Dao, as well as a lot of merits by destroying them. In addition, the strength of the invaders would be suppressed and greatly reduced. As long as they killed these average opponents, they could get treasures that were extremely difficult to obtain on weekdays. How could they not be excited? Not active? We can't underestimate this group of invaders. They were able to destroy the 5 earthly immortal forces separately in such a short time. It can be seen that their strength is not as bad as the rumors say. Even if they are suppressed, they still have strong combat power. The head of the Ming family remained calm and said, but we must solve this group of invaders. Otherwise, if the news spreads, how can our Ming family gain a foothold in the Golden Light realm in the future, raise spiritual objects and summon clansmen? In 5 days, set off. Destroy this group of invaders. Yes, all the elders shouted in unison, looking very excited, as if they had seen a lot of merits and the heaven was waving to them. But for some reason, the head of the Ming family always felt that something was wrong. 5 days passed in a flash. As an extremely powerful celestial immortal force in the Golden Light realm, the Bailang family led a large number of clansmen straight to the Dongyun sect early in the morning. Although the cloud ship is huge, its speed is very fast. Not long after, it arrived in front of the broken boundary mountain. Listen, invaders inside, be obedient and surrender. I can promise you that your bodies will be decent after you die, a certain elder shouted arrogantly. The voice passed through the defense formation and fell into the ears of every Dongyun sect monk. Humph! You don't know how to live or die? How dare you speak nonsense here? The other disciples were also full of disdain. After consuming a large number of purified spiritual objects, the strength of most disciples has been restored to almost everything, and those elders like the celestial immortals and earthly immortals have been fully restored. And this is also the real confidence of the Dongyun sect. What they are doing now is to lower the vigilance of the Bailang family. When they slack off, they will take action instantly and let them deeply understand what death is. A group of cowards who bully the weak and fear the strong, I don't know where you get the courage to take the initiative to expose your true identity, just a group of turtles. Various mocking voices came out from the mouths of the Ming family monks, and the Dongyun sect disciples were constantly suppressing their anger. How could they not be angry when they were humiliated to this extent? However, for the sake of the overall situation, they could only suppress, and suppress again. Clan leader, order the attack, and get rid of them as soon as possible, so as not to waste time. Yes. Their courage is just so-so, and with the suppression of the heavenly Dao, they will definitely not be able to exert much strength. The clan leader felt more and more uncomfortable, but facing the persuasion of all the elders and the relaxed and expectant expressions of all the clan members, he did not have time to think about it. In this case, let's do it, let them see the power of my Bailang family. But not long after, he regretted why he didn't think more and observe more. Perhaps, there might be changes. Boom, all the members of the Ming family became extremely excited, and soon burst out with powerful power. The colorful magical powers gathered together, like a giant pillar, and smashed towards the formation below. Crack, a slight cracking sound was keenly captured by everyone. The formation will be broken soon, everyone continue, but at this moment, the powerful magical powers in the Breaking World Mountain were the first to be launched, blasting at the cultivators flying in the air. This unexpected attack caused many members of the Ming family to fail to react. In an instant, wailing was everywhere, and a large number of cultivators were struggling, hoping that the people around them could help them. If the head of the Ming family and some elders had not taken action in time to protect the part of the family close to them, this sudden attack would have caused nearly 50% of the horrible casualties. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, before the people of the Ming family could come to their senses, a series of spiritual lights flew out from the formation below. The spiritual lights dissipated, revealing the figures of the great celestial beings. Feeling the surging and powerful aura on them, the head of the Ming family and the elders were once again shocked. This is impossible. You invaders should be suppressed by the way of heaven, how come there is no change? A certain elder of the Ming family shouted out. A celestial being from the Dongyun sect smiled mischievously and said, "This is a welcome gift we specially prepared. How do you feel about it? Are you surprised? Stop talking nonsense. It's just a battle. Do you think my Ming family is afraid of you?" Chapter 1285 Plan. Both sides are celestial forces, and they fought each other as soon as they disagreed. The celestials of the Ming family wanted to ascend to the sky to minimize the damage to the Golden Light Realm, and the Dongyun school also had the same idea, but they wanted to avoid the heavenly Dao of their own world suppressing their own strength again. However, the cultivators of other realms did not have so many concerns, and they immediately used their killing moves to solve their opponents. The two sides confronted each other, and the breath and pressure emitted by tens of thousands of cultivators made the sky and the earth change color. For a time, the flowing clouds did not move, and the breeze did not blow, as if this space had fallen into stillness. Boom! The war was about to break out, and both sides spontaneously offered magic weapons and talismans, and used magical powers and killing moves. The spiritual light in the sky collided in the air, instantly causing a terrifying explosion. However, the Dongyun school was protected by the formation and occupied the geographical advantage. In addition, the strength of most of the disciples was restored, so they had a slight advantage in the process of fighting. High in the sky, dozens of celestial beings fought fiercely here. Intruders, today is your death, ha! A certain immortal from the Dongyun sect sneered, waved the wooden staff in his hand, and a dazzling green light turned into giant pythons and pounced on him. You dare to embarrass yourself here with your petty tricks? The immortal snorted disdainfully, clapped his hands, and countless meteorites and sparks emerged, pouring madly at the group of giant pythons. Rumble, two magical powers collided in the air, explosions sounded one after another, and terrifying shock waves swept in all directions. The luck of this immortal from the Dongyun sect seemed to be not very good. He actually met an opponent who practiced a fire element magical power and restrained him. However, at their level, a little restraint may not be helpful. The battle intensified, and every time the magical powers of the two sides collided, the shockwave set off became stronger and stronger, and in the end they could even affect the nearby space. And it was not just this battlefield, the other immortal battlefields were almost the same. In order to defeat each other, neither side had any intention of hiding their strength, and they were all trying their best to solve the opponent as soon as possible. However, It is probably impossible to end the battle in a short time. After all, with a huge amount of mana accumulated in their bodies, even if they fight with all their strength, they can fight for 3 days and 3 nights without worrying about insufficient mana. If they take spiritual objects such as Huling Xiandan, this time will be further extended. Compared with the battlefield in the sky, the battle on the ground is more bloody, brutal and tragic. Various spiritual lights are intertwined, and under this gorgeous and colorful, there are all kinds of sounds of wailing, screaming, asking for help, roaring, and those bodies that fell to the ground and could never get up again. The situation of the disciples of Dongyun school is still good. With the protection of the formation, there were not too many casualties at first. However, as the formation was broken, casualties began to appear among them, and the expansion speed was very fast. The casualties of the Ming family are the most terrifying. The defense of the cloud ship they are riding is not as good as the mountain protection formation. Soon after the war broke out, it was broken one after another. Later, they could only stand on the ground and fight against the disciples of Dongyun school. Although they also arranged a defensive formation, how strong could a defense of the formation arranged in a hurry be? In this case, it is conceivable that the number of Ming family members who died and were injured would definitely not be small. The Dongyun faction had a slight advantage from the beginning, and later used this to keep suppressing the Ming family. Although the gap was getting closer, at least so far, they were still better. This war lasted for 9 days and 9 nights. The space was broken countless times, the sky changed color, the earth collapsed, the mountains were broken, the rivers were cut off, and all spirits were annihilated. There were many black hills on the ground. If you look closely, you will find that they are all piled up by corpses. The soil was dyed dark red by the blood that flowed out, and puddles formed by the blood gathered in the depressions. Such a huge battle naturally attracted the attention of all forces. No one dared to approach, but no one left. Because they wanted to know who was the final winner of this earth-shaking battle at the first time. The Ming family's cloud ship has left. A certain earthly immortal from this world who is proficient in the magical power of the water mirror couldn't help but exclaimed. What? The faces of the cultivators present turned extremely pale in an instant, and they crowded forward, unwilling to believe what he said. They were all creatures of the Golden Light realm, and of course they hoped that the Ming family would win, but the result was contrary to their wishes. When they saw that the picture in the water mirror was the same as what he said, they only felt that their eyes went dark and the whole person fell into chaos. The departure of the Ming family meant that the winner of this war was the invader, the Dongyun sect of the Yuanling realm. In fact, the Dongyun sect, which won this war, was in a very bad situation at this time. This battle was just a miserable victory for them. Both sides lost a large number of low-level cultivators, but those high-ranking immortals didn't care about it. If they died, they died. Unless the winner had been decided, it would not shake their minds. But after the Dongyun sect sneaked and killed a great immortal, the situation changed instantly. The Ming family chose to retreat at the first time. In this way, they lost to the Dongyun sect. The reason why it is called a tragic victory is that in this war, the casualty rate of the disciples of Dongyun sect reached 70%. With such a high casualty rate, even the Dongyun sect would be seriously injured. The most important thing is that they have lost their strong fighting power. The Ming family was repelled this time, so what about the next time? Can the Dongyun sect still resist? Moreover, without strength, there is no strong deterrence. How can they occupy this land, use it as a camp, expand the territory, kill the creatures of this world, and obtain the merits of the Yuanling realm? So even if they won the war and even had the results of killing the immortals, the senior leaders of Dongyun sect were still frowning. You know, every creature who has cultivated to the level of an immortal has gone through countless trials and hardships, and I don't know how many trump cards, killer maces and life-saving methods are hidden in their hands. And I don't know how difficult it will be to kill it. How should the sect respond next? An elder spoke up to break the silence at the scene. I'm afraid we can't stay here. The Ming family is a force in this world, so they should have 1 or 2 friendly forces. If he sends an invitation and those forces accept it, can the family still cope with the current situation? Another elder said immediately. Not appropriate. How can we give up the camp we built with great difficulty so easily? If we don't give up, are we waiting to die? Humph. Don't forget the purpose of our coming to the Golden Light realm. I think you are the one who forgot the fundamental purpose. The two sides quarreled in the hall, but no one spoke to dissuade them. Enough. "What are you doing?" the head of the sect shouted coldly, and the two of them shut up instantly. "Master, which path do you think the sect should choose next?" There were two choices before them. One was to stay, and the other was to leave. The advantages and disadvantages of both were obvious, so I won't go into details. "Leave," the head of the sect said in a deep voice. "With the current strength of the sect, we can no longer withstand the next battle between the celestial immortals. But the war between the two worlds is far from over. Needless to say, the Ming family, or the entire Golden Light realm, will not welcome them. Maybe the Ming family will raise their arms and attract followers. By then, the fate of the Donggyun sect will be even more miserable. To be honest, their current situation is caused by their own arrogance. If they hadn't eliminated 5 earthly immortal forces at once, they might not have attracted the attention of the Ming family. In that case, then pack up quickly and leave as soon as possible," another elder supported. "Okay." Everyone took action. After the defeat, the Ming family monks who returned to the clan in a miserable state developed a strong hatred for the Donggyun sect. Some even wanted to gather the clan members immediately to attack the Donggyun sect again. He believed that the situation of the Donggyun sect was very bad at this time. The mountain protection formation was broken, the disciples suffered heavy casualties, and the strength was greatly reduced. It was a great opportunity for them to attack and take it down in one fell swoop. But few people supported his idea. Because of the low-level monks who were brought to the war, only 1 in 10 survived. And the part of the monks who stayed in the family was very weak. They were either the new generation who had not grown up yet, or the old generation who were already old and weak. The current situation of the Ming family is not much better than that of the Donggyun sect, but we can't do it ourselves. But it doesn't mean that we will let those damn invaders go. The head of the Ming family had a cold light in his eyes and said, "Spread the news and let more monks know about the existence of this group of invaders." Yes. But what they didn't know was that on the night after the war, a group of Donggyun sect monks disappeared without a trace, and no one knew where they went. 2 flowers bloom, each with its own beauty. Li Zhirui, who was about to lead his people to attack the long-armed Black Ape clan, suddenly frowned. Just now, the suppression on him was relieved a little, and he could use more powerful strength. What happened just now would cause such a big change? Li Zhirui guessed that it should be the creatures on the side of the Yuanling realm that caused considerable damage to this world, causing the change. The reduction of the suppression on him not only damaged the way of heaven in this world, but also the way of heaven in the Yuanling realm invested more power. It seems that everyone has worked very hard for this war between the two worlds, but soon, Li Zhirui gathered his mind and led his people straight to the long-armed Black Apes clan land to start a bloody battle. As his carefully selected target, the strength of this demon clan is not bad, and it can even be said to be relatively strong, which can have a good tempering effect on the tribe members. Kill. After building a defensive line, the tribesmen began to take the initiative to attack, and powerful spiritual lights hit the Black Apes. Some weak Black Apes didn't even have time to let out a wail before they lost their breath, while some powerful Black Apes seized the time to remind other tribesmen that there was an invasion by powerful enemies. Not long after, long-armed Black Apes appeared in the side of Li Zhirui and others. A rough glance showed that there were at least 5,000 or 6,000 of them. Leading the way were 2 huge Black Apes, almost 20 feet in size, and they exuded a coercive aura, which was obviously the perfection of human immortals. Perhaps, if it weren't for the appearance of the Li family, they would have broken through to the Earth Immortal in the near future. But now, there is no such opportunity. Die? The gap between human immortals and earthly immortals is an unreachable chasm. Although they seem to be only one step away, they have no power to fight back under the attack of Li Zhirui and Li Zhixuan. In just a moment, 2 huge corpses appeared on the ground. Squeak. After seeing the death of their leader, some of the remaining Black Apes were terrified and fled into the depths of the dense forest, while others were very angry and wanted to avenge them. Their actions were quite loyal, but unfortunately, as enemies, they could only die. The battle lasted only half a day and ended. The long-armed Black Ape clan that dominated the nearby mountains and forests declined. After spending some time cleaning the battlefield and collecting spiritual objects, they took the cloud boat and returned to the station. In this forest, the spiritual objects that the Li family harvested the most were various spiritual fruits and spiritual medicines. Judging from the regular distribution of those spiritual objects, the group of Black Apes has mastered the planting technology. At the same time, they also discovered the reason why the long-armed Black Ape clan, which obviously had a relatively strong strength, established its clan in this dangerous place at the outermost edge of the demon clan. An immature earth immortal spiritual root. As for what kind of spiritual root it is, they are not creatures of this world and naturally cannot recognize it. Li Zhirui naturally put it into the space, which can not only preserve its vitality, but also accelerate the growth of the spiritual root. After returning to the base, Li Zhirui, Ducking and others were called together by him without rest. I called everyone here because I have something to discuss with you. Glancing at everyone, Li Zhirui continued, I plan to make public the secret that the purification law can restore strength, so that more creatures in the Yuanling world will know about it. This is a good idea, which can increase our chances of winning the war. Xiaoqing nodded and said, and no one else meant to object. As for why he didn't say it at the beginning? Of course, he wanted to gain some advantages first. After all, the Li family is definitely not as powerful as those celestial forces, and if they want to gain more merits and the favor of heaven, they can only think of other ways. It's just, Zhang Fengwu frowned and asked, the Golden Light Realm is vast, and various forces are scattered all over the place. How are you going to tell other forces? This is related to our next action, Li Zhirui said seriously. I plan to travel around and spread the news. At the same time, he still has a large number of purified lotus seeds in his hands. Even under the cultivation of space, he can take out hundreds of thousands or even more lotus seeds to help them restore their strength. Of course, this is not free. He is not that kind and generous. What? Everyone exclaimed. They didn't expect Li Zhirui to have such an idea and actually planned to act alone. Chapter 1286 Transaction. Ruizu, isn't it too dangerous for you to do this? After all, your strength is suppressed by the heavenly Dao. If you encounter a strong enemy, what should you do? An elder said hurriedly, hoping that Li Zhirui would not be impulsive. On the other hand, Da Qing, Xiaoqing and others fell into silence after calming down. They knew that with a portable space, he would probably be fine. Even Li Zhirui and Zhang Fengwu did not speak, because they knew that Li Zhirui could make such a decision, and he must be very sure that he would not die on the road. It's just that. Ninth brother, there are only 2 earth immortals in the family. You go out alone to travel, spread the special effects of the purification law, and trade purified lotus seeds. But if the family encounters danger, Zhixun alone may not be able to solve it. Zhaoqing frowned and expressed her concerns. Except for San City, there are no other earth immortal forces nearby. When Fengwu sets up the formation, and you assist Zhixun, there will not be much danger. Obviously, Li Zhirui had considered this problem a long time ago. He chose this place because there were no strong forces around, but there were many demon tribes, which could allow the tribesmen to weaken the strength of the Golden Light Realm and gain merit. Seeing that they were still worried, he couldn't help but smile and said, don't worry, I won't leave this place too far, and I will be back within a year. After that, he took out a large number of elixirs and spiritual objects from the storage magic weapon and handed them over to them. Zhixun, I'll leave it to you next. Li Zhixun nodded solemnly and promised, don't worry, brother Jiu, I will protect everyone, then I will leave for the time being. Before he finished speaking, a green light flashed, and Li Zhirui disappeared. During the next period of time, the Li family's actions became very conservative. Even if they were looking for targets, they were those demon tribes with weak strength. At the same time, the tribesmen who had originally received the spiritual veins continued to absorb the spiritual veins on the demon tribe's territory that they had solved. Because as long as there are no spiritual veins, there will be no demon beasts coming to settle in the future, and their safety will be greatly improved. In this process, the Li family also gained a lot. They got various spiritual medicines and spiritual minerals. After a lot of experiments, they successfully refined spiritual objects such as elixirs and talismans. The benefit of doing this is that the Li family can directly use the spiritual objects in this world to refine elixirs and talismans in the future. However, it was not completely smooth sailing. In this process, the Li family suffered a lot of casualties. Although the living clansmen were sad, they soon accepted this fact, because everyone was ready to die before deciding to participate in the war between the 2 worlds and entering the Golden Light Realm. So they collected their bodies and relics calmly. If they could go back alive, they would take these things back to the family and give them to their relatives. If not, they would hand them over to the family. After leaving the family, Li Zhirui did not waste time on the road, but ran wildly towards the place where the creatures of the Yuanling realm might exist, striving to arrive in the shortest time. Fortunately, because the speed was fast enough, no creature stopped him. In the end, it only took a few days to arrive in a mountain forest. Li Zhirui had previously asked his family to collect intelligence about the invaders from San City, and learned that there might be an invader force here. However, he only knew this one, and he had to run around and search for it later. I am Li Zhirui from the Li family of Wongsun Mountain. I would like to ask the Taoist friends from the Yuanling realm to show up. The area of the forest is not small, and his time is relatively tight. He can only use this rough method to attract the attention of the other party so that they will show up on their own initiative. In fact, as early as when Li Zhirui entered this forest, the forces hidden in it discovered him. And they were observing in secret. If they were sure that he came alone, they would send several Earth Immortals to kill him. But they didn't expect that when they were about to take action, they actually heard this person say the name of the Yuanling realm. Could it be that this person is from the same realm as us? Otherwise how would he know about the Yuanling realm and the Li family, which is only a force of Earth Immortals? There is another possibility, that someone has been captured by the creatures of this realm, and under interrogation, this information was obtained. Everyone talked about it, and they couldn't make up their minds for a long time. Could it be that they have already left? Li Zhirui did not get a response for a long time, and a flash of disappointment flashed across his face. He sighed and turned to leave. Please wait for a moment, fellow Taoist. At this moment, a voice came from somewhere and called Li Zhirui, who was about to leave. The next moment, several spiritual lights flew out and appeared not far from him. They looked alert and obviously did not trust him. Fellow Taoist Li, do you know which force in the Yuanling realm this pattern represents? The middle-aged cultivator in the lead used spiritual energy to draw a badge with overlapping clouds in the air. It looks a bit like the Wanfa Yun sect, but it lacks the yin and yang and 5 elements. As soon as these words came out, the people on the opposite side breathed a sigh of relief. The Wanfa Yun sect was a force that had already disappeared, but it had a strong presence. It was impossible for the creatures in the Yuanling realm to not recognize it. I hope that fellow Taoist Li will forgive me. It is really because the strength of the creatures in this world is too strong that we have to be extremely careful. As soon as I heard it, I knew that their experience was quite tragic, so that they were so nervous. However, Li Zhirui had no intention of exploring, and instead said, I came here this time to tell you an important message. Using the power of purification can reduce the suppression of the heavenly Dao in this world, and thus restore your own strength. What? How is this possible? How did you get this news, fellow Taoist? Several people were shocked, but they felt it was unlikely. Could the suppression of the heavenly Dao in this world be resolved so easily? And it was said by a terrestrial immortal, which made it even more unreliable. If you don't believe it, you can try it with the help of the purification spiritual objects in your hands. If not, I can provide you with a few lotus seeds for you to try. Li Zhirui knew that just talking would not be very convincing. So it would be better to experiment it himself. As he spoke, several spiritual lights flew in front of them. They crushed the lotus seeds doubtfully and performed the lotus planting method. Suddenly, a fresh and clean air spread out, which made their bodies relax and they felt much more comfortable. It's true. My strength has indeed recovered a little, although it was not much. They still reacted at the first time, with ecstasy on their faces. As long as there are enough purifying spiritual objects, their strength will be fully restored. At that time, all the forces that took the opportunity to bully them will have to pay the price. Dao Iali. Why don't you come in and talk to us in detail? By the way, give us a chance to thank you. He looked at Li Zhirui with a fiery and greedy look. If I remember correctly, this person is the founder of the lotus planting method, and he must have a lot of purifying lotus seeds in his hands. If they can get them, then they don't have to worry about purifying spiritual objects. You know, before this, except for the Li family, only the Human He family and the Xiaxin sect knew the magical effects of the purifying power. Other forces didn't know about this at all, so they didn't bring too many purifying spiritual objects in a compact space. He estimated that even if he collected the purifying spiritual objects in everyone's hands, at most he could restore the strength of 2 or 3 celestial immortals, which would definitely not have much to do with them. If they want to obtain purifying spiritual objects, they can only start from the Golden Light realm, and a battle will inevitably break out. Then, these cultivators whose strength has not been restored will probably suffer a lot of casualties. Li Zhirui saw through this man's thoughts clearly, so he didn't respond to his words at all, and just said, I still have 10,000 purification lotus seeds in my hand. I will only trade with spiritual objects and methods of the heavenly immortal level and earthly immortal level, and I will not accept spiritual stones. With such a good opportunity, he must of course seize it and make the most of it, so as not to waste his risk of running around in the golden light realm to tell them this good news that even concerns their life and death. Doi Ali, aren't you going too far? Lotus seeds are just spiritual objects of the scattered immortal level. No matter what, they can't compare to the comprehension of the earthly immortal or even the heavenly immortal level. Since Dao is unwilling to make this deal, I won't bother you anymore. Goodbye. After saying that, he really flew away without looking back. Wait. Dao Ali, don't be so impulsive, everything can be discussed. Several people hurriedly chased after him, saying soft words non-stop. The reason they did this was because the heavenly immortal in the station had spoken, and they had to complete this deal. After all, not every celestial power is as strong and united as the Shinto and the Sea Clan, who can repel the attacks of the forces of their own world when their own strength is suppressed. Li Zhirui flew all the way to the edge of the forest before stopping, saying, for the sake of Taixun sect and several Taoist friends, I can make some concessions and give more lotus seeds. He chose to trade at this location for a reason. He could escape to the outside world as soon as possible. If a celestial being made a move, he could hide in space and reappear after some time. If he was in the forest, it would mean that he would always be in their sight. At that time, they might notice the clues and discover his secret. At that time, Li Zhirui would be in the most dangerous situation. Thank you very much, Taoist friend Li. Please wait for a moment. Taoist brother Bu will come with his spiritual object soon, and it will definitely satisfy you. Li Zhirui smiled and complimented. Taixun sect has a profound foundation, many powerful people in the sect, and strong strength. Any spiritual object they take out is probably a rare treasure. Not long after, a terrestrial immortal appeared with a graceful figure. The jade box contains 3 different earthly immortal spiritual seeds. Can they be exchanged for the 10,000 purified lotus seeds in your hand? After saying that, he handed the jade box to him. A trace of surprise flashed in Li Zhirui's eyes. He didn't expect that Taixun sect was really generous. He originally thought that having 2 earthly immortal spiritual objects was good enough, but he didn't expect to have an unexpected gain. Of course, after confirming that the spiritual seeds were fine, he immediately planted them into the space, and then took out more than 11,000 lotus seeds and handed them to the other party. Goodbye, Senior Brother Bu immediately shouted. Wait! I still have a celestial immortal spiritual seed in my hand. I wonder how many lotus seeds you plan to exchange for it. Your sect is so generous? You are willing to trade with a celestial immortal spiritual object. A trace of surprise flashed in Li Zhirui's eyes, and vigilance appeared in his eyes. He even secretly operated his magic power, and immediately ran away as soon as he saw that the situation was not good. You know, each celestial immortal spiritual object is an extremely precious treasure, which can fully support a powerful force. Although the conditions he offered included immortal-level spiritual objects, in fact, Li Zhirui had never thought that he could get such a precious treasure. So when Taixun sect really took out immortal-level spiritual objects, how could he not be vigilant? Dao, don't worry about fraud. No matter how good the spiritual objects are, they are not as precious as life. Besides, the golden light realm is so big. As long as the ancestors of my family recover their strength, do they still worry about not getting immortal-level spiritual objects? Senior Brother Bu said confidently. Li Zhirui smiled and agreed, and then said the answer he had thought about in his mind. Exchange for 50,000 lotus seeds, including 5,000 higher-grade pure evil lotus seeds. The latter had been promoted to the human immortal level, and the number he had was not much. Deal. Senior Brother Bu agreed immediately, as if he was worried that Li Zhirui would regret it. Seeing this situation, he knew that the state of this spiritual seed might not be too good. Sure enough, he opened the jade box and saw a spiritual seed that was a little shriveled and its vitality was constantly fading. If it were anyone else, facing this tricky precious spiritual seed, there would definitely be no solution, but Li Zhirui was not one of them. Do you know if there are any forces from the Yuanling realm nearby? Some time ago, a talisman with exhausted spiritual energy was found in a valley 1,800 miles to the east. Maybe there will be fellow Taoists there. Li Zhirui expressed his gratitude earnestly, gave out 10 lotus seeds, and then flew in the direction he said. In the Taixun sect's residence area, several celestial immortals all appeared in a simple hall. What they have to do next is to restore their own strength through the power of purification, and then lead the disciples to collect spiritual objects in this world. After a few hours, they burst out with a strong breath and pressure. The power of the celestial immortal level returned to them. I didn't expect a law of purification to have such an effect. No wonder the human He family in Xiaxin sect treasured those young cultivators who had just entered the stage of scattered immortals. It turns out that they knew it a long time ago. Humph. Two selfish and independent forces are unworthy of being the leaders of the Dongxiao immortal path. If we hadn't concealed it at the beginning, our progress would have been even faster. At that time, we could have invested more power and taken over the Golden Light Realm as soon as possible. This was quite funny. If it was the Taixun sect, they would not have announced it at the first time. Okay, stop talking about these meaningless words. Notify the disciples and let them get ready. Let's set off in 3 days to eliminate the nearest forces in this world. On the other side, Li Zhirui rushed in the direction given by the cultivator. His speed was so fast that he left a series of afterimages in the air. Chapter 1287 Arrival. An hour ago. In the valley that Li Zhirui was going to next, several monks from this world had already appeared. They released all their spiritual consciousness, leaving no corner untouched, trying to find traces of foreign invaders. Brother E, the spiritual energy here is thin. Those invaders should not choose to hide here, right? The one who spoke was the fat monk on the left. His small eyes were shining, giving people a feeling of shrewd calculation. Logically speaking, your guess is not unreasonable, but the group of invaders attacked the Bai family in Xiaolang Mountain not long ago. Under the layers of siege arranged by the sect, they must not have escaped far. Moreover, they have already searched other places, so they can only hide in the nearby area, Brother E replied in a calm tone. The fat monk was not only not happy, but also showed a little fear. Because he hoped that he would receive an easy and non-dangerous task, instead of a big battle if the invaders were found, as Brother E said. With just these few immortal monks, they can never be their opponents. If they really found the other party, they would not have time to escape. In the hidden corners that they did not know, several figures hid there, not daring to look directly at them, so as not to cause induction. When they heard this conversation, a flash of murderous intent flashed in their eyes, but they did not take action in the end, because once they were killed, the forces they belonged to would be able to immediately determine this direction, which would bring danger to their own sect, so these people could only watch them search everywhere, and finally left disappointed or relieved with nothing. Fortunately, we were not discovered. As soon as Senior Brother and others left, the cultivators immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Isn't it just to destroy a human immortal family? As for making such a big fuss, they actually searched for our traces in the whole area. One of them could not help but complain. Some time ago, Song Mountain, a sect with 3 celestial immortals, chose to attack a human immortal force in this world to gain merit. This move can be said to be very cautious. But what they don't know is that the more they do this, the more people think they are weak. After all, if they were strong, how could they choose to attack a family of immortals? Therefore, it attracted the attention of the immortal power of Sanfang Cave, which was in charge of this place, and some ideas were born. The invaders weakened the foundation of this world and received rewards from the heavenly way. If they eliminated the invaders, they would also be rewarded. Speaking of which, the strength of this Sanfang Cave is not too strong, and there are only 3 immortals, but Song Mountain is an outsider creature and an invader. Their strength is greatly suppressed, so they dare not confront Sanfang Cave head-on. There is no way. Who made our strength suppressed by the heavenly way of this world and unable to fully exert it? Now we can only wait for those big forces to attract the heavenly way to come, and we can follow it and make some arrangements. The head of the earth immortal was named Zhaguanghu. He had a higher status and knew more things. Alice, the other people couldn't help but sigh, feeling very aggrieved. They thought they could show their skills and make a big splash, but they could only hide carefully everywhere. Okay. Let's go back to the base. Zhaguanghu didn't say much, and took them back to the base in silence. On the other side, several cultivators from this world who were supposed to go to the next area to explore, under the leadership of Senior Brother E, flew straight to the mountain gate. Senior Brother, we are going in the wrong direction. We have other tasks. Senior Brother E shook his head and said to several junior brothers behind him excitedly, it's in the valley. Those invaders are in that valley. Ah. Really? Why didn't we find anything? The others looked at him with confusion, wanting a reasonable explanation. The secret method I practiced can keenly sense the existence of murderous intent and murderous aura. When we were in the valley just now, murderous intent emerged. While speaking, Senior Brother E kept moving his hands, but accelerated the speed of the spirit ship, wanting to rush back as soon as possible and report the news to the sect. Senior Brother E is still amazing. Yes, yes. If it weren't for Senior Brother E, I'm afraid those invaders would have escaped again. Several people had smiles on their faces and kept flattering him. After all, because of Senior Brother E, they completed a sect mission with very generous rewards. And not long after they left, Li Zhirui came to this valley. Is this the place that person mentioned? After searching with his spiritual sense and not finding any cultivators, he shouted, Li Zhirui from the Wangxin Li family of the Yuanling realm is here to visit. He has something important to tell you. Why are you here again? Zhao Guanghu, who had just returned to the base, couldn't help but frown. But after hearing what he said, he thought for a moment and showed up with his fellow disciples. Song Mountain is not too far from Shanhaizhou. He had specially learned about the Li family, a family that rose at an extremely alarming speed, so he knew what Li's hair looked like. Dao Yao Li? I wonder why you are here, Zhao Guanghu asked with some curiosity. Li Zhirui said directly, I have a way to reduce or even completely resolve the suppression of the heavenly Dao in this world, so that people can restore their full strength. What? Zhao Guanghu and others showed excitement and asked, Fellow Taoist Li, are you serious? Can you really restore your strength? Of course, and the method is very simple. You only need to use the power of purification to do it. Li Zhirui smiled faintly and said, if your sect does not have any purifying spiritual objects, I can trade some. In order to gain their trust, he let them experience it for themselves as usual. It's true, Zhao Guanghu and his companions' eyes instantly shone brightly, their faces full of excitement. They couldn't help but ask, I wonder how many purification spiritual objects do you have? How much are they worth? We hope to buy them all. Please consider that we are from the same world and are in a critical state. We may face attacks from the forces of this world at any time, so please give us a little discount. There are less than 30,000 purification lotus seeds left. We won't accept spirit stones. 2 earth immortal spiritual objects can be exchanged for 10,000 lotus seeds. Zhao Guanghu was a little dissatisfied in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. He said bitterly, isn't this price a bit high? Li Dao, to be honest, it was another long list of complaints and pleas. Hoping that Li Zhirui could lower the price a little. Dao, I have taken good care of you. You know, I just came out of Taixun sect, and the price I traded with him was 3 earth immortal spiritual objects for 10,000 lotus seeds. If it weren't for the fact that they were from the same world and their situation was really not good, Li Zhirui would not have taken the initiative to lower the price. Then please wait for a moment, I will go back and report to the ancestors and see if they agree. Fellow Taoist, please do as you please. Zhao Guanghu turned and disappeared. After returning to the station, he hurriedly flew to the courtyard of the 3 celestial ancestors. What urgent matter has happened? Could it be that the army has already approached and the sect is in danger? Seeing his hurried and anxious look, the 3 celestial ancestors couldn't help but feel a little bit shocked. Ancestor, it's not what you think. It's a great thing. A great joy. Then, he told Li Zhirui about the power of purification and the transaction conditions. Are you serious? Really? I have tried it myself and it did restore some strength. A celestial being immediately decided, go and invite him in. We will buy as many lotus seeds as he has, just 2 earthly immortal level spiritual objects. To them, it is far less important than restoring their own strength. He doesn't want to come in. Think about it, he is carrying a treasure. How dare he easily enter the station of another family? If they have evil intentions, they will have nowhere to escape. In that case, we will not show up and leave it to you. They accepted it well and even gave in, indicating that they had no intention of robbing. Soon, Zhao Guanghu returned to Li Zhirui with more than a dozen earthly immortal spiritual objects. I have 15 earthly immortal spiritual objects, a total of 75,000 lotus seeds. I wonder if you have any. When you go out to do business, you must have sufficient reserves of goods, not to mention 70,000 lotus seeds. Even if it doubles, he can take it out. Okay, Zhao Guanghu took the storage magic weapon and quickly counted it with his spiritual sense, and then said in surprise, Dao Li, these extra 5,000 lotus seeds, free gifts, it can be regarded as a contribution to the war between the 2 worlds. No, I mean this batch of lotus seeds is of higher grade, thank you, no need to do that. I wish you all good luck in martial arts and a safe return." Before he finished speaking, Li Zhirui turned into spiritual light and flew away. He had just asked several other people, and they didn't know that there were still forces from the Yuanling realm nearby, so he could only slowly look for the target by himself, and it couldn't be as easy as before. After he left, the three immortals of Song Mountain immediately began to use the purification law to reduce the suppression on their bodies, and their strength naturally recovered. Half of the remaining lotus seeds were given to the strongest tribesmen, and the other half were distributed to other tribesmen. Ho ha, I didn't expect the purification law to be so magical. I laughed at the confusion of the purification law they chose. Now looking back, I know how wrong I was. Yes, if we take it next, we should deal with Sanfang Cave, but before they were ready to take action, they had sent a large army to surround the valley. I didn't expect it to be exposed. Fortunately, our strength has been restored and we don't have to worry about it before. The war broke out instantly. The sound of fighting was endless, and the strong smell of blood rushed into the sky. However, as soon as the fight started, both sides suffered considerable casualties, but this not only did not dispel the ideas of both sides, but instead aroused their bloodiness. The battle became more intense and terrifying, especially the duel between the immortals. The terrifying energy fluctuations made it impossible for others to get close. Li Zhirui naturally didn't know about the war that broke out in Song Mountain. He was now worried about finding the next Yuanling realm force. Because of the suppression of the heavenly Dao in this world, except for those top forces, other forces did not dare to show up at all. They all hid in hidden places, waiting for the power of the heavenly Dao to become stronger and stronger, and their strength to slowly recover. In this way, the difficulty of finding a buyer was naturally greatly increased. Alice, after running around, Li Zhirui couldn't help but sigh. He really had no clue and couldn't find the target at all. Although he went to those deep mountains and old forests specifically, he had been tossing so many times, but he had never succeeded. Even though he had already made psychological preparations, the successive failures still made him quite depressed. Where did these forces hide? Or am I so unlucky that I didn't even meet any of them? Li Zhirui prepared 200,000 or 300,000 lotus seeds this time. If he couldn't find a buyer, how should he deal with so many lotus seeds? He couldn't just throw them away casually. But in this kind of situation, it is useless to be anxious. You can only rely on luck to encounter the forces of the Yuanling realm. Two flowers bloom, each showing its own beauty. In a certain area in the southern part of the Golden Light realm, the Shinto forces led by Daomyu Yuanjin are here. Their strength is still suppressed, but they did not hide like other forces, so conflicts and battles would break out from time to time. Fortunately, their strength is strong enough. Although there have been considerable casualties, they still firmly control this place, and they are no longer as embarrassed as when they first entered this world. Mother, it is not a solution to continue like this. Many forces are not trying their best at all, and are waiting for us to attract more power of the heavenly Dao. Gu Chen frowned and said. This is also human nature. Daomyu Yuanjin is very open-minded and chuckled, and the situation we have opened up now is also very good. We occupy 1,000 miles of territory, and we have the Sea Clan behind us. Both sides can support and help each other, so don't worry, everything is getting better slowly. Just like when they first entered the Golden Light realm, they could only exert 30% to 40% of their strength, but now it has exceeded half, and even reached 60%. It has only been a year since they entered this world, and they have made such a big improvement. It is already very impressive. Daomyu Yuanjin suddenly looked up at the sky. It was a bright and clear sky with no clouds in the sky, but at this moment, two dazzling spiritual lights flashed across. One was red, and the other was moon-white, and they were flying towards this place. Why are these two star gods here? Gu Chen looked over and said with some surprise. You know, when the Shinto summoned a group of gods to attack the Golden Light world, the two of them clearly refused. Why did they suddenly change their minds? Maybe the turning point lies with them. Daomyu Yuanjin felt something in her heart and said with a burning look. Not long after, Li Chengsheng and Li Changshuo appeared in front of them. I have met Daomyu Yuanjin and Gu Chen Dizun. Just as the two were about to greet each other, Daomyu Yuanjin stopped them and said with a smile, you two star gods are of high status, so you don't have to greet me. You two star gods came here suddenly, but what good news did you bring? Yuan Jun, you are really amazing. You saw through our thoughts at a glance, Li Chengshuo said with a smile. Indeed, we brought a way to restore our strength. Chapter 1288 Good news. Are you telling the truth? Gu Chen, who is always calm, changed his face and asked impatiently. The reason why he was so excited was that there were too many casualties in the fight against the attacks of the forces in this world. The most thrilling time was when his mother was besieged by several celestial beings and almost lost her life. In fact, the strength of those celestial beings was not too strong, but Daomu Yuanjun was suppressed too much and was really no match. Although Daomu Yuanjun was not so excited, looking at her expectant eyes, you can know that she was also quite excited. Of course, Li Chengshuo took out a few lotus seeds and said, just crush the lotus seeds and use the purification power contained in them to restore your strength. The reason why my brother and I didn't come here immediately was because the lotus seeds were not mature yet. Since Li Zhirui handed them the purification lotus seeds, they have successfully cultivated several batches and harvested a large number of lotus seeds in the past few hundred years. And maybe because the lotus seeds grew in the border area between their two divine domains, the grade was actually slightly improved, and there was a little more yin and yang power. Maybe if they continue to cultivate, new varieties will really be born, and the grade will be higher. But it's too late now. They can only select the most evolved ones from the latest batch of mature lotus seeds, and give them to you and a yang to cultivate. Speaking of which, Gu Chen couldn't wait to crush the lotus seeds, closed his eyes, and carefully felt the changes in strength. He looked reckless, but in fact he was helping his mother to verify that even if there was danger, she would not be affected. Not long after, he suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Li Chengsheng and Li Chengshuo with shock and excitement. Although the improvement was not too much, even if it was just a little bit, it proved that they were not lying, and the power of purification could really restore their strength. I guess this method was discovered by Xiaxin sect and Human He family, and then told to the Li family. Daomu Yuanjun suddenly thought of something, and although it was a questioning tone, she said it very affirmatively. That's right. Gu Chen, who was standing by, also reacted and said, no wonder the two families brought those three immortal cultivators with them at the beginning. It turns out that they knew this secret long ago. They would not say things like why they didn't tell them earlier so that they could be prepared and there wouldn't be so many casualties, or directly disclose the wonderfulness of the power of purification to annoy others. After all, human nature is selfish. Even in the case of a war between the two worlds, it is normal to seek greater benefits and interests for one's own family. Just like if only the Li family had the immortal level purification lotus seeds, the Human He family and the Xiaxin sect would never tell the Li family the news. As it is now, Li Chengsheng and Li Chengshuo have already told them, which is already very generous. I wonder how many lotus seeds the two star masters can take out? After this battle, I will definitely not treat you too unfairly, Daomu Yuanjun said solemnly. After deducting the two of us, there are still more than 80,000 lotus seeds. Li Chengsheng quickly gave an answer. Li Chengshuo made a suggestion, Empress. We can also cultivate lotus seeds in the golden light realm, but there are no gods who practice the law of purification, so we can't use the lotus planting method to cultivate them quickly. Although it takes more than 100 years for the purified white lotus to mature on the scattered immortal level spiritual veins, it is a precautionary measure. If the spiritual energy is more concentrated, the maturation time can be further shortened. The two did not put forward their own requirements. With the wealth of the Bidao family, Daomu Yuanjun has said so, and they will definitely not be treated unfairly when the time comes. We can only restore our strength first. If there are any remaining lotus seeds, we will give them to Yao Guang and others. In the future, we don't have to hide carefully like we are now. We can try to take the initiative to attack, and only by taking the initiative to attack can we obtain more purified spiritual objects and restore more of the god's strength. Mother, should we tell the Sea clan about this news? After all, everyone needs to keep each other warm now, Gu Chen suddenly asked. Tell them, and as for the lotus seeds, give them 3,000 pieces. This is still for the sake of temporary allies, otherwise there will be no lotus seeds. Then we won't bother the Empress and the Emperor. Li Chengsheng took Li Chengshuo away. They also needed to hurry up to recover their strength. After all, no one knew when the next war would break out. The father of these two people has also come to the Golden Light Realm, but it's a pity that we don't know where he is. Gu Chen shook his head with some regret and said, This may be the only earthly immortal who has comprehended the law of purification, and the lotus planting method also came from his hands, which shows how high his attainments in the way of purification are. If he also comes, with our strength, we can sweep away all the creatures in this land. Don't think too much, recover your strength quickly. The forces in this world can't hold back anymore and want to start a war again. Although they won the last war, it was a miserable victory, mainly because the other side's cultivators were not too many, and they risked their lives and made a posture of dying together, so they forced the cultivators of this world to retreat. Many things can only be done once and not twice. Moreover, those forces in this world already know how strong they are, and now they just don't know when they will take action. So they have to hurry up now. Only by recovering all their strength can they save their lives and stay in the golden light realm. As the lotus seeds were consumed one by one, the auras of Dao Mu Yuanjun and Guchen continued to rise until they recovered their original strength. On the other side, Li Chengsheng and Li Changshuo learned a lot of news, including one about the war. After knowing this, he immediately pulled her into the cave specially assigned to them. The most important thing now is to recover strength, and other news can be inquired later. For a while, the cave where the two were located surged with a majestic purification force, and their strength was also recovering rapidly. In a certain Zeuxin family that towered into the clouds and had a dense aura like fog. A few days ago, 2 meteors streaked across the sky. It seemed that they were here to help that group of gods. I don't know if they are the vanguard, and whether there will be more gods following them. So we must act as soon as possible and not give them time to continue to grow stronger. The clan leader is right, and this time we have invited forces from all sides to come to our aid, so we can definitely take them down easily. Of course, the clan leader nodded and said, but if we can avoid killing the gods, it is better to do so as much as possible. After all, if these gods can be used by me and become gods of this world, we will definitely be favored by heaven and have a lot of merit. Those gods are very tough, and I'm afraid they won't surrender easily. That's normal, but how long can this kind of pride last? In the face of life and death, there will always be people who give up, then we can only do our best. We can't guarantee that they will join the Golden Light Realm. The clan leader nodded casually. In fact, he himself didn't have much expectations for this. He just made a move casually. When other forces arrive, we will set out immediately to attack the invaders. I don't know if the two of them were lucky, but before long, they caught up with a battle, an extremely cruel and bloody battle. Because it was the first time they faced the creatures of this world, they were nervous and excited at the same time. Unlike other gods, they were in a very heavy mood, with worries and fear on their faces. When they saw the number and strength of the creatures of this world this time, some gods with a bad mood turned pale, their thighs trembled, and they seemed to have completely lost their fighting spirit. Quickly surrender, swear to join the Golden Light Realm, become a god of this world, and I will let you go. A voice like a huge bell suddenly sounded in everyone's ears. There are no gods in the Golden Light Realm. If these gods can join this world, it will not only deplete the foundation and strength of the Yuanling realm, but also greatly enhance and help the Golden Light Realm. The most important thing is that it was him who persuaded them to join the Golden Light Realm, and then the Heavenly Dao will definitely give them generous rewards. Maybe the realm that has been stagnant for many years can be further improved. So whether it was for the public or for his own benefit, he had to deal with this group of invaders. Immediately following, there was an extremely terrifying pressure, the kind that made people feel terrified, suffocated, and even felt that they would fall in the next moment. Li Chengsheng and Li Changshuo woke up immediately. Their faces were very ugly. They didn't expect that the other party could achieve this level with just their own pressure, which made them feel extremely heavy. Boom! Suddenly, a huge thunder struck from the sky and attacked the celestial being who cast the pressure. Bai Zhijin instantly felt a sense of danger and quickly used his magical power to defend himself. The violent power of thunder raged around, constantly attacking the layer of defensive aura, trying to break it. No. How did his strength become so much stronger? Bai Zhijin's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly increased his mana input to enhance his defense. Fortunately, with his unremitting efforts, he blocked this sudden and powerful attack. If he remembered correctly, there was no such a powerful existence among this group of extraterritorial gods. Where did he come from? Could it be the two spiritual lights that streaked across the sky a few days ago? But as invaders, shouldn't their strength be suppressed? Why can they launch such a powerful attack? All kinds of doubts made Bai Zhijin full of doubts, and he couldn't figure it out. But the next moment, He was shocked. I saw Gu Chen driving countless thunders, descending from the sky, and appeared in front of several celestial beings. Hula la, for a moment, countless thunders danced wildly, turning into chains and giant pythons, entangled these celestial beings. With the power of Gu Chen alone, he could face several celestial beings without losing the wind. This strength is really terrifying. Humph. I don't know what means you used to restore your own strength, but even so, you can't escape the net we set up. Bai Zhijian's eyes were full of murderous intent, and he said coldly, "Today, I will definitely kill you." He knew that if other gods still had the possibility of surrendering and joining the Golden Light Realm, it was absolutely impossible for the one in front of him. Really? Then try and see if you have the strength. Gu Chen never talks nonsense. He is like a thunder god, surrounded by thunder. Many attacks cannot get close to him and are destroyed by thunder. His several Zhang figure gives people a strong sense of oppression. When he waves his hands casually, he can hear the roar of countless thunders and the sound of destruction, which makes people tremble. If you are alone, even if you can stop us, the other immortals can still easily end this war. Bai Zhijian sneered, and immediately rushed forward, holding a big axe in his hand, and chopped down Gu Chen fiercely. Really? Don't be afraid later. These words made everyone feel a little uneasy. Bai Zhijian even used his spiritual sense to scan the surroundings, and there was no abnormal situation. If there is anything special, it is that the two Earth immortals Li Chengsheng and Li Changshuo are relatively powerful, but they are not opponents of the immortals. The gap in this realm is even farther than the distance between heaven and earth. No matter how talented you are, it is impossible to cross this gap. I'm not talking about the two star gods. Don't you notice that there is one less figure on the battlefield? Hearing this, Bai Zhijian's heartbeat suddenly paused, and a look of fear and terror appeared in his eyes. The last time they attacked this place, even though the goddess' strength was greatly suppressed, she was still able to tie with the four celestial beings. If she regained her strength, how terrifying would it be? As he spoke, Dao Mu Yuanjin finally appeared. She waved lightly, and a veil with twinkling starlight fell, covering the entire battlefield, and then in the blink of an eye, everyone seemed to be moved into the starry sky. Various stars were twinkling nearby, which looked extremely gorgeous and beautiful. But Bai Zhijian and other creatures in this world felt a strong murderous intent from it. We'll die. We'll die. The sudden spiritual sense reminded him frantically, wanting him to escape quickly and not stay any longer. But in this situation, he couldn't leave just because he wanted to. Gurgle, someone suddenly swallowed and broke the silence. Star gods, return to your positions. Dao Mu Yuanjin's voice, with the ancient and simple charm of the beginning of ancient times, made people feel very pleasant. The star gods who were still fighting followed the induction and turned into spiritual light to throw themselves into their own stars. Only Li Chengsheng and Li Changshuo did not move, because there was no sun and moon in the starry sky. At this time, they also understood why Ziwei wanted the origin of the two people in the first place. It turned out to help Dao Mu Yuanjin perfect the starry world. That's right. This is a small world. The method of opening up was still from the Li family transaction. The brother and sister looked at each other, turned into rainbow light, and appeared where they should be. The next moment, the sun and the moon appeared at the same time, and the entire starry sea seemed to come alive, an extremely powerful celestial being. How is this possible? In response to him, there was only a colorful starlight. Modified. Everyone go to bed early. Good night. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.